Timothy S. Murphy. For my parents, Thomas A. S. Murphy, Joyce E. Briggs and Robert L. Briggs. Introduction. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Chapter 1. Invisibility and Amodernism. Chapter 2. No final glossary, fugitive words in junkie and queer. Chapter 3. All agents defect and all resistors sell out, the negative dialectics of naked lunch. Chapter 4. I Hassan I Sabah rub out the word forever, the dialectic of treason and the abolition of the law in the Nova Trilogy. Chapter 5. The Wild Boys, Desire, Fantasy, and the Book of the Dead. Chapter 6. Queen es. Reconstitution of the revolutionary subject in Burroughs's late trilogy. Conclusion. Burroughs's Fin de siècle, listen to my last words everywhere. In this study, William S. Burroughs's novels are cited parenthetically using the following abbreviations and additions. I owe my most profound intellectual debts to my committee chair, Vince Pecora, who never misses a trick, avoids a debate, or pulls a punch yet somehow manages to assure his students of the value of their achievements, and to Ken Reinhardt, who is as profligate in his interests as he is in his generosity. Sam Weber and Peter Wallen also gave me crucial advice and encouragement during that long march to the doctorate. Tony Negri has no doubt forgotten the spontaneous remarks he made in reaction to my underdeveloped theses in the fall of I-99I, but those remarks and the paper I wrote in response to them were the true seeds of this book. I would also like to affirm my gratitude to my original chair, the late Joe Riddle, whose goodwill and encouragement allowed me to get this project underway in the first place. Jeffrey Nealon and Stephen Shavero, referees for the University of California Press, offered helpful suggestions for clarification, for which I thank them. Don't blame them for the obscurities and errors that remain. The contributions of my comrades in arms, those who passed through graduate school with me to this book, have in many cases spanned as many years as I've known them. They watched me back into the project, just as they are now watching me back out the other side of it. Among the many who heard evasions, rehearsals, and revisions of the arguments herein, Luke Carson, Roxanne Eberly, and Colleen George have surely put up longest with my vacillations and have done so with admirable restraint and good humor. Don't blame them, either. What Juliana has given me is not visible in any specific aspect of the contents of this book, but rather in its very existence. I do not know why there should be something rather than nothing, but I'm glad that there is. Sections of chapters I and III appeared under the title William S. Burroughs Between Indifference and Revalorization, Notes Toward a Political Reading in Angelaki 1.1, and another section of Chapter 3 appeared in Angelaki 1.3 under the title Herculean Tasks, Dionysian Labor, Michael Hart and Antonio Negri on the Contemporary State Form. Those sections appear here, in dismembered and revised form, by permission of Angelaki. Lyrics from Caught, Can We Get a Witness? By Ridenauer, Shockley, and Sadler are quoted by permission of Deaf American Songs/Def Jam Recordings. This study attempts to articulate an alternative to the dialectic of modernism and postmodernism, or modernism for short, that dominates many discussions of American literature in the contemporary period. Such an alternative has already emerged at many points in the development of that literature, only to be misrecognized and recuperated within the dominant mode of reflexive postmodern writing by critics who have apparently been too dazzled by the postmodern and post-structural ruptures to see clearly. An alternative to modernism in fact emerges at precisely the same aesthetic moment that the dominant or reflexive form of postmodernism does, in one of its key texts, Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. Like Ellison's narrator, this alternative has remained largely invisible, despite its very real difference from its dominant counterpart. For many of the same reasons the narrator could not be seen by members of the dominant white culture. Unlike Ellison's canonical book, however, the major texts of this alternative form have only intermittently been recognized for their contributions to the state of contemporary cultural production, and these texts have not yet given rise to an adequate theoretical alternative to modernism. Questions of cultural identity and otherness, of representation and materiality raised by Ellison's novel will help us begin to recognize and theorize this alternative as it takes shape in the novels of William S. Burroughs. The explicit theoretical elaboration of alternatives to modernism has begun recently in disciplines other than literary criticism, such as the sociology of Bruno Latour I and the political philosophy of Antonio Negri. Point 2. These particular elaborations derive from the philosophical work of Gilles Deleuze, whose original insights and analyses have produced a critical language that evades the endless squabbling over terminology that marks most discussions of modernism. This evasion also accounts in part for Deleuze's own relative invisibility in Anglophone critical circles. To make my own project more visible, I have chosen to call my version of the phenomenon Amodernism to highlight what seems to me to be its distance from and resistance to the dialectical structure that defines modernism. Perhaps it would help to think of it as a heterogeneous third term, like amoral in relation to moral and immoral. Amodernism, like the reflexive postmodernism we already recognize, accepts the failure of modernist ends and means, without taking the additional step of homogenizing all remaining difference into some version of Ferdinand de Saussure's negatively defined linguistic paradigm. Point 3. In other words, from an Amodern point of view, the disavowal of mass politics endorsed by Jean-François Lyotard's or Jean Baudrillard's postmodernism is not adequate, since that disavowal remains complicit with capital. Because it offers no way out of the system of domination that constitutes the present social order. The failure of a specific set of critical and resistance strategies, even strategies as far-reaching and apparently unsurpassable as those deployed under modernism, does not necessarily imply the failure of all such strategies, nor does the closure of Western metaphysics require us to jettison every point of our irreducible cultural histories. This failure and this closure are not inevitable, but rather had to be produced, just as alternatives to them have been and continue to be produced. The task of this study is to trace an alternative trajectory through the literature and history of the contemporary period, a trajectory that participates in the production of new cultural values to replace those that modernism has bankrupted, and in so doing gives leverage to the kinds of theoretical writing that Deleuze, Negri, and Latour undertake. This trajectory maps the career of the American writer and artist William S. Burroughs, whose commitment to social transformation in the face of the postmodern evacuation of the political sphere is emblematic, I would claim, of literary amodernism in general. Amodern writers are better known than Amodern theorists, though as a result of this notoriety they suffer for their failures to meet the criteria defined by the reflexive, formalist strain of postmodernism. From the point of view of this reflexive postmodernism, Amodern writers are either lax in their compositional methods or misguided in their political commitments. Both of these criticisms have been leveled, by critics and by other novelists, at Burroughs. Amodern literature, if we accept for the moment the bald assertion that it exists, develops from Ellison's promise to emerge from the liminal space of literature with a plan of living rather than an endlessly deferred participation in language games or an empty love for the world through language a la John Barth. Although this is not the best place to advocate particular revisions of the canon, a partial list of candidates for inclusion may be helpful, at least in defining the stakes raised by the very idea of amodernism. If we take Ralph Ellison as our point of departure, we can cut across accepted lines of literary descent, going by way of Joseph Heller's Catch Zizi, the best of Kurt Vonnegut's and Ishmael Reed's work, and of Hunter S. Thompson's journalism and novels, all of Thomas Pynchon, Toni Morrison, and Robert Coover, to the recent texts of Joanna Russ, Kathy Acker, and Darius James. Clearly this is a heterogeneous group of writers, in terms both of their actual texts and of their critical reception, so it may be presumptuous to confine them all to a single tradition. Heller and Vonnegut, for example, were highly regarded by the Academy through the mid-70s, at which point they began their rapid descent out of the canon, while Morrison has experienced a symmetrical rise through the ranks to her current internationally sanctioned position. So rapid has been Pynchon's acceptance into the Academy that he has been the subject of a study in the academic politics of canonization. 4 Russ has kept a low profile recently, while Thompson, Coover, Acker, and James have varying numbers of defenders but no consensus to legitimate their claims to importance. This heterogeneity should simply make evident the fact that there can be no single model of contemporary American fiction, not even an Amodernist one. It should also be stressed that Amodernist literature does not come after reflexive postmodernism, but contests it throughout the contemporary period. Out of this odd melange of writers and texts, and in the wake of Invisible Man, the choice of William S. Burroughs for more extensive consideration may appear merely provocative. But as a member of the generation of writers who matured in the wake of Ellison's promise of a plan of living, he creates his fiction out of an awareness of the necessity of its fulfillment. 5. Though he understands that necessity very differently than reflexive postmodernists do. Burroughs, too, is el hombre invisible, not least because his acquaintances in Tangier gave him that name in ignorance of both H. G. Wells and Ellison. His invisibility stems primarily from the same circumstances that render Ellison's narrator and Delos invisible as well. He does not fit into a tidy category that is already subordinated to the larger scheme of capitalism. This invisibility has, until now, restricted his American academic influence much as it has restricted Deleuze's, but it has also allowed both Amodernists a certain amount of intellectual liberty to articulate plans of living that are hostile to the constituted socius. To explicate these intersecting plans, I propose the following schematic narrative, which, although it imposes an artificial linearity that is alien to the spirit of Burroughs's body of writing, will nevertheless serve as a heuristic device, a coordinate system that will help us to map the vicissitudes of Burroughs's strategies of disruption and reorganization. Burroughs's literary career is defined by the central challenge he sets himself, to find an escape route from the linked control systems of capital, subjectivity, and language. His early novels, From Junkie to Naked Lunch, address the accelerating dialectic of capitalist control of American society, a form of control that functions by transforming the individual into the addict agent who is the mirror image of the controller. These novels also articulate a critique of the administered life that parallels Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno's dialectic of enlightenment. He examines the reversibility of hostile social relations and the symmetry of opposed political factions, and he articulates his theory that language, which is a virus that uses the human body as a host, constitutes the most powerful form of control. In these works Burroughs, like Horkheimer and Adorno, cannot yet imagine a form of revolutionary practice to counter these forms of control. Society appears trapped between the horns of capitalism's constitutive dialectic, which liquidates the singularity of the individual as well as the connections of community in order to produce the false universality of profit. As Burroughs writes later, money eats quality and shits out quantity, a situation that the writer cannot change but can only reveal. These works constitute what we might call the modernist subset of his writing. In the aleatory Nova trilogy, however, Burroughs recognizes the sterile form of the dialectic itself as his primary enemy and attempts to escape it by destroying the linguistic control system of syntax and by simultaneously abolishing the dialectical form of the law. All of his subsequent texts can be understood as increasingly systematic and sophisticated attempts to evade the dialectic, which continually returns in unexpected forms to reinscribe Burroughs's revolutionary enterprise within despotic capital and language. In this, Burroughs's development quite strongly resembles that of Delos. 6 in their formal and thematic focus on language. However, the novels of the trilogy abet the postmodern turn away from historical potential and toward structural foreclosure. The cut-up experiments eventually lead him out of the cynicism of the Nova trilogy's reflexive postmodernism, however, and toward a renewed commitment to social change. In The Wild Boys and his recent works, Burroughs seeks ways to organize resistance to the new forms of control in the construction of revolutionary fantasies that can produce new social groups. In The Wild Boys, these countercultural fantasies are still conceived as dialectically destructive forces that negate the given social order but refuse to offer new forms of social organization. Thus their failure, like the failure of the radical student movements that inspired them, follows from the persistence of the dialectic. The trilogy Cities of the Red Night, The Place of Dead Roads, and The Western Lands continues this destructive task, but it also offers affirmative ways to reorganize society in order to avoid the powerful dialectics of social and linguistic control. Such reorganization, finally, necessitates a change of terrain for Burroughs's work. He concludes the Western lands with the admission that he had reached the end of words, the end of what can be done with words. And then, the open question suggests that something more is still to be done once language is abandoned. Deleuze uses very similar terms to describe what he sees as the task of revolutionary literature. This modern literature uncovers a strange language within language and, through an unlimited number of superimposed grammatical constructions, tends towards an atypical form of expression that marks the end of language as such. 7. The labor of eliminating the dialectic, and with the dialectic its handmaidens language, capital, and the human subject must take us into different realms. Accordingly, this study will conclude by tracing the extension of Burroughs's literary project into film and recording to suggest what can happen after the end of words. This entire project is contained, potentially, in Burroughs's proclamation that nothing is true, everything is permitted. This phrase is his famous battle cry against social and personal control, a slogan explicitly cribbed from the legendary Ismaili holy man cum terrorist Hassan I Sabbah. The phrase is quoted in most of Burroughs's books from the Nova trilogy onward, and it serves to conclude the invocation that opens his most recent trilogy. In the 1989 text Apocalypse, Burroughs offers his own gloss on the phrase. Consider an apocalyptic statement: nothing is true, everything is permitted. Hassan I Sabbah, the old man of the mountain. Not to be interpreted as an invitation to all manner of unrestrained and destructive behavior. That would be a minor episode, which would run its course. Everything is permitted because nothing is true. It is all make-believe, illusion, dream, art. When art leaves the frame, and the written word leaves the page, not merely the physical frame and page, but the frames and pages of assigned categories, a basic disruption of reality occurs. The literal realization of art. Success will write apocalypse across the sky. It is a question of causality and condition. If something is true, then something else must be maligned and prohibited by the law as false, but if nothing is true, which is to say if there is no such thing as essential truth, then there can be no prohibition, no law, and everything is permitted. And it is permitted precisely in the form of creative art, whose only condition and referent is itself. The basic disruption of reality which Burroughs demands is neither the modern disruption of traditional structures of value, nor the postmodern disruption of modernist mythologizing. Rather, it is the literal realization of art, a realization which simultaneously requires the destruction of art as a separate category, as a mirror to nature and life. Art leaves the frame, and the written word leaves the page in order to change material reality, not by asserting some essential truth that they alone could preserve against the ideological falsity of reality, but by multiplying and disseminating the creative power of the false, the untrue, the forgery. Art is falsehood or lie because it does not find its proof outside itself, through a process of truthful representation, but within itself, as Friedrich Nietzsche and Oscar Wilde argued. In much the same spirit, Deleuze specifies that the apocalyptic project of art is not simply to eliminate fiction but to free it from the model of truth which penetrates it, and on the contrary to rediscover the pure and simple storytelling function which is opposed to this model. What is opposed to fiction is not the real, it is not the truth which is always that of the masters or colonizers, it is the storytelling of the poor, insofar as it gives the false the power which makes it into a memory, a legend, or a monster. Such a memory or monster acts as a catalyst that precipitates a fused, revolutionary force out of the atomized subjects of oppression. This powerful storytelling or fabulatory function is the goal to which Burroughs in his novels and Deleuze in his philosophy aspire. Deleuze has always taken a particular interest in American fiction, especially in works from the early modern, high modern, and contemporary periods, and like Burroughs he has never accepted the arbitrary distinctions many critics make between serious literature or art, on the one hand, and popular or commodity literature, on the other. 8 Indifference and repetition. Deleuze insists that even a book of philosophy should be, not a treatise on the pursuit and judgment of truth, but rather both a detective novel and a book of science fiction. By detective novel we mean that concepts, with their zones of presence, should intervene to resolve local situations. They themselves change along with the problems. They have spheres of influence where, they operate in relation to dramas and by means of a certain cruelty. Following Samuel Butler, we discover Eruhan, signifying at once the originary nowhere and the displaced, disguised, modified, and always recreated here and now. We believe in a world in which individuations are impersonal, and singularities are pre-individual, the splendor of the pronoun one whence the science fiction aspect, which necessarily derives from this Eruhan. This generic doubling is at work in Burroughs's texts as well. He, too, makes use of the detective novel and science fiction in order to displace dogmatic structures of thought and transcendent structures of power. Deleuze himself insists that the comparison of his work with that of Burroughs can bear on 3 points. 9. These points of comparison, articulated with others, will constitute the framework of the following study. Make no mistake, Burroughs's work, like Deleuze, is utopian, but not in the same way that modernist works are. Burroughs and Deleuze rely, not on the permanent grounding of truth in modernist myth, but on the fluid mechanisms of desire in fantasy for their amodernist utopian drive. Our task, then, is to see how such an amodern libidinal or phantasmatic politics works in the writings of Burroughs and Deleuze. Point 10. Before we embark on our survey of Burroughs's amodernist career, however, we must acknowledge the other major circumstance that has contributed to his academic invisibility. The events of his life have been extraordinary, and they have often preoccupied his critics and interfered with the reception of his writing. That is, most criticism of Burroughs to date, from both inside and outside the Academy, has been moral criticism directed at his referents in real life, rather than analytical criticism directed at his work as writing. His life and his work, reductively perceived as congruent, have been held up to explicit or implicit moral standards and judged wanting in virtually every instance. First of all, there was moral and legal censure from the state, which banned naked lunch as obscene because of its matter-of-fact scatology. This censure was seconded by many critics of the mainstream media, who predictably denounced Burroughs's work as pseudo-literary pornography. At the same time, his depiction of largely unpunished and entirely unredeemed drug addicts offended the sensibilities of those involved in or sympathetic to the first American war on drugs during the 50s and 60s. They apparently considered him a propagandist for opiates, in spite of the decidedly unglamorous routines concerning addiction that make up the bulk of his early work. His support of the radical student movements of the late 60s did nothing to disarm these defenders of literary morality. Even partisans of the literary avant-garde with no ties to the establishment have tended to see Burroughs in moral or moralizing terms. This is equally true of his supporters, like Norman Mailer and Allen Ginsberg, and his detractors, like David Lodge and Leslie Fiedler. 12 Fiedler in particular brought the moral denunciation of Burroughs full circle by aligning his aggressive homosexuality with what Fiedler piously saw as the feminization of American writing in the 60s, a tendency Fiedler thought must be counter-revolutionary in its passivity. Burroughs managed to offend the moral sensibilities of the right, the center, and the left in equal measure. Despite the trend toward increasingly sophisticated models of critical reading in the 70s and 80s, Burroughs is still treated as a pariah because of many critics' misguided persistence in reducing his work to the status of an unmediated expression of a lifestyle they find personally or politically abhorrent. Such moralizing reading is no more confined to a single critical approach now than it was 30 years ago. Marxists often complain of Burroughs's political confusion and self-contradiction, while psychoanalytic critics bemoan his infantile refusal to accede to the symbolic order. Let us take as an example of the effects of this continuing moral criticism one well-known aspect of his reputation: he is widely perceived as a misogynist. While Burroughs's reputation for misogyny is not undeserved, clear hostility toward women on the sole basis of their gender is rare in his novels, and indeed his most often cited statements of misogyny are drawn from a single book of interviews conducted by Daniel O'Dear, The Job. The early autobiographical novels contain virtually no female characters and no reflections on women's roles or functions, while the women in Naked Lunch are objects of hostility and contempt in exactly the same measure and terms as the men are. In these works Burroughs is not so much a misogynist as a thoroughgoing misanthrope in the style of his model, Jonathan Swift, and if anything is more even-handed in his disgust for the human species than Swift is. Burroughs, echoing his friend Brian Geeson, might well say, "Don't go calling me a misogynist, a mere misogynist. I am a monumental misanthropist. Man is a bad animal, maybe the only bad animal." In his works of the 60s, Burroughs develops a more specific dislike for women, as his analysis of control and oppression becomes more complex and far-reaching. He thinks then that women were a basic mistake, and the whole dualistic universe evolved from this error. Beyond this devaluation, however, he shares with many post-structural critics the conviction that binary opposition or dualism is the whole basis of this planet: good and evil, communism, fascism, man, woman, etc. As soon as you have a formula like that, of course you're going to have trouble. The planet is populated by various groups and their conditions of life are completely incompatible and they aren't going to get together. It isn't a question of their just getting together and loving each other, they can't, cause their interests are not the same. Just take men and women for example, they'll never get together, their interests are not the same. He goes on to denounce the anti-sex orientation of our society, which is basically manipulated by female interests and fostered by upbringing and training, which is basically controlled by women. The novels of the same period, the Nova Trilogy and the Wild Boys, dramatize these convictions in quite graphic ways, though they most often focus on the repressive elements of language and of state and corporate institutions rather than on gender dualism. Such inflammatory formulations clearly constitute obstacles to many women as potential readers and critics of Burroughs's works 13 and to male readers sympathetic to feminism. However, the contested but persistent incorporation of feminism into the Academy has necessitated the reassessment of many of the canonical and semi-canonical works of male writers, especially those from the most recent historical periods, in terms of their representations and ideologies of gender relations. In general, these feminist reassessments have been marked by a more rigorous and more empirical analysis of the works in question than was carried out in patriarchal criticism of the same texts, which is certainly appropriate for a body of critical methods dedicated to bringing to light one of the most powerful systems of oppression in our culture. But Burroughs's misogyny, along with the biographical problem indissociably bound to it, his accidental killing of his wife, seems to have authorized many feminist critics to discount his writings in their entirety and even to abandon the most basic protocols of critical analysis when dealing with his work. His uncertain position in relation to the Academy undoubtedly abets this abandonment, which is only the most effective manifestation of the long-standing moral resistance to his work. Few, if any, extended feminist accounts or analyses of Burroughs's writing are readily available, which is not surprising given the explicitly reformist priorities of most feminist criticism and his liminal position with respect to the institution of literature. Even Jenny Skirl and Robin Littenberg's anthology of Burroughs criticism spanning 3 decades, William S. Burroughs at the Front, contains no concentrated feminist work on Burroughs, though many of the authors represented in it pursue analyses implicitly marked by feminist concerns. The most serious and paradigmatic feminist confrontations with Burroughs's works tend to appear, paradoxically, as afterthoughts or side issues within larger theoretical/historical projects. Such confrontations are not only brief and ancillary but are also often marked by a refusal actually to read Burroughs's writing. Alice A. Jardine's Genesis, Configurations of Woman and Modernity is a case in point. Her analysis of Burroughs as an exemplary avatar of male American fiction and its external relation to signification occupies less than a page and contains no citations from his texts. On the contrary, her analysis centers on the abstract method of Burroughs's cut-up procedure, which she describes as a rearrangement of the textual surface according to a logic that is purely one of semantic isolation resulting from an anti-maternal fear of association common to American male writers. The claim that the logic of cut-ups produces only semantic isolation is superficially plausible though ultimately untenable, as I will show later, and it would require a close reading of a cut-up text to demonstrate the point convincingly. The text to which Jardine refers the reader for such a demonstration, unfortunately, is Naked Lunch, which is not actually a cut-up text. Burroughs did not discover and begin using the cut-up method until 1959-60, after Naked Lunch had been published. A similar refusal to read Burroughs mars Sandra Gilbert and Susan Goodbar's monumental 3-volume rereading of modern Anglophone literature, No Man's Land. Though their references to Burroughs amount to only 3 sentences on 2 pages in a project of well over 1,000 pages, these sentences are particularly telling as indices of feminist response to him. In their chapter on male impersonators in Volume 3, Gilbert and Goodbar briefly gloss the beat writers as progenitors of alternative male personae, novel social roles played by men, who often ridicule the phallocentrism they associated with the authoritarianism of society. Despite this general satiric bent, Gilbert and Goodbar insist that in much of his work, Burroughs labels love a fraud perpetuated by the female sex, arguing that the women of this world were only made to bang. The source of both Burroughs citations is not a Burroughs text but rather John Titel's early study of the Beats, Naked Angels. Unfortunately for Gilbert and Goodbar, as for Jardine, the source does not support the critic's claim. While the first quotation is indeed from Burroughs's writing, the second is actually drawn from Jack Kerouac's novel Dr. Sachs, as Titel notes when he cites it. It is difficult to decide which lapse is more disturbing, the obvious misquotation on which the interpretation depends or the blanket refusal to engage Burroughs's writing directly rather than through a secondary source. To what should a reader attribute these violations of the norms of critical argument? Perhaps the other occasion on which Gilbert and Goodbar cite Burroughs can help clarify their rationale. In the first volume of their study, they introduce the issues and figures that will be the objects of their analyses in a long preparatory chapter entitled The Battle of the Sexes. Therein they anticipate the argument they will make about the beats in Volume 3, that many of these writers were as committed as Stanley Kowalski or Henry Miller to the worship of the granite cock and the marvelously impersonal receptive cunt. As an example, they cite Gary Snyder's poem To a Woman He Confessed, he had once beaten up visions of your body / kept me high for weeks and, in particular, visions of her with a little golden belt just above / your naked snatch. Their brief paragraph concludes immediately thereafter by connecting this image to Burroughs's life, as if literalizing Snyder's story. Moreover, the beat hero William Burroughs actually did shoot and kill his wife in 1951 while aiming at a champagne glass on her head. How, exactly, does Burroughs's situation literalize Snyder's confession of abuse? Neither Snyder's confession nor the citation from his poem mentions shooting or death. Do they mean to imply that Burroughs's actual shooting of his wife was the culmination of a pattern of spousal abuse driven by ambivalent sexual desire, a pattern established by Snyder? If that is the case, they should document their allegations. In fact, there is no evidence provided either by them or by the 2 existing biographies of Burroughs to suggest that such a pattern existed in any of his relationships with women. 14 Indeed, the only pattern for which we are given evidence in this passage is the one by which Gilbert and Goodbar slander and discredit Burroughs. They exaggerate his misogynistic statements without regard for their contexts or conceptual underpinnings, then use the accidental shooting as the basis for an ad hominem dismissal based on nothing but innuendo. Gilbert and Goodbar are not the only feminist critics who follow this pattern. Performance artist Karen Finley does something quite similar in her assemblage Moral History when she responds to a copy of Burroughs's Naked Lunch by scrawling across its cover the statement William Burroughs, you are no hero to me, you shot your wife and got away with it. Oh, the emotional temperament of the artist. 15. Note Finley's use of the appellation hero, which, like Gilbert and Goodbar's identical usage, draws attention away from the writing and toward the fetishized figure of the author. Again, innuendo replaces argument. Finley implies that Burroughs got away with it because of his status as a male artist, when in fact the shooting occurred 2 years before Burroughs published his first novel, which met with critical indifference and commercial failure. He actually got away with it because the Mexican judicial system convicted him only of imprudency, a criminal or criminal negligence, which allowed him the opportunity to flee to Colombia and then to Tangier before he was sentenced. This is most emphatically not to say that the killing of his wife is irrelevant to Burroughs's work. After a period of active bisexuality that extended from the late 30s to the early 50s and actually included 2 heterosexual marriages, the first a marriage of convenience that allowed a German Jewish woman to escape to the US from Yugoslavia before the Nazis took over, Burroughs chose to identify himself exclusively as a homosexual following his accidental shooting of his second wife, Joan Vollmer, in September 1905. In the author's introduction to Queer, Burroughs admits that these events are linked with his vocation as a writer. I am forced to the appalling conclusion that I would never have become a writer but for Joan's death, and to a realization of the extent to which this event has motivated and formulated my writing. I live with the constant threat of possession, and a constant need to escape from possession, from control. So the death of Joan brought me in contact with the invader, the ugly spirit, and maneuvered me into a lifelong struggle, in which I have had no choice except to write my way out. The closest Burroughs comes to narrating Joan's death is in a passage near the beginning of Naked Lunch, in which Lee, the narrator, is smoking marijuana with a pimp whom Lee ridicules because, significantly, this pimp can only communicate with other men through female intermediaries. I take 3 drags, Jane looked at him and her flesh crystallized. I leaped up screaming I got the fear. And ran out of the house. Drank a beer in a little restaurant mosaic bar and soccer scores and bullfight posters and waited for the bus to town. A year later in Tangier I heard she was dead. This oblique presentation acknowledges Burroughs's anxiety about the event as well as his reluctance to take full personal responsibility for it. Indeed, nearly a half-century later he is still trying to banish the ugly spirit that took possession of his life in I-9511. Burroughs's ambivalence in this regard certainly warrants analysis, but it does not justify the misrepresentation of the facts that provides a foundation for Gilbert and Gubar's and Finley's dismissals of his writings. Nor does his misogyny, which is often treated as a static element in his outlook, justify these shameful lapses from critical accuracy and honesty, any more than Ezra Pound's support of fascism or Gertrude Stein's enthusiasm for the collaborationist Marshall Pétain would justify their erasure from the tradition of modern American poetry. 16 Indeed, Burroughs's views on women have changed significantly since his first major enunciation of them in The Job, as have at least some of his representations of women in his recent fiction, a situation that has received virtually no attention from feminist critics. He no longer holds women solely responsible for the restrictive dualism that characterizes modern culture, and instead recognizes that men constitute the necessary dialectical antithesis in that dualism. He insists now that it is not women per se, but the dualism of the male-female equation that I consider a mistake. His practical goal is no longer what Allen Ginsberg called the occlusion of women, 17, but rather an extreme social and biological separatism that recognizes the incompatible conditions of existence of men and women, a point of view that is well established among some radical feminists. Ultimately, Burroughs envisions an evolutionary step would involve changes that are literally inconceivable from our present point of view, perhaps even changes that would involve the sexes fusing into an organism reminiscent of the spherical hermaphrodite in Plato's Symposium. 18. The developmental path of Burroughs's misogyny thus diverges from those of other infamous misogynists, especially that of his friend Norman Mailer. Mailer's constantly embattled hyperheterosexuality expresses itself in his writings as an increasingly violent drive to dominate women physically and socially as a way of asserting his superiority to and power over them, while Burroughs's homosexual misogyny seeks merely to separate itself from the other sex/gender. This difference is not inconsequential, it is the difference between patriarchal enslavement and potential post-patriarchal autonomy. Unlike Mailer, Burroughs submits the stereotypes of patriarchy, the soldier, businessman, and politician to witheringly direct satire by revealing their subordination to the totalitarian system of modern capitalism and its tool, the state. In this he is ideologically closer to Jean Genet, who Kate Millett claims demonstrated the utterly arbitrary and invidious nature of sex role by revealing its primarily status or power definition. Millett also admits that Burroughs, like Henry Miller, has served a distasteful but important proto-feminist function by bringing sexual hostility and violence into the open for analysis, as one recalls both the euphemism and the idealism of descriptions of coitus in the Romantic poets, or the Victorian novelists, and contrasts it with Miller or William Burroughs. One has an idea of how contemporary literature has absorbed not only the truthful explicitness of pornography, but its antisocial character as well. Since this tendency to hurt or insult has been given free expression, it has become far easier to assess sexual antagonism in the male. Feminist criticism has not substantially reassessed Burroughs's work in the quarter century since the publication of Millet's book. Other feminist writers appear to agree with this assessment, though in less ambivalent terms. For example, Kathy Acker has always acknowledged Burroughs's influence on her assaultive accounts of conflicts of gender and sexuality, and Angela Carter names Burroughs as the contemporary writer who bears the closest resemblance to the Marquis de Sade, who put pornography in the service of women by granting them the same ruthless will to power and the same focused aggression against traditional images of women that he gave to his male characters. 19. In short, Burroughs's attitudes toward and representations of women are not simple, fixed, or arbitrary, and analyses of them should not be, either. As of this writing, no work of scholarship has fully met these conditions, nor will this study attempt to do so. On the contrary, the purpose of this study is to take seriously the radical philosophical and political claims Burroughs's writing makes, not to investigate the moral inconsistencies and gaps that complicate his ideas and representations of gender, though these issues will demand our attention at particular points in the argument. To achieve this study's primary purpose, we will have to move freely from the most abstract cosmological and metaphysical models to the most specific, concrete historical circumstances and back again. If successful, this study will constitute not so much an apology for Burroughs's moral lapses or ideological excesses as a sympathetic critical perspective on the complexities, impasses, and potentialities of his work. To that end, we must first establish a context, both historical and theoretical, for his creative activities. If the following study were to be a purely descriptive account of the cultural matrix of modernism, we would have to begin with modernism, as the temporal precession of prefixes would imply. It will not be simply descriptive, however, but analytical, in that it will be concerned with the relations between the terms rather than their historical succession. Let us begin, then, in medias res, with the postmodernism that surrounds us on every side. We can even claim a precedent for this in Jean-François Lyotard's argument that a work can become modern only if it is first postmodern. Since this term has a variety of definitions, we should be clear about what is meant here by the word. Postmodernism is everything you ever wanted in modernism, and less. It takes over, almost completely intact, all of the formal markers of modernism, structural fragmentation, all the polyvalent forms of parody or pastiche, the apparently neutral juxtaposition of high and low culture, and elaborate and self-consciously artificial formal principles. What it leaves out, however, is the aspect that, for many critics, serves as the motor of modernism, its imperative to provide a replacement for the lost orders of the past through myth, through pure form, or through both. As T.S. Eliot writes of James Joyce in Ulysses, Order and Myth, one of the classic manifestos of literary modernism, in using myth, in manipulating a continuous parallel between contemporaneity and antiquity, Mr. Joyce is pursuing a method which others must pursue after him. It is simply a way of controlling, of ordering, of giving a shape and a significance to the immense panorama of futility and anarchy which is contemporary history. Instead of narrative method, we may now use the mythical method. Indeed, this is the standard reading of Eliot's own practice, especially in early works like The Waste Land. These fragments I have shored against my ruins by affiliating them with the myths of the Fisher King and Tiresias. Theodore W. Adorno defines the mythic method of modernism somewhat differently, as the willing of the new that, through the act of will, binds the new more firmly to tradition. This explains the link between modernism and myth. The new wills non-identity but, by willing, inevitably wills identity. His defense of modernism, however, rests on a negative version of the same premise as Eliot's. By cathecting the repressed, art internalizes the repressing principle, i.e. the unredeemed condition of the world, instead of merely airing futile protests against it. Art identifies and expresses that condition, thus anticipating its overcoming. In other words, modernism is the mode in which art retains its critical force under the specific repressive conditions of late capitalism. This force is what postmodernism and the theories that purport to account for it omit. There are, of course, various versions of this omission of imperative. For Lyotard, the postmodern era is marked by the breakdown of the master narratives that legitimate aesthetic and political activity through the modern period. These master narratives, whether individual or social, underlay all ideas of progress in human affairs, but modernism revealed their attempts to provide historical closure and teleology to be mythological impositions on the recalcitrant and irreducible singularities of history. Modernism tried therefore to replace the original narratives with self-consciously artificial myth narratives, as Eliot once wanted, and in so doing retain the imperatives of progress, but postmodernism accepts the breakdown without nostalgia. Lyotard maintains that criteria and methods still exist for aesthetic and teleological judgment, in the form of paralogism and participation in language games 1. For Jean Baudrillard, on the other hand, no such criteria exist because the postmodern is not the failure of progressive historical legitimation but the triumph of abstract mediation or signs. Baudrillard posits a structural equivalence between the parts of the sign, signifier, and signified, and the parts of the value form, exchange and use, and from this equivalence he generalizes to build a model of the postmodern based on pure symbolic exchange without production. Instead of production, Baudrillard posits an immanent force, seduction, which drives exchange through a kind of uncritical aesthetic affirmation of capital. In such a flattened universe, no political or aesthetic space exists beyond the manipulation of simulacra through electronic media, which now define space and time. Mediation is all that exists, and it is by definition the abolition of difference and the triumph of the same point too. Lyotard and Baudrillard disagree on many issues, but on at least one they agree: the Western tradition as a directed and emancipatory project has played itself out, and now can only present its fragments, either in the jagged shards of Adorno's negative aesthetics or in the smooth screens of Marshall McLuhan's global media village, for the morose delectation of the post-philosophical critic. Such ruins remain infinitely generative of novelty, it is true, but it is a sham novelty, deprived of efficacy, of leverage for the transformation of practices. Thought can no longer appeal to progress for its legitimacy, nor can it use its own creativity as a foundation, since it is produced immediately as commodity/sign in circulation. In a situation like this, the fragments of the Western tradition can be permitted interminably as they are in advertising, popular film, and television, but they can no longer be shored, as Eliot had hoped, against our ruins. Lyotard's pathos, like Baudrillard's narcissistic self-indulgence, is Eliot's mythic faith turned sour, just as postmodernism, in this formulation, is modernism that has turned against its own constitutive premises without being able to find replacements for those premises. If we wish, we can even pinpoint the formal moment at which this turn took place. The singularity of the literary works that we might, somewhat ironically, call prophetic lies in their ability to define, prospectively, a field of literary production that was heretofore undefined, to chart or even create an undiscovered country. Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man is one such work, standing self-consciously at the end of the cultural moment that Henry Adams standing just as self-consciously at the end of virginal 19th-century American literary, political, and scientific culture had foreseen in the education of Henry Adams, the tremendous surge of dynamic productivity that would emerge from the then embryonic modernist impulse. 3 Ellison offers a less symbolic and programmatic vision of the terrain ahead. The terrain that would become the landscape we now call postmodernism than Adams did for modernism, perhaps because the shift Ellison explicates is harder to objectify in metaphorical images than was Adams. The shift from the cult of the Virgin to the cult of technology involves a fairly straightforward substitution of objects within a consistent structure of meaning, while the shift from modernism to postmodernism involves a far more thorough investigation of the very logic of substitution and structure. In opening up the postmodern territory that has provided homesteads for so many writers and critics, Ellison has really opened up two territories, or a single one with two distinct topographies. The first territory we must map, however, is the frontier between modernism and postmodernism. But to speak of modernism as a mass movement, a cultural trend, a coherent critique, or even a brute thing is to risk falling into inconsequential abstraction. Any term that can, in principle, embrace the conscious primitivism of Pablo Picasso's early paintings as well as the Rococo overdetermination of James Joyce's last novel, or the monumental functionality of Mies van der Rohe's public buildings as well as the attenuated formalism of Anton Webern's string quartets, lacks the specificity that the critic requires in a definition that is to be used as an analytical lever. Thus we must extract a subset from the many conflicting determinations that are grouped under modernism, a subset that will hopefully grant us the leverage we need to interrogate some of the cultural objects that fall under those determinations. Recall the trajectory of Ellison's novel, a young African-American man, driven away from the segregated college environment through which he sought to shape the destiny of people, attempts to find other ways to shape that destiny, first through his own private labor, and then through public political activism. Point for his efforts throughout the novel constitute a virtual compendium of modernist literary and political strategies, the search for individual authenticity against the indifference of mass production, figured in his disgust with college president Bledsoe's hypocritically conformist role-playing and then with the enforced alienation of industrial labor at Liberty Paints, faith in the power and historical validity of the progressive vanguard, in this case the Socialist Brotherhood, and, through it, in the efficacy of his own oratory, the possibility of identification with the ethnic nationalism of Ras the Exhorter, Bohemianism, and so on. These modernist strategies initially seem inevitable or unsurpassable to the narrator, however, because of his uneasy and incomplete acceptance of the central myth of cultural modernism, the assumption that there is necessarily an asymmetry between modern and primitive cultures, that is, between a fragmented, specialist, or disciplinary culture like the capitalist US and totalized, mythically integrated cultures like those studied by anthropologists. Bruno Latour describes this constitutive assumption, which he calls the Great Divide, as follows. When the most rationalist ethnographer is perfectly capable of bringing together in a single monograph the myths, ethnosciences, genealogies, political forms, techniques, religions, epics and rites of the people she is studying. In works produced by anthropologists abroad, you will not find a single trait that is not simultaneously real, social, and narrated. It is impossible to do with our own culture what can be done elsewhere, with others. Why? Because we are modern. Our fabric is no longer seamless. Analytic continuity has become impossible. 5. This asymmetry is both between primitive cultures and modern culture and within modern culture itself, between the incommensurable disciplines of science, politics, and language. Unlike primitive cultures, modern disciplinary culture cannot be treated as a totality. The other modernist strategies of invisible man, from bourgeois individualism to Leninism, are grounded in this double assumption, this myth of myths. The cultural asymmetry underpinning the narrator's activism is figured in Jim Trueblood's narrative of incest with his daughter in Chapter Z. Incest and its taboos are, of course, the central themes of modern anthropology and psychoanalysis in their analyses of tribal cultures, including the constructed tribal culture that lies at the historical origin and in the unconscious of modern culture itself. Trueblood has formerly been tolerated by the African American college administrators as a vocalist who would sing what the officials called their primitive spirituals for white patrons. He thus serves as an object lesson in the difference between African American culture, which the white officials and patrons view mythically as a whole that embraces both the primitive actions and superstitions of the uneducated farmers and the progressive aspirations of the college-educated class, and White American culture, which has lost this unity to become historically and technologically fragmentary or disciplined. To this extent, modernism is white, and the efforts of non-whites to make themselves modern are doomed to failure. True Blood's incest, therefore, does not appall the white patrons, but merely confirms and intensifies their feelings of asymmetrical difference or superiority, while all of us at the college hated the black belt people, the peasants. We were trying to lift them up and they, like True Blood, did everything it seemed to pull us down. Indeed, it is for revealing True Blood to the white patron Norton that the narrator is expelled. The narrator tries throughout much of the novel to distance himself from the atavistic primitivism that True Blood represents, just as the narrator's white adversaries try to distance themselves from him. Both sides use the same modernist strategies to construct and enforce this asymmetry. All his avenues of action are ultimately blocked by the short-sighted and implicitly racist power lust, in other words, the constructed cultural asymmetry of his supposed benefactors. His attempts to change American public life are doomed to failure by virtue of his wavering but still powerful commitment to modernism's myths. Out of this failure, or, more specifically, out of the successful public life that is contrasted to the failure of the narrator's modernist strategies in the course of the novel, appears the first, most readily recognizable form of the terrain that will become, in the decades that follow, postmodernism. Chapter 23 of Invisible Man invents, for American fiction, the form of the floating signifier that will provide the fundamental structure of the most influential kind of postmodern writing, which I have called reflexive postmodernism to emphasize its focus on linguistic self-reference. Ellison first presents this kind of writing as a topographical form of public life. This chapter finds the narrator, disgusted with the blindness of his socialist brethren toward their African American comrades, wandering through Harlem at night trying to avoid the hostile attention of African nationalist RAS the exhorters thugs by adopting a very simple disguise, dark glasses and a wide-brimmed hat. Because of this cover, he is repeatedly mistaken for a man named Reinhardt, who is simultaneously a pimp, a confidence man, a numbers runner, a briber of police, and, paradoxically, a storefront preacher. The multiplicity of Reinhardt's incarnations, his ability to be both rind and heart, both surface and at least the illusion of depth, leads the narrator to an epiphany that opens the postmodern frontier by breaking with one half of the double modern asymmetry, the great divide within modern culture between bounded specializations and disciplines. His world was possibility and he knew it. He was years ahead of me and I was a fool. I must have been crazy and blind. The world in which we lived was without boundaries. A vast seething, hot world of fluidity, and Rhine the rascal was at home. Perhaps only Rhine the rascal was at home in it. I wanted to know Reinhardt, and yet, I thought, I'm upset because I know I don't have to know him, that simply becoming aware of his existence, being mistaken for him, is enough to convince me that Reinhardt is real. Note the genitives, his world or the world in which we lived, as opposed to another, less sophisticated or even primitive one that has emerged and retreated earlier in the novel. Reinhardt's pure, fluid superficiality, his manipulation of signifying systems as disparate as gambling and gospel, reveals to the narrator the existence of a world alien to his own bounded and fragmentary world of clear historical meaning and straightforward humanitarian progress. This other world is not elsewhere, however, it is between, in the spaces that the narrator's modernist thought and politics have not infiltrated, the black market, underground society, the shifting economy of the street, anywhere that flows of money, signs, and desire generate fleeting new structures out of ephemeral values. This partial break with modernity is mediated, coterminous with the circulation of representations, but Reinhardt's world of flux requires no referentiality, no use value, no depth of characterization or meaning. Indeed, Reinhardt does not actually appear as a character in the novel, only as an overdetermined signifier. Nevertheless, he is real in that his activity can be represented, surmised on the basis of the irreducibly contradictory determinations of his career. Ellison's narrator, momentarily stunned by this revelation of an interstitial alternative world, tries to construct a plan that will take these developments into account. There were no allies with whom we could join as equals, nor were there time or theorists available to work out an overall program of our own, although I felt that somewhere between Reinhardt and invisibility there were great potentialities. The narrator's feeling for these potentialities helps him to recognize the impasses into which his own modern commitments and strategies have led him. To realize the potentialities, he begins to act like Reinhardt, like the rascal or traditional trickster. He starts yesing them, manipulating appearances, signs, in order to confirm the Brotherhood's imaginary world in which the political avant-garde dictates the actions of the ignorant masses, a world that he knows bears no relation to the real situation of the inhabitants of Harlem. He works formally, ironically, as the trickster does, but no one can gauge his irony because it has become coterminous with his world. An illusion was creating a counter-illusion. Those illusory potentialities have also been realized, at least partially, in American fiction after Ellison, which has exploited Reinhardt's gift for artifice, the self-conscious play of slipping signification that we might call the Reinhardt effect far beyond anything explicitly presented in Invisible Man. For example, Vladimir Nabokov's Pale Fire, surely one of the high watermarks of literary postmodernism, is a triumph of pure formal artifice in its wholesale importation of literary criticism into the genre of the novel. The world historical pretensions of its protagonist, Kinbote, are necessarily though minimally constrained by the very different contours of John Shade's autobiographical poem, in a simultaneous reductio ad absurdum and apotheosis of subjective criticism. Kinbote reads Shade's poem as a hermetic allegory of his own, perhaps imaginary, pseudo-Romanov experience. For the apparently incommensurable human experiences of the Russian Revolution and middle-class America, Nabokov finds a purely formal common ground in art, specifically, in language, but then seals it off from all referentiality, not only by undermining the protagonist critic's claim to literary and even psychological competence, but also by folding the book into itself structurally. For example, if one looks up the central mystery of the book, the missing Zemlyan crown jewels, in the index, one is sent to the entry on hiding place, and from there one is sent to the entry on Potanik, and then on to Tanik, Rus, secret place, see crown jewels. The referents for the words, like the referent for the novel itself, are missing. Words refer to other words via the game of word golf, an exhaustive demonstration of Saussure's linguistic insight. John Barth's texts further clarify and even magnify this tendency in American fiction. If in Nabokov's hands the Reinhardt effect becomes Baroque, in Barth's it becomes Rococo. 6. Along with Reinhardt's formal or reflexive postmodernism, another postmodernism emerges from Invisible Man, but in a less obvious way, as a second topography that has been almost completely reduced to the first, self-reflexive terrain mapped by writers like Nabokov and Barth. This is the terrain I propose to call invisible postmodernism, or Amodernism, to mark its furtive, almost imperceptible emergence from the same conditions that opened the frontier of postmodernism. As such, Amodernism does not succeed postmodernism, but contests it throughout the post-war period. After his encounter with the signifiers that add up to Reinhardt, Ellison's narrator begins to make use of the Reinhardt effect, yesing them by telling his superiors what they want to hear. He marries the Brotherhood's emancipatory historical rhetoric to Reinhardt's rhetoric of roles, allowing one to complete the other and thus produce a tidy linguistic totality that renounces all extra-textual effect. He can opt for this artificial Reinhardt role only briefly, however, before the unarticulated and unintelligible demands of the people he thinks he represents erupt and destroy his symbolic world. The Harlem riot, through its victims, forces the narrator to recognize that by pretending to agree I had indeed agreed, had made myself responsible for that huddled form lighted by flame and gunfire in the street, and all the others whom now the night was making ripe for death. Reinhardt is, after all, a confidence man who works with irony and lies, just as the Reinhardt effect, and the reflexive postmodernism based upon it, relies on this vertiginous, undecidable irony, this pretense of agreement that, in Greil Marcus's words, is just one more way of not having to mean what you said. 7. The Reinhardt effect is not revolutionary, but just business as usual under capitalism, caveat emptor, or never give a sucker an even break. Carried along, without subjective intention, by the crowd of events, Ellison's narrator passes through the crystalline cityscape of Reinhardt's reflexive postmodernism as he has passed through the lofty but inhospitable mountains of mythic modernism without stopping. He arrives, finally, in the liminal position of internal exile, under the basements of Harlem, where he lives off the status quo without contributing to it directly. This exile does not necessarily signify resignation or defeat, though it has been read that way. The narrator insists that he has not given up his radical desires, but rather has deferred them into a future that will allow them to be actualized. In going underground, I whipped it all except the mind. And the mind that has conceived a plan of living must never lose sight of the chaos against which that pattern was conceived. That goes for societies as well as for individuals. Thus, having tried to give pattern to the chaos which lives within the pattern of your certainties, I must come out, I must emerge. Even hibernations can be overdone, come to think of it. Perhaps that's my greatest social crime. I've overstayed my hibernation, since there's a possibility that even an invisible man has a socially responsible role to play. The novel ends with this promise, which Nabokov, Barth, and other reflexive postmodernists can and will simulate interminably, but it is the task of an as yet invisible postmodernism, of an amodernist literature and criticism, to make good on it. What would it mean to make good on a promise like this one for a plan of living? Leaving aside the possibility that the narrator may in this instance be yesing the reader the way he yesed the Brotherhood, in other words, expanding the Reinhardt effect to encompass the entire book, it seems to me that there are two ways to fulfill this promise. The first I would call regressive, in that it would entail a retreat, not only from the historiolinguistic vertigo of reflexive postmodernism, but also from the impasse of modernist asymmetry that laid down the coordinates of that postmodernism. Among those who pursue this course, I would include Jürgen Habermas, Niklas Luhmann, and others who struggle to complete the project of modernity according to a communicative or systemic theory that preserves intact both aspects of the modern asymmetry. They advocate a social order premised on a vast extension of technological sophistication balanced by a vast reduction in subjective sophistication that will ultimately revive a dangerously pre-modern form of social stratification. Point 8. This way of making good would leave us in a situation no better than the status quo. The second way of fulfilling the promise of a plan of living I would call progressive, or Amodern, in that it would require us to work through the impasses both of modernism and of postmodernism without accepting the finality of modernist definitions. Point 9. This means we can accept neither the constitutive asymmetry of modernism nor the partial restoration of symmetry in reflexive postmodernism. We must be willing to restore both of the symmetries, and in order to do that, we must find a point from which to apply force. Ellison's narrator finds such a point, a perspective from which he can restore the primitive/modern symmetry, just as he later uses Reinhardt's perspective to restore the internal, disciplinary symmetry that modernism has denied. The narrator initially shares with his nemesis, Bledsoe, a horror of true blood, who threatens to pull us down into the morass of primitive, pre-modern life. True Blood threatens to resituate the modern African Americans of the college on the primitive side of the Great Divide, the modern asymmetry that the narrator accepts, for the most part uncritically. The narrator is only fitfully committed to this asymmetry. However, in at least one scene, the Yam interlude on the streets of Harlem, he breaks decisively with modernism and in so doing reveals the affirmative potentiality of Amodernism. This scene occurs just before the eviction scene, in which he discovers his hortatory vocation. In the Yam he recognizes his own connection to the South, not to its racist, proto-modern inequalities, but to the enduring agrarian culture of freed slaves that he had reductively identified with Trueblood's overdetermined incest. He admits that this primitive culture contains something we liked, which could, nevertheless, cause us the greatest humiliation if revealed in a modern social setting. He fantasizes about accusing Bledsoe of atavistic field niggerism, parallel to Trueblood's, in order to destroy Bledsoe's sham modernist career. Then, reflecting on his own primitive taste for such a culturally marked object, he proclaims that I am what I am. He acknowledges the connection, not shamefully but joyfully, and breaks with the other half of the constitutive asymmetry, the asymmetry between his pre-modern communal culture and the modernism he adopted later. This break, however, is almost immediately buried under the renewed modernism of the Brotherhood, which the narrator joins shortly after the eviction riot. As a socialist group, the Brotherhood is committed to the elimination of the capitalist division of labor, the internal fragmentation that constitutes one half of the modern myth, but the Brotherhood's commitment is based on the inexorable law of Marxist historical development, the necessity of the historical situation, which reinscribes the other half of the myth, modernism's self-proclaimed break with its past. For the bulk of the book, the Brotherhood's historical theses determine the narrator's actions, reinstalling him in an asymmetrical, white-dominated world. The fact remains, however, that the symmetry between pre-modern and modern culture was restored, if only for a moment, in the narrator's affirmation. Such an affirmation of connection, but not identity, with the totalized primitive, or pre-modern, world provides us with a subjective precondition for invisible postmodernism, or Amodernism, which would not necessarily be a McLuhanesque new primitivism. From the point of view of this precondition, the great divide of modernism's double asymmetry appears as a double bind that reflexive postmodernism cannot escape. Either modernism really does represent an asymmetrical advance over all other cultural formations, in which case the couple modernism/postmodernism constitutes a totalization defined negatively by this very asymmetry and exclusion, or modernism's claim of asymmetry is a ruse that conceals a fundamental symmetry or continuity with the pre-modern, in which case that couple constitutes a positive totalization, defined by its specific contingent features just as primitive cultures are. I use the term totalization here in something like its Marxist sense. Neither the arrogant blindness of the Brotherhood nor the imprecise refutations of postmodern anti-Marxists have exhausted the force of materialist analysis. The first case, modernism as a negative totalization, is, in fact, the object of Frederick Jameson's far-reaching investigations culminating in postmodernism, or, the cultural logic of late capitalism. In the conclusion to postmodernism, Jameson distinguishes the categories of totality and totalization in order to insist on the continuing value of totalization as a critical operation. If the word totality sometimes seems to suggest that some privileged bird's-eye view of the whole is available, which is also the truth, then the project of totalization implies exactly the opposite and takes as its premise the impossibility for individual and biological human subjects to conceive of such a position, let alone to adopt or achieve it. Point 10 Totalization, Jameson continues, is merely an attempt to sum up, to envelope and find a least common denominator for the twin human activities of perception and action. This definition of totalization, borrowed from Jean-Paul Sartre, provides the rationale for Jameson's critical project. Most theories of postmodernism explicitly repudiate the category of totality and implicitly reject totalization as an attempt to derive or construct a totality from fragmentary language games. This rejection is a symptom of the disavowal of the very capitalist totality that drives modernism. Jameson therefore attempts to totalize postmodernism, to forge a tendential totality out of the shards of contemporary culture in order to interrogate late capitalism, which underlies it. Jameson's central project, the rehistoricization of a resolutely anti-historical moment, is laudable, and his rehabilitation of the prematurely abandoned categories of totality and totalization takes him a long way, but it also leads him to reduce the multiplicity of postmodern aesthetic practices and to propose exclusive criteria for postmodernism. These criteria are surprisingly similar to the criteria suggested by others, even though the analyses given surpass in complexity and explanatory force almost all of the competing analyses. What are the criteria that define postmodernism in Jameson's work? First, pastiche or satire that lacks the stable ironic perspective necessary to provoke indignation. Second, a rigorous refusal to refer to or thematize anything other than the simultaneous banality and impossibility of referring or thematizing. And third, collapse of the temporal into the spatial, and of the historical into the formal. In this way, Jameson enters the consensual academic discussion of postmodernism, even though he deploys these criteria to analyze the French New Novel, video art, and New Historicist literary criticism, no longer or not yet standard exempla of postmodern aesthetic production. Yet the criteria apply equally well to many more traditional, even canonical objects of literary study, like the writings of Nabokov and Barth. Both meet Jameson's criteria as they fit the consensual criteria of most theories of postmodernism rather well. Despite the many specific disagreements that have marked the development of these theories of aesthetic and cultural postmodernism, their development has generally been contained within a horizon of consensus that has defined valid theories of postmodernism according to their deployment of methodological self-reflexivity, based in the unconditional rejection of categories of totality or totalization, a rejection that acts as a negative totalization itself. A theory of postmodernism is deemed valid if it characterizes its object as a very particular kind of totality or process of totalization that is distinct from older forms, that is, as an antitotality. In positive terms, the dominant theories of postmodernism stress incommensurability and singularity against the notions of totality and totalization, which are equated with each other and with political totalitarianism. Paradoxically, this formal reflexivity requires an implicit totalization of the writing process itself, in that it requires the kind of circular foreclosure of reference we saw in Nabokov. It requires a totalization that admits of no thinkable or representable outside, and, despite its devotion to singularity and incommensurability, of no real difference inside. Difference is confined to the Saussurean manifold of negative definition, and its productivity is limited to the infinite proliferation of language. The dominant theories of postmodernism are dialectical, not in the transcendent Hegelian sense, nor in Jameson's asymptotic sense, but in the negative sense given the term by Adorno and Herbert Marcuse. Postmodernism is a static contradiction, a dialectic that cannot be rationally resolved, between whose antitheses all of society, including the critic of postmodernism, is laid out. Jameson's project is promising enough, however, to deserve broadening into areas of artistic and theoretical dissent. The most significant effect of the critical consensus on postmodernism, outside of particular close readings of cultural artifacts, has been the exclusion from discussion of artworks and theories which differ from the dominant model. These alternative works and theories take two general forms, the modern and what I have called the amodern. The modern hostility to postmodernism deplores the hypertrophy of modernist techniques that has led to the liquefaction of modernist forms of resistance. This account denies the assertion that postmodernism corresponds to the real and total commodification of modernist cultural practices to Marcuse's one-dimensionality in order to preserve a privileged space for political commitment and artistic contestation. This perspective includes not only aesthetic and political reactionaries like Karl Popper, who refuse the project of totalization outright, but also progressives like Habermas, who accept a limited totalization of communicative rationality, 12 but insist that the resultant totality can be fine-tuned so that social justice prevails. The amodernist alternative to modernism, briefly, shares the modernist and postmodernist suspicion of representational art and politics, but rejects both the constitutive asymmetries of modernist mythmongering and the postmodern abandonment of critique in the face of the procession of simulacra. Amodernism, I would argue, constitutes the approach to contemporary culture that can most effectively deploy in a positive manner the project of totalization that Jameson employs from a negative perspective. We still need to discover, however, the objective conditions that would be necessary and sufficient to found a critique of this case, in which modernism appears as a positive process of totalization subject to a materialist critique. The critique of modernism as a positive totalization requires two tools: first, a critical perspective from which the totalization can be undertaken, and second, a logic of relation that can envelop the manifold of particulars and enact the process of totalization. This is where Antonio Negri's theoretical insights become important. He suggests a strategy that can explicate the material conditions of our totalized modern culture, an analysis of the real subsumption of human labor under capital that productively historicizes modernism, as I will now outline. In Volume 1 of Capital, Marx distinguishes two moments of capitalist subsumption, the formal and the real. In the formal subsumption of labor, which dates from the Industrial Revolution, capital subsumes the labor process as it finds it, that is to say, it takes over an existing labor process, developed by different and more archaic modes of production. Labor production is coterminous with human history and as such provides a point of perspective from which totalization can be undertaken, but capitalist structures of exploitation arise at a very specific point within that history. Existing labor processes, characteristic of primitive, or pre-modern, cultures, are allowed to continue within the larger economic horizon of capital. They are merely instead and rationalized, to the extent that their organization allows, by extending working hours or increasing production quotas to increase absolute surplus value, the productive power of labor. In this way, a number of traditional processes survive the Industrial Revolution as vestiges of older orders, and with them survive the forms of subjectivity specific to those orders. According to Negri, the Romantics' negation of the revolution of the Enlightenment and their affirmation of the new cultural identities that were to emerge during the course of the 19th century register their recognition of a period of crisis and of the subjection of society and work to capitalist domination. Anglo-European Romanticism elaborates its critique of formal subsumption through its hostility toward proto-modern rationality and rationalization and toward the labor market's logic of the interchangeability of workers, as well as through its celebration of the productive power of the singular creator, the divine artist. From this point of view, modernism is merely the exhaustive elaboration of Romanticism's implicit credo. Formal subsumption gives way to real subsumption. Archaic labor processes are forced to conform to a specifically capitalist mode of production which not only transforms the situations of the various agents of production, it also revolutionizes their actual mode of labor and the real nature of the labor process as a whole. Through the rational division of labor and the application of technology, the practical embodiments of the internal great divide of modernism, the old labor processes are reconstructed in the image of capital for the extraction of relative surplus value, the productive power of capital rather than labor. The worker no longer confronts her own alienated labor in the form of the commodity she has produced, since she is no longer directly involved in the productive process, but stands to one side of it as an attentive guard. Labor time can no longer be the measure of value, since it no longer correlates to value produced. Productivity is dispersed instead throughout all the space and time of society. Exchange value no longer measures use value. Capital thus presses to reduce labor time to a minimum, while it posits labor time, on the other side, as sole measure and source of wealth, and it is precisely this contradiction that drives the postmodern crisis. The more labor is devalued, the more ruthless capital's logic of interchangeability becomes, until it reaches the threshold of perfect homogeneity. All workers become identical from the point of view of capital. This is the inevitable corollary of the Reinhardt effects mediated break with modern disciplinary separation. In postmodernism, all singularity has been rationalized out of production, leaving a blank totality, not of immanence or of potential but of indifference. As a superficially antagonistic accommodation with the exclusionary, desingularizing tendencies of modernism, reflexive postmodernism resembles Romanticism in that it registers in real terms what the Romantics had documented in formal terms, the crisis of capitalist domination. This interminable reflexivity is not the only response open to literary and critical practice in the period of real subsumption, as the final promise of Ellison's narrator perhaps demonstrates. Reflexive postmodernism represents only the most impoverished use of contemporary cultural innovation, just as Reinhardt's protean black marketeering represents only the most opportunistic use of the liminal spaces and hybrid ideas of this century. It clings to the capitalist axiomatic that constantly limits the explosive movement of production to forms that can be exploited for profit. The crisis in the law of value precipitates a crisis in the exchangeist model of social valorization. Since exchange value can no longer measure use value, new values must be found and a new model of production constructed. The segments of contemporary culture incapable of thinking outside the exchangist model react to this breakdown with reflexive postmodernism. They accept the crisis, but deny that a transformational critique can be carried on after it and that other values can be constructed. Lyotard, for example, repudiates the project of human emancipation, in part because of its relation to the bankrupt category of the social critic, of the intellectual as idealist. The promise of emancipation was rekindled, championed, and expounded by the great intellectual, that category born of the Enlightenment, defender of ideals and the Republic. Intellectuals of today who have chosen to perpetuate this task in ways other than a minimal resistance to every totalitarianism, who have been imprudent enough to nominate the just cause in conflicts between ideas or powers, the likes of Chomsky, Negri, Sartre, Foucault, have been tragically deceived. The signs of the ideal are hazy. A war of liberation does not indicate that humanity is continuing to emancipate itself. Ignoring the profound differences that separate the intellectual ideals of Chomsky and Sartre, on the one hand, from Foucault and Negri, on the other, Lyotard asserts that the only resistance left to us is a minimal resistance to every totalitarianism, by which he apparently means an atomized, private resistance that is often directed as much against potential allies as it is against any form of aggregate or institutionalized domination. In any event, the line of critical imprudence which he associates with Negri, Sartre, and Foucault will be of more use to us in the analyses that follow. For this line, the Amodern heirs of Negri, Sartre, and Foucault, the crisis in the law of value means something else entirely. Instead of critical impotence and the interminable procession of mediated simulacra, the crisis brings opportunity in an epoch-making leap beyond everything that humanity has hitherto experienced. It dramatizes the failure of the principles and practices upon which capital has based its domination: instrumental reason, normative subjective interchangeability, and dialectical resolution. To put it bluntly, capital needs labor production, at least in the form of consumers who will keep the process of exploitation running, but production does not necessarily need capital. Amodernism reveals the unresolvable antagonism between subjectivities and capital that capital has turned to its advantage through the dialectic, and this antagonism is capable of generating a new socius that dissolves the abstraction of labor into the singular power of new, modern collectivities. Beyond the dialectic, which still governs postmodernism as it governed modernism, committed critique is once again possible, from the space-time of these new collectivities and the singularities of which they are composed. The non-existence of such collectivities is one of the fundamental assumptions of reflexive postmodernism, epitomized in Baudrillard's celebration of the implosion of the social in the media and the concomitant disappearance of the masses that political organizations claim to represent. Point 13. This assumption ignores a great deal of evidence that confronts us, in a distorted and misrecognized form, in the media every day. The constriction of representational politics into the almost imperceptible space between the ideological positions of reactionary major parties, one of the truisms of postmodern cynicism, is contested by new forms of social organization that emerge precisely at the geographical points where this constriction is most severe: the use of Western technology to strengthen anti-Western, fundamentalist revolutions in once pro-Western Islamic states like Iran and Algeria, the rise of drug cartels, or Gainized-like multinational corporations, in regions of South America rendered politically unstable through American intelligence activity directed against earlier mass social movements that were hostile to American economic projects, the manipulation of the mass media by the Zapatistas in order to embarrass the Mexican government on the day the North American Free Trade Agreement takes effect, and, closer to home, the constitution of ethnic gangs as defenders against police brutality and purveyors of drugs within the ghettos and barrios that form an internal third world within the United States. Point 14. If we look back to the 70s, we find the model of the Italian Autonomia movement in which Negri was a leading participant, which provided a mass alternative to representational politics in the form of a systematic replacement of capitalist economic organization by worker self-management and the auto reduction of market prices. Further back, we may consider as a shadowy precedent the Makhnovist anarchist movement that held the Ukraine for nearly 3 years against the bureaucratization of Soviet state capitalism. 15 Such novel assemblages are often difficult to assess accurately because of their avoidance of the media, but this difficulty should not blind us to the real potentialities for non-representational social reorganization that these collectivities reveal. To make good on Ellison's promise of an Amodern plan of living, we must emerge from the internal exile to which the postmodern impasse has consigned us and articulate these collectivities that defy representation, these new Harlems occupying the edges of our social perceptions and the gaps between our political categories, in both senses of the word. Articulate, analyze them, criticize them, speak them within the space of language, but also extend, enact, and construct them within the social and material spaces that are irreducible to that space. This double project is what Gilles Deleuze and William S. Burroughs, in similar ways, undertake. As Deleuze argues, those who act and struggle are no longer represented, either by a group or a union that appropriates the right to stand as their conscience. Who speaks and acts? It is always a multiplicity, even within the person who speaks and acts. Likewise, Burroughs insists that despite disparate aims and personnel of its constituent members, the underground is agreed on basic objectives. We intend to destroy all dogmatic verbal systems. The family unit and its cancerous expansion into tribes, countries, nations we will eradicate at its vegetable roots. We don't want to hear any more family talk, mother talk, father talk, cop talk, priest talk, country talk, or party talk. To put it country simple, we have heard enough bullshit. This emphasis on fragmentation implies a certain rigidity in modernist culture, a rigidity that defines each area as the province of one or another discipline and excludes the practitioners of other disciplines from it. Modernist culture operates by defining spaces, both in geographical and conceptual terms, and as such could be described as an architectonic form of culture. Michel Foucault gave the name disciplinary society to what we are calling modernist culture. This, too, would serve to distinguish modernism from pre-modern cultures, in which, Latour claims, hybridization is slowed because members of pre-modern cultures carefully think through the close connections between the social and the natural order so that no dangerous hybrid will be introduced carelessly. Modernism, on the other hand, conceals a vast proliferation of such hybrids under the cover of specialization and disciplinary fragmentation that obscures these close connections between the social and the natural order and abjures general discussion and oversight of the disavowed proliferation. In modernist culture, only specialists are qualified to pass judgment on the hybrids produced within their own particular discipline, which they must do while admitting their ignorance of the larger ramifications of those hybrids within other disciplines and in the culture at large. Hence dangerous hybrids proliferate, such as holes in the ozone layer, the result of unreflective reliance on technological solutions to problems of hygiene and climate, or the American healthcare crisis, the result of high-tech medical progress combined with knee-jerk free market ideology. The rigidity of disciplinary boundaries and the fragmentation that results have granted modernism an immense productive power that is undermined by an equally vast impotence, the loss of a perspective from which to consider the ramifications of its activity. 16 It is this lost perspective, this totalizing impulse, that Amodernism seeks to replace. It should follow from this schematic presentation that reflexive postmodernism represents the auto-critique of, though not necessarily an escape from, modernism. This means that postmodernism accepts the fundamental premises of modernism, but radicalizes them further, and in so doing undermines the mythological edifice of modernism itself. Postmodernism perpetuates the ideology of the fragmentation of modern culture and its distance from traditional or primitive cultures, but criticizes the myths by which modernism hoped to reconcile itself to its self-imposed lack of unity. Thus it maintains much of the rigidity of architectonic modernism. Indeed, in the cases of Nabokov, Barth, and others actually extends that rigidity while simultaneously abandoning the pursuit of unification or of a perspective that drove modernism to adopt grand narratives of progress. No doubt it is this rigidity of modernism and postmodernism that accounts for Gilles Deleuze's indifference to both terms. For Deleuze, a society is something that never stops slipping away. Society is something that leaks. Financially, ideologically, there are points of leakage everywhere. Indeed, the problem for society is how to stop itself from leaking away. This fluid idea of society and culture, among other aspects of his thought, has frustrated scholars who have tried to find a model of literary criticism in Deleuze's writings similar to the models they have found in the works of Jacques Derrida and Michel Foucault. Both Derrida and Foucault, I would argue, take as objects of their analyses the rigid regularities of modern society. Derrida's work, if it may be described schematically and in general, is focused on the conceptual binarisms that constitute the tradition of European philosophy and, by extension, social organization. Deconstruction as a critical activity operates through close attention to the points at which the rigidity of Western rationality reveals a paradoxical fragility, a susceptibility to reversal that is held in check not by impersonal and objective logic but by the capricious violence of domination. Not surprisingly, this work has given impetus to criticism that is concerned more with the discourses that grant structure and value to a conceptual field than to the material practices that are legitimate within such a field. Foucault, on the other hand, concentrates on the practices of domination that are imposed on material bodies in social spaces, practices which institute new conceptual arrangements that can erupt into discourse, and so the forms of criticism largely inspired by his work so-called New Historicism as well as cultural studies have emphasized the collaboration between literary discourse and material practices of power. Deleuze's work has not yet given rise to such a recognizable form of aesthetic criticism, and despite the influence he wields and the respect he has inspired in France, he remains a kind of invisible man in Anglophone critical circles. Though Deleuze positions himself nearer to Foucault than to Derrida, he maintains his distance nonetheless. Michel was always amazed by the fact that, despite all the powers, their underhandedness, and their hypocrisy, we can still manage to resist. On the contrary, I am amazed by the fact that everything is leaking and the government manages to plug the leaks. In a sense, Michel and I address the same problem from opposite ends. For me, society is a fluid, or even worse, a gas. For Michel it was an architecture. This emphasis on the fluidity of society and of its productions has an important effect. It makes the articulation of a general, repeatable method of analysis not merely problematic but virtually impossible. Criticism becomes an activity akin to the ideal game of which Deleuze writes in The Logic of Sense. Not only does difference in the form of chance intervene at specific moments defined by the game's rules, but also chance alters those very rules with every turn. Deleuze rarely addresses himself explicitly to the problematic of modernism and postmodernism, though Negri attributes the most fruitful formulation of that problematic to him and Félix Guattari. 17 Even so, there are moments scattered throughout Deleuze's body of work that, when brought together, constitute both a critique of modernism and an Amodernist alternative to it. Let us begin our explication of this critical alternative by considering the following statement, from Anti-Oedipus. We no longer believe in the myth of the existence of fragments that, like pieces of an antique statue, are merely waiting for the last one to be turned up, so that they may all be glued back together to create a unity that is precisely the same as the original unity. We no longer believe in a primordial totality that once existed, or in a final totality that awaits us at some future date. We believe only in totalities that are peripheral. And if we discover such a totality alongside various separate parts, it is a whole of these particular parts but does not totalize them. It is a unity of all of these particular parts but does not unify them, rather, it is added to them as a new part fabricated separately. At first glance, this would appear to be a critique of the modernist mythical method, of a piece with Lyotard's postmodern denunciation of grand narratives of legitimation, a repudiation of the nostalgia for originary unity that led Eliot to cherish the fragments I have shored against my ruins in the hope of reassembling them. This characterization of the quotation would be adequate if the quotation stopped after the second sentence, but it does not. For in the third sentence Deleuze and Guattari insist that they do in fact believe, in totalities of the sort that Lyotard dismisses, even and especially if those totalities are peripheral. What does this mean? It means, as the passage indicates, that totalities do exist, but not at a higher hierarchical level than that of the parts they purport to unify. Totalities are produced immanently, as parts alongside the heterogeneous parts or fragments that constitute the range of disciplines, objects, and other hybrids invented under modernism. To return to the Sartrean vocabulary adopted earlier, we could say that what appear to be integrated totalities are really necessarily incomplete processes of totalization. Deleuze and Guattari use the term peripheral to emphasize both the epiphenomenality and the fragility of the processes of totalization that ripple through contemporary society. Peripheral totalizations are real without being either stable or necessary. They function as strategic or heuristic tools for the constitution of new forms of collectivity, in much the same way that strategic essentialism acts as a tool in cultural studies. For Deleuze and Guattari, who have adamantly remained Marxists when so many others have abandoned the philosophy of praxis, there are actually two different forms of this peripheral process of totalization, the paranoid and the schizophrenic, which can be distinguished by their methods and ends. The paranoid model of totalization corresponds roughly to the Marxist concept of the specifically capitalist mode of production. It is a process of totalization that seeks to maintain the exclusionary rigidity of modernist disciplinary culture as a way of extracting surplus value, a totalization of the fetishized capitalist marketplace that is peripheral in the sense that it is not localizable in space and time but determines the distribution of space and time within capitalist society. The market, which, in the form of a circulation of abstract representations, has expanded to envelope art and even criticism, is perhaps the most tenacious and pernicious myth of modernism, the myth of a permanent yet flexible totality that is everywhere and nowhere. This paranoid totalization operates according to an axiomatic, or open-ended set of ad hoc rules for exploitation, which is never fundamentally altered or reorganized, but is simply extended by addition when the rigidity of modernist culture threatens to block profit, according to the tendency, identified by Marx, for the rate of profit to fall within saturated markets. 18 From this point of view, the successes of the U.S. civil rights movement in the 60s, for example, should be attributed not to a fundamental shift in social ethics, but rather to the need for relatively affluent new groups of consumers to prolong the post-war expansion of the American economy. This would explain why there have been real increases in African American income and educational/career access, which can be managed by the market, but little real decline in exclusionary or racist attitudes, which cannot be so managed. The schizophrenic model of totalization is just as peripheral as the paranoid version, just as precariously situated, and likely to shift into the paranoid mode. It is a revolutionary mode of totalization, however, because it is conscious of itself as a process without end. It constantly seeks to liquefy the rigid boundaries between disciplines and specializations, to decode completely the overcoded flows of labor and profit that circulate in a restricted fashion throughout the capitalist socius. For example, to the binary, male-female model of human sexuality, which is an axiomatic that is simply extended and reinforced when homosexuality is added as a lifestyle option. Deleuze and Guattari propose the model of 1,000 tiny sexes whose very multiplicity and instability would make exploitation prohibitively difficult. 19 The schizophrenic model seeks, not to maximize profit by minimizing change, but to maximize change, to push the flows that capitalism tries to manage to the point at which they overflow and make the extraction of profit and the exercise of control impossible. In this, schizophrenic totalization shares many features with Georges Bataille's conception of a general economy of excess and expenditure, a primitive model that evades the profit-driven subsumption of capital. 20 Deleuze and schizophrenia pursues this process through the construction and dissemination of revolutionary mass fantasy, fantasy that provides points of accretion for novel kinds of social groups. The theory of groups in Anti-Oedipus is based on Sartre's distinction between two kinds of human ensembles, the series and the group. The series is passive and determined in its internal relations by an outside force. Sartre's example is that of a set of people lining up at a bus stop to buy tickets and board, whose seriality is produced in advance as the structure of some unknown group by the ticket machine attached to the bus stop. This means that an individual member of the series actualizes his being outside himself as a reality shared by several people and which already exists, and awaits him, by means of an inert practice, denoted by instrumentality, whose meaning is that it integrates him into an ordered multiplicity by assigning him a place in a prefabricated seriality. In other words, he enters into an already constituted ensemble marked by simple, mechanical repetition whose place in the social organization is wholly determined by the constraints of that organization's structure and requirements. This inert gathering, Sartre claims, is the basic type of sociality. Deleuze and Guattari's version of the series is the subjugated group, which is determined by the pre-existent structures that the social order provides. It is predisposed to invest with desire all of an existing social field, including the latter's most repressive forms. In this sense, a group remains subjugated even when seizing power if this power itself refers to a form of force that continues to enslave and crush desiring production, the subordination to a socius as a fixed support that attributes to itself the productive forces, extracting and absorbing the surplus value therefrom, the effusion of anti-production and death-carrying elements within the system, which feels and pretends to be all the more immortal, the phenomenon of group. Superegoization, narcissism, and hierarchy, the mechanisms for the repression of desire. We could speak here of ideology as one of the complex forms of investment or fantasy produced by the social system, or socius, for the purposes of its own reproduction, but we could speak equally well of modernist myth, inasmuch as it is presented simultaneously as the permanent base of value and as the legislating superego for the subjugated members of the group. The alternative to the seriality, in Sartre's terminology, is the group infusion or fused group. Such groups are ensembles that are constituted by the liquidation of an inert seriality under the pressure of definite material circumstances, insofar as particular practico-inert structures of the environment were synthetically united to designate it, that is to say, insofar as its practice was inscribed in things as an inert idea. A fused group forms when a series is dissolved by the force of its collision with threatening material circumstances, the products of other series that create the group as their object. Like the subject in being and nothingness, the fused group is produced through the look of the other, but as Jameson notes, the other in this case is no longer simply the category of objective exteriority but is embodied in the other individual members of the group. The group no longer has to depend on the look of the outsider or enemy. A structure has been evolved such that the group carries its source of being within itself. The external determination of the series, its unification around an inert and instrumental appendage of the constituted social order, is displaced inward and then reprojected outward toward some material locus that signifies both the danger the group faces and its opportunity to protect itself, as in the case of the storming of the Bastille by the people of Paris during the French Revolution. The position of Sartre's fused group is held in Anti-Oedipus by the subject group, which is distinct from the subjugated group. When confronted by the repressive fantasies provided by the socius or by subjugated groups, the subject group responds by launch a counter-investment whereby revolutionary desire is plugged into the existing social field as a source of energy. Point 21. The existing field is not affirmed, as it is by subjugated groups, but used as a negative base to impel the invention of other structures. Is a group whose libidinal investments are themselves revolutionary, it causes desire to penetrate into the social field, and subordinates the socius or the form of power to desiring production, productive of desire and a desire that produces. The subject group invents always mortal formations that exorcise the effusion in it of a death instinct. It opposes real coefficients of transversally to the symbolic determinations of subjugation, coefficients without hierarchy or a group superego. Point 22. In other words, the subject group produces investments that are actively hostile to the rigid structures of the socius. These investments depend not on a reflective consciousness, as they do in Sartre's phenomenological formulation, but on the impersonal connections of desire. Some of these investments take the form of fantasies, but unlike modernist myths, subject group fantasies are always mortal, in constant flux, and are incapable of instituting a permanent and restrictive law. Such fantasies embody what Deleuze will later, in Cinema 2, call the powers of the false. Deleuze and Guattari emphasize Sartre's key point, which is that the displacement/projection of group determination is not objective but phantasmatic. The Bastille was not simply an objective threat and promise to Parisians, and the production of a subject group through its focus on the Bastille was not a rational and conscious decision made by the heretofore serialized individuals who would make up the group. The Bastille served as a mirror in which the members of the series could see projected their own fears and desires, but it was a mirror that operated at the level of what Jacques Lacan would call the imaginary, at the level of fantasy, and it is through fantasy that they were fused. The same thing is true of the bus passengers, but their relation is planned and pre-established, not by themselves, but by the structure of the institution into which they enter. Their seriality, in relation to the transit authority, is permanent and indifferent, they are merely generic passengers. This is the point that Deleuze and Guattari import into Anti-Oedipus and their other works. The investment of desire through fantasy can remain enmeshed in institutionalized, serialized ideology, but it can also itself produce group formations that are hostile to the already given relations of production, class, and subjectivity without necessarily presenting themselves as permanent replacements for those relations. In other words, from this perspective we see that Lacan's psychoanalytic imaginary operates through a fundamental process of misrecognition, but this misrecognition is itself normative, ideological, and mediated by the linguistic and objective category of the other that produces the subject as an after effect. Deleuze and Guattari theorize instead an unmediated desire, free of lack and indifferent to the signifier, that flows as much through institutions and social movements as through Oedipal conflict. These group fantasies are a specific form of what Deleuze called simulacra in the early essay Plato and the Simulacrum. Deleuze's primary intention in this essay is to distinguish the Platonic doctrine of the well-founded copy from the sophistic simulacrum. According to Deleuze, Plato calls the image of the idea of beauty in the soul of the true lover a copy of the idea, in that it constantly testifies to the primacy of its origin in that idea. The true lover loves that image in the loved object that resembles the idea of beauty. The false lover has no such image in her/his soul, and therefore cannot really love. The false lover simulates love, in that he bears an image that appears to manifest the love of beauty inspired by its idea, but has no internal relation to it. In the true lover, the copy image resembles and preserves the idea, while in the false lover there is no resemblance whatsoever, but merely an aggression toward the idea. The logic of the simulacrum does not invert the relation between original and copy, thus making the copy primary, as Derrida argues, but rather inverts or suspends the judgment between copy and simulacrum that validates the former and condemns the latter. Point 23. The temporary, peripheral totalizations of subject group fantasy are just such simulacra, which make no appeal to a transcendent idea but instead function within a plane of immanence. Totalization is an open-ended process rather than a static entity. The importance of art and literature in such a process of phantasmatic or simulacral invention is decisive. An aesthetic object functions for Deleuze and Guattari not only as an heirloom that bears witness to the historic values of a cultural tradition, that is, as a document of civilization which is, at the same time, a document of barbarism, but also as an intensifier of the decoding process that constitutes schizophrenic totalization. In many cases this intensified decoding participates in the critical revelation of ideological artifice that embraces strategies as diverse as Viktor Shklovsky's analysis of defamiliarization, Bertolt Brecht's epic theater of alienation, and Derrida's destructuring of metaphysical oppositions. More powerful artworks, like those on which Deleuze often focuses, can actually provide phantasmatic alternatives to the constituted socius that can inspire revolutionary subject groups capable of undertaking the transformation of material practices. The relation of artworks and subject groups is akin to the relation of theory and practice, as Deleuze and Foucault have displaced it. At one time, practice was considered an application of theory, a consequence, while at others it was thought to inspire theory, to be indispensable for the creation of future theoretical forms. For Deleuze and Foucault, however, the relation is different. On one side, a theory is always local and related to a limited field, and it is applied in another sphere, more or less distant from it. The relationship which holds in the application of a theory is never one of resemblance. Moreover, from the moment a theory moves into its proper domain, it begins to encounter obstacles, which require its relay by another type of discourse. Practice is a set of relays from one theoretical point to another, and theory is a relay from one practical point to another. No theory can develop without eventually encountering a wall, and practice is necessary for piercing this wall. If the obstacle or wall, from the point of view of postmodernism, is the absence of legitimating narratives or the disappearance of any group that could act as Marx's subject of history, then Deleuze's solution lies in the potentiality of art, on an equal footing with philosophy and science, to produce new social subject groups. Art must take part in this task, not that of addressing a people, which is presupposed already there, but of contributing to the invention of a people. The moment the master, or the colonizer, proclaims there have never been people here, the missing people are a becoming, they invent themselves, in shanty towns and camps, or in ghettos, in new conditions of struggle to which a necessarily political art must contribute. Art provides flexible, local micro-narratives, rather than a master narrative, of the liberation of desire. The proclamation there have never been people here, which catalyzes the invention of art and consequently of a people, comes not only from the master and colonizer, but also from the postmodern critic. Baudrillard's thesis of the implosion of the social in the media abets this consolidation of power even as it claims to analyze it. Deleuze's theory of forms of art that contribute to the invention of a people in cinematic, plastic, and literary terms is fundamentally a theory of fiction or fabulation. 24 In Cinema 2, The Time Image, he elaborates on the powers of the false that he locates in the post-war cinema. Classical cinema, like classical literature, depends on organic narration. Organic narration consists of the development of sensory-motor schemata as a result of which the characters react to situations or act in such a way as to disclose the situation. This is a truthful narration in the sense that it claims to be true, even in fiction. Truthful narration is developed organically, according to legal connections in space and chronological connections in time. Erration implies an inquiry or testimonies which connect it to the true, always refers to a system of judgment. This system of judgment is fundamentally the same as Plato's judgment against simulacra. Truthful narration links events deterministically, according to resemblance and exclusion. Time, in this form of narration, is represented indirectly, through the movement of subjects in action, thus it is inferred from the transformation of space. In the crystalline narration of post-war literature and cinema, on the other hand, the sensory-motor schemata, the identifications of subjects with actions on the screen or in the text, collapse into representations of images not linked by subjective action and give way to non-local relations that present direct, subjectless images of time, from which the active movements themselves now derive. Narration no longer claims to be true, but rather becomes fundamentally falsifying. Falsifying narration, by contrast, frees itself from this system. It shatters the system of judgments because the power of the false affects the investigator and witness as much as the person presumed guilty. Narration is constantly being completely modified, in each of its episodes, not according to subjective variations, but as a consequence of disconnected places and achronologized moments. It is not simply a matter of the narrator's unreliability, which has always depended upon an implied norm of narrative reliability, but of the problematization of narration itself. Traditional truthful narration, whether fictional or historical, insists on what G. W. Leibniz called compossibility, the creation of simple and consistent story lines through the exclusion of incompatible alternatives. As the sinologist in Jorge Luis Borges's Garden of Forking Paths says, in all fiction, when a man is faced with alternatives he chooses one at the expense of the others. For Deleuze, the power of the false, replaces and supersedes the form of the true, because it poses the simultaneity of incompossible presence, or the coexistence of not necessarily true pasts. Crystalline description was already reaching the indiscernibility of the real and the imaginary, but the falsifying narration which corresponds to it goes a step further and poses inexplicable differences to the present and alternatives which are undecidable between true and false to the past. His model of fiction demands a subject who does not exclude alternatives but rather chooses simultaneously all of them. He thus creates various futures, various times which start others that will in their turn branch out and bifurcate in other times. Narration is freed from the despotism of compossibility and multiplied, producing a fertile network of potential trajectories through time. Fiction is freed from the rigidity of its determinants and becomes something akin to improvisational jazz. The improviser chooses not only the present note to play, but the imaginary structure out of which it would have come and into which it will flow. If I play a C and have it in my mind as the tonic, that's what it will become. If I want it to be a minor third or a major seventh that had a tendency to resolve upward, then the quality of the note will change. 25. Neither the structure of the past nor the structure of the future is given in advance, either can be manipulated in the present to produce different states of affairs. This is the role that artworks can play in the present, the role of phantasmatic structures that alter the direction and speed of the present moment by altering the past trajectory on which the present would have to travel. This multiplication of narrative lines and suspension of the unifying horizons of subjective consciousness and formal closure cannot be reduced to the superficial fragmentation of modernist style. Even collage, whether visual or literary, constitutes a higher-order project of unity that Deleuze, like Adorno, recognizes in modernist techniques, the folding of one text onto another, which constitutes multiple and even adventitious roots, implies a supplementary dimension to that of the texts under consideration. In this supplementary dimension of folding, unity continues its spiritual labor. That is why the most resolutely fragmented work can also be presented as the total work or magnum opus. The goal, then, is not permanent escape from unity or from closure, but the construction of strategic false unity, phantasmatic totalization, that can provide a focus and a material form for investments of desire that, in pursuing their own ends, also transform the socius. The purpose of art, for Deleuze, is to enable us to reach, not the point where one no longer says I, but the point where it is no longer of any importance whether one says I. This is also the purpose of Amodernism, to further the production of subject groups that can extend the differences that already fissure the capitalist socius into irreparable cracks. Such cracks are already the objects of William S. Burroughs's analyses in his first novels, Junkie and Queer. I awoke from the sickness at the age of 45, calm and sane, and in reasonably good health except for a weakened liver and the look of borrowed flesh common to all who survive the sickness. 1 So begins the introduction to Naked Lunch, the book that established William S. Burroughs's literary notoriety and that still dominates it almost half a century and 20 books later. For most readers, Burroughs's career begins with Naked Lunch, and even those who are aware of the texts that preceded it have only rarely granted those texts serious study. This situation is doubly unfortunate in that these early autobiographical novels, written before Burroughs was 40, not only provide raw material for the later formally experimental novels, but also lay out, in precise historical detail and with telegraphic clarity, the social stakes, perils, and gambits of a literature and a criticism in the process of becoming a modern. These social variables, presented literally in the early novels Junkie and Queer, form an equation that feeds back and complicates itself, ultimately giving rise to Burroughs's famous definition of the algebra of need in Naked Lunch. Junk, Burroughs writes in Junkie, is a cellular equation that teaches the user facts of general validity. To learn the equation, its variables, and thus the general facts to which it grants one access without actually becoming a user of junk, the reader must make a journey through the terrain in which the junkie and the queer flourish, a landscape defined by modern architecture and law, in equal measure. Both Junkie and Queer portray the underworlds of North America in the 40s and 50s, black market economies of the flesh and spirit that implicitly parody the rising American consumer society. Burroughs made these underworlds his home for nearly a decade, and he writes of them with the participant's familiarity. The reader must witness and learn to understand, at Burroughs's insistence, the operation of a way of life, a vocabulary, references, a whole symbol system, as the sociologists say. Burroughs himself often adopts the stereotypically modern role of sociologist or anthropologist, describing and analyzing the signs and events of the junkie's daily routine as well as the medical and legal institutions that seek to interpret those signs and control those events from an objective point of view that differs from the viewpoints of his subjects. To this end, Burroughs both writes in and comments on the hip or jive idiom of the urban junkie, even going so far as to provide a glossary of hip expressions in an appendix. The glossary and the novel concludes with a caveat, however, that calls this analytical objectivity into question. It should be understood that the meanings of these words are subject to rapid changes, and that a word that has one hip meaning one year may have another the next. The hip sensibility mutates. Not only do the words change meanings but meanings vary locally at the same time. A final glossary, therefore, cannot be made of words whose intentions are fugitive. The fact that words change in meaning through time would not pose a problem for Ferdinand de Saussure or his structuralist progeny. The modern science of linguistics, and the more general science of signs, is predicated on the distinction between synchronic and diachronic, and only the simultaneous, synchronic structure of a langue is a fit object of semiological study. But in Burroughs's hip world, synchrony has no place, meanings vary locally at the same time. The junkie's language is a minor language in Deleuze and Guattari's terminology, one that turns a dominant language against itself by putting its rules into a state of flux. Point 2. No abstract structure of rules, no langue exists, so no final glossary or general semiology is possible. Only a cartography or topography that can follow the discontinuous flights of words whose intentions are fugitive. Let us approach this fugitive cartography first through the urban spaces involved. This is the junkie's terrain, the phantom New York of junkie that shares the physical grid of streets and addresses with the New York of Fiorello LaGuardia, Jackson Pollock, and Lionel Trilling, but subsists less in the separate destinations than in the open spaces between, the adjacent or transitional spaces, street corners, subway stations, doctors' waiting rooms, skid row bars, and short-term slum apartments, the whole itinerary of the addict. Like Mexico City, the primary setting of Queer, Burroughs's New York is a terminal of space-time travel, a waiting room where you grab a quick drink while you wait for your train. That is why I can stand to be in Mexico City or New York. You are not stuck there, by the fact of being there at all, you are traveling. These underdetermined, liminal features of urban topography are among the most significant unanticipated legacies of economic modernization. The methodical effort to produce a manageable urban space that could efficiently house, transport, and maintain the masses of people sufficient to drive an emergent industrial and, later, consumer economy. Point 3. In Burroughs's novels, these liminal spaces form the stage for a critical social drama, the recognition that it was precisely the manageability of modern urban space that had fallen into crisis by the middle decades of this century, as a result of the de facto segregation of ethnic groups and the chasm between classes, both of which conflicts had been obscured during the Depression and the ensuing war years. This crisis, or rather the means that managerial institutions adopted to avert the crisis, forms the efficient cause and immediate context of Junkie and Queer. The first drug deal William Lefore recounts begins in the Angle Bar, the very name of which confirms its position between other determined and determining spaces. Like the subway tunnel and tenement apartment where the deal continues, the bar is underdetermined in that its social function, its place in the managed urban environment, is essentially ambiguous. The bar is a space of leisure, the subway a space of transport, and the tenement a space of general reproduction for the laboring public, but they are all also semi-private spaces that can harbor, at least temporarily, activities and agents that undermine the productive economic order that encompasses and totalizes those separate spaces. Even a street corner is semi-private in this sense. Consider the symmetrical dynamics of junkie-doctor relations, enacted in the liminal space of the doctor's waiting room. Doctors are so exclusively nurtured on exaggerated ideas of their position that, generally speaking, a factual approach is the worst possible. Even though they do not believe your story, nevertheless they want to hear one. It is like some Oriental face-saving ritual. One man plays the high-minded doctor who wouldn't write an unethical script for $1,000, the other does his best to act like a legitimate patient. If you say, "Look, doc, I want an MS script and I'm willing to pay double price for it," the croaker blows his top and throws you out of the office. You need a good bedside manner with doctors or you will get nowhere. Even in the somewhat more determined space of the doctor's office, where activities and roles are generally delineated in advance, a kind of negotiation takes place that, if successful, subtly undoes the official hierarchy and displaces the doctor from his controlling position in the totality. This negotiation, this immobile displacement, is the fundamental operation that the junkie performs on the semi-private spaces that constitute his world. Negotiation of this sort even spawns an institutional space of its own, in the form of the Lexington Narcotics Farm in Kentucky, where junkies can consign themselves to a government-run timed reduction cure for addiction. Despite its intention to provide junkies with a way to quit, the Lexington facility is used by many junkies merely as a temporary vacation from junk, a way to keep their habits manageable. U59 to 68. They are not averse to using the state's beds and the state's morphine, but they do not use them as the state would like. Given the structure of the capitalist economy, it is possible and indeed necessary for previously determined spaces, public or private, to be taken over by anti-productive agents, though these spaces do not necessarily then become underdetermined. For example, Lee refers to an Irish pusher who started out capping a 1/R 6-ounce envelope of H, and 2 years later, when he took a fall and went away for 3 years, he had $30,000 and an apartment building in Brooklyn. Lee himself operates as a pusher out of a transient hotel, where the clerk warns him to be careful of his clientele. "I used to be in illegitimate business myself years ago. I just wanted to warn you to be careful. You know, all calls come through the office. I heard one this morning and it was pretty obvious." The transition from illegitimate to legitimate business, it seems, must pass through semi-private liminal spaces. At the novel's end, in Mexico City, a nameless Mexican politician even asks Lee if he knows anyone who might be interested to buy an ounce of heroin. U149. Lee does not register any surprise at this, and in fact reports during the deal that people meanwhile were walking in and out of the office. "Nobody paid us any mind sitting there on the couch with our sleeves rolled up, probing for veins with the needle." Anything can happen in the office of a Mexican politician. The spatial progression of the novel, from street corners and one-night cheap hotels through the middle-class waiting rooms of doctors to the corridors of political power, recapitulates the widening gyre of the crisis. The rationalized decomposition of social space into ghettos for specialized human contents gives rise to discontinuous communities of anti-productive agents like the pusher and the junkie, who can use the rationalization of the spatial structure against itself. At the limit, all of social space, even the space occupied by the institutional managers of space, such as the politician, can become anti-productive. The liminal spaces cannot fully determine what goes on within them, which is why the police enter the picture. As agents of the productive totality, they attempt to stabilize the relations and functions required of the liminal spaces by that totality. They mediate between the institutions of control and the spaces to be controlled. The control, or discipline, imposed by the police in order to stabilize the liminal spaces is a fundamentally temporal control. What makes the liminal spaces available to anti-productive agents like the junkie is not the space's interiority or their particular locations, but regular gaps in the temporal pattern of surveillance undertaken by the police. As Burroughs writes in The Soft Machine, the police never mesh with present time, their investigation far removed from the city always before or after the fact erupt into any cafe and machine gun the patrons. 6 The police move through the liminal spaces, especially the streets, bars, and subway tunnels, according to a relatively regular rhythm, a pulse or beat that the junkie must anticipate and complement, the junkie plays a syncopated rhythm, as in ragtime or jazz, against the regular beat of the police. Thus, junkie social organization is necessarily discontinuous, improvisatory, and not rigidly structured or centered. Correlatively, the same rationalization of space the police are responsible for preserving brings them into contradiction with themselves. Lee is arrested only twice in the course of Junkie, but he and his junkie compatriots are constantly on the lookout for the police. In New York, Lee is charged with a violation of Public Health Law 334, for giving a wrong name on a prescription during one of his negotiations with a doctor, and he is held in the tomb scene of Bartleby's death for several days, during which he begins to go through withdrawal before his wife bails him out. He receives a 4-month suspended sentence U41, because lying on a prescription is a misdemeanor in New York, as he tells the policemen who arrest him in New Orleans. That second arrest is more serious than the first. Lee is charged with possession of marijuana and heroin, and with the use of a vehicle in the commission of a felony drug purchase. The second arrest also exemplifies the contradictions, both banal and significant, within law enforcement institutions. On the banal side, Lee's lawyer pays off some of the detectives involved in return for crucial false testimony in the case. More significantly, Lee makes a deal with the New Orleans police, promising to show where the stuff is if they give their word that the case will be tried in federal. The state police give their word, but the federal attorney refuses to prosecute because there's an illegal seizure involved and thereby undermines the state attorney's case. The different levels of the law enforcement institution come into conflict in a way that can work in the junkie's favor, the gaps between their respective jurisdictions, the spaces over which they exercise legal management, can become anti-productive spaces as well. Despite such useful contradictions in law enforcement, the junkie's existence is precarious at best, with his living spaces threatened by the police outside as well as by informers, pigeons or stoolies inside his group, who make the landscape radically unstable. The line between inside and outside, between clandestinity and authority, is in constant flux. Lee outlines the logic of the informer as one of the mediators between the hierarchical police milieu and the discontinuous junkie topography. Narcotics agents operate largely with the aid of informers. The usual routine is to grab someone with junk on him, and let him stew in jail until he is good and sick. Then comes the spiel. We can get you 5 years for possession. On the other hand, you can walk out of here right now. The decision is up to you. If you work with us, we can give you a good deal. For one thing, you'll have plenty of junk and pocket money. Some of them don't need to be pressured. The new pigeon is given marked money and sent out to make a buy. When the pigeon makes a buy with this money, the agents close in right away to make the arrest. If the case is important enough, the pigeon may be called upon to testify. Of course, once he appears in court and testifies, the pigeon is known to the trade and no one will serve him. Unless the agents want to send him to another town, his informing career is finished. When this happens, his usefulness to the agents is at an end, and they usually turn him in. The narcotics agents are in the contradictory position of having to support an addict for some time in order to capture others, and though the agents do resolve this particular contradiction in the end by jailing the informer, the temporal and logical space it opens up leads to greater contradictions. The institution of the police necessarily raises the formal question of the law that it nominally enforces, the determinations it attempts to impose on liminal spaces. If the architectural dimensions of the crisis of control can be measured in the increasing stratification and rigidity of modern ghettos, its legal dimensions come into focus most clearly in the joint efforts of American legislative and law enforcement organizations to criminalize a number of activities that were previously of marginal interest to the legal community. The most infamous of these efforts was, of course, the drive to criminalize un-American activities, which was to culminate in the House Un-American Activities Committee investigations of the 50s, which Burroughs followed carefully. More relevant to junkie is a different criminalization effort, the criminalization of addiction. The two projects of criminalization were often identified with each other, however. Much has been written on the metaphorical economy of addiction in Burroughs's writings through the early 60s, but very little has been said about his legal economy of addiction. This is surprising, since Burroughs provides the reader not only with narratives explicitly involving this legal aspect, but also with precise criticisms of the particular laws, primarily New York Public Health Law 334 and the Harrison Narcotics Act, that contributed to the creation of the liminal and discontinuous junkie ghetto through which he moved for nearly a decade. The use of drugs, both narcotics and stimulants, was widespread in Europe and the US during the late 19th century. In fiction, Sherlock Holmes injected a 7% solution of cocaine whenever his cases failed to hold his interest, and Freud's earliest fame came as a result of his psychological cure for cocaine dependency, as well as his use of cocaine in the treatment of certain disorders. Both examples attest to the fact that drug use, like alcoholism, was a marginally acceptable social habit as long as it remained a monopoly of the aristocracy and middle class, that is, as long as it did not interfere directly with labor production. World War I saw the first widespread use of many chemical substances in mass medical practice, including the use of morphine as a painkiller. Many early addicts to heroin, called old-time junkies in Lee's circle, were working-class soldiers and sailors who had developed their habits as a result of morphine treatment for combat injuries. Before World War II, these old-time junkies already formed a sizable subculture, marked by transient living arrangements and petty theft to support heroin habits. Lee's very first experience with opiates came as a result of his employment as a fence for a naval shipyard thief. The thief brings Lee a Tommy gun to sell, and also offers him something else picked up, a flat yellow box with 5 1/2 grain syrettes of morphine tartrate. Before becoming a heroin dealer himself, Lee gets money to support his habit by working the hole as a lush worker, a thief who preys on unconscious drunks. The problem from the legislative point of view, as Burroughs realized, was not drug use per se. This could be seen in the repeal of prohibition and the refusal of legislatures to recriminalize alcoholism when further anti-drug sentiment arose. In 1937, weed was placed under the Harrison Narcotics Act. Narcotics authorities claim it is a habit-forming drug, that its use is injurious to mind and body, and that it causes the people who use it to commit crimes. Here are the facts: weed is positively not habit-forming. You can smoke weed for years and you will experience no discomfort if your supply is suddenly cut off. Weed does not harm the general health. In fact, most users claim it gives you an appetite and acts as a tonic to the system. Weed does not inspire anyone to commit crimes. I have never seen anyone get nasty under the influence of weed. I cannot understand why the people who claim weed causes crimes do not follow through and demand the outlawing of alcohol. Every day, crimes are committed by drunks who would not have committed the crime sober. Instead of being criminalized strictly on the basis of the crimes committed under their influence, drugs were classified according to their medical effects on the human body, and the sedatives, or narcotics, were singled out for particular legal attention. Thus the Harrison Narcotics Act of 1914, among other statutes, outlawed many narcotics and made others available only by prescription. 7 The real problem these laws were intended to address was not the negative medical effects of drug use, however, but rather the proletarianization of drug use that followed the introduction of government-financed, mass-produced painkillers and the consequent subculture of transience, lost production, and theft that arose around the stigmatized narcotics. This is not to suggest that alcoholism was only a middle-class problem and this is the reason it was not criminalized. Indeed, there were and are plenty of working-class alcoholics. Alcoholism as a social problem of production cut across class lines, however, in a way that narcotic addiction did not. Narcotic addiction, a vice of the lower classes, could therefore be used as a marker of class stigma, particularly as the subculture of addiction based itself on theft rather than on productive labor. This class stigma was overdetermined by moral stigma, as narcotic addicts were literally demonized. They were labeled fiends and imagined to inhabit an infernal urban underworld of indulgence and crime that, perversely, was thought to make them politically subversive. 8 In New Orleans, One of Lee's random acquaintances hyperbolically dramatizes this strange connection between addiction and radicalism when he asks if Lee knows how narcotics ties right in with communism. Lee asks him to specify, and the man, who believes Lee himself to be a federal narcotics agent, replies that the same people are in both narcotics and communism. Right now they control most of America. I'm a seaman. I've been shipping out for 20 years. Who gets the jobs over there in the NMU hall? American white men like you and me? No. Dagos and spics and niggers. Why? Because the union controls shipping, and the communists control the union. Burroughs is by no means reluctant to admit the dangers of addiction. On one level, Junkie is virtually a catalogue of the negative medical and social effects of heroin addiction on the individual. But these effects are insufficient to account for the virulence of the anti-junk feeling mounted to a paranoid obsession, like anti-Semitism under the Nazis. This simile is not made idly, in hyperbole or ignorance. Burroughs had some first-hand experience with Nazism. After graduating from Harvard, he visited Austria and Yugoslavia in 1936–37, shortly before the Anschluss that joined them to Nazi Germany, and there married Use Clapper, a German Jew, so that she could get a visa to leave Europe for the US. They never lived together but remained friends, and were amicably divorced after she returned to Europe in late 1945. Like Nazi anti-Semitism, anti-junk paranoia is both an end in itself, a judgment against junkies, and a means to another end, a method of reasserting unified control over all the fragmented space of society. We should be leery of the idea, suggested by some of Burroughs's readers in the late 60s, that the junkie represents a kind of revolutionary figure simply because of the enormous apparatus of institutional power that is mobilized to constrain him and modify his behavior. Burroughs is actually quite clear on this issue. The junkie is not revolutionary because he is not so much subversive as anti-productive. The junkie does not attempt, consciously and radically, either to alter the constituted social organization of space and labor or to offer an alternative organization. Rather, he takes advantage of the gaps and lacunae in the spatial and institutional organization in order to survive without contributing directly to production. He turns on and drops out. The junkie consumes without producing, in a symmetrical parody of the capitalist managerial class. This parasitism is at the heart of Burroughs's well-documented metaphorical economy of addiction. Thus the junkie is as dependent on the structure of industrial capitalism as the traditional entrepreneur is. Indeed, we saw above that there was no insurmountable barrier between legitimate enterprise and illegitimate enterprise because they both pass by way of liminal spaces, and they are both ultimately measured only in general equivalence, in money. Anti-junk/anti-junkie paranoia, then, reflects not the anxiety of capitalist society over the threat of its revolutionary negation or undoing, but its anxiety over its own symmetrical repetition, its own image in a glass, darkly. Not only is capitalist society haunted by the junkie, its phantom double, but also capitalist society haunts the junkie. After he has jumped bail in New Orleans and fled to Mexico City, Lee experiences a psychotic episode during the bout of alcoholism that follows one of his attempts to kick his heroin habit. He gets into an argument with a middle-class Mexican man, who threatens to turn Lee into the police as a junkie. Enraged, Lee returns to his apartment for a large pistol, with which he threatens the man until a policeman intervenes. "I shoved the gun in the cop's stomach." "Who asked you to put in your 2 cents? I asked in English. I was not talking to a solid 3-dimensional cop. I was talking to the recurrent cop of my dreams, an irritating, nondescript, darkish man who would rush in when I was about to take a shot or go to bed with a boy." Lee has internalized the police function, but not fully enough to become a good citizen, for whom the ideology of the police is a second nature that controls his first. The dream cop does not limit Lee's extra-legal activities any more than the demonized drug fiend limits the avarice of capital. The phantoms merely color their victims' existences with accusation, hostility, and terror. American society's desperate anti-junk paranoia, which justifies the criminalization of addiction as a state of being, simultaneously inverts its own logic and gives rise to the figure who resolves, in parodic fashion, the antagonism between the junkie and the police, between clandestinity and authority, and in so doing reveals the junkie's complicity with the constituted order. This is the figure who will take center stage in Burroughs's fiction through the early 60s, the addict agent. Now that the Narcotics Bureau has taken it upon itself to incarcerate every addict in the U.S., they need more agents to do the work. Not only more agents, but a different type of agent. Like during Prohibition, when bums and hoodlums flooded the Internal Revenue Department, now addict agents join the Department for Free Junk and Immunity. It is difficult to fake addiction. An addict knows an addict. The addict agents manage to conceal their addiction, or, perhaps, they are tolerated because they get results. An agent who has to connect or go sick will bring a special zeal to his work. The addict agent resolves the fundamental antagonism between the junkie and the cop by becoming both at once, or rather by alternating between them. This resolution is parodic, however, because it remains merely formal and does nothing to transcend or eliminate the conflict. In this sense it might be better to say that the addict agent is paradoxical. In Deleuze's sense of the term, a paradox is the irreducible coexistence of contradictory attributes in the same object, and as such is distinct from Kant's antinomy, in which contradictory attributes bear on slightly different objects, and from Hegel's dialectic, in which contradictory attributes bearing on the same object are reduced to an abstract resolution. The addict agent is not übermenschlich, or revolutionary, and does not represent the transcending of the contradictions of post-war American society. He is rather the internalization, the preservation, and the extension of a conflict which cannot be resolved dialectically, the conflict between an accelerating dialectic of control and exploitation and an immanent community of desire that has not yet become revolutionary. If Junkie aspires to be a modern sociological analysis of such an unresolvable dialectic, Queer is Burroughs's first abortive attempt to elaborate such an idea of community. It is abortive for three reasons. First, because the text, as it has been published, seems to be unfinished. Second, because the community narrated never achieves consummation, and third, because the novel, originally intended as a companion piece to Junkie, was refused by the publishers and did not appear in print until 1985. This historical displacement brought Queer to light at precisely the point in Burroughs's career when he had returned to the problem of community for the first time since abandoning it after Queer's failure. At this juncture, however, our task is to follow Burroughs's fugitive words in their transformation from sociological description into fictional invention, and his personal transformation from confessed criminal into literary revolutionary. As Burroughs notes in his introduction to the novel, the behavior of the protagonist, Lee, will appear psychotic if its context is forgotten. He is a junkie trying to kick his habit, and when the cover is removed, everything that has been held in check by junk spills out. Withdrawal means loss of control over the self, the body, and the outside world. As passages from Junkie show, the envelope of personality was gone, dissolved by his junk-hungry cells. Viscera and cells, galvanized into a loathsome insect-like activity, seemed on the point of breaking through the surface. His face was blurred, unrecognizable, at the same time shrunken and tumescent. He did not have the concentration of energy necessary to hold himself together, and his organism was always on the point of disintegrating into its component parts. This period of transition generally passes, leaving the junkie exhausted but functional, in both the medical and economic senses. His body reorganizes itself, going from an anti-productive to a potentially productive state. Burroughs also writes in Junkie that junk short-circuits sex, and so withdrawal results in the often abrupt reconnection of the sexual circuits. Often the recovering junkie will experience spontaneous orgasm, as Lee does during enforced temporary withdrawal in jail. Sparks exploded behind my eyes, my legs twitched, the orgasm of a hanged man when the neck snaps. This returning desire, after its long absence, often seems quite alien to the junkie. At one point, Lee describes his lust as an amoeboid protoplasmic projection, straining with a blind worm hunger to enter the other's body. to breathe with his lungs, see with his eyes, learn the feel of his viscera and genitals. Even when withdrawal is well underway, Lee complains that I want myself the same way I want others. I'm disembodied. I can't use my own body for some reason. Thus, Queer opens with Lee's frank assessments of the various boys who inspire his renascent sexual desire, including Eugene Allerton, the young man who serves as the primary focus for this desire and for the narrative desires that accompany the sexual ones. For Junk blocks more than just sexual desire, the drive to non-sexual sociability comes from the same place sex comes from, so when I have an H or M shooting habit I am non-sociable. If someone wants to talk, okay. But there is no drive to get acquainted. When I come off the junk, I often run through a period of uncontrolled sociability and talk to anyone who will listen. This statement explains why junkies do not form a community, and why the issue of community could not really be raised in Junkie but had to await its own separate elaboration in Queer. Junk negates sociability. Queer is the sequel to Junkie, then, because intense sexual desire is the necessary physical sequel to heroin addiction, but also because compulsive speaking is the necessary social sequel to junk-imposed silence. 9 The connection Lee seeks, his embryonic community, is essentially communicative, for as Deleuze notes, homosexuality is not production of desire without being at the same time formation of utterances. It's the same thing, to produce desire and to form new utterances. 10. In blocking this formation of utterances, Junk abets the societal repression of homosexual desire just as its economy mimics capitalist enterprise. The silence it produces, however, is only one of many silences shrouding that desire. Despite this logical and symptomatological continuity, there is an important formal difference between the narrative of Junkie and that of Queer. The former is recounted in the first person, while the latter, with the exception of its epilogue, is recounted in a third-person voice that is almost always limited to Lee's perspective. This distinction already implies the critique of subjectivity that Burroughs will elaborate in his later works, according to which subjectivity itself is a form of addiction to language, to the I of self-consciousness and identity as an instrument of control, both of the phenomenal world by the I and of the I itself by the ideological structure of its socius. The Junkie's silent sociopathology bears witness to the power of this instrument of control. Burroughs summarizes his critique by reporting that while it was I who wrote Junkie, I feel that I was being written in Queer. Hence when addiction is overcome by subjective effort or by an outside force, the subject is disintegrated, and its activities can only be narrated from the outside, in third person. As Lee stood aside to bow in his dignified old-world greeting, there emerged instead a leer of naked lust, wrenched in the pain and hate of his deprived body and, in simultaneous double exposure, a sweet child's smile of liking and trust, shockingly out of time and out of place, mutilated and hopeless. In the absence of a governing addiction, the self is always an other, if not many others. Once we see the otherness inherent in the self as it is revealed by withdrawal, Lee's tactics in wooing Allerton immediately become clearer. Having fallen from the pure state of junk-induced control, he must regain a much more precarious kind of control over his personal relations, just as he has had to regain control of his subjectivity and his body by treating them as fundamentally alien objects. His social circuits need to be reconnected as much as his sexual circuits did. In his transitional state, however, such connections function only intermittently, and he cannot rely on them. Lee must re-establish contact with the otherness of other people in the same way as he re-establishes contact with his own internal otherness, by dramatizing it. To this end he deploys obscene and satirical comic monologues called routines. These routines allow him to make simple one-way contact with other people while shielding him from the demands of reciprocal interpersonal relations, for which his addiction has left him unprepared. Allerton suspects this asymmetry from the beginning of his relationship with Lee. He was now forced to ask himself, what does he want from me? He decided finally that Lee valued him as an audience. Initially, Lee employs these routines merely to amuse Allerton and keep his attention, but soon Lee is using them to do things that would otherwise be quite difficult, like revealing his queerness to Allerton. The Lees have always been perverts. I shall never forget the unspeakable horror that froze the lymph in my glands, the lymph glands, that is, of course, when the baneful word seared my reeling brain. I was a homosexual. I thought of the painted, simpering female impersonators I had seen in a Baltimore nightclub. Could it be possible that I was one of those subhuman things? I walked the streets in a daze, like a man with a light concussion. Just a minute, Dr. Kildare, this isn't your script. The final parenthetical reflection reveals its generic origin. The routine arises not from radio and television's Kildare but from another, equally well-established script, the psychiatric confession of deviance. This routine is less a coming-out narrative than a simultaneous parody of a coming-out narrative and of a confession of homosexual psychopathology. 12. It demonstrates Burroughs's mocking sense of American social conformity as well as his long-standing hostility toward effeminate homosexuals. 13. Lee brings the routine to a sentimental climax by quoting his invented mentor, the late Queen Bobo, to the effect that no one is ever really alone. You are part of everything alive. 114. This dramatizes, in a relatively neutral way, his sense that his subjectivity is somehow split, somehow alien to him, but he concludes with a provocative question that is also a bald proposition: the difficulty is to convince someone else he is really part of you, so what the hell? Us parts ought to work together. Read. This striking passage may help us to understand why Burroughs, despite being one of the most consistently visible and vocal American queer writers of the last 40 years, has been virtually ignored by critics involved in the recent explosion of queer theory. The apparent reasons for this generalized avoidance are all bound up in the form and substance of the routine, and of this routine in particular. First, most accounts of queer experience cited by queer theorists are fundamentally phenomenological, even when they claim to be epistemological. For example, Eve Sedgwick's sophisticated and useful epistemology of the closet is predicated on a paradoxical phenomenology of homosexual experience within the double binds of heterosexist culture. This phenomenology, in turn, depends on a narrative norm of such experience that implicitly grants identity to even the most fragmented and nonlinear artifact of queer aesthetic production, the overdetermined dialectical matrix of the closet itself, staying in versus coming out. 15. This model clearly corresponds to the critical, theoretical, or social labor of many such aesthetic artifacts and is undoubtedly a key tool for their elucidation, but not for Burroughs's novels. In his writing, at least, Burroughs has always already been out and spends little time narrating how he got there, though in Junkie he treats the few situations involving Lee's sexuality with studied ambiguity. Indeed, usually he parodies such phenomenological narration, as in the Kildare routine above. The dialectic of in and out is of little use to Burroughs the novelist, as is the narrative norm based upon it. Even so, the forms of social repression experienced by homosexuals are consistent objects of Burroughs's hostility and criticism and are treated in all of his books. But they are treated in a discontinuous fashion, dependent on the form of the routine. This discontinuity radically undermines all gestures of narrative or phenomenological closure. The routine mutates constantly as other scenes erupt into the original one, leading the reader by metonymy or parataxis into other domains, populated by completely different characters. In Alfred Kazan's words, Burroughs writes scenes as fluently as other people write adjectives, so that he is always inserting one scene into another, turning one scene into another. The routine is a form of micronarrative that operates by multiplication and juxtaposition, but no set of these proliferating routines can be combined to form a unified macronarrative similar to a traditional short story or novel. In Queer, these routines are held together by the force of the autobiographical frame narrative, which only unifies them negatively by grounding them in a subject, Lee, whom they traverse and exceed in all directions. The later works, as we shall see, cannot unify the routines in a continuous narrative even to this simple extent. Burroughs's narrative style constitutes a kind of disjunctive queer surrealism, in contrast to the socio-psychological realism of phenomenological narration in Sedgwick's model. The second objection that our imaginary extrapolation of queer theory might make to Burroughs's work bears on the thematics of homosexuality in his work. As the above routine demonstrates, Burroughs is actively hostile to some segments of the male homosexual population. Some aspects of his hostility, his dislike of effeminacy in homosexual men, for example, remain rather nebulously defined throughout his writings, but other aspects are quite rigorously worked out. First position among these rigorous aspects should be given to his critique of the fundamental identity of many queer and straight control strategies, that is, strategies by which one person establishes control over another or others. The asymmetries of dominance and submission, of coercion and acquiescence, are not confined to heterosexual relationships. This identity extends to the structure of the queer and the straight subject defined by language addiction. To critics dedicated primarily to excavating the radical difference of queer discourse and action from their hegemonic straight counterparts, as are many in the growing community of activist queer theorists, a critique such as Burroughs's may appear counter-revolutionary. This apparently thematic critique also derives ultimately from the form of the routine, in which the rapid metamorphosis of the characters into those things in opposition to which they have defined themselves, be they other characters, animals, machines, or even abstractions, undermines or at least complicates the characters' radical claims. Obviously, these routines are performative utterances rather than constitutive or descriptive ones. They are aggressive, mocking, and often derisive set pieces whose purpose is to amuse, to entrance, and ultimately to seduce, and as such their adequacy to any non-discursive state of affairs is a poor measure of their value. Late in the novel, Amodern responds to a particularly pointed and critical routine by saying, "That isn't fair at all," to which Lee replies, "It isn't supposed to be fair. Just a routine for your amusement, containing a modicum of truth. This truth is not fair, not accurate or adequate, but it is still true, not because it corresponds directly to an objective reality, but because it comes from elsewhere, from a place outside Lee the subject." At a crisis point in his relationship with Amodern, Lee kibitzes over a chess game between Amodern and a female friend, performing an elaborate routine that begins with chess as its subject. The routine quickly modulates into a thinly veiled allegory of Lee's situation. He describes an invented chess master as a great showman who was, like all showmen, not above charlatanism and at times downright trickery. Sometimes he used smoke screens to hide his maneuvers. Lee pauses in mid-joke, realizing that the routine was coming to him like dictation. He did not know what he was going to say next, but he suspected the monologue was about to get dirty. Amodern and the woman depart, but Lee cannot stop the flow of words despite the loss of his audience. Over the succeeding 4 pages he develops Cornhole Gus's Used Slave Lot, a piece about sexual commerce and slavery that also parodies his difficulties with Amodern. Recall Burroughs's claim that "I feel that I was being written in queer." This scene exemplifies that feeling and also exemplifies Burroughs's insistence that writers don't write, they read and transcribe something already written elsewhere. Several of the specific routines in Queer, like Tetrazani the Chess Master, appear almost verbatim in Naked Lunch, while others foreshadow those in his later works. Of course, there are somewhat similar instances of foreshadowing in Junkie. For example, during Lee's attempt to kick drugs after his first arrest, he experiences a hallucination of New York in ruins. Huge centipedes and scorpions crawled in and out of empty bars and cafeterias and drugstores on 42nd Street. A more severe bout of hallucination strikes him during his alcoholic binge in Mexico City. "When I closed my eyes I saw an oriental face, the lips and nose eaten away by disease. The disease spread, melting the face into an amoeboid mass in which the eyes floated, dull crustacean eyes. Slowly, a new face formed around the eyes. A series of faces, hieroglyphs, distorted and leading to the final place where the human road ends, where the human form can no longer contain the crustacean horror that has grown inside it." A later experiment with peyote inspires dreams of chlorophyll addiction and transformations of humans into plants, anticipating the flesh garden sequences scattered through later novels. These dreams recur in a routine in Queer. These brief visions already contain the characteristic surrealist features of Burroughs's mature style, with one significant difference: the surrealist sections of Junkie, whatever their specific symbolism, are consistently naturalized as the hallucinations of a heroin addict and are thus reduced to mere indices of the addict's mental state, random events in a dying universe U-139, while the wild visions of the later works are freed from this reductive realistic determination and consequently are able to develop their full symbolic ramifications. In a word, the hallucinations of Junkie become the routines of Queer, the fugitive words that Lee the mock sociologist sought to describe and analyze in Junkie overtake and recompose him, transforming him from confessing addict into communicating writer. Initially disturbed by the uncontrollable otherness of these routines that pass through him, Lee begins to adapt himself to it during the journey through South America that concludes the main text of Queer. He and Allerton undertake this journey, announced at the conclusion of Junkie, in order to find YEG-16, a drug that Lee believes will make the user telepathic. Think of it, thought control. Take anyone apart and rebuild to your taste. Anything about somebody bugs you, you say, YEG. I want that routine took clear out of his mind. Lee's use of the term routine in this context indicates how much of his own anxiety about his unstable subjectivity is being projected into this meta-routine. It goes on. In some cases of schizophrenia, a phenomenon occurs known as automatic obedience. I say, stick out your tongue, and you can't keep yourself from obeying. Whatever I say, whatever anyone says, you must do. Get the picture? A pretty picture, isn't it, so long as you are the one giving the orders that are automatically obeyed. Automatic obedience, synthetic schizophrenia, mass-produced to order. That is the Russian dream, and America is not far behind. The bureaucrats of both countries want the same thing, control. The superego, the controlling agency, gone cancerous and berserk. In later works, Burroughs gives this form of automatic obedience the name Lada. This all-too-realistic conspiracy theory, which anticipates the insights of Burroughs's friends R. D. Lang and David Cooper as well as Foucault, Deleuze, and Guattari, is merely an extension of the logic of anti-junk paranoia that Burroughs examined from a sociological perspective at the conclusion of Junkie, the self-contradictory logic that produces on the one hand the addict agent and on the other the criminalization of addiction as a state of being. Soon after this meta-routine, however, Lee begins to appreciate the literary advantages, not of telepathically controlling others, but of receiving transmissions from other subjects. When he notices some pubescent boys playing in Guayaquil, his desire for them causes him to experience something akin to a transmigration of self. He could feel himself in the body of the boy. Fragmentary memories, the smell of cocoa beans drying in the sun, bamboo tenements. He was with the other boys, sitting on the stone floor of a deserted house. The boys were taking down their torn pants. Lee lifted his thin buttocks to slip down his pants. He could feel the stone floor. A boy sat down by Lee and reached over between his legs. Lee felt the orgasm blackout in the hot sun. Lest this passage be dismissed as a mere sexual fantasy, it is followed immediately by another scene, this time of heterosexual identification. Now he was in a bamboo tenement. An oil lamp lit a woman's body. Lee could feel desire for the woman through the other's body. I'm not queer, he thought. I'm disembodied. The force of the telepathic identification clearly exceeds the individual bodily desires and subjective structures of the narrator through whom it manifests itself. The main text of Queer ends abruptly shortly thereafter, with Lee and Allerton failing to convince the white brujo cotter either to give them some yeg or to introduce them to a native brujo who will. The epilogue that follows, entitled Mexico City Return, shifts the narrative from third to first person in its condensed account of Lee's trip back through Central America to Mexico City in search of Allerton. Lee never reveals how he became separated from Allerton, nor how much time has passed since their quest for yeg. This transition from third to first person follows logically, however, from the development of Lee's telepathic ability to transcribe and report routines composed elsewhere. In Mexico City Return he has grown accustomed to the radical otherness that erupts from inside him or passes through him, on its way from an unknown origin to an uncertain end. Why, then, Does he return to the first person, to the I that he used in Junkie? Deleuze and Guattari offer an answer. Why have we kept our own names? Out of habit, purely out of habit. To make ourselves unrecognizable in turn. To render imperceptible, not ourselves, but what makes us act, feel, and think. Also because it's nice to talk like everybody else, to say the sun rises, when everybody knows it's only a manner of speaking. To reach, not the point where one no longer says I, but the point where it is no longer of any importance whether one says I. We are no longer ourselves. Each will know his own. We have been aided, inspired, multiplied. By the end of Queer the same thing has happened to Lee, and to the extent that Lee is a version of his creator, the same thing has happened to Burroughs himself. Point 17. Lee's quest to find Yeg has failed, but he has nonetheless found the thing he sought in Yeg, telepathy, the ability to fragment or multiply his subjectivity in order to experience other subjectivities and perspectives. He knows that his initial routine on telepathy as a tactic of control is ironic. Telepathy cannot be limited to control because it is not in itself a one-way setup, or a setup of sender and receiver at all. Recall the etymology of the word telepathy, to suffer from afar. Lee receives the routines, suffers them, and relays them, sending them along to others far away. In a word, he has become a writer, a scribe, or script writer to the infernal powers that send him his routines. But this does not make him into an archetype of the artist, nor does it make his story a Bildungsroman. Many years later Burroughs will describe his experience of telepathy as follows: Norman Mailer kindly said of me that I may be possessed by genius. Not that I am a genius, or that I possess genius, but that I may be at times, possessed by genius. I define genius as the nagual, the unpredictable, spontaneous, alive, capricious, and arbitrary. An artist is possessed by genius sometimes, when he is so lucky. 18. Lee's quest to connect with Allerton has also failed, but he has nonetheless found something akin to what he sought in Allerton, a connection to the social world, the world of other people, a community. The fact that this community erupts within Lee in the form of the telepathic routines rather than coalescing around him reveals Queer to be as much a modern allegory of redemption as it is a hard-boiled autobiography. The telepathic community will become a limitation for Burroughs later, but for now it suffices. It suffices because in this telepathic community Lee has something he has never had before, a function. In answer to the oft-asked question of why he became a junkie, Lee responds that you become a narcotics addict because you do not have strong motivations in any other direction. Junk wins by default. The routines, the writing from elsewhere, give him the strong motivations he has heretofore lacked. But just what are these motivations, this function? The answer to this question is dramatized in the sequence that concludes Queer. Lee dreams that he is a finder of missing persons, the skip tracer who has finally found the lost Allerton. Lee as the skip tracer calls upon Allerton to pay up or else, not in money but in the personal connection and affection he has denied Lee during the entire course of the novel. Like the addict agent, the finder of missing persons is a figure that recurs throughout Burroughs's fiction, but unlike the addict agent, who dramatizes the unresolvable contradictions that the original war on drugs revealed in American society, the finder of missing persons dramatizes the potential for real subversion and new community grounded in the proliferation of ghetto subcultures. He works at the edges, in the liminal and underdetermined spaces that can harbor, for a time, the opponents of control, trying to bring people of different spaces together. But the missing persons he finds are not simply people who are lost, have been abducted, or have gone underground. More importantly, they are people who have not yet come into existence. Art must take part in this task, not that of addressing a people, which is presupposed already there, but of contributing to the invention of a people. The moment the master, or the colonizer, proclaims there have never been people here, the missing people are a becoming, they invent themselves, in shanty towns and camps, or in ghettos, in new conditions of struggle to which a necessarily political art must contribute. Lee's telepathic virtual community is such a people, a community to come, and both the subject and the object of his open-ended concluding promise are this community, as figured in Amodern, will come to some kind of agreement. Despite his immense productivity in the interim, Burroughs's literary notoriety is still based almost exclusively on the underground reputation of his controversial 11,959 novel, Naked Lunch. The book was initially banned in Los Angeles and Boston on charges of obscenity, and was subsequently cleared of those charges in trials that constituted, some historians claim, the final efforts undertaken by the government to censor literature in the United States. This notoriety has not led to the academic canonization of Burroughs's novel, however, as it did in a case to which the Naked Lunch trial is often compared, that of Joyce's Ulysses, cleared of obscenity charges in 1193 3.2. Indeed, despite the favorable verdict, Burroughs's novel has remained on the fringes of American literary culture as a result not so much of its notorious scatology as of its fragmentary structure and the apparently contradictory results of its implicit critiques. This marginalization appears all the more paradoxical in the aftermath of the film of Naked Lunch, a linear, neutralized, star-studded adaptation of the novel that could still prompt Peter Chernin, the new chairman of 20th Century Fox, the studio that produced the film, to rebuke his predecessors who were responsible for it and vow never to make that sort of film again. 3. What sort of film is it that can inspire such antipathy? Like any cinematic adaptation of a literary work, David Cronenberg's film of Naked Lunch, released in the US in December 1991, is an enterprise of selection and thus of reduction. In this instance, the reduction takes a form that is indicative of critical tendencies that have been gaining influence in Anglo-American circles for a number of years, and that are also at the root of the abrupt and strained attempt by the Anglo-American Critical Academy to accept and assess Burroughs's work. These tendencies go by the collective name of postmodernism, and the convergence of both academic and pop culture standards under its banner has led some critics to proclaim the end of critique and of the social. This nihilist, or reflexive, postmodernism operates through a process of aestheticization whereby the unassimilable fragments of contemporary social life, having lost the mythic totality of history or religion that bound them together under modernism, become the objects of the only gesture left to the nihilist subject, an abstract and totalizing aesthetic affirmation. That is, having no real understanding of, let alone control over, the movement and representation of events, the subject can only treat the discontinuous series of moments that confront her/him as an aesthetic object whose ends are beyond her/him, and perhaps beyond capital itself. The only judgment left, in this context, is an anemic version of aesthetic judgment that Baudrillard calls seduction. Pure and practical reason have no material left on which to operate, no adequate schemata or projections of purposiveness, so neither rationality nor ethics can be grounded. Let us call this process of seduction postmodernization since, like modernization or rationalization, it is a method of abstraction by which capital integrates antagonism into the process of production. In Cronenberg's Naked Lunch, this postmodernization acts both thematically and formally. Indeed, the theme determines the form. Faced with the impossibility of filming the novel literally, due in part to its insistent scatology but mostly to its resistance to linear narrative, Cronenberg decided to move back from the page itself to include the process of writing the book for. Thus the character William Lee, whose narratives begin and end Burroughs's novel but do not provide it with a unifying thread, becomes the central figure in a surrealist film allegory of the apprenticeship of the writer, scripted and directed by David Cronenberg alone. 5 Lee is presented as a Burroughs surrogate complete with Allen Ginsberg and Jack Kerouac look-alike friends, an addict wife named Joan, and a paralyzing case of writer's block who must approach his literary task as if he were a secret agent working for unknown powers. Like Burroughs, Lee must kill his wife to become able to write. Cronenberg dramatizes this by suspending virtually the entire narrative between the shooting of Lee's wife, Joan, which sends him on the run to the exotic Medina of Interzone, where he finds the unintelligible warring forces that will provide him with material, and the shooting of Joan Lee's double, Joan Frost, whom Lee attempts to seduce in order to solve the riddle of the forces at work in Interzone and in his own literary life. None of this narrative material appears in Burroughs's Naked Lunch, beyond the frame character William Lee. Conversely, only short fragments of Burroughs's writing appear in the film, generally as direct citation, as when Lee recites the famous talking asshole sequence 6 in an attempt to seduce an important contact. Cronenberg's move back from the discontinuity of Naked Lunch, which might have established its connections with its politico-historical situation, instead reduces the text to a hermetically self-reflexive abstraction. The narrative discontinuities and politically charged routines are naturalized as the hallucinatory experiences of a drug-addicted writer, at the same time as they are drained of whatever extra-textual significance they might have. This is particularly true of Cronenberg's treatment of homosexuality, which is labeled the best all-around cover story an agent could have 7 and thus denied the critical force with which Burroughs endows it. It is also true of Cronenberg's views on addiction and on the control of drugs by state institutions, which are rendered merely aesthetic through the omission of Burroughs's reflections on actual drugs, which ground the metaphorical economy of imagined drugs like black centipede meat and mugwumptism in the novel. Cronenberg uses the theme of writing and the figure of the writer, which are clearly present though hardly determining in the novel, as expedients both to impose linear form on the recalcitrant text and to render all of Burroughs's political interventions aesthetic, by taking them for metaphors of the writing process as it is lived by the writer. For example, near the end of the film the Clark Nova gives Lee a warning which quotes a well-known passage from the novel's antepenultimate chapter, "All agents defect and all resistors sell out." In the course of the novel the reader has been introduced to a number of organizations and institutions competing for power over various markets and subjects, including Islam Incorporated, a group of capitalists who work to destabilize developing nations, and the 4 parties of Interzone that broadly symbolize the political spectrum, the liquefactionists, who try to dissolve all differences into their own identity and eliminate dissent, the divisionists, who flood the world with identical replicas of themselves to the same end as the liquefactionists, the senders, who seek to perfect ever more certain methods of control, ultimately including telepathic control of all subjects, and the factualists, who resist the reductive operations of the others in favor of an uncontrolled, multiple society. The machinations of these organizations and their agents, as well as others, throughout the text give sense to the famous warning, "One can never be sure what cause or organization one is serving, since one's own subjectivity is only a relatively autonomous product of conflicts between them." There is a dialectic of treason that constantly threatens to reverse oppositional social relations, a dialectic that was being manipulated with great skill by the twin Josephs, the Soviet Stalin and the American McCarthy, even as Burroughs was serving his literary apprenticeship. In the film, conversely, the warning is detached from its admittedly symbolic political context and coupled with an assertion of the writer's importance that leaves the warning almost completely without content: "All agents defect and all resistors sell out." That's the sad truth, Bill. And a writer lives the sad truth just like everybody else. The only difference is he files a report on it. The film ignores the text's implicit desire for collectivity, which must remain ambiguous given Burroughs's refusal to resolve the social antagonisms he identifies, and offers instead an abstract homage to the mediation of the writer. For Burroughs, this is a Manichean conflict, outcome is in doubt, but the film presents his warning as a truism, a sad truth, a defeatist statement on the ultimate indifference of resistance, except as an aesthetic vehicle. The result of the series of reductions and substitutions is the almost total aestheticization of Burroughs's novel, the postmodernization of it. The structure of Burroughs's Naked Lunch is discontinuous since it is based on the formal unit of the routine, and unlike those in Junkie and Queer, these routines are not attributed to a single hallucinating consciousness which naturalizes them. One would have to exercise great caution in extracting any simple generic or genetic element from the book. The structure of Cronenberg's Naked Lunch, on the other hand, is one of the simplest and most linear imaginable: the quest of an exceptional individual to become an artist, the Bildungsroman. The fact that this structure is masked in surrealist imagery should fool no one. The film is a celebration of the artist as creator and the dangers he must face in order to create, and as such the film is closer to Goethe's Faust, Byron's Manfred, or even Joyce's portrait of the artist as a young man than to Burroughs's novel. Indeed, Cronenberg's film is replete with romantic references, from the imperative to exterminate all rational thought, a sentiment about which Burroughs is ambivalent, to the refiguration of the feminine muse, a figure that is totally alien to all of Burroughs's work. By framing the novel with the scene of its writing, fictionalized or not, Cronenberg has transformed Burroughs's relentlessly unromantic and resolutely fragmented text into a whole, a totality encompassed and unified by its author's experience and simultaneously sealed off from the rest of the world. This transformation is confirmed by the almost total absence of scenes actually based on naked lunch texts. The object of the film is the novel as artifact or hermetic thing, not as readable matter that can enter into relations with readers or become a meaningful part of social situations. Cronenberg's procedure is particularly reductive given Burroughs's stated intention to rub out the word and his imperative to plagiarize, steal freely. Words, colors, light, sounds, stone, wood, bronze, belong to anyone who can use them. Cronenberg has rubbed out the word of naked lunch by refeeing it, thus his film of the novel is a fulfillment of Deleuze and Guattari's warning, cited earlier, against uncritical reliance on the disruptive effect of fragmentation or the disappearance of the author function. Take William Burroughs's cut-up method, the folding of one text onto another, which constitutes multiple and even adventitious roots, implies a supplementary dimension to that of the texts under consideration. In this supplementary dimension of folding, unity continues its spiritual labor. That is why the most resolutely fragmented work can also be presented as the total work or magnum opus. Naked Lunch is not a cut-up text, but its mosaic structure of routines anticipates many of the disjunctive effects of the cut. Point 10 Cronenberg has constructed his film entirely within this dialectical supplementary dimension of the act of writing, and he has given it the name of Burroughs's novel, despite the fact that the novel lies almost entirely outside that dimension. In becoming the total work that provides the occasion for the pseudo-romantic, postmodernized film but not the film's material, Naked Lunch is drained of its politics, that is, its specific form, content, and socio-historical trajectory. It is also drained of a good deal of its intrinsic interest. Despite sacrificing the novel's disjunct obscurity in favor of linear metaphorical simplicity, the film neither evoked uniformly positive reviews nor found a wide popular audience, hence the hostile vows of 20th Century Fox's new chairman, on the one hand, and on the other Burroughs's damnation of the film with the faintest of praise. The film, however, only repeats in a condensed fashion the aestheticized reading of Burroughs that has been the source of whatever academic visibility and critical acceptance he now seems to have. After having been banned in the 50s, crowned by the counterculture of the 60s, and denounced as redundant in the 70s, Burroughs was elected, in the 80s, to the American Academy and Institute of Arts and Letters, on the basis of his influence as a writer's writer, totally obsessed with technique. During this same period, academic attention began to turn his way as well, largely because of the revival of formalist study that accompanied and displaced the Anglo-American reception of structuralism and its variants and sequels. Special issues of magazines and a few book-length studies of his novels appeared, generally concerned with textual innovations like the cut or Burroughs's relation to one or another tradition in Western literature. Though these analyses represented a real advance over earlier criticism, which focused almost exclusively on the content of Burroughs's works and judged it in almost exclusively moral terms, the recent postmodernist trend in analyses of Burroughs's texts has only corrected one reductive reading by falling into another, symmetrically opposite one. Robin Littenberg's study Word Cultures, Radical Theory and Practice in William S. Burroughs's fiction is a paradigmatic case. She provides detailed formal and conceptual explications of Naked Lunch and the Nova trilogy that Burroughs wrote after it, and in the final sections of her book she attempts to cut Burroughs's texts into those of a number of French critics and philosophers, including Roland Barthes, Jacques Derrida, Julia Kristeva, and Deleuze and Guattari, in order to demonstrate the force of Burroughs's critique of logocentrism and representation. Despite the immense local value of her explications, her enterprise remains stalled at the level of abstract textuality and can only equate avant-garde literature with political revolution according to the Telkel model of the 70s. As such, her analysis of Burroughs accounts reasonably well for the dialectical undecidability of the earlier works, but not so well for the irreducibly distinct social issues Burroughs addresses or for the formal shift in his writing beginning in the late 60s. Despite its greater sensitivity, Littenberg's version of Burroughs performs reductive gestures of postmodernization quite similar to those of Cronenberg's film. In his introduction to Everything is Permitted, The Making of Naked Lunch, Burroughs cites the following anecdote at the conclusion of a carefully lukewarm endorsement. Raymond Chandler was once asked, "How do you feel about what Hollywood has done to your novels?" He reportedly answered, "My novels? Why, Hollywood hasn't done anything to them. They're still right there, on the shelf." 13 Burroughs's books, too, are still on the shelf, and there they remain because postmodernism hasn't been able to do anything to them, either. This critique of postmodernization is not meant to suggest that Burroughs's work is strictly modernist, that its superficial fragmentation conceals a deeper formal unity of myth which it asserts as a negative critique of the disorientation and alienation of rationalized modern existence. Despite his use of some modernist techniques, Burroughs is not Joyce or Picasso. To understand Cronenberg's and Littenberg's abstractions of Burroughs, we do not need a dialectic of critical modernism against nihilist postmodernism that would simply be sublated into contemporary marketing and canon construction strategies, nor the seductive aesthetic dialectic that is at work within postmodernization. Both of these models foreclose the possibility of critique as they enclose antagonism within capitalist production and its handmaiden, abstract representation, or textuality. We need, rather, a critical strategy beyond the mythic dialectic itself, beyond its ability to resolve the most resolutely fragmented work into a unity that can only be contemplated as an artwork and consumed as a commodity. We need, therefore, an amodernist strategy, a modernism shorn of myth, if we are going to get Burroughs's books off the shelf and back onto the streets. Our amodernist thesis, implicit in the previous chapter, is deceptively simple. Burroughs's work, including Naked Lunch, constitutes an exacting critique both of the social organization of late capital and of the logic of representation or textuality that abets it. This is not to suggest that Burroughs is a Marxist. He sometimes talks like one, but at other times he flatly, if reductively, rejects materialism. 14 Burroughs's critique does, however, consistently maintain a relationship to Marxism, one that is best summed up in Louis Althusser's description of the relation of art to knowledge. This relationship is not one of identity but one of difference. Difference is not non-relation, nor is it contradiction or binary opposition. The opposite of knowledge is ideology rather than art, while the opposite of Marxism is fascism rather than Burroughs's libertarian anarchist politics. The polemical introduction to Naked Lunch, Testimony Concerning a Sickness, proposes the medical metaphor that recurs throughout the book. Burroughs and his narrators often appear as biomedical researchers, a role that succeeds that of the sociologist, whose science provides the narrative perspective in Junkie. A brief passage from this introduction dramatizes the non-dialectical difference that relates Burroughs's work to Marxism. In a lengthy diatribe against the algebra of need, the parasitic social economy of addiction in all its forms, Burroughs cites Occam's razor and Ludwig Wittgenstein Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. If a proposition is not necessary, it is meaningless and approaching meaning. 0.15 Following a brief digression on Junkie self-righteousness, he returns to this logical condition at the conclusion of the introduction, but complicates it. Paregoric babies of the world unite. We have nothing to lose but our pushers. And they are not necessary. This allusion to and displacement of the similarly hortatory conclusion of Marx and Engels's manifesto of the Communist Party considerably broadens the social and political stakes involved in Burroughs's logical critique. These are the stakes that we must specify in the course of this analysis of Naked Lunch. Such a critique implies a position from which it is articulated, a position which has been foreclosed in the dominant theories of postmodernism, but which Burroughs reopens tentatively in Junkie and Queer and decisively in his later works, the position of the fugitive. We have seen that Burroughs's consciousness, in both its political and aesthetic aspects, was forged in the crucibles of drug addiction and oppressed homosexuality, and that, thanks to the demonization of addiction, many Americans seriously believed that traffic in narcotics ties right in with communism. Because the union controls shipping, and the communists control the union. As an addict, Burroughs was thus assumed to be a subversive, an assumption that was confirmed by his homosexual deviance. The exclusionary logic of social control, specifically, the assumption of a general equivalence uniting all forms of deviance, transforms Burroughs into an imaginary communist. The real double marginalization that Burroughs lived and chronicled within these overlapping subcultures radicalized him, however, without benefit of orthodoxy, thus the disaffection that struck the orthodox, unionist left as a result of its vanguard claims and coalitionist strategies in the 70s and 80s did not significantly undermine his critique. The necessarily clandestine activity of the addict and of the contemporary homosexual lies at the base of Burroughs's controlling metaphors in this period: organized crime and the secret agent, which feed off each other dialectically. It is true that capital has managed to incorporate both the addict and the homosexual subcultures into production, the first by the expansion and reconquest of the bourgeois drug market through cocaine and its derivatives, which re-established class divisions within the black market drug economy as well as in the judicial system that policed it, and the second by the more recent invention of a specifically gay market sector and consumer identity to sublate the antagonism expressed by queers. Like Burroughs. In fact, he anticipates this axiomatic operation, the indifference that results from subsumption. In Naked Lunch, junk is the ideal product, the ultimate merchandise. No sales talk necessary. The client will crawl through a sewer and beg to buy. The junk merchant does not sell his product to the consumer, he sells the consumer to his product. He does not improve and simplify his merchandise. He degrades and simplifies the client. He pays his staff in junk. 16 As Burroughs implicitly reasoned in Junkie, just as the addict is not the negation of the capitalist but his half-parodic double, so commerce in junk, the ultimate merchandise, is the purest form of the fetishized capitalist free market. Similarly, Burroughs parodies the commodification of homosexuality in Hassan's Rumpus Room, a routine concerning a nightclub where the patrons, Mr. Rich and Vulgar and the Queen Bees, are entertained by the hangings and subsequent ejaculations of attractive young men. To suggest that Burroughs was radicalized as a result of experiences that were not strictly class-based and that he maintains a differential relationship to Marxism begs the question of his specific relation to specific issues and developments in Marxist analysis and organization. The answer is by no means simple or static. Burroughs's relation to Marxism is itself a historical aspect of his literary practice. If Burroughs's political commitments in the late 40s and early 50s amounted to a kind of extreme modernist liberalism or libertarianism dramatized in his opposition, ultimately in exile, to police state drug hysteria and the oppression of homosexuals like himself, 17, then by the time he assembled Naked Lunch, his position had begun to take a form that resembled in several important ways the generalized critique of Anglo-European culture undertaken by the similarly exiled members of the Frankfurt School of Social Research. In brief, this critique sought to expose the novel constraints on and forms of exploitation of the productive populace that had arisen in both fascist dictatorships and mass republics as a result of their common reliance on the rationalist heritage of the Enlightenment. The central document of this Frankfurt School critique, at least as it concerns us here, is Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno's Dialectic of Enlightenment, written in Los Angeles in 1944 during their American exile while Burroughs, not yet a junkie, was acting as a literary agent provocateur to Ginsberg and Kerouac in New York. Exile is perhaps the most crucial contextual factor linking these two critiques, because both for Horkheimer and Adorno and for Burroughs, exile was not chosen as a means of avoiding the deadening effects of social and cultural stasis, of escaping the conservatism that drove Joyce from Ireland and the lost generation from the U.S. Like Salman Rushdie, both Burroughs and the Frankfurt School Marxists fled their native countries because their freedom and even their very lives were immediately, overtly, and materially threatened by the transformation of the state apparatus of domination. Horkheimer and Adorno, like Thomas Mann and Arnold Schoenberg, moved to Los Angeles to escape the repressive forces mobilized in Germany by Hitler and the Nationalist Socialists, while Burroughs jumped bail in Texas to avoid the American anti-junk feeling mounted to a paranoid obsession, like anti-Semitism under the Nazis, and that resulted in police-state legislation penalizing a state of being. Their punishments would not have been the narrow-minded censure of their neighbors, nor even the civil lawsuits that threatened Joyce whenever he considered a return to Ireland, but imprisonment at the least, and perhaps, for Horkheimer and Adorno, death. Their surveys from exile, then, manifest the urgency, the timeliness, and the focus that only a temporary stay of execution can grant to a condemned prisoner. Exile also helps to explain the shift in Burroughs's concerns from his early novels. The constantly shifting American social geography of junkie cannot easily be investigated from Middle Eastern exile, and if that ideological landscape is to be criticized and transformed, the schizophrenic authorial self-doubt of queer must give way to a paradoxically fluid rigor in the dissection of the subjective structures formed by and in the mechanisms of control. As we explicate this common critical program, we must constantly bear in mind the fact that Burroughs's relation to the Frankfurt School's Marxist project is differential in Althusser's sense. Burroughs does not refer to Horkheimer or Adorno, or even to figures like Herbert Marcuse, who would come closer to Burroughs's own position in the late 60s, nor do they refer to him. There is no evidence that Burroughs has ever read any of the writings of these Frankfurt School critics. How, then, can he have a relation of any kind to them? The differential relation consists, essentially, in this: in response to similar novel features of modern society, Burroughs articulates a critique that is structurally and thematically similar to the critique articulated by Horkheimer and Adorno. The novel features to which both critiques respond are the reversible symmetry of antagonistic social positions like those of the police and criminals, the serene coercive power of mass-produced artistic and political culture, embodied in the culture industry, the purgative logic of social purity, which finds its fullest expressions in institutionalized Nazi anti-Semitism and American racism, and the reductive strictures of capitalist control and instrumental reason that underpin the other features. First and foremost, we must recognize that while trying to place Naked Lunch in the venerable literary tradition of political satire, Burroughs actually places it in the theoretical tradition of ideology critique. The title means exactly what the words say: Naked Lunch, a frozen moment when everyone sees what is on the end of every fork. Certain passages in the book that have been called pornographic were written as a tract against capital punishment in the manner of Jonathan Swift's Modest Proposal. These sections are intended to reveal capital punishment as the obscene, barbaric, and disgusting anachronism that it is. As always, the lunch is naked. If civilized countries want to return to Druid hanging rites in the sacred grove, or to drink blood with the Aztecs and feed their gods with blood of human sacrifice, let them see what they actually eat and drink. Let them see what is on the end of that long newspaper spoon. On the witness stand in the Superior Court of Boston, Allen Ginsberg offered the following interpretation of this passage: it relates to nakedness of seeing, to being able to see clearly without any confusing disguises, to see through the disguise, a complete banquet of all this naked awareness. Likewise, Horkheimer and Adorno insist that when public opinion has reached a state in which thought inevitably becomes a commodity, and language the means of promoting that commodity, then the attempt to trace the course of such deprivation has to deny any allegiance to current linguistic and conceptual conventions, lest their world historical connections thwart it entirely. To trace the course of deprivation, or to reveal what is on the end of the long newspaper spoon, is to criticize the established order of production and to demystify the rapacious violence of consumption. This task necessitates, on the part of the critic, a fundamental estrangement from the language and forms constitutive of the object of criticism. That these parallel critiques of ideology also share a certain discontinuity of expression should surprise no one. This formal discontinuity, as a response to the seamless world of the administered life, is the last desperate tactic of an increasingly commodified cultural modernism that must ultimately give way either to the complicit vertigo of reflexive postmodernism or to the mythless struggle of an amodernist critical practice. 18. In both Naked Lunch and Dialectic of Enlightenment, this estrangement is conceived in essentially modern terms as the determinate negation of the logic by which the integrated apparatus of domination operates. For Burroughs, this apparatus is ultimately based in language, in the word, whose control, though dissimulated, is total and which therefore can be attacked only by totalizing it. The word is divided into units which be all in one piece and should be so taken, but the pieces can be had in any order being tied up back and forth, in and out fore and aft like an interesting sex arrangement. This totality of the word cannot be attacked directly, for that would be to play into its own nominalist logic. The word cannot be expressed direct. It can perhaps be indicated by mosaic of juxtaposition like articles abandoned in a hotel drawer, defined by negatives and absence. This explains, in part, the discontinuous structure of Naked Lunch, which acquires its critical force primarily through its paratactic juxtaposition of scenes and routines. In the atrophied preface that, in a parody of Hegelian logic, actually concludes the book, the narrator claims that you can cut into Naked Lunch at any intersection point. I have written many prefaces. They atrophy and amputate spontaneous. This book spill off the page in all directions, kaleidoscope of vistas, medley of tunes and street noises, farts and riot yipes and the slamming steel shutters of commerce, screams of pain and pathos and screams plain pathic. The Hegelian and later Marxist distinction between the first chung and the Darstellian, the untidy labor of criticism and its finished product presented for use, has been abandoned here as it has in Dialectic of Enlightenment, itself constructed of fragments, sketches, and drafts which belong in part to the area of thought of the foregoing essays without being precisely locatable there, and in part offer advanced summaries of problems to be treated in forthcoming works. The work of critique cannot be made tidy and linear, cannot be given either a precise conclusion or the point of departure that paradoxically follows the conclusion, without being unmade as critique in equal measure. You were not there for the beginning. You will not be there for the end. Critique of ideology works, in the shadow of integrated capitalism, by way of the middle, the first chung, whose open-ended antiform may always be distinguished even under the smooth contours of an ideological Darstellian. As Deleuze puts it, in a multiplicity what counts are not the terms or the elements, but what there is between, the between, a set of relations which are not separable from each other. Every multiplicity grows from the middle, like the blade of grass or the rhizome. In this sense, the central strategy of ideology critique from Marx and Nietzsche to the present is organized around the excavation of the operant first chung, the labor of specific practices of domination, from the Darstellian, the orderly facade of nature, reason, or universality. Critique is reason's attack on reason, which does not make it an abstract or romantic negation of reason in favor of affect, but a specific, detailed, and determinate activity, the negation of reason as rationalization. Here rationalization must be understood in both its senses, economic as well as psychological, as the rational division of labor that grounds capitalist society, and as the alibi that society gives itself to excuse its own activity. In Naked Lunch and Dialectic of Enlightenment, both aspects are the objects of a critique that refuses to separate the form of logical or narrative closure from the content of exploitation and control. Control is based on knowledge, on the accumulation and manipulation of knowledge of a certain kind. Horkheimer and Adorno call this instrumental knowledge, reason that is subordinated like a tool to whatever end it is expected to serve. This definition suggests that reason has not always been, nor need always be, so subordinated. The Renaissance marks the beginning of the emancipation of thought from its subordination to theology, a change that reaches its climax in the Enlightenment and then declines to the contemporary reconquest of thought by the irrationality of capitalist production. The body, on the other hand, has a much longer history of subordination that hardly reaches a climax in Burroughs's claim that the addict regards his body impersonally as an instrument to absorb the medium in which he lives, evaluates his tissue with the cold hands of a horse trader. The body has been subjected to many forms of domestication and discipline in the interests of productivity for almost all of recorded history, and from the point of view of capital its current organization into the socially exploitable polarity of oral and anal drives consecrated by psychoanalysis could hardly be improved. The productive subject produces surplus value not only by laboring, but also by consuming, to appease the negative desires of which it is made. 19 The addict does not necessarily escape this, even though he does not work, he does consume, and when he stops taking his drug, his body goes through a painful and disorienting period of transformation from anti-productive absorption instrument back into the instrument of production it was before. 20. Instrumental rationality represents simultaneously the apotheosis of thought and thought's abolition, in its reduction of the world to raw material for production and its reduction of the self to the slave of that process. Thus thought is disciplined and controlled just as the productive body is. What appears to be the triumph of subjective rationality, the subjection of all reality to logical formalism, is paid for by the obedient subjection of reason to what is directly given. What is abandoned is the whole claim and approach of knowledge, to comprehend the given as such, not merely to determine the abstract spatio-temporal relations of the facts which allow them just to be grasped, but on the contrary to conceive them as the superficies, as mediated conceptual moments which come to fulfillment only in the development of their social, historical, and human significance. The task of cognition does not consist in mere apprehension, classification, and calculation, but in the determinate negation of each immediacy. Rather than being determined in its operation by the shifting totality of historical mediations binding it to and at the same time differentiating it from the world, thought is determined repetitively and automatically by the restrictive ends of exploitation and profit. Instead of working through the relations of its means and ends, thought labors as a means in the service of a pre-established end. The technical process, into which the subject has objectified itself after being removed from the consciousness, is free of the ambiguity of mythic thought as of all meaning altogether, because reason itself has become the mere instrument of the all-inclusive economic apparatus. It serves as a general tool, useful for the manufacture of all other tools, firmly directed towards its end, as fateful as the precisely calculated movement of material production. At last its old ambition, to be a pure organ of ends, has been realized. Reason, which formerly claimed to pass judgment on means from the point of view of ends, prostitutes itself by giving up, not some illusory autonomy it never really possessed, but rather its multiplicity of other mediations in order to focus on exploitation and profit. Instrumental rationality is the philosophy of the assembly line, mass consciousness in the sense of identical mass production, rather than the mass consciousness of the self-emancipating proletariat à la George Lukács. 21. Burroughs formulates his version of this critique of instrumentalism in parodic terms, through the recurrent figure of Dr. Benway, the pure scientist and surgeon whose work is constantly focused on the technology, the means, of control without apparent regard for the ends his work serves. Medical doctors are important points of intersection in Naked Lunch, as they were in Junkie, because they are in a paradoxical position. Like the police, they are trained to treat the human virus of control, to eradicate its symptoms, but they also earn their living off it and thus have an interest in preserving the virus. Benway first appears in the novel's second routine, which bears his name and sets up the paradigm most of the succeeding routines will follow. This routine follows the semi-autobiographical frame story of Lee the addict's flight from the New York City police across the continent to Mexico and ultimately to Tangier. Benway is described as a manipulator and coordinator of symbol systems, an expert on all phases of interrogation, brainwashing, and control. He claims that the study of thinking machines teaches us more about the brain than we can learn by introspective methods. Western man is externalizing himself in the form of gadgets. The operational logic of the thinking machine or computer, rudimentary as it was in the 50s, implies an entire metaphysics and epistemology that Horkheimer and Adorno summarize in terms quite similar to Burroughs's. Thinking objectifies itself to become an automatic, self-activating process, an impersonation of the machine that it produces itself so that ultimately the machine can replace it. The digital method of the computer, originally designed to free human minds from exhausting and repetitive computation, folds back on its users and remakes them in the machine's image. This image is a fundamentally behaviorist one. To control the output of the producer, be it human or machine, one must control both the input and the programming. Benway claims to deplore brutality because it's not efficient. He prefers to use less ostentatious methods when somebody wants homogeneity at this juncture. Can do, but it costs. What is the cost? Total behavior modification. Prolonged mistreatment, short of physical violence, gives rise, when skillfully applied, to anxiety and a feeling of special guilt. A few rules or rather guiding principles are to be borne in mind. The subject must not realize that the mistreatment is a deliberate attack of an anti-human enemy on his personal identity. He must be made to feel that he deserves any treatment he receives because there is something horribly wrong with him. The naked need of the control addicts must be decently covered by an arbitrary and intricate bureaucracy so that the subject cannot contact his enemy direct. This need of the control addicts, which Burroughs analyzes by means of the algebra of need, is what Horkheimer and Adorno call the administered life, which dissolves the old inequality on mediated lordship and mastery but at the same time perpetuates it in universal mediation by market and exchange value. The threatening face of the feudal despot gives way to the invisible hand of the labor market, and the misery of the slave is concealed in the affectless machine. This is why Benway, anticipating Foucault's distinction between feudal punishment and modern discipline, 22 avoids outright torture. Torture locates the opponent and mobilizes resistance. Instead, behavior modification, under the guise of science, the ultimate ideology of reason, enrolls the subjects in their own control program. As Benway says, a functioning police state needs no police because the citizens police themselves in advance. They internalize the police function as discipline and respect for public order. The machine model does not lead, in Burroughs's hands, to the colorless technocracy of Huxley's Brave New World. However, because the benevolent technocracy has been Burroughs's point of departure, Benway has been working in the Freeland Republic, a parody of Scandinavian socialism given over to free love and continual bathing. Instead, the machines, in becoming the goal of human control strategies, also become symmetrically susceptible to human mental disorders. In the Benway routine, the working people, whose brains resemble thinking machines, are the inmates of a vast and decrepit asylum or reconditioning center where they undergo Benway's sadistic control experiments. Benway and the narrator are forced to depart quickly when they learn that the asylum's electronic brain went berserk playing six-dimensional chess with the technician and released every subject in the R.C. The freed patients run amok, forming a tableau of insanity reminiscent of Bosch's and Bruppel's allegorical paintings. Junkies have looted the drugstores and fix on every street corner. Catatonics decorate the parks. Agitated schizophrenics rush through the streets with mangled, inhuman cries. A coprophage calls for a plate, shits on it and eats the shit. Little by little, however, the patients are revealed to be something other than simply the mentally ill. They are also foreigners, members of non-capitalist cultures that have been both colonized and studied, anthropologically, by the West. Amucks trot along cutting off heads, faces sweet and remote with a dreamy half-smile. Arab rioters yipe and howl. Religious fanatics harangue the crowd from helicopters. Quaky Udal cannibal society initiates bite off noses and ears. These figures spring in part from Burroughs's study of anthropology, but also no doubt from his impressions of the Arab world surrounding him in Cosmopolitan Tangier. 23 The last patients described are merely bores and hypochondriacs, yet still the ugliness of that spectacle buggers description. The spectacle represents not the failure of Benway's control techniques, but rather their complete success and reproduction. The fully enlightened earth radiates disaster triumphant. This success is not limited to cases of explicit behavior modification. propaganda, and totalitarianism. We have already cited Burroughs's claim that junk is the ideal product, the ultimate merchandise. This means that the logic of addiction is generalizable, because there are many forms of addiction. I think that they all obey basic laws. He also recognizes that the organization of the narcotics industry, which includes the police institutions charged with its eradication, stands as the model of all capitalist organization. The pyramid of junk, one level eating the level below right up to the top or top, since there are many junk pyramids feeding on peoples of the world and all built on basic principle of monopoly. I never give anything away for nothing. Z never give more than you have to give. 3 Always take everything back if you possibly can. The pusher always gets it all back. The addict needs more and more junk to maintain a human form. Neither the pusher nor the police agent is immune to this pyramidal relation. The paradigmatic commercial relationship, of pusher to junkie or, more generally, seller to buyer, is dialectically reversible. Selling is more of a habit than using, Lupita says. Non-using pushers have a contact habit, and that's one you can't kick. Agents get it too. This reversibility is dramatized in the narrator's routine concerning Bradley the buyer, a narcotics agent who becomes addicted to physical contact with junkies, and is ultimately driven to assimilate them and later his superiors in the narcotics bureau into his own body. The logic also surfaces in the brief routine concerning the US president's oblique habit, which might precipitate an atomic shambles and for which he has sacrificed all control, and is dependent as an unborn child. As Burroughs will put it later, the people in control are controlled by their need to control, their addiction to control. The instrumentalization or mechanization of thought is a useful control strategy, a way to subordinate independent thought to existing, predominantly economic ends determined by the repetitive logic of capital, just as the division of labor subordinates the body. Within such a rigidly limited horizon of rational behavior, crime becomes simply a form of irrationality reflecting and indeed duplicating the prevailing structure of reason, as shown by Burroughs's Criminals. Point 24. This duplication was already at work in the liminal spaces of junkie, which provided a stage for the transition from illegitimate commerce to legitimate business. Such irrationality can quite easily outreason the rational bourgeoisie, since the criminal has always been bourgeois-like, the retribution which consists in robbing him of his freedom. The individual's measure of value under capitalism is self-preservation, successful or unsuccessful approximation to the objectivity of his function and the models established for it. Everything else, idea and crime, suffers the force of the collective, which monitors it from the classroom to the trade union. In spite of Kant's strenuous attempts to provide one, this collective norm of rationality or self-preservation does not contain a consistent ethics or morality in the necessary form of a reason for persisting in society when interest is absent. Sada reveals the complicity between reason and domination, the necessity of enforcing, by means of formal law, an unequal division of labor on the workers in order for the bourgeoisie to profit. Whereas the optimistic writers merely disavowed and denied in order to protect the indissoluble union of reason and crime, civil society and domination, Sada and Friedrich Nietzsche reveal this union to be constitutive of rational society. The same is true for Burroughs. The narrator of Naked Lunch is a junkie who, by the conclusion of the novel, becomes a cop killer as well. The blatant criminality of these actions along with his writing activity separates the narrator from the more liminal criminals who populate the book. Benway himself is a fraudulent medical practitioner who is occasionally reduced to hustling pregnant women in the public streets so he can perform cut-rate abortions in subway toilets. Salvador Hassan O'Leary, the after-birth tycoon, is another of Burroughs's demonic capitalist criminals, a trafficker in unsafe foods and medicines who wears a well-cut suit made entirely from immature high-denomination banknote. Cheese operations extend through the world in an inextricable, shifting web of subsidiaries, front companies, and aliases. Despite the fact that a squad of accountant investigators have made a life work of investigating Hassan, his dossier contains 3 pages of monikers indicating his proclivity for cooperating with the law, playing ball the cops call it. Others call it something else. Hassan moves freely between the police and the criminal worlds, playing them against each other for his own profit. Like AJ, Clem, Jody, and the others members of Islam Incorporated, Hassan confirms the fact that today the boundary line between respectable and illegal rackets has become objectively blurred, and in psychological terms the different forms merge. The modern corporate state itself often operates by means of these ambiguous and liminal characters, as Junkie demonstrates. Islam Incorporated is the organization for which all the ambiguous characters in the novel work, but the exact objectives of Islam Incorporated are obscure. Needless to say, everyone involved has a different angle, and they all intend to cross each other up somewhere along the line. At the outset of the Benway routine, the narrator is assigned to engage the services of Dr. Benway for Islam Incorporated. The later routine, Islam Incorporated and the parties of Interzone, is concerned with its machinations, but offers no reliable account of the organization. Instead, we are introduced separately to several of its leading figures, including Hassan, AJ, Clem, and Jody. If Hassan is the capitalist criminal figure who embodies the instrumentalization of reason, then AJ is one possible version of a critical subversive. The narrator believes that AJ is on the factualist side, or the libertarian anarchist side, even though AJ's English accent waned with the British Empire, and after World War II he became an American by Act of Congress. AJ is nominally a pornographer who produces and screens blue movies at his annual party. His primary function in the novel, however, is that of a practical joker who unmasks and undermines the pretensions of bourgeois culture. It was AJ who dosed the punch with a mixture of yeg, hashish, and yahimbine during a 4th of July reception at the U.S. Embassy, precipitating an orgy. 10 prominent citizens, American of course, subsequently died of shame. AJ once reserved a table a year in advance chez Robert, where a huge, icy gourmet broods over the greatest cuisine in the world, a great blue tide of life. AJ claims to be an independent, which is to say, mind your own business. There are no independents anymore. The zone swarms with every variety of dupe, but there are no neutrals there. A neutral at AJ's level is of course unthinkable. Though AJ may not be an independent, it is still difficult to determine his actual allegiance with any certainty. Other members of Islam Incorporated seem to be easier to peg, though the narrator's doubts, like the reader's, remain. Hassan presents a relatively clear picture of the opportunists. Stula and Clem and Jody are grotesque incarnations of the ugly American, dressed like the capitalist in a communist mural, who claim to be Russian agents whose sole function is to represent the U.S. in an unpopular light by ridiculing the Islamic faith, baiting native nationalists, and selling contaminated food. Since Burroughs wrote these sections while living in colonial Tangier at the time of the Moroccan independence movement, they probably have some basis in his experience, yet these characters remain explicitly ambiguous. They are simultaneously opportunistic and committed, serious and ironic, critical and ideological. Islam Incorporated reveals, in mercilessly grotesque but hardly exaggerated terms, the collaboration between business, organized crime, and the state upon which capitalist rationality is based. Burroughs's practice certainly agrees with Horkheimer and Adorno's insistence that inasmuch as the merciless doctrines proclaim the identity of domination and reason, they are more merciful than those of the moralistic lackeys of the bourgeoisie. This collaboration between business, crime, and state, which is obvious enough in the case of individuals, is even more apparent in the establishment of the parties of Interzone. There are 3 oppressive or despotic parties, the liquefactionists, the divisionists, and the senders, and there is one subversive or libertarian party, the factualists, which offers some possibility of resistance. Hassan is a member of the liquefaction party, which is committed to the conquest of control by eliminating the opposition through protein cleavage and reduction to a liquid which is absorbed into someone else's protoplasmic being. The narrator later points out that it will be immediately clear that the liquefaction party is, except for one man, entirely composed of dupes, it not being clear until the final absorption who is whose dupe. In their desire to eliminate rather than enslave their opponents, the liquefactionists resemble the fascists, as Ginsberg notes. The moderate divisionists seek the same result using opposite means, cloning, and would seem to embody the imperialist ambitions of both American market capitalism and Soviet state capitalism during this period. They cut off tiny bits of their flesh and grow exact replicas of themselves in embryo jelly. It seems probable, unless the process of division is halted, that eventually there will be only one replica of one sex on the planet, that is, one person in the world with millions of separate bodies. To perfect a reproduction reveals the divisionists' work, so to avoid extermination of their replicas, citizens dye, distort and alter them with face and body molds so that the replicas may pass as separate, independent individuals. Because of this, each divisionist is suspicious of everyone but his own recognized replicas, and should any stranger express a liberal opinion, another citizen invariably snarls, "What are you? Some stinking niggers bleached out replica." The senders, on the other hand, want to preserve those who are not their members as slaves, to be controlled by the transmission of orders. Their techniques were initially primitive. The logical extension of encephalographic research is by control, that is, control of physical movement, mental processes, emotional reactions, and apparent sensory impressions by means of bioelectric signals injected into the nervous system of the subject. Shortly after birth, a surgeon could install connections in the brain. A miniature radio receiver could be plugged in and the subject controlled from state-controlled transmitters. This crude mechanical apparatus would later be replaced by telepathic control, but in any case the bi-control apparatus is prototype of one-way telepathic control of the sort that Lee denounces in the last chapters of Junkie and Queer. Despite this superficial difference, enslavement instead of obliteration of others, this form of control, like the forms represented by the other two parties, has the same ultimate goal, the reduction of individual differences to a single despotic identity. A telepathic sender has to send all the time. He can never receive, because if he receives, that means someone else has feelings of his own, could louse up his continuity. The sender has to send all the time, but he can't ever recharge himself by contact. Sooner or later he's got no feelings to send. You can't have feelings alone. Not alone like the sender is alone, and you dig, there can only be one sender at one place time. The senders initially appear neutral, and their apparatus seems just another technology that can be used for good or ill. Artists will confuse sending with creation. Philosophers will bat around the ends and means hassle, not knowing that sending can never be a means to anything but more sending, like junk. Sending is not creative art because such art is telepathy, and as Lee notes at the end of Junkie, telepathy is not in itself a one-way setup, or a setup of sender and receiver at all. U15Z. Sending is instrumental thought in its purest form, a means rigidly determined by its irrational end. Sending considered as an artistic activity directs us to a key link in both Burroughs's and Horkheimer and Adorno's analyses of control, the centrally controlled mass media, or culture industry, which claims to supply mass-produced commodities to meet the entertainment needs of its independent consumers. The need which might resist central control has already been suppressed by the control of the individual consciousness. The step from the telephone to the radio has clearly distinguished the roles. The former still allowed the subscriber to play the role of subject, and was liberal. The latter is democratic. It turns all participants into listeners and authoritatively subjects them to broadcast programs which are all exactly the same. The attitude of the public, which ostensibly and actually favors the system of the culture industry, is a part of the system and not an excuse for it. Though Burroughs's early novels show occasional awareness of the increasingly pervasive one-way media, nothing in the early texts prepares the reader for the barrage of mass media control technology that fills many of the pages of Naked Lunch and the works that follow. This barrage begins on page 2 of Naked Lunch, when the narrator, having escaped a narcotics agent with the inadvertent help of a young, good-looking, crew-cut, Ivy League, advertising exec-type fruit, yells, "So long, Flatfoot!" at the cop, thereby giving the fruit his B production. Horkheimer and Adorno claim that marked differentiations such as those of A and B films, depend not so much on subject matter as on classifying, organizing, and labeling consumers. Likewise, Burroughs's narrator recognizes the fruit as a particular kind of consumer, You know the type comes on with bartenders and cab drivers, talking about right hooks and the Dodgers, calls the counterman at Netix by his first name. A real asshole. Inasmuch as the fruit stands in the same relation to the narrator as the wedding guest does to Coleridge's Ancient Mariner 25, and the reader by extension occupies the same position, the narrator's assessment of the fruit applies also to the reader. She is defined, at least initially, by her logical and narrative expectations of the development of a recognizable and entertaining story. No independent thinking must be expected from the audience. The product prescribes every reaction, not by its natural structure, but by signals that are at base clichés. Thus Naked Lunch reveals itself to be a long and self-conscious manipulation of media-generated signals and expectations. Indeed, Benway dreams of studying primitive people in Bolivia who show no evidence of psychosis so that he can learn more about the basic functioning of the human mind before it is loused up by literacy, advertising, TV, and drive-ins. As Horkheimer and Adorno point out, the function of the culture industry is to create the false identity of the general and the particular. The discontinuous narrative of Naked Lunch attempts to fracture this identity, to show the multiplicity of particulars that are not subsumed under the dominant generality of the media. As he did in Junkie, Burroughs tries to reveal the material reality of the addict's life that is concealed by the demonized images of addiction that fill the media. He cites an unattributed media description of a woman taking a shot of heroin with a pin and an eyedropper. You know how this pin and dropper routine is put down. She seized a safety pin caked with blood and rust, gouged a great hole in her leg which seemed to hang open like an obscene, festering mouth waiting for unspeakable congress with the dropper which she now plunged out of sight into the gaping wound. On the next page, he offers the real scene. You pinch up some leg flesh and make a quick stab hole with a pin. Then fit the dropper over, not in, the hole and feed the solution. Much later, in the set of routines significantly titled Ordinary Men and Women, the narrator offers a cinematic treatment of gay romance concerning a jeweler who caters to wealthy women but steals their gems to support his gambling habit. He is sent to prison, where he meets a mob hustler with whom he falls in love. As continuity would have it, they are sprung at the same time and are soon approached by their former employers, whom they refuse to appease. The final scene finds the lovers, in a dead-on parody of Hollywood romance clichés, overcoming all odds to stand iconically at the tenement window, their arms around each other, looking at the Brooklyn Bridge. A warm spring wind ruffles Jim's black curls and the fine hennaed hair of Brad. Such a story would have been inconceivable for Hollywood in the 50s, and remains almost so today, but it does conform to the established conventions of romantic cinema. As soon as the film begins, it is quite clear how it will end, and who will be rewarded, punished, or forgotten. It thereby reveals both the distance that separates those conventions from many parts of American life and the insidious effect those conventions have even on those who cannot possibly fit into them. A homosexual identifying with the protagonists of Hollywood romances is like an African American identifying with the cowboys rather than the Indians in westerns, yet such identifications happen all the time, despite the fact that whenever the culture industry still issues an invitation naively to identify, it is immediately withdrawn. Point 26. This impossible yet inevitable identification means that real life is becoming indistinguishable from the movies because the more intensely and flawlessly techniques duplicate empirical objects, the easier it is today for the illusion to prevail that the outside world is the straightforward continuation of that presented on the screen. The routine AJ's annual party dramatizes the intense effort that this elusive duplication requires, and its far-reaching effects. AJ introduces the great bitch, who berates an actor, "Get out of my studio, you cheap four-flushing ham. Did you think to pass a counterfeit orgasm on me? The great bitch. I could tell if you come by regard the big togo pedal thy ass and know that it takes sincerity and art, and devotion, to work for bitch. Not shoddy trickery, dubbed gasps, rubber turds and vials of milk concealed in the ear." For Burroughs, the pornographic film is the film par excellence, which reveals that as a whole the culture industry is pornographic and prudish. To offer and deprive of something is one and the same. Horkheimer and Adorno note that in the romantic Hollywood films that audience members take as paradigms of their own lives, precisely because it must never take place, everything centers on copulation. Burroughs, in contrast, brings that copulation out into the open and reveals it as a control process. The remainder of this routine consists of blue movies directed by the great Dubitsch. These depict sequences of both heterosexual and homosexual intercourse, each of which concludes with hanging, cannibalism, or surreal bodily metamorphoses, and which reach a logical, narrative, and erotic climax in the degrading display of the genitals of a prisoner condemned to hang by the sheriff assigned to execute him. After the final fade-out, the actors take a bow with the ropes around their necks. They are not as young as they appear in the blue movies. They look tired and petulant, despite the great Dubitsch's best efforts at realism. The narrator of Naked Lunch reflects explicitly on this paradoxical situation of indulgence and denial following what is perhaps the most famous and most analyzed routine in the novel, the talking asshole sequence. This routine, about a carnival performer who teaches his asshole to talk as a novelty act, but whose body is then taken over by the intelligent asshole, is not strictly pornographic, not in any obvious sense of appealing to a prurient interest in sex. 27 Yet this kind of perverse transformation is precisely the sex that passes the censor, squeezes through between bureaus, because there's always a space between, in popular songs and grade B movies, giving away the basic American rottenness. Spurting out like breaking boils, throwing out globs of that und.t to fall anywhere and grow into some degenerate cancerous life form, reproducing a hideous random image. The undifferentiated tissue that covers the carny performer's mouth and blocks his speech enacts not only the inversion of the Western subjection of body to mind and materiality to representation, as Robin Leidenberg suggests 28, but also the sham identity of the general and the particular in mass culture. This space between institutions, commodities, and subjects, the third term or mediate dimension in which the first chung of domination is articulated, reveals the basic American rottenness, the Darstellung of total integration and enforced indifference that is both the cause and the effect of the culture industry. This fully integrated social organization, founded on the subordination of flesh and spirit to exploitation for profit, managed by means of ever more pervasive technologies of surveillance and propaganda, and functioning equally well on either side of the arbitrary line of legality, still requires one final component to ensure its exact reproduction. It needs another, one that is defined not by the society's own sham legality but by the other's ethnically marked difference from the society's norm, in order to posit itself, negatively, as a complete subject. The them is the penultimate step on the road to the us. This is the function that National Socialism thrust on the Jewish people and others, and that American society forced on natives, Asians, and freed slaves and their descendants. After World War II, this group grew to include communists and homosexuals as well. The logic of racism has grown flexible enough to exclude non-ethnic others. At base, this racism that is constitutive of rational society conforms to the dialectical logic of the police-criminal opposition explored in Junkie, but racism displaces that internal opposition outside of the imaginary bounds of society itself, into a limbo beyond the responsibilities of legality and even of humanity. The hog-balled, black-assed communist Jew nigger of the racist's paranoid control hallucinations bears the stigma of society's disavowal of its own determining characteristics. If, as Horkheimer and Adorno claim, the Jews constituted the trauma of the knights of industry who had to pretend to be creative, and thus their anti-Semitism is self-hatred, the bad conscience of the parasite, then natives, African Americans, and communists constituted the trauma of bourgeois Americans who had to pretend to deserve their property. The hallucinatory travels undertaken by the characters in Naked Lunch to locales both fictional and exotic do not obscure the book's fundamental concern with the United States of America, as the frame tale of Lee's flight demonstrates. Into the interior, a vast subdivision, antennae of television to the meaningless sky. In life-proof houses they hover over the young, sop up a little of what they shut out. Only the young bring anything in, and they are not young very long. Illinois and Missouri, miasma of mound-building peoples, groveling worship of the food source, cruel and ugly festivals. America is not a young land, it is old and dirty and evil, before the settlers, before the Indians. The evil is there waiting. The evil of America, the US drag like no other drag in the world, is the idea of a place without inhabitants, or at least without inhabitants who are human, the idea of a place where the land and the labor are free for the taking, but only for the first white man on the scene. There are many routines parodying anti-Arab rhetoric, but Burroughs's Orientalism does not appear in mature form until the Nova trilogy. The primary forms of racism analyzed in Naked Lunch are American antisemitism and anti-black racism. Antisemitism, Horkheimer and Adorno claim, is in part the displacement of a reasonable aggression of the exploited workers against their exploiters. Jews are the scapegoats not only for individual maneuvers and machinations but in a broader sense, inasmuch as the economic injustice of the whole class is attributed to them. Though they are rigorously excluded from power in almost every field, Jews are still accused of conspiracy and cabal, usually in league with international communism against the Christian, capitalist U.S. In a symmetrically opposite position, African Americans and Native Americans represent the subhuman classes upon whose hyper-exploitation and extermination the present commercial order is based. The two groups, imaginary exploiters and real exploited, are united in the racist conception of them as inhuman. That which is not human is, by definition, animal or natural and thus at war with the human, so for capital, civilization is the victory of society over nature which changes everything into pure nature. The central passage involving racism and antisemitism appears late in the novel, in the routine called The County Clerk. The title character is, significantly, a bureaucrat in charge of supplying government records for use in civil lawsuits. He is so intentionally inept that the cases drag on until the contestants die or abandon litigation. Only cases that actually go to trial in the old courthouse are those instigated by eccentrics and paranoids who want a public hearing. Lee must get an affidavit of illness to avoid eviction from the house where he is squatting, and to do so he must appease the clerk, who wastes his client's time with relentlessly digressive racist anecdotes of his youth in the American South. The bog makes a bend, used to be nigger shack there. They burned that of nigger over in Cunt Lick. Nigger had the aphthisa and it left him stone blind. So this white girl down from Texarkana screeches out, "Roy, that of nigger is looking at me so nasty. Land's sake, I feel just dirty all over. Now sweet thing, don't you fret yourself. Me and the boys will burn him. Do it slow, honey face. Do it slow. He's give me a sick headache." So they burned the nigger, and that of boy took his wife and went back up to Texarkana without paying for the gasoline, and old Whispering Lou runs the service station couldn't talk about nothing else all fall. These city fellers come down here and burn a nigger and don't even settle up for the gasoline. As befits an official of the judicial system, the clerk's anecdote is concerned with justice, but it is justice for the white entrepreneur and not for the black victim, whose innocence is so obvious that the tale becomes absurd. At the end of this anecdote, the clerk announces that he is going into the privy where he often spent weeks living on scorpions and Montgomery Ward catalogs, so Lee must make a personal request that the clerk will accept. Using a stolen university alumni card, he appeals to the clerk as one razorback to another. The clerk remains suspicious because Lee doesn't look like a bone-feed mast-fed razorback to me. What you think about the GEUs? The razorback is a breed of hog, of course, and therefore a source of pork, which Jews, according to the rules of Kasruth but more importantly according to stereotype, are not allowed to eat. Lee answers by rote, as if to some perverse catechism, "You know yourself all a Jew wants to do is doodle a Christian girl. One of these days we'll cut the rest of it off." This, of course, is the correct response. The clerk admits that you talk right sensible for a city feller. Find out what he wants and take care of him. He's a good boy. The face of the state, or at least of the bureaucracy that is the state's most tangible avatar, is the face of appalling racist violence presented in the guise of folksy humor. The very language of this bureaucracy is a racist and anti-Semitic code, and only those with the right credentials can negotiate its convolutions. with the successful positing of an other to define, negatively, the limits of the social order, the labor of the production of control reaches its end, but this does not mean that the labor of control also ends. An amount of labor equivalent to that necessary for production must be expended regularly to reproduce control, and to improve the always already outmoded technology of control. Thus the atrophied preface at the end of Naked Lunch concludes with a resigned admission of this interminable process. A heaving sea of air hammers in the purple-brown dusk tainted with rotten metal smell of sewer gas. Young worker faces vibrating out of focus in yellow halos of carbide lanterns. Broken pipes exposed. They are rebuilding the city. Lee nodded absently. Yes. Always. The city of capitalist control is always being rebuilt because it is always being torn down. Both tasks are undertaken simultaneously by its exploited classes, on behalf not of its revolutionary foes but of its most dedicated defenders. The differential relationship between Burroughs's critique of the post-war world and that of Horkheimer and Adorno extends not only to these substantive analyses of new forms of domination, but also to the significant lacuna the two critiques share. This lacuna can best be understood in light of the development of Marxist thought in the 20th century, a line of development from which Horkheimer and Adorno mark their own difference. Until recently, the history of Marxism followed a dialectical pattern of development, carried along on the antithetical horns of the method that was also its constitutive dilemma, investigation of the mechanisms of capitalist domination, on the one hand, and the constitution of a revolutionary subject position, on the other. This pattern found its model in Marx himself, in the formal and substantial antithesis of Capital, the objective treatise on capitalist domination, to the earlier Grundriss, the subjective account of insurrectionary organization. This dialectic may be found also in Lenin's thought, where it has had the most far-reaching practical consequences, as well as in Lukács's History and Class Consciousness and in the writings of Rosa Luxemburg and Antonio Gramsci. In the work of the Frankfurt School and its descendants, however, one of the terms of this dialectic falls away, the constitution of the revolutionary subject all but disappears, leaving only the critique of mechanisms of domination. Revolutionary subjectivity is no longer possible in light of contemporary techniques of domination like the culture industry. This is the source both of Horkheimer and Adorno's pathos and of their negative dialectic, which like Herbert Marcuse's one-dimensionality bear witness to the expansion of capitalist contradiction beyond the ability of the dialectic to resolve it. The influence of this monological version of Marxism has been tremendous, especially on those who seem to have taken it a step further, like Jean-François Lyotard and Jean Baudrillard. Throughout Dialectic of Enlightenment, Horkheimer and Adorno allude to the prospect of revolution and the historical subject who would carry out that task, but these allusions are either devoid of specific content or are restricted to an almost Althusserian advocacy of class struggle in theory itself. Consider this point, which intervenes in the summing up of the concept of enlightenment. True revolutionary practice depends on the intransigence of theory in the face of the insensibility with which society allows thought to ossify, and not on the working class, because the reduction to mere objects of the administered life, which preforms every sector of modern existence including language and perception, represents objective necessity, against which they believe there is nothing they can do. Since all the forms of enlightenment, from formal education to film production, are actually successful forms of mass deception, the only revolutionary gesture that remains is the negation of enlightenment, the determinate negation of sovereign instrumental reason by critical reason. There seems to be no possibility of any radical action arising from those who are directly exploited, and all that can be expected is radical thought from the philosophers, for whom, as for the capitalist himself, exemption from work not only among the unemployed but even at the other end of the social scale also means disablement. Burroughs, too, in the wake of his failure to complete and publish Queer, the abortive groundwork of his own metaphysics of community, largely succumbs to pessimism in the face of the integrated totality of capitalist control. In Naked Lunch, his only statements on the possibility of revolution, while provocative, are made in parenthetical asides like the following passage from Ordinary Men and Women. Democracy is cancerous, and bureaus are its cancer. A bureau takes root anywhere in the state, turns malignant like the narcotics bureau, and grows, always reproducing more of its own kind, until it chokes the host if not controlled or excised. Bureaus cannot live without a host, being true parasitic organisms. The novel contains no clear-cut examples of what such a cooperative would look like under the conditions of late capitalism, however, to counter the demonic cartels, corporations, and bureaus that surround the narrator and reader. Some of the most disturbing and apparently pessimistic passages in Naked Lunch may actually offer points of departure for radical social change. We have seen how the disciplined body, like thought, is domesticated and subordinated to the process of production as an instrument thou the body's very organization abets capitalist control. This does not mean that other forms of bodily organization are not conceivable, some of which could effectively resist capitalist exploitation. In Anti-Oedipus and elsewhere, Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari define the body without organs as the unproductive, the sterile, the unengendered, the unconsumable, the imageless, organless body that stands as the degree zero of desire and subjective organization and as a result cannot be inserted into a process of production without being transformed into an organism wholly defined by its productive functions. The body without organs, which is not an object or a state but a becoming or process, is revealed with particular clarity in the surreal hallucinations of narcotic withdrawal in Junkie, freed from that naturalized narrative context. In Naked Lunch these visions serve as object lessons in the construction of the body without organs. Consider this early passage, which describes the transformation of a kicking junkie. No organ is constant as regards either function or position. Sex organs sprout anywhere, rectums open, defecate and close, the entire organism changes color and consistency in split-second adjustments. Later in the novel, Drs. Benway and Schaefer discuss the organization of the human body immediately before the talking asshole routine. Instead of a mouth and an anus to get out of order, why not have one all-purpose hole to eat and eliminate? We could seal up nose and mouth, fill in the stomach, make an air hole direct into the lungs where it should have been in the first place. Deleuze cites these passages from Naked Lunch later when he insists that in fact, the body without organs does not lack organs, it simply lacks the organism, that is, this particular organization of organs upon which exploitation is based. Point 29. It is this lack that makes the body without organs potentially revolutionary. It frees the body, at least temporarily, from its subjection to an exploitable oral genital organization and opens it up to other forms of subjective organization and thus to the other forms of social organization implied by different subject structures. In Burroughs's investigation of the body without organs that results from drug addiction, Deleuze and Guattari recognize an important precursor of their own search for an alternative to capitalist control, but they also see the abyss into which such a formulation can lead without vigilance and caution. The junkie can overshoot the body without organs, can turn the process into a terminal state, the results of which we have already seen, the affectless, immobile body of the satisfied addict, which only rouses itself to search for more junk. If it does not succumb to the stasis of addiction, the body without organs of the withdrawing addict falls just as easily back into the structure of the disciplined, productive body of capitalism. It is only in the period between the two endpoints, during the process of becoming, that the body without organs can take on a revolutionary valence, though this is hardly inevitable. This becoming only appears intermittently in Naked Lunch, and never gives rise to subjective structures that can construct alternative social systems, but it comes to be a regular part of Burroughs's writing, both in content and in style, in the works that follow. There are other alternatives, even more embryonic, that point toward the kinds of solutions to control that Burroughs develops in the 80s, when he returns to the idea of a utopian community as a response to life in the administered society. The most evocative of these, explicitly presented as a Yig-induced hallucination, is the opening of the market. The blood and substance of many races, Negro, Polynesian, Mountain Mongol, Desert Nomad, Polyglot Near East, Indian races as yet unconceived and unborn, combinations not yet realized pass through your body. Migrations, incredible journeys through deserts and jungles and mountains across the Pacific in an outrigger canoe to Easter Island. The composite city where all human potentials are spread out in a vast silent market. This routine, which goes on to delineate the organizational problems facing such an ontologically and biologically anarchistic vision of society, anticipates some of the insights into the revolutionary possibilities of the body without organs that Deleuze and Guattari will draw from the world historical visions of schizophrenics in Anti-Oedipus. Yet despite this intriguing potentiality, Burroughs is unable to offer any real solutions to the problems of radical organization. Still, there is at least one nominally radical or libertarian group in the novel, the factualists, with whom Burroughs himself identifies, according to Ginsberg's testimony. The factualists are anti-liquefactionist, anti-divisionist, and above all anti-sender, as their tentative bulletins attest. On the divisionists, we must reject the facile solution of flooding the planet with desirable replicas. It is highly doubtful if there are any desirable replicas, such creatures constituting an attempt to circumvent process and change. On the liquefactionists, we must not reject or deny our protoplasmic core, striving at all time to maintain a maximum of flexibility without falling into the morass of liquefaction. And on the senders, emphatically we do not oppose telepathic research. In fact, telepathy properly used and understood could be the ultimate defense against any form of organized coercion or tyranny on the part of pressure groups or individual control addicts. We oppose, as we oppose atomic war, the use of such knowledge to control, coerce, debase, exploit, or annihilate the individuality of another living creature. Telepathy is not, by its nature, a one-way process. To attempt to set up a one-way telepathic broadcast must be regarded as an unqualified evil. These position papers or party platform planks, which represent Burroughs's own consistently maintained political views, are unexceptionable but at the same time insufficient, in that they remain purely negative. They are defined solely by their opposition to the despotic parties and have no positive content. This restricted radically, limited as it is to strict opposition, reaches its zenith in the narrator's penultimate monologue. He identifies himself here as the exterminator because at one brief point of intersection I did exercise that function sluiced fat bedbugs from rose wallpaper and poisoned the purposeful rat, occasional eater of human babies. Wouldn't you? 3 degrees. His new job is an extension of that old one, find the live ones and exterminate. Not the bodies but the molds you understand, but I forget that you cannot understand. We have all but a very few. But even one could upset our food tray. The danger, as always, comes from defecting agents, A.J. Lee and the sailor and Benway. And I know some agent is out there is the darkness looking for me. Because all agents defect and all resistors sell out. This program of extermination, like Horkheimer and Adorno's practice of critique, is a form of determinate negation, the wielding of the double-edged sword of reason against its own commodified image. It is directed at molds, at the production line of identical repetitions of word or thought, rather than at individual bodies, but this makes it no less destructive and, as the final caveat makes clear, no more certain of success than the control strategies it attacks. The narrator's impasse reveals that the world of naked lunch has closed in on itself, has occupied all of the available logical space with its contradictory determinations. Its paradoxes, generated by reason, cannot be resolved or made productive, but can only be negated by reason. The dialectic of control, like the dialectic of enlightenment, is, finally, a negative dialectic between whose opposing terms all of society is laid out as on a lunch plate or an assembly line. The only escape hatch, as Adorno would agree, is open to the artist who can negate the system, not in material reality, but in the structure of his work. The artist himself cannot resist or escape, but the work can. The final routine of Naked Lunch, Hauser and O'Brien, dramatizes this precarious space of resistance. While preparing a shot of heroin, Lee is interrupted by Hauser and O'Brien, 2 narcotics agents who have been ordered to arrest Lee and to bring in all books, letters, manuscripts in his possession. Lee offers to help them set up a pusher so that they will allow him to finish his shot, after which he pulls out a pistol and kills them. He assumes that he will be hunted down for this act and prepares to flee the city. He packs his manuscripts, purchases a large quantity of heroin, and moves into a gay bathhouse for the night. The next morning, he calls the Narcotics Bureau from a payphone to inquire about the murder investigation he feels sure is underway. To his surprise, the operator insists that no officers named Hauser or O'Brien work there, and that there is certainly no investigation of their deaths underway. On his way out of the area in a taxi, Lee realizes what has happened. I had been occluded from space-time like an eel's ass occludes when he stops eating on the way to the Sargasso. Locked out. Never again would I have a key, a point of intersection. The heat was off me from here on out, relegated with Hauser and O'Brien to a landlocked junk past where heroin is always $28 an ounce far side of the world's mirror, moving into the past with Hauser and O'Brien, clawing at a note yet of telepathic bureaucracies, time monopolies, control drugs, heavy fluid addicts. I thought of that 300 years ago. Your plan was unworkable then and useless now. Like Da Vinci's flying machine plans. Like Naked Lunch itself, Lee's writings have negated the totality of capitalist control and thrown him outside its limits, but since those limits are coterminous with the limits of reason, he is outside time and space and outside history as well. Burroughs will explore this extra-historical non-space, this negative subject position, in his works of the 60s and 70s before returning to an affirmative historical perspective in the 80s. As at the end of Queer, in reaching this place outside history, Lee has reached a point of stability from which to attack the machinery of control, but in the face of the threatening not yet, which is historically inevitable yet subject to change, he lacks a viable plan of attack. Like the police, he will not be able to mesh with present time until he finds an alternative to the negative dialectics that control capitalist society. These telepathic bureaucracies and time monopolies will form the substance of the Nova trilogy. Lee's stable point, though extra-historical, is not static but rather metastable. The way the attractors of chaos theory are metastable, it partakes of a stability founded on rapid, apparently disorderly fluctuation that, at a higher level, contains its own order. The rapid montage of routines in Naked Lunch, like the even more disorienting cut UPS of the Nova trilogy, give fleeting form to this fluctuating perspective. In escaping the determinations of capitalist control, this extra-historical metastability offers the promise of a critique that would not remain negative, but it also threatens to collapse into idealism, compromise, and collaboration with the dominant order of control in spite of its critical intentions. Capital, too, wants nothing more than an end to history and the forms of resistance to which history gives rise. According to Burroughs's recurrent medical metaphor, control is a disease for which the treatment is symptomatic, which means in the trade there is none except to make the patient as comfortable as possible. This diagnosis is articulated by doctors themselves figures of control, however, so we must remain skeptical about the exception, especially since Burroughs's own prescription seems to be to make the reader/patient as uncomfortable as possible, perhaps to suggest that in fact poverty, hatred, war, police criminals, bureaucracy, insanity, all symptoms of the human virus can now be isolated and treated, as the factualists claim. We will have to wait for the countercultural break of the late 60s for these fragmentary insights to be articulated into a full-scale revolutionary program of treatment for the cancerous metastasis of control. The immediate consequence of this uncertain diagnosis is Burroughs's demand for more tests, more analysis of the human virus, in the form of a sequel to Naked Lunch, which will be a mathematical extension of the algebra of need beyond the junk virus. Because there are many forms of addiction, I think they all obey basic laws. This mathematical extension, complicated by Burroughs's discovery of the cut-up technique and his increasingly active collaboration with the painter Brian Geeson, ultimately produced 3 sequels: The Soft Machine, The Ticket That Exploded, and Nova Express, which together comprise the Nova trilogy, Burroughs's most formally radical work, to which we now turn our attention. After Naked Lunch, the Nova trilogy, composed of the novels The Soft Machine, The Ticket That Exploded, and Nova Express, is the most famous of Burroughs's literary projects. It is also the subset of his work that is most difficult to read, by virtue of its often aleatory syntax, and for that reason alone the trilogy has been both an obstacle to academic assessments of Burroughs and a perennial favorite among non-academic, bohemian readers. For many critics, Burroughs's use of the cut-up technique in the trilogy was proof a priori that his writing could no longer be interrogated for objective meaning or structure, but had to be treated like Rorschach ink blot tests of the reader's associative patterns. That is, his use of cut-ups meant that Burroughs could no longer be treated as an author, that his writings were no longer his but belonged entirely to his readers. Other readers refused to grant cut-ups even that much merit, and claimed that the procedure eliminated the possibility of aesthetic value. Even Burroughs's friends sometimes came to this kind of hostile conclusion. In 1960, Burroughs, Gregory Corso, Sinclair Beals, and Brian Geeson published a first slim volume of cut-up texts entitled Minutes to Go. On the last page of Minutes to Go, Gregory Corso repudiated the cut-up experiments on the preceding pages as uninspired machine poetry. I join this venture unwillingly and willingly. Unwillingly because the poetry I have written was from the soul and not from the dictionary, willingly because if it can be destroyed or bettered by the cut-up method, then it is poetry I care not for, and should be cut up. Word poetry is for every man, but soul poetry, alas, is not widely distributed. Corso's pious lament over having his soul poetry destroyed, like his elitist claim to a poetic inspiration beyond the reach of every man, is paradigmatic of the many negative responses to Burroughs's experiments, but Corso's denunciation also reveals the stakes of Burroughs's enterprise. Readers who call the cut-ups simply destructive are irresponsible, however, and their reactions often stem from misunderstanding of the technique, coupled with a refusal to learn how to read cut-up texts. Once its fundamental strategies are understood, the Nova trilogy is no more difficult to read than Gertrude Stein's Tender Buttons or Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, two unreadable works which have experienced popular and scholarly revivals of interest in recent years. Like the pun that serves as the basis of Finnegan's Wake, the basic cut-up technique is very simple. One takes at least one printed text, physically cuts it up into fragments, and reassembles the fragments in random order. There are several variables which can be manipulated to produce cut-up texts of varying degrees of randomness. If one cuts out wide or long sections of text, more of the original syntax remains intact and disjunctions occur less frequently. The quadrant method of cutting up, in which one cuts a single sheet of paper into 4 equal parts and reorders the parts, preserves perhaps the most of the original sense. If one cuts the text into very small sections, the disjunctions will occur more often and the syntax will be commensurately less normal. Indeed, one can even cut individual words apart and recombine them to form new words. One can also cut 2 or more texts together, which can produce jarring juxtapositions if the texts deal with disparate subjects. If what the reader seeks is artistry or poetry in the traditional sense, the subjective imposition of an order onto raw material, she will find it here, in the selection of original texts and in the choice and arrangement of the cut-ups that are generated. Burroughs credits his awakening to the cut-up method to his friend Brian Geeson, an expatriate American painter and writer whom Burroughs met in Tangier and with whom he later lived in Paris and London. Geeson himself attributes the discovery of cut-ups to the Zurich Dadaist Tristan Tzara, who composed instant poems by pulling words at random out of a hat. Burroughs claims that the cut-up method brings to writers the collage, which has been used by painters for 50 years. And used by the moving and still camera in film montage and multiple exposure. Even these comparisons are insufficient to explain the radicality of cut-ups, however. The cut-ups do not reproduce the artificially structured stream of consciousness of Joyce or Virginia Woolf, or even the carefully constructed textual montage of the camera eye sequences in John Dos Passos's USA, let alone the elaborate dialectical montages of Eisenstein. These techniques are methods of control whereby the artist imposes his or her will on resistant symbolic material. As Burroughs insists, you cannot will spontaneity. But you can introduce the unpredictable spontaneous factor with a pair of scissors, in other words by cutting up the text. The experimenter can use his or her own words, or any other words by any other writer. Poets have no words of their very own. Writers don't own their words. Since when do words belong to anybody? Your very own words, indeed. And who are you? Burroughs claims for the cut ups an almost mystical power of prophecy. If you cut into the present, the future leaks out too. The words contain, in themselves, all the possible permutations into which they can enter, so the experimenter can discover the future by cutting up the syntax and recombining the words to reveal their possibilities. Point 3. Burroughs also insists that cutting up a text that is explicitly dedicated to a certain goal will reveal the hidden motives of the text and its author, a thesis that he tests repeatedly on mass media texts, which appear often in the trilogy. The validity of his claim of prophecy is beyond the scope of this study, but the claim that cutting up reveals motivations and intentions hidden in ideological texts has some basis. In the chapter of Nova Express entitled Chinese Laundry, Burroughs cuts up an article opposing the maintenance of addicts by former Assistant U.S. Attorney General Malcolm Monroe, called Fighting Drug Addiction, the Clinic Plan, published in the magazine Western World in October 119. The text that emerges from Burroughs's cut-up operations dramatizes the dilemma of the trilogy. The police forces that combat criminals depend on those same criminals for their own continued existence. Now you are asking me whether I want to perpetuate a narcotics problem, and I say, protect the disease. Must be made criminal protecting society from the disease. The problem scheduled in the United States: the use of jail, former narcotics plan, addiction, and crime for many years brought front care of welfare agencies narcotics which antedate the use of drugs. The fact is noteworthy: 48 stages prisoner was delayed, has been separated, was required. Addiction in some form is the basis, must be wholly addicts. Any voluntary capacity subversion of the will, capital and treasury bank infection dedicated to traffic in exchange narcotics demonstrated a typhoid Mary who will spread narcotics problem to the United Kingdom, finally in view of the cure of the social problem and as such dangerous to society. Maintaining addict cancers to our profit, pernicious personal contact market increase, release the prosecutor to try any holes. This cut up, which succinctly states the central conflict of the Nova trilogy, also reveals that the anti-drug rhetoric of the 50s and 60s served merely to cover up the real intention of the government agencies assigned to tackle the problem, to protect the disease of addiction that was the source or basis of their existence, to maintain the addict cancers from which they drew their profit. Any real cure of the social problem would actually be dangerous to society. This was the situation that Burroughs had already recognized in The Addict Agents of Junkie and Naked Lunch, the reversible symmetry of roles, cop and criminal, imposed by formal relations of legality that Foucault would analyze 10 years later in Discipline and Punish. Perhaps this anticipation of Foucault's influential critical insight is evidence of the cut-up's real power of prophecy. In revealing the constitutive contradiction of the law, the cut-up method challenges the hegemony of that law and offers a method for abolishing it. In a passage of The Ticket That Exploded that alludes back to the introduction to Naked Lunch, Burroughs again cites Wittgenstein, followed by Marx and Engels. Wittgenstein said, "No proposition can contain itself as an argument equals the only thing not pre-recorded in a pre-recorded universe is the pre-recording itself, which is to say any recording that contains a random factor. The constraints of law constitute a virtual pre-recording, a determining influence that the past has on the present, locking the future into dull repetition, but such a determinism can be circumvented by means of cut-ups." On the next page, another parody of the Communist Manifesto appears, advocating the revolutionary valence of affordable recording technology in the form of Philips' portable carry-corder. Carry-corders of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your pre-recordings. This challenge that cut-ups make to the law, not only to copyright law but to the abstract form of the law that defines society and its component agents, constitutes the theoretical labor of Burroughs's trilogy, and it grants the reader access to the explicit level of narrative in the trilogy as well. The Nova trilogy is largely a hybrid of two hoary popular genres, the science fiction novel and the detective story, a combination that became Burroughs' standard means of organizing his narrative material. As we have seen, Deleuze views philosophy also as a hybrid form combining the detective novel and science fiction. By detective novel we mean that concepts, with their zones of presence, should intervene to resolve local situations. They themselves change along with the problems. They have spheres of influence where they operate in relation to dramas and by means of a certain cruelty. Following Samuel Butler, we discover Eruhan, signifying at once the originary nowhere and the displaced, disguised, modified, and always recreated here and now. We believe in a world in which individuations are impersonal, and singularities pre-individual, the splendor of the pronoun one. Whence the science fiction aspect, which necessarily derives from this Eruhan. This passage accurately describes Burroughs' trilogy, in which the question "and who are you?" takes on a profoundly impersonal, anti-subjectivist perspective. The local situation under scrutiny is the living environment of this planet, seen from the perspective of alien powers of exploitation and control as well as from the viewpoint of law. The primary concept used to resolve this local situation will be that of the law. As we should expect from the compositional techniques used to construct it, the narrative constituted by the trilogy is discontinuous, both within each individual novel and from each novel to the next in the series. Passages of linear narrative last for several pages at most, either preceding or succeeding a passage that cuts up the contents of that particular linear narrative. Such doubled passages are organized in a rather broad thematic pattern within the larger chapter-like units of each novel. Many passages, both of cut UPS and of linear narrative, are repeated throughout all three novels and act like refrains or choruses to unify, to some small extent, the fractured story. In light of these, and of Burroughs' own comments on the trilogy, it is possible to discern the broad outlines of an organization arising spontaneously from the material, without the conscious predetermination a modern artist would impose. The first novel, The Soft Machine, is concerned with just description of the factors involved and the scene, which corresponds somewhat with the Planet Venus. A good deal of narrative material that's concerned with reincarnation. This is the concept of the street of chance, not sure of what kind of reincarnation you're going to have. This reincarnation material draws upon the hanged man's orgasm, from Naked Lunch, as a means of transmigration of identity and hence of immortality. The second volume, The Ticket That Exploded, continues the description of the set and provides an elusive, indirect, and cut-up account of the conflicts therein, while the third novel, Nova Express, is more directly concerned with the struggle in detail and with its theoretical foundations and material ramifications. Indeed, Burroughs suggests that Nova Express would probably have the clearest of thematic summation. 5 My strategy in approaching the trilogy will therefore be retrospective. After broadly sketching the development of the first two volumes of the trilogy, I will explicate the conflict and its possible solutions through a close examination of Nova Express, and then move backward to examine the specifics of the earlier novels. As Jenny Skirl notes, The Soft Machine is concerned with exposing the social control of mankind throughout human history by the manipulation of bodily needs. Indeed, the very title refers to the human body under constant siege from a vast hungry host of parasites. What Freud calls the ID is a parasitic invasion of the hypothalamus. What Freud calls the superego is probably a parasitic occupation of the midbrain where the rightness centers may be located. 6. The routines that make up the soft machine are set in widely disparate historical periods, though they all take place in a setting that Burroughs describes as the planet Venus. There is no clear development from routine to routine, but rather a sort of random juxtaposition of chapters, as if the narrative had come unstuck in time, as Kurt Vonnegut wrote in Slaughterhouse-Five. The first chapter/routine, Dead on Arrival, apparently opens in the sordid present of Naked Lunch but progresses backward through American history, while the final routine, Cross the Wounded Galaxies, acts as a negative creation myth in Skirl's words, describing the dawn of language as the result of a devastating plague, in the past the muttering sickness leaped into our throats, coughing and spitting in the silver morning sick apes spitting blood laugh. Sound bubbling in throats torn with the toxicness we waded into the warm mud water. Hair and ape flesh off in screaming strips. Stood naked human bodies covered with phosphorescent green jelly when we came out of the mud we had names. The coughing and spitting alludes to Burroughs's recurrent archetypal junkie, who is always coughing and spitting in the junk-sick morning through naked lunch and the later works. This Paleolithic plague announces the coming of the explosive bio-advance men out of space, revealed in the ticket that exploded to be the Nova Mob, who cross the wounded galaxies to find new marks that they can subject to their linguistic and bodily control tactics. The intervening chapters present paradigms of such control in corporate, cultural/religious, and gender terms. The basic premise of Burroughs's trilogy does not receive explicit exposition until the second volume, The Ticket That Exploded. The routine entitled The Nova Police offers a discursive presentation of the antagonisms between the Nova Mob and its marks, and between the mob and the Nova Police who pursue it, both of which antagonisms have heretofore appeared only in elusive cut UPS. The expositor, in this instance, is Inspector J. Lee of the Nova Police, who addresses a press conference called to provide the public with an explanation of the situation. He begins, "I doubt if any of you on this copy planet have ever seen a Nova criminal, and I am sure that none of you have ever seen a Nova police officer. When disorder on any planet reaches a certain point, the regulating instance scans police, otherwise spoot another planet bites the cosmic dust." Naturally, the inspector puts his intervention in the best possible light. He and his forces have arrived to save the Earth from disorder and destruction. And who are the instigators of this disorder? Nova criminals, like the Heavy Metal Kid and the Subliminal Kid, led by Mr. and Mrs. D, also known as Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin, also known as the Ugly Spirit. The basic Nova technique is very simple: always create as many insoluble conflicts as possible and always aggravate existing conflicts. This is done by dumping on the same planet life forms with incompatible conditions of existence. Their conditions of life are basically incompatible in present time form, and it is precisely the work of the Nova Mob to see that they remain in present time form, to create and aggravate the conflicts that lead to the explosion of a planet, that is to Nova. Such conflicts, the inspector claims in Nietzschean fashion, are not moral but biological. There is of course nothing wrong about any given life form, since wrong only has reference to conflicts with other life forms. Both kinds of conflict, however, are subject to the law, the moral conflict to the reversible dialectic of legality, and the biological conflict to the normative formulae of physical science. So what can the Nova Police do about these mobsters? We intend to arrest these criminals and turn them over to the biological department for the indicated alterations. But arresting Nova criminals is a tricky business. Nova criminals are not three-dimensional organisms, but they need three-dimensional human agents to operate. The point at which the criminal controller intersects a three-dimensional human agent is known as a coordinate point, and if there is one thing that carries over from one human host to another, it is habit, idiosyncrasies, vices, food preferences, a gesture, a special look, that is to say the style of the controller. A chain smoker will always operate through chain smokers, an addict through addicts. Now a single controller can operate through thousands of human agents, but he must have a line of coordinate points. It is only when we can block the controller out of all coordinate points available to him and flush him out from host cover that we can make a definitive arrest, otherwise the criminal escapes to other coordinate. These criminals are viruses, defined as the three-dimensional coordinate point of a controller, which invade the human body and in the process produce language, like the plague that struck the apes at the end of the soft machine. Language is both the medium and the effect of their control. Arrest is not the end, the indicated alterations must be ordered and a sentence meted out to the Nova mobsters. This task falls to the biological courts, which administer the biological, and thus the physical, law. The double sense revealed in this use of the word law for both regularities in nature and constraints placed on social action will remain central to Burroughs's critique of dogmatic authority. Lee admits that the courts are in a deplorable condition at this time, No sooner set up than immediately corrupted, so that they convene every day in a different location like floating dice games, constantly swept away by stampeding life forms, all idiotically glorifying their stupid ways of life, most of them quite unworkable of course. The Earth case does not go to trial until near the end of Nova Express, where many of these points are reiterated. The trial will therefore be discussed below. In any event, once the trial is finished, the Nova police intend to vacate the scene. Lee also admits that he is quite well aware that no one on any planet likes to see a police officer, so let me emphasize in passing that the Nova police have no intention of remaining after their work is done. That is, when the danger of Nova is removed from this planet, we will move on to other assignments. We do our work and go dash. Unlike other law enforcement agencies, the Nova police claim to disappear when they are no longer needed, rather than stay around and manufacture work for themselves, the way terrestrial law enforcement agencies do. Recall the cut-up anti-drug article. As his name and intentions indicate, and as he later admits openly, Inspector Lee is Burroughs' double. The purpose of my writing is to expose and arrest Nova criminals. In Naked Lunch, Soft Machine, and Nova Express I show who they are and what they are doing and what they will do if they are not arrested. Minutes to go. With your help we can occupy the reality studio and retake their universe of fear, death and monopoly. Inspector J. Lee, Nova Police. All this technical exposition, complete with answers to audience questions, obscures the most important point in Lee's presentation: who or what is the regulating instance that sends for the police in the first place? Lee insists that the Nova blockade has been broken by partisan activity that cut the control lines of word and image laid down by the Nova mob, and he cites details of partisan recruitment to distract his audience from the crucial point, which is revealed in a parenthesis. The leader of the partisans is actually one of the Nova mobsters, Willie the Rat, who has informed on his associates. This betrayal has been announced much earlier, in the Uranian Willie chapter of the Soft Machine, when Uranian Willie the Heavy Metal Kid, also known as Willie the Rach, wised up the marks. Point 8 just before the beginning of the Nova police routine. However, at the end of Operation Rewrite, the unnamed narrator claims that the conflicts managed by the Nova mob can be written out of the reality film script, and that alternative solutions to the problem can be found, to which his listeners, the subjugated marks, respond, "No basin I sabah, we want flesh, we want junk, we want power dash dot." The marks want to remain under control. The situation has clearly gotten out of hand. The narrator, finally given a name, concludes, "That did it, dial police." Whether he is called Willie the Rat or Hassan I Sabah, the traitor is clearly the figure of the writer or rewriter of Burroughs himself, who had to call in the Nova police to keep all these jokers out of the rewrite room. As the contemporary recorded routine Burroughs called the law makes clear. Point 9 Willie's treachery is not actually narrated in detail until the Chinese Laundry chapter of Nova Express, but its effects reverberate throughout the trilogy. The significance of this treachery for the further development of Burroughs's engagement with the telepathic bureaucracies and time monopolies of control cannot be overstated. We have seen Burroughs's incisive analysis and parody of the reversible logic of oppositional social relations, the dialectic of treason, in both Junkie and Naked Lunch. That is, the imperative that founds the police apprehend lawbreakers leads them to negotiate deals with some lawbreakers in order to capture others and ultimately to manufacture new criminals to keep themselves in business, while the imperative that founds private enterprise produce profit leads entrepreneurs to blur and even erase the line between legitimate and illegitimate business in order to maximize their returns. Without this reversibility, capitalist society would come apart. The police compromise themselves by protecting and even supporting criminals who testify, but without the testimony that this support encourages, the police would be unable to make cases against organized criminals and thereby justify their jobs. Criminals suborn cops with bribes in a symmetrical manner by appealing to the entrepreneur's imperative to profit, which underlies even the police imperative to order. And if entrepreneurs did not operate illegitimate businesses, or at least incorporate illegitimate aspects into their legitimate businesses, their profit margins would suffer and they would fail. Thus the environment in which these reversals operate is both necessarily clandestine and socially ubiquitous. This secrecy is constitutive of the subjective forms that operate in this environment. Organized crime, by its very nature, is secretive and communal, bound together by family ties and blood oaths. As Jean-Paul Sartre argues, to swear such an oath is to promise to carry out certain positive tasks and, more importantly, to swear is to say, as a common individual, you must kill me if I secede. And this demand has no other aim than to install terror within myself as a free defense against the fear of the enemy and the similar reprisals that the mob makes against informers. The fear of the enemy and the terror of the vengeful mob are symmetrical for both the undercover cop and the treacherous mobster. The investigators of organized crime must double the secrecy and violence of the mob's oaths in order to infiltrate and expose it. Informers and undercover agents must take the secret blood oaths of the mob and then break them, in the name of a higher or prior oath which is, despite Sartre's denial, fundamentally the same as the social contract. Point 10. Like the contract, the oath represents the group's bid for survival, for social permanence in the face of the radical flux of commodified individual desires. By taking an oath, the cop or mobster submits himself voluntarily to the jurisdiction of the law that constitutes the group. Likewise, entrepreneurs violate the particular laws constraining their behavior in the name of the most fundamental law of capitalism, profit at any price. There is no irony in the fact that both mobsters and private entrepreneurs consider themselves simply adventurous businessmen. Indeed, this fact is a tautology. The treason that both constitutes and ultimately destroys individual social subjects is not limited to American market capitalism, however. In fact, the dialectic of treason finds one of its most extreme historical embodiments in the Soviet Union, in Joseph Stalin's show trials of 1936–38, during which apparently faithful Communist Party members were accused of conspiring to overthrow the Soviet government and return Russia to capitalism, were tortured into signing prefabricated confessions, and were executed. The most striking feature of this great purge is the fact that most of the accused, despite their apparent innocence, pleaded guilty to treason in order to avoid compromising Stalin's regime, in which they continued to believe despite the regime's treatment of them. Their denial of historical truth in favor of ideological truth was not confirmed until 1956, during the international thaw of the Khrushchev era, when Burroughs was composing Naked Lunch in Tangier. The United States was quick to reproduce this Orwellian tragedy on its own terms. Near the end of the soft machine, Burroughs bids ta to Stalin shortly before announcing his stand on the Fifth Amendment to avoid the question of the senator from Wisconsin, "Are you or have you ever been a member of the male sex?" The senator from Wisconsin is Joseph McCarthy, the most visible prosecutor of suspected communists during the Cold War, whose name has since become synonymous with paranoid opportunism. The question "Are you or have you ever been?" is Burroughs's parodic version of McCarthy's perennial question to accused communists, which actually ended with the words "a member of the Communist Party." Invoking the Fifth Amendment and refusing to answer this question was interpreted as an admission of guilt. Burroughs's version of the question links the apparently natural attribute of sex or gender with the apparently cultural choice of communist sympathy, and in so doing complicates this fundamental but rarely interrogated binary opposition. He also identifies, as he did in Junkie, the metonymic chain that accounts for the equation of social and sexual deviance with political subversion in mainstream American ideology. The House Un-American Activities Committee hearings, dominated by McCarthy from 1950 to 1954, demonstrated how easy it was to circumvent the freedoms guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution and reproduce the hysterical atmosphere of the Moscow show trials. It has become commonplace to point out that many people accused of communist sympathies during those years were merely liberals and leftists who justified their activities on the basis of what they assumed to be the difference between the US and the Soviet Union, constitutionally guaranteed freedom of thought and expression. Point 12. These issues must have had particular resonance for Burroughs at that time, since he was engaged in the legal defense of Naked Lunch against obscenity charges as he composed the early versions of the Nova trilogy. These historical events demonstrate the extent of the problem that Burroughs identified in the terroristic dialectic of treason, but they provided him with only incidental material for the trilogy. The central symbolic structure of the trilogy is the conflict between organized crime and the police, both bound by oaths and operating everywhere in secret, mediated by the informer through whom all other roles communicate and to whom all those roles can ultimately be reduced. Point 13. The question the trilogy must address, then, is whether this dialectic can be evaded and the conflict neutralized without setting the stage for a return of the same old antagonistic positions and the same old conflict. Both the police and the mob function on the basis of implicit or explicit loyalty oaths, with each side trying to outcommit the other and bring about the betrayal of the enemy by the enemy. Since the informer is central to this situation, might it be possible for an informer to upset the dialectic, perhaps by performing an act of superbetrayal, an act of treason to end all future treason? Could a traitor destroy not only the group he betrays, but also the oath itself, the very condition of the group's existence? In R957 something like this happened. Joseph Valicki, a highly placed New York mafioso, testified against his former comrades in the mob before a Senate committee hearing. The story was carried in all the American media. Mobsters had ratted before, but none with Valicki's connections or on his scale. He was not content merely to testify to individual crimes committed by his former colleagues, but went so far as to reveal in detail the very foundation of his former loyalty, the Cosa Nostra blood oath. Point 14. In the face of this spectacular act of treason, some commentators at the time predicted the imminent demise of the Mafia, which to Burroughs would have implied the equally imminent demise of the Mafia's symmetrical reflection, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the police. The logic of the situation would dictate that only a similarly highly placed figure in the Nova mob could reveal both the general strategy underlying its organization and the specifics of its operation. If the primary means of control is language, the word, then all writers are, in principle, implicated in the Nova conspiracy, including Lee and Burroughs himself. As a junkie, Burroughs's physical body is one of the coordinate points for the Nova mobster, who operates through addicts. Therefore, Burroughs's consciousness is actually that of a Nova mobster, Uranian Willie the heavy metal kid, or even Hassan I Sabbagh, who is privy to all of the parasitic secrets concealed behind the Nova mob's mask of benign linguistic symbiosis. Thus he can call the Nova police and rat to them with sufficient force, he hopes, to destroy the mob altogether and put the police out of business at the same time. He can, perhaps, eliminate the only thing that guarantees the permanence of these repressive social structures, the law to which the oaths or social contracts submit individual subjects, the law that allows the structures to reproduce themselves. If he can do this, he can put the flux of individual desires back into rigid social relations, just as the cut-up method puts flux into syntax. But such an act, a transgression to end all transgression, will also expose him to the wrath of the groups he has betrayed, the Nova mob and, perhaps, the Nova police as well. In the aftermath of this textual situation, it is perhaps not wholly coincidental that Burroughs was actually declared by L. Ron Hubbard's Church of Scientology to be in condition of treason following his abandonment of the church in 1968 and his subsequent composition of critical articles ratting on its techniques of psychological analysis and control. Point 15. Willie the Rat is an obvious nickname for Burroughs, the addict writer who betrays his former criminal companions, but where does Hassan I Sabbagh come from? The name does not appear at all in the soft machine, but from the second routine of the ticket that exploded to the end of Nova Express, Hassan I Sabbagh is a regular point of reference, generally as a term of comparison that reveals the inauthenticity and Nova mob-like intentions of various pretenders to leadership of the human marks. Well into the ticket that exploded, for example, the narrator denounces the Welchers who can't cover their bets and never intended to cover the Hassan I Sabbaghs from Cuntville, USA, backed by yellow assassins who couldn't strangle a hernia, self-appointed controllers of the rotting kingdom strictly from Grade B Hollywood. This sarcastic comparison implies that Hassan I Sabbagh is a legitimate leader of the partisans, and that he commands real and deadly assassins. Beyond this and similar scenes that cut through the media of control, the ticket that exploded offers the reader no further insight into the significance of Hassan I Sabbagh. To explore that significance, we must turn to Nova Express. Nova Express opens, paradoxically, with a chapter written in the imperative entitled Last Words. At first it is difficult to determine whose last words are being spoken. Listen to my last words anywhere. Listen to my last words any world. Listen all you board syndicates and governments of the earth. And you powers behind what filth deals consummated in what lavatory to take what is not yours. To sell the ground from unborn feet forever. The last words themselves are straightforward. Listen, I call you all. Show your cards all players. Pay it all, pay it all, pay it all back. Play it all, pay it all, play it all back. For all to see. The speaker wants the secret controllers to reveal themselves, to play back the tapes, to the people that they control the marks and to give those people back what the controllers have stolen. The repetition of the phrases pay it all and play it all gives the imperative a ritual or incantatory cast. The controllers ask for more time, to which the speaker, alluding to the first volume of Cut UPS, replies, I say to all these words are not premature. These words may be too late. Minutes to go. The controllers invoke secrecy by appealing to their executive privileges and the interests of national security. 16 which provokes the still unidentified speaker to rage. Are these the words of the all-powerful boards and syndicates of the earth? These are the words of liars, cowards, collaborators, traitors. Liars who want time for more lies. Cowards who cannot face your dogs, your gooks, your errand boys, your human animals with the truth. Collaborators with insect people, with vegetable people. With any people anywhere who offer you a body forever. To shit forever. For this you have sold out your sons. Sold the ground from unborn feet forever. Traitors to all souls everywhere. You want the name of Hassan I Sabah on your filth deeds to sell out the unborn? This passage lays out the real terms of the Nova mob's parasitic takeover of human life, which it has covered up in various ways but which is revealed in the controllers' derogatory terms for their prey, as well as their attitudes toward these hosts. Thus the passage functions as a critique of the mob's ideology of benign coexistence and mutual benefit. Hassan I Sabah's name, invoked as an ironic legitimation in the last sentence, has popped up at irregular intervals throughout the second novel of the trilogy, but is still not immediately recognizable to most readers. The name is repeated in the next paragraph of Last Words, which reveals the speaker himself to be Hassan I Sabah. What scared you all into time? Into body? Into shit? I will tell you, the word. Alien word, the word of alien enemy imprisons thee in time. In body. In shit. Prisoner, come out. The great skies are open. I Hassan I Sabah rub out the word forever. If you I cancel all your words forever. And the words of Hassan I Sabah as also cancel. Cross all your skies. See the silent writing of Brian Geeson Hassan I Sabah. The first lines articulate one of the basic themes of the trilogy. Humanity is subjugated not only by alien enemies but by its own language in every possible way. Language, the word, imprisons people in material bodies, which are subject to decay and little better than excrement, when they could be flying through the great skies, free from materiality. Language interpellates individuals into a social order that is organized to benefit the controllers, and gives those individuals generic identities that are no more individual than the definite article, the paradoxical term that grants specificity to common nouns even though they itself is no less generic than the nouns it modifies. To speak is to lie. Word and image write the message that is you on colorless sheets determine all flesh because in fact word is flesh and image specifically, film is the master narrative of human life. The name of Hassan I Sabah, who is here equated with Brian Geeson rather than with Burroughs himself, reappears in the explicit performative that cancel all your words forever, including the very words of Hassan I Sabah that perform the rubbing out or cancellation. Throughout the rest of the novel, this operation recurs often. The name Hassan I Sabah is a central point of reference in the Nova trilogy, despite the fact that Hassan I Sabah rarely appears in any of the books as a character. He functions rather as an author surrogate, a godlike figure, subject of imperative curses and object of magical invocations, whose incarnations, or avatars, under different names, fill the novels. As such, Hassan-I Sabbagh is unquestionably the central figure in Burroughs's later literary cosmology. Hassan-I Sabbagh does not appear at all in the early autobiographical novels or in Naked Lunch. Burroughs's first reference to him occurs in the epigraph to Minutes to Go, not knowing what is and what is not knowing I knew not. Hassan Sabbagh's razor. The source of the epigraph is not given, but the term razor alludes to the famous logical principle of the scholastic philosopher William of Ockham, already mentioned in the introduction to Naked Lunch and equated there with Wittgenstein's claim that if a proposition is not necessary it is meaningless. T7 Ockham himself wrote it thus: what can be explained by the assumption of fewer things is vainly explained by the assumption of more things. Point 11. This principle is often paraphrased as the scientist's or detective's motto, that the simplest explanation which covers the known facts is probably the correct one. The statement attributed to Hassan-I Sabbagh in the epigraph is a much stricter version of Ockham's principle. Ockham's razor presupposes that the relation between the thing to be explained and the things that must be assumed to produce an explanation is self-evident. In other words, that causality and its representation in conceptual language are simple, unproblematic operations not requiring further investigation. Hassan-I Sabbagh's razor, on the other hand, does not take those operations for granted, but rather questions the grounds of their self-evidence. Since the speaker does not assume in advance the difference between knowledge and its negation, the difference that is the precondition of all knowing, including the knowledge of the conditions necessary for knowledge, he cannot know anything with assurance and certainty, and therefore cannot determine which explanation is simplest and thus true. Hassan-I Sabbagh's razor is Burroughs's version of the hermeneutic circle. The razor of the epigraph also alludes to the contents of Minutes to Go, the very first published cut-up experiments, including those made by Brian Geeson on the day when he first sliced through a pile of newspapers with my Stanley blade, picked up the raw words and began to piece together texts. 19. By extension it alludes to the cut-up contents of the Nova trilogy as well. No doubt it was Geeson, a longtime resident of Tangier and a dedicated student of Arabic and North African culture, who introduced Burroughs to the history of the Muslim holy man Hassan-I Sabbagh, the old man of the mountain and master of the assassins, just as he introduced Burroughs to Moroccan music and philosophy. Phy.20 in the interviews with Terry Wilson published as Here to Go, Planet RIOI, for example, Geeson repeats an old story about Hassan-I Sabbagh's childhood friendship with the poet Omar Khayyam and the statesman Nizam al-Mulk. According to legend, the three friends vowed to assist one another should any of them achieve success. When Nizam al-Mulk became vizier to the Sultan of the Seljuk Turks, he arranged a stipend for Omar and a court post for Hassan. Unfortunately, this put Nizam and Hassan in conflict. Hassan was assigned to provide an account of the revenues of the realm, but he found when he came to deliver his speech on the exchequer that his manuscripts had been cut in such a way that he didn't at first realize that they had been sliced right down the middle and repasted. All of his material had been cut up by some unknown enemy, and his speech from the woolsack was greeted with howls of laughter and utter disgrace, and he was thrown out of the administration. So he was the victim of a cut-up. 21 The threefold conjunction in Burroughs's literary practice: collaborations with Geeson, experiments with the cut-up method, and adoption of Hassan-I Sabbagh as a central symbolic figure may be why Burroughs equates Geeson with Hassan-I Sabbagh in the opening section of Nova Express and elsewhere. But this conjunction is only part of the rationale behind Burroughs's figurative use of Hassan-I Sabbagh. Hassan-I Sabbagh is quoted in almost all of Burroughs's major works after Minutes to Go. This first citation, Hassan Sabbagh's razor, recurs occasionally in later works, but it is soon superseded by another quotation of similarly unspecified origin: nothing is true, everything is permitted. Last words Hassan-I Sabbagh. 22 The same citation appears in The Ticket That Exploded, without the attribution, immediately before the Nova police routine. If the razor is epistemological and demonstrates the inaccessibility of true knowledge, the last words are simultaneously ontological, in their denial of the existence of truth, and ethical, in their assertion that everything is permitted. Indeed, Burroughs understands this Dostoevskian statement to mean that everything is permitted because nothing is true, thus the ontological antecedent renders the ethical consequent equally ontological. These last words reveal Hassan I Sabbah's ultimate function in Burroughs's novels. He represents the abolition of traditional, formal ethical law in the face of an unknowable, because unrepresentable, ontology of difference that generates its own ethics. We still do not know, however, what gives Hassan I Sabbah the power to rub out the word of the law. Though Burroughs's symbolic use of Hassan I Sabbah may appear wholly personal, in fact it generally remains quite close to the few historical facts that we have concerning the real Muslim leader. Hassan I Sabbah, or Hassan I Sabbah as Burroughs prefers to spell it 23, was one of the leaders of a dissident Islamic sect called the Ahmadis, a particularly militant subset of the Shia, or Shiites, who claim a special reverence for and descent from Ali, the cousin and son-in-law of Muhammad. Central to their strain of Muslim faith is the belief that members of this line of descent are the only legitimate rulers, and moreover the only authoritative religious teachers, imams. 24 The Shia were a minority in the relatively unified Islamic empire of the 8th and 9th centuries, and the Ismailis were a minority of the Shia. The dominant form of Islamic practice and government was Sunnism, a pragmatically liberal and consensual synthesis of the many competing interpretations of Islamic tradition. Sunnism represented a conscious effort to cling to those community symbols which had widest support already, rejecting any conflicting minority emphasis in the name of community solidarity. Among these symbols were the Quran, the Hadith, the Shahada, or statement of witness, and, most importantly for our account of Burroughs, the Sharia, or body of ritual canon law that prescribed and proscribed the daily actions of believers. Since there were many versions of this ritual law, to improve community solidarity admitted the possibility of a number of alternatively acceptable systems of Sharia, which the faithful might choose among within broad limits. Ismailism is an offshoot of Shi'ism that derives its name from Ismail, son of a Shia imam and reputed father of a line of imams to whom the Ismailis granted exceptional power. Among the early Shia there seems to have been much speculation concerning the nature of the afterlife, the possibility of divine inspiration, the meaning of ritual prescriptions. There was a tendency, labeled gulaw, exaggeration by its opponents, to carry these speculations farther than most Muslims felt consistent with religious propriety, giving the imam and even the ordinary believer too high a spiritual station. The imam had sometimes been made vaguely divine by the Gulaw teachers. The Ismailis tied him to philosophical tradition as the microcosm par excellence, in whom the metaphysical soul of the universe was personified. He had access to metaphysical reason itself, personified in the inspired prophet, and could so guarantee a rational interpretation of the prophet's seemingly arbitrary directives. Thus Ismailism, which posited an incarnate source of absolute transcendent knowledge in the material world, found itself at odds with the liberal and consensual order of Sunnism, which relied on rational debate and communal agreement. Since the Sunnis were numerically superior and controlled most of the Islamic governments, the Ismailis could only hope to impose their ideas through revolution. In a few places, such as Egypt, they were successful and established enduring dynasties. Elsewhere the reaction to their tactics forced them to dissimulate their beliefs. The faithful must practice what was called among the Shiites taqiyya, concealing their true allegiance from the worldly authorities lest persecution wipe out the faith. This dissimulation found a rationale in the Shiite doctrine of Zahir and Tin, which corresponds in many ways to the Platonic distinction between appearance and essence. The Imam was ultimate source of the inward and universal sense underlying the outward, evident sense of Quran or Hadith. The outer formulas set forth in these scriptures were called the Zahir. The hidden meaning of them, which the Imam revealed, was called the Batin. For many Ismailis, this doctrine implied at least the impermanence and at most the irrelevance of the laws of the Sharia, which were seen as a form of Zahir for the enlightened believer who had gained transcendental insight into the din revealed by the Imam. 25. Hassan I Sabbah enters the historical stage at this point, during the decline of the Egyptian Ismaili state. A convert to Ismailism, he studied in an Egypt in which governmental authority, while symbolically vested in an imam, was actually held by a military dictator. Thereafter he established his headquarters at Alamat, or Alamaut, a fortress built atop a virtually inaccessible mountain on the southern shore of the Caspian Sea, in what is now the Gilan province of northern Iran. From this fortress he takes his honorific title, the Old Man of the Mountain 26. There, according to history as well as legend, he acquired a second honorific, Master of the Assassins, as the leader and trainer of a legion of killers, the Fidas, whose infamy spread throughout the Islamic world and Christendom during the Crusades. It is primarily in the capacity of teacher of subversive assassins that Hassan I Sabbah enters Burroughs's later works. Indeed, the very word assassin comes from the Arabic hashishi'un, meaning user of hashish, which was popularly though probably erroneously applied to the followers of Hassan I Sabbah. Legends reported by Marco Polo have it that Hassan I Sabbah's castle at Alamaut contained a beautiful garden. When young men visited him, he served them a drugged banquet and, while they slept, had them carried into this garden, where they awakened to find themselves surrounded by pliant boys and women, fine wine, and food. After a short time in the garden, the men were again drugged and returned to Hassan I Sabbah's dining room, where they were told upon waking that they had been granted a foretaste of the afterlife that awaited them if they agreed to do the old man's bidding. These aspects of the Alamaut legend appear in many places in Burroughs's trilogy and later works. The castle of Alamaut itself is mentioned in The Ticket That Exploded, and it is described paradoxically in Nova Express as the cold, windy, bodiless rock of immortality and transcendence that Hassan I Sabbah offers instead of the dangerously seductive delights of the flesh and the word. Those who accept Hassan I Sabbah's offer become his assassins after exhaustive training. Many passages in the trilogy describe the intellectual and physical education of partisan cadet assassins in the color writing of Hassan I Sabbah. The legendary garden appears in many guises in the trilogy, but most often as a version of the deadly Garden of Delights described in Winds of Time, the second routine of The Ticket That Exploded. A vast tingling numbness surrounded by ovens of white-hot metal lattice. Outside the oven funnels is a ruined area of sex booths, orgasm addicts stacked in rubbish heaps like muttering burlap. The Garden of Delights. God. Burroughs has apparently placed these two aspects of the legend, the eager assassins and their promised reward, in opposition to one another, or perhaps he simply demands that partisans be willing to imagine a disembodied Garden of Delights, offered by Hassan I Sabbah, to combat the carnal garden of the Nova mobsters. In any case, the Winds of Time routine parallels the Last Words routine that opens Nova Express in offering the partisans a choice between the terminal pleasures of the flesh and the bodiless immortality of Hassan I Sabbah. Several important aspects of the trilogy that Burroughs associates with Hassan I Sabbah have no apparent grounding in this part of the historical record, however. In particular, there seems to be no historical rationale for Burroughs's attribution of the destruction of language or the oft-repeated quotation, "Nothing is true, everything is permitted" to Hassan I Sabbah. This fact suggests that Burroughs's Master of Assassins may be a composite of several figures, especially since he is not the only figure in Ismaili history who has a direct bearing on Burroughs's work in the Nova trilogy and later works. It is possible, of course, that Burroughs merely extended, according to his own figurative intentions, the few historical facts he had learned about the old man from Jason and elsewhere. But further historical study of Ismailism offers a very compelling rationale, not only for these apparently unfounded attributions to Hassan I Sabbah, but also for Burroughs's overall task in the Nova trilogy, the end of the reversible dialectic of treason and the abolition of the law. Though Hassan I Sabbah was the leader of the Fida-i assassins and an important theologian in his own right, he never claimed to be the divine imam. He was, rather, the Hajjaya, or witness, the still hidden imam's interpreter and representative. Hassan I Sabbah, who had no male children, was succeeded by one of his lieutenants, whose grandson, Hassan II, was apparently named for the first old man 27. Hassan II was therefore neither a direct descendant of Ali nor a grandson of the old man, a point that his father, the old man's successor, made clear. Even though he was to lead the Ismailis, Hassan II was not the imam. 2.5 years after Hassan II claimed the Ismaili leadership upon the death of his father, however, he did proclaim himself caliph, or divinely appointed ruler. This was not all. During the holy month of Ramadan in Z164, perhaps to the sound of the flutes of Ramadan that accompany many pivotal scenes in Burroughs's Nova trilogy, Hassan II also proclaimed the arrival of the Qiyamah, the great resurrection of the dead that corresponds in Islam to the apocalypse in Christian ITY 28, and simultaneously declared himself to be the Qa'im, or judge of the resurrection. 29 What Hassan II proclaimed, in effect, was the end of historical time and of the material world. The most important practical effect of this proclamation was the abolition of the Sharia, the ritual or canon law, as part of the Nauzuperst Taqiyya, or dissimulation of the faith. The Sharia constrains the behavior of the believer constantly and in many ways. It consists of the rules of behavior, both private and social, outlined in the Quran itself 30, as well as the aforementioned hadith, or collection of the Prophet's mundane actions, and the authoritative interpretations of these rules and actions given by the historical imams. For the liberal Sunni majority, the Sharia acted as a crucial social glue to bind divergent versions of Islam into a more or less cohesive society, but for the extremist Ismailis, the law was merely a temporary expedient, an external form, or zahir, to be imposed while the believer's internal revelation, or batin, was lacking and to be abandoned once that revelation matured. When one achieved revelation, one could no longer transgress because all of one's actions would be divine by definition. Therefore, the law ceased to apply, and in fact any action became the only measure of itself. The abolition of the law begins, for the Ismailis, as a necessary transgression of it. In principle if not in practice, this abolition does not end there. When Hassan II declared the arrival of the Qiyamah, he declared that this arrival required that the Ismailis consciously and willfully break the Sharia by breaking the ritual fast they undertook during Ramadan. Indeed, as Qa'im, Hassan II insisted that those believers who refused to break the law be given the punishment formerly reserved for lawbreakers. This period seems to have been rather brief, however, a minor episode, which would run its course, as Burroughs would later claim of his own interpretation of the Qiyamah, or Apocalypse. 31 Hassan II was soon assassinated, presumably by Ismailis who refused to accept the radical transformation of daily life that the Qiyamah entailed. But his revolution was carried on by his son, Muhammad II, who extended the claims of Hassan II, declared his father to have been the Imam as well as the Qa'im, and announced that he himself therefore was the Imam also. Muhammad II ruled for 44 years, during which time the doctrine of Qiyamah formed the basis of everyday life for the Ismailis of Alamut. Fundamental to Hassan's idea of resurrection was the interpretive doctrine of Zahir and Batin, as it was reinterpreted at Alamut. As Henry Corbin argues, Islam is similar to Judaism and Christianity in that each is al-Kitab, a people in possession of a sacred book, a people whose religion is founded on a book that came down from heaven and which contains the law of life within this world and guide beyond it. Therefore, for Muslims as for Jews and Christians, the first and last task is to understand the true meaning of this book. These religions thus share a basically interpretive or hermeneutic orientation toward the world, which, in Christianity, has been superseded by a typological or historical orientation as a result of the hegemony of the institutionalized church over interpretation. No such institution or hegemony exists in Islam, where each believer must interpret for him or herself the inner meaning of the Quran, which is hidden by the literal word. Because the conditions of mankind are always changing, the Shariat, or the divine law revealed to mankind, must change. Thus, if the Prophet leaves to them a book, its language must be allegorical, and its teachings must be expressed in similes. Only these are intelligible to the primitive people. They cannot understand anything beyond the outward meaning of things, because they are in their intellectual development similar to brutes. But those who are capable of understanding the inner meaning, and themselves seek for knowledge of the real, living not only by their lower instincts, but also by reason and thought, these can perceive the meaning of those instructions and commandments. Therefore the letter, stir, of the religious teaching, which is concerned with the world as it appears to us, must be continually changing, while the inner meaning of it, the batin, which is the revelation of the eternal laws, is concerned with the world of reality, and since the latter is the same as the world of divinity, it is unchangeable. 32. Each individual must rise through the hierarchy of appearance to essence, through the word to its meaning, without the dogmatic guidance of a priest. The Muslim has the Imam, of course, but the Imam is, according to Hassan II and Muhammad II, the divine reality itself and does not stoop personally to enlighten the masses. This is where Burroughs's quest to rub out the word finds its most compelling formulation. Hassan II proclaimed a day when one does not know by signs and doctrines and indications, but he who particularizes the self of the essence with his own self, particularizes all signs and indications, and therefore deeds and words and indices come to an end, for whoever would reach through names and through its distorted and twisted attributes is veiled. The Stirl-Batin dualism seems to be identical to the signifier/signified dualism, so in declaring an end to the domination of the Zahir, or material world, Hassan II and his successor proclaimed the end of language's illusion. The Imams appear to have fallen into the fallacy of essential meaning that has plagued the West since Plato and that has been so thoroughly criticized in recent years. They have rubbed out the signifier or word, yet they still conceive the unchangeable meaning itself in linguistic, that is, in negative and dualistic terms as a signified. Despite his agreement with this preliminary action, Burroughs ultimately rejects the dualism that remains determinant in the Alamout account. Indeed, for Burroughs the two forms of dualism mask a single anti-human conspiracy, the Nova mob's bid to take over the earth by intensifying binary conflicts. The leader of the mob, Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin, is himself a doubled character and may also be an auto-parasitic double star that consumes itself. We have already discussed briefly the routine in the ticket that exploded entitled Operation Rewrite, in which Hassan I Sabbagh suggests that the Nova mob can be written out of the script for the reality film. When his subordinates insists that they want flesh junk power, he calls the Nova police. At the beginning of that routine, however, the Nova problem is defined primarily in terms of language. The other half is the word. The other half is an organism. Word is an organism. The presence of an other half, a separate organism attached to your nervous system on an airline of words, can now be demonstrated. Experimental Lyman has lost the option of silence. Try halting your subvocal speech. Try to achieve even 10 seconds of inner silence. You will encounter a resisting organism that forces you to talk. That organism is the word. 33. The word is the parasite that doubles the human host, that imprisons the subject in body, time, and shit. The parasitic word presents itself as part of the organism, when in fact it preys on the organism vampirically. Worse, the word has split the human host along sexual lines and given rise to the dualism of gender. The human organism is literally consisting of two halves from the beginning word, and all human sex is this unsanitary arrangement whereby two entities attempt to occupy the same three-dimensional coordinate points, giving rise to the sordid latrine brawls which have characterized a planet based on the word, that is, on separate flesh engaged in endless sexual conflict. It will be readily understandable that a program of systematic frustration was necessary in order to sell this crock of sewage as immortality, the garden of delights and love. The dualism of the word, unlike sexual dualism, is also the method Burroughs uses to overcome the word itself. He is still a writer, and rub out the word is still a linguistic imperative. But this simple opposition must be complicated, as must the simple dualist model of the Qiyamah. Some contemporary Islamic historians, such as Joran J. Buckley and Christian Jamet, dispute the dualist or dialectical interpretation of the Qiyamah in favor of a tripartite model of Ismaili ontology, which resembles Charles Sanders Peirce's semiotics more than Ferdinand de Saussure's binary semiology. These non-dualist interpretations provide a rationale for the Alamout project that is more in line with Burroughs's own critique of dualism. The passage cited above from the called Miper actually contains three terms, of which we have discussed only two, Zahir and Tin. Buckley claims that there is a third term, beyond the zahir, the signifier, and the din, the signified, hajiga, or reality itself, of which the batin is merely the conceptual image or revelation. To be fair, Hodgson himself supports this tripartite reading in his table of corresponding levels of reality, faith, and social status, even though he actually presents a dualist reading in his argument. People are divided into three categories in Ismailism. DMM. Kas. Oktazai Kas. This division functions on the basis of three categories of relation to divinity. Tad. Taratub. Wada. All non-Ismailis, be they Sunnis, Christians, or barbarians, are opponents. The relatively unenlightened common Ismailis represent the order of Ismaili society, while the advanced students of Quranic and Imam-derived wisdom experience union with the Imam. Only the people of order and the people of union are resurrected. Each of these categories has its own distinct relation to the divine good. Sharia. Tariqa. Jidma. Ritual law serves the opponents, just as the spiritual way of Ismailism serves the common Ismailis. The total abolition of the law is reserved for the super elite, the people of union. Each category exists on and has access to a different level of reality. Shakl. Ma'ni. Hajiga. Opponents see and indeed are themselves only the outer form, while simple Ismailis participate in the inner meaning, and the super elite alone contemplate in themselves essential reality. These categories, according to Muhammad II, have always functioned implicitly in the Islamic world, but the Qiyamah institutes a new set. ADM. Jazai. Kolai. Thus, with the arrival of the Great Resurrection, the non-Ismaili opponents have ceased to exist and can be ignored, while the common Ismailis have only a partial existence. Only the super elite exist fully in the divine realm. For them, the dialectic of signification implicit in the Zdr/Din opposition has ceased to exist also. Yet this tripartite scheme, so reminiscent of Plato's class-based hierarchy of ignorance, belief, and knowledge 34 implies that class divisions continued to exist during the Qiyamah, which does not actually appear to have been the case. Most of the common Ismailis supported both Hassan II and Muhammad II, and the earlier hierarchy of believers faded. Hodgson notes that one gathers from the lack of any practical notice of the hierarchical rankings, that in the fortress society they were ceasing to be ordered in the old formal way, or else that such rankings were ceasing to play a great role. This is because under the new dispensation, with the whole population at least potentially on a common level in the presence of the Imam Ghaim, there was no further room for such rankings at all. Thus the tripartite ontology apparently tended to reduce class division and antagonism, rather than increase it as we might imagine. The reason for this reduction may be that, by definition, only one member of Ismaili society is a member of the super elite, like the philosopher king in Plato's imaginary state, the Imam himself. But the Imam is unlike the philosopher king because he is the microcosm in whom the metaphysical soul of the universe was personified, while the philosopher king can only contemplate the metaphysical plane of being. Such personification was extended to its full implications in the Qiyamah, when, with the abolition of the material universe along with the external law, the Imam became the sum total of existence, outside of whom there was nothing. Corbin specifies that the return to the world beyond the world of spiritual entities is the transition to a state of existence in which everything takes the form of human reality, since it is the human being alone who possesses speech, the logos. The law only had meaning as the path toward the Imam, so now that he has come, the whole Shada is meaningless, not truly existent, except insofar as, in the spiritual resurrection, a changed perspective upon the things it speaks of shows them as foreshadowing the personal office of holy figures, of whom the most important is the Imam. It is as the personification of the universe that the Imam Muhammad II, like his father Hassan II, can claim the power to annihilate the materialist world, and in so doing eliminate the addictive subjectivities of his followers. By focusing their attention on, they could be made to forget themselves, and be led to the divine hidden within him. The Imam is reality itself, prior to all allegorical signification, and, as the highest form of human reality in possession of the Logos, he is also master of that signification. 35 Since the Qud'im, or divine judge, is subordinate to the Imam can abolish his own activity of judgment as well. This is precisely the paradoxical power that Burroughs attributes to Hassan-I Sabbah, the power to rub out the word forever, to cancel even his own words, to eliminate the dialectic of signification and its attendant binarisms that pass from the traitorous Nova mobster through his coordinate point, the junkie writer. Such power can, according to this model, eliminate the law as well, or it can fall back into the dialectics it has exceeded. Such was the case at Alamout, where the apocalyptic reforms of Hassan II and Muhammad II were reversed by the latter's successor, Hassan III. The Sharia was re-established in the Ismaili dominions after 47 years' abeyance, and the younger generation had to learn at least to seem able to fulfill the ritual duties of Sunni Muslims. No attempt was made to revive the Shiite Sharia of the earlier Ismailis. By now law was law, an outward imposition in any case tajiyya, in the sense in which Hassan II had eliminated it at the Qiyamah. Without the paradox of vigilant forgetting of the law, the community falls back into the dialectic of law and the transgression of it that only strengthens that law further. St. Paul recognized this logic when he insisted on the fundamental position of the law. Law creates the possibility of sin, which in turn creates the opportunity for redemption and return to the province of the law. Burroughs recognizes the danger of this logic as well and will dedicate the rest of his career to the analysis and testing of its limits, beginning with the residual effects of linguistic representation that survive the aleatory processes of the cut-up method. Yet this danger of the law's return should not blind us as it often blinds those of a more Hegelian bent to the possibility of its elimination, a possibility whose realization Burroughs presents not as inevitable but as contingent upon the efforts of those who desire it. This is a Manichean conflict. The outcome is in doubt. This contingent and paradoxical power to proclaim the end of words, scribble the end of writing, and sentence the law to oblivion, is the power that Burroughs names, appropriately, Hassan-I Sabbah. The power that allows Willie the Rat Burroughs, as coordinate point for the treasonous mobster Hassan-I Sabbah, to wise up the marks and reveal the machinations of the mob is the same power that may put the Nova Heat out of business. The Nova Police, Inspector Lee claims, is different from every other police force in human history, because it does not reproduce itself, does not remain in existence once its work is done. We do our work and go, as Inspector Lee said in the ticket that exploded. It is not clear that it does so by the end of the trilogy, and Burroughs remarked in an interview published shortly after the completion of the trilogy that even after the partisans break through in Grey Room, the Nova Police remain an ambivalent force, at the climax of the trilogy. The Underground and also the Nova Police have made a breakthrough past the guards and gotten into the darkroom where the films are processed, where they're in a position to expose negatives and prevent events from occurring. They're like police anywhere. All right, you've got a bad situation here in which the Nova mob is about to blow up the planet. So the heavy metal kid calls in the Nova Police. Once you get them in there, by God, they begin acting like any police. They're always an ambivalent agency. In other words, once you get them on the scene they really start nosing around. Once the law starts asking questions, there's no end to it. 36. Yet the ideal of a police force that would be less ambivalent, that would really do work and go, remains important for Burroughs's work from this point forward, and it is theorized at many points in the trilogy. If the Nova Police can really be put out of business along with their opponents, which is by no means certain, it is because they are not so much dialectically and linguistically constructed social subjects, which must constantly recreate the conditions of their own existence, as they are biochemical agents, which react to a limited set of conditions and disappear once those conditions vanish. The difference between this department and the parasitic excrescence that often travels under the name police can be expressed in metabolic terms. The distinction between morphine and apomorphine. The Nova Police can be compared to apomorphine, a regulating instance that need not continue and has no intention of continuing after its work is done. Now look at the parasitic police of morphine. First they create a narcotic problem, then they say that a permanent narcotics police is now necessary to deal with the problem of addiction. The police force itself is a kind of second-order addiction, or meta-addiction, that feeds on the simple, first-order addictions of junkies, homosexuals, dissidents, and criminals. If these criminals vanish, the police must create more in order to justify their own survival. They must insist upon the linguistic identities of their opponents in order to maintain their own identities, thus they are called the Logos Police, who work for ideology headquarters. Unlike the standard, specular police, who must prosecute society's disapproval of the addict, all concepts of revenge or moral indignation must be excised from a biologic police agent like the Nova Police. They act like apomorphine, the non-addictive cure for morphine addiction that Burroughs used and then promoted for many years. In the trilogy its value is even greater, because it eliminates the basis of addiction, the word and the image. Apomorphine is no word no image. It is of course misleading to speak of a silence virus or an apomorphine virus, since apomorphine is antivirus. Nevertheless, the narrative later recounts the use of the silence virus to cause a silence sickness, which destroys citizens who had been composed entirely of word. Before we can judge the veracity of Inspector Lee's claim about the Nova Police, if indeed we ever can, we must endure the trial of the Nova mob in the biologic courts. This trial constitutes one of the longest and most coherently focused passages in the entire trilogy. It begins near the end of the gay proof through the night routine and continues to the end of this horrible case. Our traitor hero, the heavy metal kid, has brought suit against practically everybody in the biologic courts, so at the first hearing the judge, like the Ismaili, came many light years away from possibility of corruption, orders biologic mediation. The mediating life forms must simultaneously lay aside all defenses and all weapons, and all connection with retrospective controllers under space conditions merge into a single being which may or may not be successful. Immediately the man at the typewriter presents the writ: I have cancelled your permissos through time, many junk of the earth, all your junk out in apomorphine, all your time and money out in word dust drifting smoke streets. The gods of time money junk attempt escape, shouting you called the fuzz you lousy fink, but are caught by the partisans and brought to the court. This horrible case narrates the actual progress of the Nova case, offering the reader an explanation of how the double biologic law, of descriptive physical regularity and prescriptive social constraint, functions. The court enables any life form in need of legal advice to contact an accredited biologic counselor trained in the intricacies and apparent contradictions of biologic law. The precedent that will be invoked in the Nova mob trial is the oxygen impasse, a classic case presented to first-year students. Life form A arrives on alien planet, breathes oxygen. There is no oxygen in the atmosphere of alien planet, but by invading and occupying life form B native to alien planet, they can convert the oxygen they need from the bloodstream of life form B. The occupying life form A directs all the behavior and energies of life form B into channels calculated to elicit the highest yield of oxygen. Health and interest of the host is disregarded for many years. Life form A remains invisible to life form B. However, an emergency has arisen. Life form B sees life form and brings action in the biologic court alleging unspeakable indignities, demanding summary removal of alien parasite. Life form A responds to the accusation by claiming its absolute need of food, in the form of life form B. This general case corresponds equally to the Nova mob case, if we substitute Nova mob for life form A and human marks for life form B. The precedent is a basic statement in the algebra of absolute need, oxygen interchangeable factor representing primary biologic need of a given life form. The precedent does not function in the biologic courts quite as it would in an earthly court. Instead of acting as a general concept, the range of which determines the decision to be reached in the case, the precedent case serves as material for cut UPS. From this statement the students prepare brief sift, cut and rearrange so they can view the case from varied angles and mediums. Instead of imposing a general similarity on the singular case at hand, the precedent allows the lawyers to reveal and extend differentiation by means of the cut-up method. This procedure allows the student defense counselor to anticipate questions of the biologic prosecutor, the most important of which is the following: was not the purpose of expedition to find oxygen and extract it at any price. The counselors must be writers because the function of a counselor is to create facts that will tend to open biologic potentials for his client. One of the great early counselors was Franz Kafka, and his briefs are still standard. Therefore the counselor cuts passages from Kafka's The Trial into a brief on the specific case in order to generate a useful set of new facts and to introduce new potential relations that will allow the client to evade the biologic law. The resulting brief shows how difficult the case will be. Its 3 pages offer only one phrase in which a defense can be constructed. They sometimes mutate to breathe here, that is, if a successful mutation of life form A can be called in as witness. If life form A, the nova mob, can mutate into a non-parasitic form, the defense can avoid the suicidal argument of absolute biologic need and thus evade the constraints imposed by the biologic law. The nova mob case never receives a definitive ruling at any point in the trilogy, however. In the final section of Nova Express, Pay Color, one of the partisans demands that the board syndicates governments of the earth pay back the color you stole dash, the red of flags and Coca-Cola signs, stolen from penises, blood, and the sun, the blue of police uniforms stolen from sea, sky, and human eyes, and the green of money, stolen from flowers and rivers. In the face of this challenge, and perhaps also in the face of the legal biologic mediation that may turn against them, the mob decides to pay off the marks and avoid any penalties. This out-of-court settlement may be why no clear ruling is ever handed down. A more provocative reason would be that no ruling can come down because the law itself has been abolished in Uranian Willie the Heavy Metal Kid's treason, because the mob has been undone and, with the same stroke, the police have been put out of business, leaving nothing over which the biologic courts can claim jurisdiction. The reversible symmetry on which the law was premised and which the law has constantly reproduced has perhaps been eliminated. The absurd moral implications of physical or biologic law, ridiculed by Nietzsche a century ago, can finally be laid to rest. 2.37 This conclusion, unfortunately, must remain a tantalizing hypothesis in the face of the ultimate indeterminacy of the trilogy. The abolition of the law has one further conceptually necessary consequence that is important for our understanding of Burroughs's efforts in the Nova trilogy, whether or not such an abolition actually takes place therein, the end of time. Ismaili Gnostic thought is not as rigidly teleological as Christianity, with its single endpoint to history. The Shiite predecessors of Hassan II articulated instead a cyclic idea of temporality that Henry Corbin has named hierahistory, or metahistory, to signify the centrality of archetypal recurrences in the revelation of its meaning. Hodgson describes the concept in these terms. The Sunni position was based on a lively sense of the decisive importance of certain historical events, the revelation to Muhammad, and the triumph of Islam. It emphasized the consensus of the community which derived from them by a continuing historical tie. The Ismaili philosophers required a sense of history and of human nature in direct contrast to this. To support the utter sovereignty of each imam, historical continuity of development must be replaced by a sense of historical repetition. History became a matter of types, each generation reproduced the recurrent archetypes, so that each moment was complete within itself. History was seen not as a developmental process but as a rigidly determined succession of abstract and eternal structures. No future was conceivable that was not conditioned by this determinism. This concept corresponds precisely to Burroughs's theory of historical time as flat repetition without the possibility of novelty, according to which the image past molds your future, imposing repetition as the past accumulates and all actions are pre-recorded and doped out and there is no life left in the present, sucked dry by a walking corpse muttering through empty courtyards under film skies of Marrakesh. 38 As he implies throughout the trilogy, history is fiction, the two-dimensional film set that serves as a backdrop for the old army game From Here to Eternity, narrated in countless routines throughout Burroughs's body of work. There is only one possible escape from this confining determinist vision of history: it is time to forget. To forget time. Is it? I was, it will be, it is. No. It was and it will be if you stand still for it. The point where the past touches the future is right where you are sitting now on your dead time ass hatching virus negatives into present time into the picture reality of a picture planet. Get off your ass, boys. The tenses of the word and the self-similarity of the image lock human history into the tedious repetition of past time, because time is getting dressed and undressed, eating, sleeping, not the actions but the words. What we say about what we do. Would there be any time if we didn't say anything? Like Nietzsche, Burroughs insists that the only escape from repetitive time is the abolition, through forgetting rather than transgression, of the word that binds us to time. This is what Hassan II and Muhammad II hope to achieve in making the Qiyamah the situation of daily life at Al-Maut, and what Burroughs similarly hopes to achieve by invoking the power of Hassan I Sabbah, who wised up the marks to space in order to rub out the word forever. This abolition of historical time, which will accompany the abolition of the law of the word, will lead us all out of time and into space. Come out of the time word, the forever. Come out of the body word, the forever. There is nothing to fear. There is no thing in space. There is no word to fear. There is no word in space. Nova Express ends with Burroughs's advice on how to achieve the silence that is necessary to end the dualistic conflict between parasitic word and human host, between the dead past that holds the present and future in a vampiric death grip and the possibility of a revolution that will eliminate all the rules. When you answer the machine, you provide it with more recordings to be played back to your enemies. Keep the whole Nova machine running. The Chinese character for enemy means to be similar to or to answer. Don't answer the machine, shut it off. The machine cannot forget, since it has the repetition of memory inscribed in every one of its parts, but it can be shut off by sabotage. Specifically, one must give the machine scrambled, cut up recordings of its own memory/control words and let it fall into a self-destructive feedback loop. The Nova trilogy itself is nothing but such a cut-up recording, a Trojan horse aimed at the control machine of language that is most effective, paradoxically, when it makes the least syntactic sense. Hence Burroughs's enigmatic farewell to the reader, the last words of the trilogy, can only allude, indirectly, to the task he has tried to execute. Well, that's about the closest way I know to tell you. And papers rustling across city desks, fresh southerly winds a long time ago. To tell us any other way would be to give the machine fresh answers for it to play back, fresh energy for its dialectics, which, like the crab guards of the biologic courts, cannot be attacked directly since they are directly charged by attack. Paradoxically, this expository conclusion to Nova Express does not actually represent the conclusion of the Nova conflict that drives the trilogy. That narrative conclusion occurs instead, as Burroughs notes, at the end of the second volume, the ticket that exploded, in a routine called Silence to Say Goodbye, which winds it up through an enactment of the action of the nova or of the explosion itself, dissolving everything into a vibrating, soundless hum. Therefore we will now have to move backward through the trilogy. The general conclusion, the success of the partisan uprising, is announced 20 pages before Silence to Say Goodbye. Control machine is disconnected. Word fell out of here through the glass and metal streets. God of panic pipes blue notes through dying peoples. The law is dust. The wired structure of reality went up in slow motion flashes. The wired structure of reality that has been destroyed is the structure of the reality film. In a contemporary interview, Burroughs points out that implicit in Nova Express is a theory that what we call reality is actually a movie. It's a film, what I call a biologic film. 39. This concept of the image that accompanies and assists the word is central to all of Burroughs's other formulations of the problem of ideology and reality, history, and the body. To conceal the bankruptcy of the reality studio, it is essential that no one should be in a position to set up another reality set. The reality film has now become an instrument and weapon of monopoly. The full weight of the film is directed against anyone who calls the film in question, with particular attention to writers and artists. The linear determinism and subliminal constructness of the reality film has infiltrated all aspects of human life until there is no way to distinguish film from flesh, and the flesh melts away into the film. At certain points in the trilogy, however, it becomes clear that the film bank is empty and control has been broken, following the partisans' breakthrough in Grey Room. The routine silence to say goodbye opens lyrically as our actors bid you a long last goodbye. The routine consists of elegiac cut-ups of other routines from the trilogy interspersed with brief narratives of cut-ups being performed by writers, engineers, soldiers, and others. The marks that drew the Nova mob, having been wised up by Willy the Rat, are nowhere to be seen. Marks, what marks? Identity fades in empty space. Last intervention. Willy the Rat's treason echoes through the routine, so does the denunciation of static time. It is time to forget. To forget time. The final uncut passage serves as another negative creation myth like the one that concluded the soft machine, but this time it is the creation myth for a new, wordless world. In the beginning was the Word and the Word was bullshit. The beginning words came out on the con clawing for traction. Yes sir, boys. It's hard to stop that old writing are more of a habit than using. Been writing these RXs 500,000 years and sure hate to pack you boys in with a burning down word habit, but I am of course guided by my medical ethics and the intervention of the Board of Health. No more no moss, my writing arm is paralyzed, ash blown from an empty sleeve. Do our work and go. The voice that speaks here is a composite of all the characters of the trilogy, from the apparently repentant Nova mobster to the self-promoting Nova police inspector to the Burroughs surrogate writer. All, of course, are voices that pass necessarily through the telepathic writer on their way from the unknown place from whence they came to their unimaginable final destination. The last pages of Silence to Say Goodbye offer the farewells of each of the trilogy's major recurrent characters. Mr. Martin offers the penultimate farewell to conclude the fated story of Absent World just as Silver Film took it. He laments, "Sure you dream up Billy who bound word for it. In the beginning there was no lamb. No lamb there, no one silences. Lamb the stale Billy, I lived your life a long time ago. Sad shadow whistles cross a distant sky. Adios marks this long ago address didn't he exist, you understand." Mr. Martin is also Billy, an alternate version or variation of Burroughs himself, the writer who bound word for the trilogy. Like him, all subjects are just minor variations on the repetitive structure of Lamb, the self-definition of God. 40 Indeed, the reader is told at the other end of the trilogy, you are yourself Mr. Martin. Billy is the boy I was who never would be, now a speck of white that seemed to catch all the light left on a dying star, and suddenly I lost him. My film ends. Jay lost him long ago, dying there, light went out, my film ends. As Mr. Martin's film ends, so ends the reality film, at least until the next screening. Hassan Isabah, appropriately, has the last word here, as he does so often throughout the trilogy. Last round over. Remember I was the ship, gives no flesh identity, lips fading, silence to say goodbye. As he declares this, silence descends over the world, ending abruptly the continuous chatter of the inevitable swindlers and con men who try to convince themselves that this Hassan Isabah really works for naval intelligence. And are you listening, BJ? Hopefully, we have taken the multiplied narrator's advice to disinterest yourself in my words, disinterest yourself in anybody's words, and so no one is listening. That silence, that disinterest, would signify victory for the partisans under Hassan Isabah. As proof of this victory, the last page of the ticket that exploded contains no print, but instead Jason's calligraphic permutations of the routine's title, which quickly decompose into the free lines of some forever illegible script. This final passage is as melancholy and elegiac as the final passage of Nova Express is sober and descriptive, but why would Burroughs want to conclude the trilogy in two distinct places? What purpose could thus be served? Burroughs has never offered an explanation for this paradox, but an account of sorts follows from the fundamental insights of the cut-up method. If the point of the cut-ups is to break the rigid and linear historiological determinism of syntax to allow the future to leak out, as Burroughs claims, then it would be inconsistent to reinscribe that linear logic at a higher level by subordinating the cut-ups rupture to traditional narrative structure. In other words, to arrange the trilogy itself in linear order. The structure of the entire trilogy must be cut up in order to break the deterministic logic of repetitive time. Deleuze has offered a provocative explanation for this sort of operation, which he claims is constitutive of all eruptions of novelty into the static world of repetitive time. His explanation, presented shortly after Burroughs completed his revisions of the Nova trilogy, involves three distinct syntheses of time. The first synthesis of time is the passive synthesis of the living present, which contracts all of the past and the future and allows time to pass unidirectionally. The past and the future belong to this pregnant present, the past insofar as the preceding instants are retained in the contraction, the future because its expectation is anticipated in this same contraction. The past and future are merely dimensions or modalities of this pregnant present that is constantly divided against itself. The second synthesis is the active synthesis of the pure past in memory that represents the old past and the current representation of that past. The present and former presents are not, therefore, like two successive instants on the line of time. Rather, the present one necessarily contains an extra dimension in which it represents the former and also represents itself. In this synthesis, the pure past is the a priori, the general element that founds representation and that coexists with every current present as its constitutive and normative myth. In static, determined time, only the first two syntheses operate, and the future is locked into simple repetition of the past. The third and final synthesis, however, is the static synthesis of the pure and empty form of time, which displaces the relation between the others to create a differential repetition, the future. 41 The third synthesis comes between the other two, breaking their fundamental symmetry and allowing the living present a chance to affirm a difference into the new future. Deleuze's temporal logic may appear abstract, but we can translate it easily back into Burroughs's language of cut ups, in affirming chance, which he calls the spontaneity which you cannot will. Burroughs can cut into the present so that the future leaks out. 42. The future, the escape from static repetition in history, always exists as a virtual or potential time within each static moment, a potential time that can be brought into reality by an act of subjectless affirmation, just as the cut-up permutation of words can reveal all the alternatives hidden by the linear arrangement of syntax. This is the most compelling measure of success of the Nova trilogy and of the cut-up method in general. They bring the future into the present and in so doing break, if only for a moment, in a certain place, and for a small group of readers, the habits, language, and history that bind its readers to a self-destructive past. This is the performative, rather than constitutive, effect the Nova trilogy had on its author and continues to have on its readers. As Burroughs will write many years later, I have blown a hole in time with a firecracker. Let others step through. The success of the cut-up method can also be measured by its influence. In the course of the 60s, many writers and artists in many countries experimented with variations on it, and some discovered preferred versions of their own. The fall of America. 14 This does not mean that the subject group invests the existing forms of sociality or fantasy, rather, it is driven by the libidinal poverty of existing forms to find alternatives to them. Is a group whose libidinal investments are themselves revolutionary, it causes desire to penetrate into the social field, and subordinates the socius or the form of power to desiring production, productive of desire and a desire that produces. The subject group invents always mortal formations that exorcise the effusion in it of a death instinct. It opposes real coefficients of transversally to the symbolic determinations of subjugation, coefficients without hierarchy or a group superego. In defiance of the stable subjugated order, the subject group produces or invests formations, or new group fantasies, that are actively hostile to the structures of the socius, but unlike myths, subject group fantasies are in constant flux and are incapable of instituting a permanent and restrictive law. Among these fantasies, Deleuze and Guattari number certain popular utopian schemes, to which I would add the apparently more nihilistic or disgusting images of revolutionary change that fill Burroughs's novels. Such effective fantasies, which draw out desires that have no established place within the existing society, embody what Deleuze will later call the powers of the false. The key element of this analysis, which is largely only implicit in Sartre's account but is foregrounded in Deleuze and Guattari's, is the fact that the process of displacement and projection that grants the subject group its power is not conscious and rational but phantasmatic. As discussed earlier, the the Bastille served the terrified people of revolutionary Paris as a focus for innovative social reorganization, but as an imaginary mirror for desire rather than as a fixed, rational object of calculation. This process of imaginary mirroring is fantasy itself, which serves as the catalyst for subject-group fusion. The voters and shoppers also see themselves in an imaginary mirror, but the relations and identities they see there are planned and pre-established, not by their novel desires, but by the structure of the institutions in which they seek satisfaction. Their seriality, in relation to the market or the polls, is permanent and indifferent. They willingly insert themselves into the given categories, willingly accept the desires that are offered to them along with the means of fulfilling them. This is the method that Deleuze and Guattari practice in Anti-Oedipus and their other works, the method whereby they distinguish radical from reactionary desire. The investment of desire in and through fantasy can remain enmeshed in institutionalized, serialized ideology, but it can also itself produce group formations that are hostile 15 to the given relations of production, class, and subjectivity, without necessarily presenting themselves as permanent replacements for those relations. This method offers us a way to distinguish between forms of fantasy, and it is fantasy that attracts serialized or subjugated subjects, in order either to keep them subjugated or on the contrary to dissolve, or deterritorialize, the subject's conformity. The construction of viable subject group fantasies, and the consequent phantasmatic production of revolutionary groups, is the burden of Burroughs's writing in the Wild Boys and later works. From the perspective of Deleuze and Guattari's analysis of mass fantasy, the Book of the Dead is clearly an ambiguous genre. It generally serves its culture as a religious legitimation of social power structures, and thus serves conservative ideology, but it also treats the afterlife much like mortal life, as a fundamentally open process of contestation for which the book serves as a guide. The historical books of the dead, particularly the Egyptian and Maya texts on which Burroughs has focused, fall into the category of subjugated group fantasy because of their positions within the institutionalized belief systems that characterized those cultures. Budge points out that all surviving copies of the Egyptian book were owned by members of the dominant class, including priestly officials were still relatives of the royal family, and the tombs of feudal lords, scribes, and others, record a number of their official titles, which are also written into their books of the dead. Even during the most socially egalitarian periods, only a very small number of citizens could afford the expense of following the book's rituals and suggestions. Of the Maya, Burroughs himself claims that the workers could not read the books and undoubtedly they were prevented from learning by the absolute power of the priests, who formed about 2% of the population. They controlled the workers, Burroughs claims, by controlling the elaborate system of calendars that make up the Maya Book of the Dead 16. These claims suggest that the historical books of the dead served as markers of social status, and thus abetted the status quo as subjugated group fantasies. The actual terms of the Egyptian burial ceremonies lend credence to this interpretation. The dead patrician is offered to the gods as an equal, who takes his place in an already constituted system. Thou art purified with natron, and Horus is purified with natron, thou art purified with natron, and Set is purified with natron, thou art purified with natron, and Thoth is purified with natron. Thou art stablished among the gods thy brethren, thy head is purified for thee with natron, thy bones are washed clean with water, and thou thyself art made perfect with all that belongeth unto thee. Note as well that property follows the deceased into the afterlife, in contrast to Christian doctrine. Once the books of the dead move into contexts that do not correspond to their proper cultures, however, their status as subjugated group fantasy changes, though not necessarily into subject group fantasy. They no longer represent the imaginary of the existing socius, but this does not mean that they are hostile to it. Their difference from the established social order gives them the potential for revolutionary influence, as many members of the Anglo-European counterculture have realized, but the specific form and content of that difference may fail to realize that potential. This is the case with many varieties of so-called Eastern mysticism, including Buddhism, whose anti-capitalist tenets are subsumed within a larger project of completely anti-materialist spirituality that, at least among many of its Anglo-European adherents, tips over into absolute idealism. Such idealism treats all material manifestations of the spirit as, at best, steps necessary for scaling the ladder of spiritual evolution. In very few cases can this idealism provide a rationale or strategy for the practice of social transformation. This may partly explain Burroughs' selectivity regarding historical books of the dead. His lack of interest in the Tibetan book may be attributable to its popularity among those members of the Anglo-European counterculture who adopted versions of Zen Buddhist philosophy and therefore tended to refrain from active dissent. We may judge Burroughs' response to passive resistance by recalling the admission he made during the riots at the Chicago Democratic Convention, "Nonviolence is not exactly my program." Point 17. Even if the historical books of the dead remain subjugated group fantasies when recontextualized into the late 20th century American social order, the possibility of a book of the dead that would act as a subject group fantasy remains open. But it can only be realized by means of a careful analysis of the social order. The question must be asked, then, in what precise way is Burroughs' novel The Wild Boys a book of the dead? A great deal rides on this question, because the radical book of the dead remains Burroughs' ultimate goal throughout his subsequent writing. His latest novel, The Western Lands, takes its terms directly from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Jenny Skirl suggests that The Wild Boys is a book of the dead because all of its characters are in fact dead, apparently in several different ways. The characters who die and who retain consciousness after death, the Wild Boys, the dead child, Audrey Carsons, and his friend John Hamlin are part of the immortality theme. Other characters are dead because they have never lived, that is, they are fictions, the Mexican characters, created by Burroughs from cultural stereotypes. Still others are dead because they exist only in the past and are controlled by the writer's consciousness. Leaving aside the difficult task of making the subtle distinctions Skirl claims to find, I would agree that she is correct in reading the entire book as a posthumous narration, a book of the dead, not simply because its characters are dead, but because it projects a world whose realization would entail the death of our world. In fact, Burroughs' book enacts the death of the old world in the fictional birth of the new. This new world, after death, is his subject group fantasy, offered for investment to an audience that seemed, in the late 60s, already on the verge of such an imaginary fusion. Burroughs recognizes the tension inherent in the historical Book of the Dead. If the Egyptians and the Maya, as he claims, offset the threat of social contestation contained in their books of the dead by limiting literacy to the dominant classes, he attempts to shift the balance in the other direction, by constructing a series of guidebooks that give lessons in intensifying rather than resolving or avoiding social antagonisms. If the historical books of the dead are how-to books for the reproduction of the socius, his books of the dead intend to show how to undo the socius and produce a different one. Of course, all utopian fantasies aspire to be such how-to books. Directly or indirectly, they try to make good on the promise articulated by the narrator of Ellison's Invisible Man, of a plan of living, pattern to the chaos which lives within the pattern of your certainties. Most utopias do this by offering idealistic visions that offer no purchase for direct investments of desire, no suggestions for strategies or tactics of change. What makes Burroughs' effort singular is its insistence on death, on the violent undoing of the status quo as it is incarnated both in the materiality of institutional practices and in the structure of the subjugated subject. Burroughs' fulfillment of Ellison's promise takes the form of a plan of dying, or better, a plan of after-living. Burroughs' overriding task is to make his Book of the Dead accessible. The historical books succeeded as subjugated group fantasies because they were kept from the masses. Their form of control was secret manipulation, for example through the Maya calendar of rituals managed by the priestly caste. In contemporary society, the mass media of newspapers, radio, television, magazines form a ceremonial calendar to which all citizens are subjected and which serves the interests of the state. Exposure of its methods and instruction in how to evade its dictates are necessary, as is mass organization that must avoid the ossified forms of the nation and the party. He who opposes force with counter-force alone forms that which he opposes and is formed by it. History shows that when a system of government is overthrown by force, a system in many respects similar will take place. On the other hand, he who does not resist force that enslaves and exterminates will be enslaved and exterminated. For revolution to effect basic changes in existing conditions, three tactics are required: I. Disrupt. Z. Attack. 3. Disappear. Look away. Ignore. Forget. These three tactics to be employed alternatively. This almost Nietzschean imperative to forget power, rather than to overcome and reinscribe it dialectically, accounts for the anarchic structure of the revolution represented in the novel, which is to serve as a reference manual for revolution outside the novel. The Wild Boys are utopian as a force, not as literal images of the ideal community. Revolution, like fantasy, is fundamentally polymorphous and impermanent. Resistance must be coordinated, relate along a rhizome, but not controlled. The path through danger to the promised lands of the afterlife can be negotiated in many mutually irreducible ways. Burroughs must thus shift the status of his Book of the Dead by making it self-reflexive, as is evidenced both by the reference to the novel itself within the novel and by his choice of the indefinite article in a Book of the Dead, one embodiment of a genre. It cannot claim the privilege of being the only guide to the contemporary lands of the dead. 18 Its value will be determined solely by its utility. In structure, The Wild Boys is self-consciously kaleidoscopic, as are all of Burroughs's extended works, narrative or expository. The cut-up method is generally applied to narration, as it was in Naked Lunch, rather than to syntax, as it was in the Nova trilogy. This approach might appear to be inappropriate in a Book of the Dead, but Budge insists that even the Egyptians were in fact rather writerly in their textuality. The Book of the Dead was, even in those early times, so extensive that even a king was fain to make from it a selection only of the passages which suited his individual taste or were considered sufficient to secure his welfare in the next world. The pyramid texts prove that each section of the religious books of the Egyptians was originally a separate and independent composition, that it was written with a definite object, and that it might be arranged in any order in a series of similar texts. Thus in The Wild Boys, a series of routines are organized around an apparently aleatory device called the penny arcade peep show, which controls the arrangement and interpenetration of the routines. The standard peep show itself is a phantasmatic device, presenting a set of prefabricated images for erotic investment, but Burroughs's machine is far less predictable even as it maintains the erotic intent of the standard peep show. The character Audrey Carson's, who comes upon the device at a carnival and whose experience of its shows fills the bulk of the novel, describes its formal structure thus. Objects and scenes move away and come in with a slow hydraulic movement always at the same speed. The screens are three-dimensional visual sections punctuated by flashing light sequences are linked by the presence of some arbitrary object. Z. Scenes that have the same enigmatic structure presented on one screen where the perspective remains constant. 3 fragmentary glimpses linked by immediate visual impact. 4 narrative sections in which the screens disappear. I experience a series of quite understandable and coherent events as one of the actors. The narrative sequences are preceded by the title on screen, then I am in the film. The structuralized peep show may intersperse the narrative and then I am back in front of the screen and moving in and out of it. The novel as a whole thus presents itself as a film, or rather an anthology of films, unrolling from the peep show before the eyes of Audrey, an author surrogate who is labeled, significantly, a walking corpse, didn't know whose corpse he was. Filmic structure and point of view identification abets this confusion of subjectivity, as the 4th point above makes clear. Film has long been a powerful metaphor for Burroughs, going back at least as far as Dr. Berger's mental health hour from Naked Lunch, and reaching its full development in the Nova trilogy, postulate a biologic film running from the beginning of time to the end, from 0 to 0 as all biologic film run in any time universe. Call this film she and postulate further that there can only be one film with the quality she in any given time universe. XR is the film and performers, XZ is the audience who are all trying to get into the film. The linear predetermination of film and its apparently objective referentiality make it the perfect figure for the ideology and false consciousness of hierarchical control situations. This is not a question of simple audience manipulation, to be complicated by reception or consumption theory. As an experimental filmmaker himself, Burroughs understands perfectly well the differences between the manipulative ideology of classical Hollywood narrative cinema and the defamiliarizing effects of avant-garde film, as well as the different uses to which viewers can put both kinds of film. When he uses film as a structural metaphor in his books, however, he insists on the physical identity of the two forms. Each is, ultimately, a single physical strip of film stock, the material contents of which do not change from one viewing to the next. In the Nova trilogy, the primary task of the revolutionary partisans is to storm the reality studio in order to destroy the reality film. This is not a film that is shown to audiences to control them, the film is reality itself, and there is no audience outside it. We do not watch the reality film, we are part of it. The same holds true for The Wild Boys. From its opening direction, the camera is the eye of a cruising vulture flying over an area of scrub, rubble and unfinished buildings on the outskirts of Mexico City. Thus, although the penny arcade peep show fractures and multiplies the representational space of classical cinema, it shares with that cinema its identically repetitive, mechanically reproduced form. This is confirmed in the final image of the film exploding in moon craters and boiling silver spots burning up, that is, under the heat of the projection lamp, an image that recurs throughout The Wild Boys and signals the escape from inert seriality into group activity, from atomized subjugation into the fusion of group subjectivity, and from the repetitive structure of representation into the anarchism of desire. After the burnout, the Wild Boys smile. The penny arcade peep show shows films of several sorts, nostalgic reveries presented in elegiac style, frenetic parodies of popular fictional genres, pointed political satires, flights of science-fictional fancy, and homages to other writers. Almost all of these films contain explicit scenes of impersonal homosexual intercourse, which should alert us to the fact that, for Burroughs, homosexuality is not an inherently revolutionary form of desire but an ambiguous one that can fit into both radical and reactionary political groups. There are at least 4 conflicting rationales for these explicit scenes. In the first place, for Burroughs's more ambiguous control figures, in the space age, sex movies must express the longing to escape from flesh through sex. The way out is the way through. In the second place, for the radical figures in the novel, they demonstrate Burroughs's fundamental agreement with Wilhelm Reich's insistence that psychic health depends upon orgastic potency, i.e., upon the degree to which one can surrender to and experience the climax of excitation in the natural sex act. Burroughs refers to Reich approvingly in many places, most often to Reich's work on the argon. In a letter from 1949, he asserts that my own experiments with accumulator have convinced me that many of his conclusions are correct. The radical power of orgasm is marked throughout the novel by the abrupt break in syntax that follows every climax. Orgasm cuts up dogmatic verbal systems. Third, the explicit scenes emphasize the erect phallus, which means in Wild Boy script as it does in Egyptian to stand before or in the presence of, to confront, to regard attentively. 19 This interest in the actual glyphs of the Books of the Dead would later lead Burroughs to compose texts incorporating narrative illustrations of glyphs from the Maya and Egyptian books. 20 Lastly, and most importantly, the point of sexual relations between men is nothing that we could call love, but rather what we might call recognition. It is this recognition, this look of the other displaced into the group, that marks the Wild Boys as a subject group. A schematic passage from The Miracle of the Rose demonstrates this multiplicity of significance. It begins in a fantasy North African setting where the narrator and his 2 guides, a Berber named Ali and an Arab named Farja, stop to make camp. The 2 guides engage in intercourse, an event which the narrator transforms into an old book with gilt edges. The Miracle of the Rose written in gilt letters. The book consists of pictures, or glyphs, illustrating the stages of intercourse, the proposition, the agreement, and the consummation. This set of images is interrupted by glyphs of Mayan priests harvesting human flesh and creating slave boys who repeat the actions of Al and Farja, the recognition. The other has dropped the sheet from his naked body. The proposition. 2 boys in the room. That's kid stuff. I wanta. 1 boy with eyes downcast sullen. The juxtaposition of homosexual intercourse produced by Mayan tyranny to the intercourse of the first scene implies that such intercourse is not necessarily an attribute of the wild boys and their revolutionary allies, but can also be used as material for control. Indeed, immediately after the conclusion of The Miracle of the Rose, we are offered the great Slastovich's theories on the aesthetics and metaphysics of pornography, which I have already cited. The films contained in the novel can be divided, for the purposes of this political analysis of fantasy, into 2 categories whose boundaries are fluid and which can and do turn abruptly into one another: control films, which correspond to subjugated group fantasies, and wild boy films, which correspond to subject group fantasies. The control films, which embody the great Slastovich's aesthetics, take up a smaller total proportion of the book than the wild boy films do, but they predominate in its opening sections and contain some of its most memorable routines. Let us consider a few of them in some detail. The wild boys of the title do not make a formally announced entrance until well into the text, but they are present in spirit from the very beginning, when Tiomate, the masterless pistolero, kills Gonzalez the agent. This is the first in a long string of routines concerning the destruction of the hypocritical and monstrous representatives of the law, the state, and the family by characters who offer us none of the typical traits of the humane/humanist hero. In the same routine, the mother, Tia Dolores, is described as a war machine whose evil eyes rotate in a complex calendar, and these calculations occupy her for many hours each night. This description alludes to the interlocking wheels of the elaborate Maya calendar, the interpretation of which, Burroughs claims, forms the Mayan Book of the Dead. On the Egyptian side, Tiomate has an apprentice, El Mono, who is described as his Ka. In Egyptian, Ka refers to the spiritual double of the dead soul, and in fact El Mono is a mimic. Tiomate, the chief, and Old Sarge, the anti-authoritarian figures of the first 3 routines, share with the wild boys a peculiarly beatific way of smiling. Indeed, the chapter's titles and closing lines draw attention to it. Skirl sees in these smiles that invite comparison with the smile of Dante's Beatrice and of the Mona Lisa, 2 hallowed female icons that embody traditional Western values, evidence that the wild boys and their allies exist in a state of ecstasy. Perhaps, like Beatrice, the wild boys are to be our guides to slash through the lands of the dead. Perhaps as well, like Dante, we will not be subject to any of the perils and delights to be found there, but perhaps we will. At any rate, the smiles of the wild boys and of the characters who anticipate them do not bode well for those traditional Western values. Among the most important control films is AJ's Annual Party, narrated in the chapter Le Grand Looks. This routine, a sequel to one of the same title in Naked Lunch, resembles in structure and ambition Burroughs's earlier piece Roosevelt After Inauguration, an elaborate send-up of the imperial presidency in which Franklin D. Roosevelt appoints criminals and degenerates to the highest offices of the land in order to run the state into the ground. Roosevelt was convulsed with such hate for the species as it is, that he wished to degrade it beyond recognition. He could endure only the extremes of human behavior. The average, the middle-aged, the middle class, the bureaucrat filled him with loathing. "I'll make the cocksuckers glad to mutate," he would say, looking off into space as if seeking new frontiers of depravity. Like Roosevelt, A.J. represents the most extreme form of concentrated power. His annual party collapses currencies and bankrupts nations, and he thinks nothing of suspending a section of Missouri countryside between 2 zeppelins in order to get a perfect meal of hog's liver. The gratuitous waste of his annual party, attended only by his close patrician friends while the poor huddle in absolute scarcity outside, shredding each other for a chance to eat the refuse that A.J. sends them through a huge phallus and a rubber asshole, takes its model from Poe's Mask of the Red Death, and eventually A.J., like Prince Prospero, finds the outside he tried so hard to keep out has gotten inside. Like Roosevelt after inauguration, AJ's annual party serves as a demonic vision of the capitalist world order run amok, but in both routines the status of the leader is ironic. Even in exercising power over people, Roosevelt is convulsed with hatred for them and in fact exercises his power to force them to mutate into some new and more extreme form, while the very extremity of AJ's conspicuous consumption is meant to be emblematic of capitalism at the same time as it provides the materials for its own destruction. The way out is the way through. A dead soul, according to the Egyptian book, eats with his mouth, and exercises other natural functions of the body, and gratifies his passions. As a good host to such dead souls, AJ provides his guests with every conceivable amenity, from 5-star restaurant service and a fully stocked arsenal to tailor-made blue movies, one of which leads the routine away from AJ's excesses and toward the Wild Boys. This movie begins abruptly as one of Burroughs's elegiac evocations of young men engaging in sex, but it is intercut with dialogue suggesting that AJ is directing and editing even this tableau of desire. After another rapid spin through the penny arcade peep show, we are presented with the final product of this effort, The Miracle of the Rose, which as we saw continues the elegiac daydream of casual sex with Janet-style props and language and without AJ's interruption, until the silver light of the projector reveals to us that it has all been just a flat representation without real presence, despite the ejaculations that shatter syntactic continuity. Several other blue movies follow, each less stable than the last, until the film is stretched to the breaking point and, with the final controlled scene of orgasm, snaps. The break throws us back to the penny arcade peep show, which now introduces the relation between violence and order more explicitly in its shattered narration of the deaths of Jesse James, Dutch Schultz, and most importantly, Billy the Kid, alongside science fiction evocations of decaying future cities, arbitrary schemes of order, and the interchangeability of tissue, minerals, wood seen through electron microscope and stars and space seen through telescope. The effect is surprisingly similar to the famous moment in Ingmar Bergman's Persona when Liv Ullmann's petty violence precipitates a break in the film itself, revealing the psychic horrors held in check by the linear narration. Bergman's film reconstitutes itself slowly and incompletely after its break, but Burroughs's Peep Show empties out directly into The Dead Child, which begins as another nostalgic tale of adolescent intercourse, a control film, but mutates in the middle into a wild boy film, a narrative of revolution, in this case of enslaved planters against their Maya masters. Two boys escape into the Central American jungles and live there until one boy, unable to escape the master's control, turns into a jaguar and dies. 21 The other boy's soul, unable to escape the material world, haunts the locale until visiting tourists provide him with a new, young male body. This split fantasy, this hybrid of blue movie and revolution, serves as an introduction to the Wild Boys themselves, who are similarly hybrids of ourselves and a world beyond the death of our own. From this point in the novel to the end, revolutionary Wild Boy films follow each other without a break. The term Wild Boys appears for the first time in the 13th chapter, Just Call Me Joe, which narrates the raising of an American army to combat the Wild Boys and its subsequent defeat at their hands. This chapter is set up as a parody of a Hollywood propaganda film of the 50s, complete with soundtrack music and opening credits. Most of its characters are played by named actors, except for the general in charge of the army, played by himself, and the Wild Boys themselves, who are played by native boys on locations. The plot of the film is the exposure of a conspiracy, which the general blames on Moscow, to undermine America's purity by drawing American boys into anarchist packs of wild boys. In the middle of the general's denunciation, the camera cuts to a suburban home where a couple reads the following note: "Dear Mom and Dad, I am going to join the Wild Boys. When you read this I will be far away. Johnny 22." Once overseas, the Americans are greeted by the natives of the area that has been overrun by packs of wild boys. The natives appear glad to be rescued, but in fact they simply welcome whatever force passes through their country as an opportunity for profit. A few wild boys surrender and promise to lead the Americans to their Chinese advisors, but this is a ploy to divide the army, which is cut down by linguistic and viral weapons as well as by standard guns. The surviving officer even settles down at the native location to set up a restaurant at which the wild boys welcome. The diverse disruptive elements in the novel, whether transitional figures like Tio Mate or full-fledged wild boys, are united by the goal of total revolution. Despite disparate aims and personnel of its constituent members, the underground is agreed on basic objectives. We intend to march on the police machine everywhere. We intend to destroy the police machine and all its records. We intend to destroy all dogmatic verbal systems. The family unit and its cancerous expansion into tribes, countries, nations we will eradicate at its vegetable roots. We don't want to hear any more family talk, mother talk, father talk, cop talk, priest talk, country talk, or party talk. To put it country simple, we have heard enough bullshit. What unifies their agenda is the refusal of talk, of representation in the form of religious belief and social or political ideology. In fact, it is this emphasis on talk, on representation, that underlies Burroughs's explicit criticisms of the historical books of the dead as well. Death is a protean organism that never repeats itself word for word. For this reason I consider the Egyptian and Tibetan books of the dead, with their emphasis on ritual and knowing the right words, totally inadequate. There are no right words. This kind of statement, for all its value in articulating the explicit theme of the various revolutionary routines, never seems to come directly from the wild boys themselves, but comes instead from their recruits among the older generation, like the Chief, Old Sarge, and Colonel Bradley. A version of Burroughs's friend Brian Geeson, who was with one of the first expeditionary forces sent out against the wild boys and who later joined them. This seems to be Burroughs's own unambiguous desire, inasmuch as the wild boys are versions of his own Ka, or spirit double, based in his identification with the student movements. The wild boys themselves do not speak much, and when they do, they speak in performatives, like the lies they tell to lead the American forces sent against them into a trap in the desert and the pleas they make to one another for sexual gratification. The wild boys do not demonstrate or denounce, they simply seduce and destroy, leaving others to explain their work. This is consistent with the imperative to forget rather than to consolidate power. Even their methods are parodies of representation, based as they are on Burroughs's viral theories of language. They kill by spreading trained killer viruses, literally contagious forms of laughter, sneezing, hiccuping, and coughing that render their victims helpless and defenseless before the wild boys' killer legions. They use the representational structure of the socius against itself by sending out false calls for help to police units and by impersonating the police themselves to undermine their authority. Moreover, 50 boys with portable tape recorders record riots from TV, and hit the rush hour in a flying wedge riot recordings on full blast to produce more riots through playback. The wild boys manifest what Deleuze and Guattari would call becoming's animal in their escape from the constituted social order. They do not become animals, as if boys and animals were two states that could be occupied essentially. Rather, they deterritorialize, or dismantle their bodies' social representations, by adopting or reterritorializing on effective, non-representational animal functions. Point 23. They do not imitate animals, but rather they adopt the animal's defense mechanisms. Each group developed special skills and knowledge until it evolved into humanoid subspecies, like the warrior ants, handless boys who screw steel implements into their stumps, cat boys who wear poison-clawed gloves, snake boys, who handle venomous reptiles, and lycanthropic wolf boys. Other boys deterritorialize themselves through technology, attaching themselves to gliders, roller skates, and other weapons systems in order to battle the state apparatus. In this way, the wild boys actively assume the hybrid forms of the gods of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, hawk-headed Horus, jackal-headed Anubis, and of the glyph creatures of Maya writing, like Apuk the Destroyer, the subject of later Burroughs texts. Burroughs calls these wild boys biologic adaptives. Point 24. Perhaps the most significant scene in the Wild Boys, from the point of view of subject group fantasy, comes near the end of the novel, in the Wild Boys chapter. This is the description of their reproductive technique, by means of which they increase their numbers and also reincarnate any members who have been killed or maimed in combat with counter-revolutionary forces. These offspring are known as Zimbus, and they are created through masturbatory fantasy. This method allows the wild boys to escape both the binarism of gendered reproduction and the ideology of the nuclear family that constantly reinscribes it. One of these descriptions is worth quoting in its entirety. A boy with mongoloid features steps onto the rug playing a flute to the four directions. As he plays, phantom figures swirl around him, taking shape out of moonlight, campfires, and shadows. He kneels in the center of the rug playing his flute faster and faster. The shape of a boy on hands and knees is forming in front of him. He puts down his flute. His hands mold and knead the body in front of him, pulling it against him with stroking movements that penetrate the pearly gray shape, caressing it inside. The body shudders and quivers against him as he forms the buttocks around his penis, stroking silver genitals out of the moonlight, gray then pink and finally red, the mouth parted in a gasp, shuddering genitals out of the moon's haze, a pale blonde boy spurting thighs and buttocks and young skin. The flute player kneels, their arms wrapped tightly around the Zimbu's chest, breathing deeply until the Zimbu breathes with his own breathing, quivering to the blue tattoo. The attendants step forward and carry the pale blonde Zimbu to the blue tent. This boy's masturbatory fantasy actually creates its own object, another wild boy. The wild boys as a group, then, are merely revolutionary desire made flesh. They appear and exist because they desire and are desired in an affirmative manner that has nothing to do with lack, and the flow of this desire is self-generating. Point 25. The novel concludes with a chapter entitled The Wild Boy's Smile, which is also the last line of the text. In it, an unidentified narrator joins the wild boys in their struggle for the streets and in their frequent copulations, which serve them also as means of teleportation. The sexual contact between the narrator and the wild boy called the dib forges a link between the radical coalition, which still uses referential language, and the wild boys who do not. The wild boys' couplings, which also transmit information, are spontaneous and multivalent, carried out with the same level of interest and intensity as their battles. At the conclusion of the chapter, the narrator and his companion, confronted by policemen and photographers at the time barrier that separates the wild boys' dead world from our live historical world, escape by throwing a film grenade at them. This grenade, like the novel itself, is meant to blow a hole in the ideological reality film that controls social reproduction under the existent socius. After it goes off, we are left with the final fading images in the penny arcade peep show: naked boys fucking, laughing, and gaming as the peep show burns out. The silver screen is exploding in moon craters and boiling silver spots. Wild boys very close now. Darkness falls on the ruined suburbs. A dog barks in the distance. Dim jerky stars are blowing away across a gleaming empty sky. The wild boys smile. 26. Since they must forget power if they are to avoid duplicating it, the wild boys cannot smile in triumph over their enemies. Instead they smile in invitation to the reader. Such an invitation is precisely what the Book of the Dead must offer if it is to be a viable subject group fantasy. The wild boy's threat to capitalist society is imminent within that society in the form of desire that exceeds the available forms of fantasy and so constructs its own forms, its own enabling objects of investment. These forms may resemble myth, but they are, at most, joke myths that mock the very structure of myth, or throw away myths to be used like condoms as protection against the infection of power, binarism, and hierarchy. According to the legend, an evil old doctor, who called himself God and us dogs, created the first boy in his adolescent image. The boy peopled the garden with male phantoms that rose from his ejaculations. This angered God, who was getting on in years. He decided it endangered his position as creator. So he crept upon the boy and anesthetized him and made Eve from his rib. Henceforth all creation of beings would process through female channels. But some of Adam's phantoms refused to let God near them under any pretext. After millennia these cool remote spirits breathe in the wild boys. It is desire that must be policed, controlled, limited to the sterile pornographic simulacra of AJ and the ruling classes, for when it erupts in fertile ground, as it appears to have done among the young and the dispossessed of the late 60s, it threatens to amplify the antagonisms that already fissure the socius into irreparable cracks. In 1969, Burroughs wrote, "Young people pose the only effective challenge to established authority. The student rebellion is now a worldwide movement. Never before in recorded history has established authority been so basically challenged on a worldwide scale. The Wild Boys are one form, Burroughs's form, of this desire, and it is either reactionary or foolish to claim, as Kazin does, that the Wild Boys who come into the book of that name are not important except as a culmination of the continual fantasy of boys in rainbow-colored jockstraps coldly doffing them and turning their totally impersonal couplings into a piece of American science fiction. They are not important if fantasy itself is unimportant, and if American science fiction is incapable of being something other than escapism, but if, as I have argued, fantasy is the catalyst in the constitution of subject groups, and if science fiction is capable of providing such a fantasy, then the Wild Boys are an important incarnation of Burroughs's Lawrencean pure present. They are an act of creation through which Burroughs intends to renew the world, as Kazin would have it. In an interview given shortly after this period, Burroughs said, "Would I consider events similar to the Wild Boys scenario desirable? Yes, desirable to me. The Wild Boys, then, is what it claims to be, a book of the dead and hence a powerful fantasy. But because of its relation to the late capitalist socius and the subjectivities in its charge, the Wild Boys was for a moment more than that, it was a subject group fantasy, a revolutionary fantasy, a plan for after living. As such it employed the powers of the false to become, in Ginsberg's words, an exemplification of the world 27. But for Burroughs, as for the radical student movements of the 60s, this exemplification was not sufficient. The fantasy he provided did not fuse people into subject groups that could defeat the groups subjugated to capital. Burroughs's detailed illustrated blueprints for operations against enemy personnel were not carried out. The 70s saw not the total dismantling of worldwide state capitalism, but rather the retreat of the revolutionary forces of the 60s. Burroughs had to spend much of the 70s amplifying his feudal wild boy fantasies, expanding his powers of the false, before he could create more precisely detailed, more profusely illustrated manuals in the form of a subtler, more complete Book of the Dead, the trilogy composed of Cities of the Red Night, The Place of Dead Roads, and The Western Lands, in which the moments of destruction that fill the Wild Boys are balanced by affirmative suggestions for the reorganization of society. The starting point of these books of the dead is the theoretical endpoint of the Wild Boys: nothing is true. Everything is permitted. But the Wild Boys remains unique in the purity of its destructive force. However successful it is as a novel, The Wild Boys, a Book of the Dead failed as a blueprint for operations against the capitalist world order. If the proto-Wild Boys to whom it was addressed, the student revolutionaries of the late 60s, seemed to be on the verge of triumph when the book was composed, they no longer seemed so by its publication date. The retreat of the counterculture into forms of accommodation revealed the gaps in its own project, and in Burroughs's radical architecture of desire as well. In Port of Saints, he admits at least temporary defeat. Camera pans the scattered forces and broken morale of the militants, teenage alcoholics, underground press closing down, Black Panthers finished, censorship coming back, pollution, overpopulation, atomic tests. Flashback shows the Wild Boys mowed down by cold-eyed narcs and southern lawmen backed by religious women and big money. Though later in the novel Burroughs's narrator claims that we won't be needing the knives and bolos, laser guns, slingshots, crossbows, blowguns, disease and virus cultures much longer because the final strategy stopping the world, to ignore and forget the enemy out of existence, has been successful, the writer knows that this claim is only fantasy, in the narcissistic sense of which Kazin accused him. In fact, the task of Burroughs's fiction through the late 70s and 80s is to find some way to fill in the holes, to reconstitute the revolutionary allies, the fantastically active and actively fantasizing audience, that he lost at the end of the 60s. Queen es. Who is it? Is the question that constantly recurs, and that Burroughs tries in several different ways to answer, in Cities of the Red Night, The Place of Dead Roads, and The Western Lands. On the second page of The Place of Dead Roads, we are informed that Queen es. is the title of one of the Western stories written by William Seward Hall under the pen name Kim Carson's, which is also the name of the subversive protagonist of Burroughs's novel. Near the beginning of the novel's third book, itself entitled Queen es. That story is described as a luridly fictionalized account of exploits as a bank robber, outlaw, and shootist. The title page of the story leads into an extended meditation on the Spanish phrase, Queen es. Who is it? Kim Carson's. Does he exist? His existence, like any existence, is inferential, the traces he leaves behind him. He exists in these pages as Lord Jim, the Great Gatsby, Comus Bassington, live and breathe in a writer's prose, in the care, love, and dedication that evoke them, the flawed, doomed but undefeated, radiant heroes who attempted the impossible, stormed the citadels of heaven, took the last chance on the last and greatest of human dreams, the punch-drunk fighter who comes up off the floor to win by a knockout, the horse that comes from last to win in the stretch, assassins of Hassan-I Sabaha. The black hole, where no physical laws apply, agents of a singularity. Ghost, written by William Hall. This passage, moving from cliché through Burroughs's own earlier formulation Hassan-I Sabaha to new metaphor, spells out the role of the writer in this reconstitution of the revolutionary subject. His job, to use Burroughs's own preferred term, is to use what Deleuze calls the powers of the false to produce incompossible presence and not necessarily true pasts, through which revolutionary subjectivity, incarnated in the flawed, doomed but undefeated gamblers on the last and greatest of human dreams, again becomes possible. Art must take part in this task, not that of addressing a people, which is presupposed already there, but of contributing to the invention of a people. The moment the master, or the colonizer, proclaims there have never been people here, the missing people are a becoming, they invent themselves, in shanty towns and camps, or in ghettos, in new conditions of struggle to which a necessarily political art must contribute. We will investigate Burroughs's contribution to this invention of a people, this reconstitution of a revolutionary subject, after we examine his self-criticism and specify the powers and tasks he assigns to the writer. Such a reconstitution of revolution in the 80s will entail two related projects that are briefly foreshadowed in The Wild Boys and Port of Saints, a more fully developed account of history and a model of revolutionary community. This affirmative double project, this filling of the gaps, necessitates the abandonment of two key assumptions of Burroughs's writing up to and including The Wild Boys. The first of these assumptions is the idea that the history of Western representational thought and politics is the only possible form of history. This assumption leads to Burroughs's rejection of all history as an inherently repressive force, as a kind of static or serial repetition. For Burroughs during his early and middle periods, history is a form of what Sartre calls the practico-inert. This is why Burroughs's fiction from Naked Lunch through The Wild Boys and Port of Saints is content to draw parallels between historical totalitarian situations like the ancient Egyptian and Maya civilizations, contemporary repressive situations like Eisenhower-era America, and syntactic/narrative control. Historical situations are invariably presented as film sets, within whose confines is played out the old army game from here to eternity. History is merely another artifact, a stylized and linear set of semiotic markers always already mediated by its own simulation, which lends inertia to power relations. The basic revolutionary gesture implied by this view of history is the simple rupture, which in Burroughs's work of this middle period manifests itself in several ways, at the formal level, as the syntactic cut-up, at the thematic level, as the interweaving of digressive routines and the breaking of the ideological reality film, and at the hortatory level of material application, as the tape recorder drop-in/playback technique advocated in many of Burroughs's programmatic revolutionary Texts. The second assumption is complementary to the first, and may even be reducible to it. If history is the totality of rigid and enslaving determinisms that can be broken by certain kinds of action, then it follows that this rupture of history will be sufficient in itself to generate a different, fundamentally open and free world. The revolutionary's only real task is a negative one, the destruction of historical authority, and his only real characteristic is also negative since he is merely an inversion of the good citizen. The logic is beautifully dialectical. History is the negation of freedom, so a revolution that simply negates history produces the affirmation of freedom, but only as a pure effect of the double negation. Burroughs recognizes this, as we saw above. He who opposes force with counter-force alone forms that which he opposes and is formed by it. History shows that when a system of government is overthrown by force, a system in many respects similar will take place. To combat this specularity, he suggests the active forgetting of power rather than its consolidation, but this tactic too is insufficient. Not only do the wild boys neither talk nor legislate, they also do not plan, or build, or negotiate an alternative socius, and such total negation is their undoing. They are produced as a subject group in the logical moment when their phantasmatic negation of repressive history coincides with their phantasmatic affirmation of freedom without giving that affirmation any distinct or positive content. Their desire creates a homosexual group fantasy that is hostile to the status quo, but symmetrically hostile, specular, and thus ultimately unproductive of truly new relations. The wild boys' conditions of emergence are the point-for-point negation of the conditions of existence of the capitalist state. The wild boys actually invest their desire in the existing social field, including the latter's most repressive forms, such as the armed forces, organized crime, and misogyny. Thus the one can only destroy the other, as antimatter destroys matter, without necessarily constituting a world that is liberated in any distinct affirmative way. Rupture is a necessary condition, but by itself it is an insufficient condition for change. Break the reality film, and all that will confront you is the blinding glare of undifferentiated white light. The wild boys' impasse forces us to confront the limitations of the middle period Burroughs' Sartrine group dialectics, but it also reveals the important difference between the middle period Burroughs and the late one, a difference which, I would claim, embodies the distinction between Sartre's theory of groups and that of Deleuze and Guattari. While they agree on the phantasmatic nature of group production, they disagree on the specific form of the subject group fantasy. In Sartre's example, the Bastille serves as the object of investment for two distinct logical moments of revolutionary desire, the negative or destructive moment of defense and the affirmative or constructive moment of offense. The coincidence of these moments in the same phantasmatic object binds the moments together as specular images of each other, allowing them to resolve their differences into the synthesis of group identification. This structure accounts quite precisely for the wild boys' dialectical strategy of rupture, which should trouble us because it is, after all, the structure of the bourgeois subject group at its historical moment of emergence that is identified in Sartre's analysis of the French Revolution. Recall Deleuze and Guattari's displacement of Sartre. The revolutionary subject group, they insist, invents always mortal formations that exorcise the effusion in it of a death instinct. It opposes real coefficients of transversally to the symbolic determinations of subjugation, coefficients without hierarchy or a group superego. These coefficients of transversally, or of deterritorialization, measure the group's resistance to hierarchy and seriality. The dialectical closure of Sartre's group identification falls immediately into the hierarchical, legislative role of group superego too, and in so doing lapses into an immortal but inert seriality. In a word, it quickly reterritorializes on a structurally similar role. This is not to say that Sartre's analysis of the storming of the Bastille is incorrect, but rather that Sartre errs in seeing the historical conditions of the emergence of the then revolutionary bourgeoisie as the ontological conditions of emergence of all revolutionary groups. Measured against this standard, the incipient seriality or subjugation of the Sartrine wild boys also manifests itself plainly, not so much in their overt quest for immortality as in their paradoxical conservatism. their preservation of the opposing world order in the specular structure of their own negation of it. Since they do not separate destruction from construction, they fall into the fallacy of equating the two moments and surreptitiously conserve the order they apparently fight. The key to Deleuze and Guattari's formulation and, I will argue, to Burroughs's late work, is the non-coincidence, or irreducibility, of these negative and affirmative moments of phantasmatic group formation. The destructive task proceeds by successively undoing the representative territorialities and reterritorializations through which a subject passes in his/her individual history, while the positive task consists of discovering in a subject the formation, or the functioning of his/her desiring machins, 3 that is, the connections that undo the subject's fixed identity by expanding into the world. This separation of negative and affirmative moments is also measured by a coefficient of deterritorialization, which is larger than that of Sartre's group and hence makes its reterritorialization more difficult and less stable. Following Deleuze, I have called this non-coincidence paradox, an antithesis or contradiction, bearing on the same object, that cannot be resolved dialectically. Burroughs calls it a Manichean conflict. Outcome is in doubt and, more suggestively, art. Burroughs's double project in the late trilogy is to forge such a non-coincident, paradoxical group fantasy, and his formal point of departure remains the Book of the Dead, the how-to guide to the afterlife. Writing, if it is anything, is a word of warning to the reader. The trilogy is peppered with references to the Egyptian and Maya systems. The main text of the first volume of the trilogy, Cities of the Red Night, opens with an invocation to the gods like that which opens the Egyptian Book of the Dead, though in Cities what is invoked is not the hierarchical pantheon of Egyptian deities but rather a multicultural band of evil spirits. The final volume of the trilogy is even named for the Egyptian Promised Land, the Western Lands, but it differs markedly from the other 2 volumes in its approach to the problem of revolutionary subjectivity, as we will see. The trilogy as a whole rewrites the Wild Boys, from the reappearance of characters including Audrey Carson's T.O. Mate, Colonel Greenfield, and Lola Lachata to the repetition of scenes, such as the climactic assassination of the Muslim general by an agent of Hassan I Sabbah, which precedes the conclusions of both the Wild Boys and the Western Lands. In the Wild Boys, the activity of writing is explicitly thematized in only a few places, such as in the appearance of a book entitled The Wild Boys in a late chapter. This thematization functions implicitly throughout the novel, however, in the scripts that the penny arcade peep shows films require, which are cut up with increasing frequency as the structures of corporate and state power weaken and as the Wild Boys themselves begin to appear in ever greater numbers and to act with ever increasing efficacy. In Burroughs's works preceding the Wild Boys, the term script refers both to a film scenario and to a prescription, forged or legitimate, used by an addict to obtain illicit drugs. To make a croaker for a script means to persuade a doctor to write a prescription for junk. Thus, a pun equation develops between them, an equation that continues into the late works. To write a script is to make magic, to prescribe or pre-write the performance of actions specifically, actions the writer wants or needs to have performed. All of the characters in the late trilogy either compose scripts or perform according to them. Moreover, each volume contains at least 2 distinct kinds of writer figures. Cities of the Red Night sets up the paradigm the rest of the trilogy will follow. It contains 2 writer figures, Noah Blake, the pirate volunteer whose diary constitutes the historical strand of the novel, and Clem Williamson Sneyd, who starts out not as a private dick but as a private asshole searching for a missing person and ends up forging the master reality scripts that include Blake and everyone else in the novel. Point 4 In the place of Dead Rhodes, gunfighter Kim Carsons and photographer Tom Dark are the Blake figures, while William Seward Hall, the writer of Western stories, takes the Sneyd part. In the Western Lands, it is revealed that another character from Dead Rhodes was also a reality script writer, Joe the Dead, Kim Carson's zombie technician. The Western Lands also reuses Hall as the old writer who opens and closes that book. Noah Blake is first introduced as a regular character, a gunsmith, whose actions are narrated in third person, but soon he is represented solely through pages from diary in first person. He plays the traditional role of the chronicler/participant, made familiar by the generations of epistolary and journal novels that have followed Defoe and Richardson. Blake does not reflect on the value or structure of his writing activity, but others, such as the pirate Captain Strobe, do. Noah writes that I am interested in publishing his diaries for some reason. Does he have any inkling what reason? He must be kept very busy as a gunsmith lest he realize his primary role. Clearly writing is that primary role, but why it is so important is only revealed later, by the self-reflexive Clem Snyde. Snyde begins as a first-person narrator, in the tradition of the hard-boiled detective novel, and does not become a writer until the second book of Cities. As his missing person investigation leads him further into an international conspiracy, he meets the female iguana twin, who shows him a book entitled Cities of the Red Knight, parts of which we have encountered in Book I. She tells him it is a copy and offers to pay him $1 million for recovery of the originals because changes can only be effected by alterations in the original. The only thing not pre-recorded in a pre-recorded universe are the pre-recordings themselves. The copies can only repeat themselves word for word. A virus is a copy. You can pretty it up, cut it up, scramble it will reassemble in the same form. Without being an idealist, I am reluctant to see the originals in the hands of. This repudiation of the revolutionary valence of the cut-up method, the material of which will inevitably reassemble in the same form, reminds us of Deleuze and Guattari's critique of the method's supplementary dimension of folding in which unity continues its spiritual labor. The job the iguana twin has in mind is clearly Platonic, however, with its emphasis on the original. Despite her disavowal and her apparently revolutionary intentions, she is still apparently an idealist. Snyde accepts the commission, but transforms the plot into a Deleuzean exercise in simulation. I had already decided to fabricate the complete books if I could find the right paper. In fact, I felt sure that this was exactly what I was being paid to do. After buying supplies from an art forger, Snyde and his assistant Jim start making books. I write the continuity. Jim does the drawings. They are literally rewriting and restaging the past, forging alternative histories. The books seem to age 200 years overnight. I am working mostly on my pirate storyline. But since I am sure of the quality of the goods, I will invest some more money in Mayan and Egyptian paper and colors, and do 2 snuff films. Snyde is thus revealed as the author of the Blake plot. This simulated history draws its efficacy from its weakness. If, as the iguana twin says, the only things not pre-recorded in a pre-recorded universe are the pre-recordings themselves, then those things lie outside the reality film, out of the reach of the pre-recorded characters, in some Platonic transcendent realm. But those pre-recordings can only emerge within the flat, linear reality film as eternal laws of distinction, truths that separate, exclude, and devalue like the myths used by Plato, Kant, and the ideologues of modernism. The power of such transcendent laws remains precarious, since they can only enter into the flat film in immanent form, in which form they become subject to the immanent desire that they seek to master. Any script, like any fantasy, is just such an immanent structure of desire, so the transcendent script of the law can only dominate by claiming to represent the outside of the film while remaining an immanent script, susceptible to editing and rewriting. Hence the writer functions most importantly as a forger of film scripts throughout Burroughs's late trilogy. He constructs alternative scripts that undermine and even replace the transcendent script of the law. As Deleuze writes, the forger becomes the character of the cinema, not the criminal, the cowboy, the psychosocial man, the historical hero, the holder of power, etc., as in the action image, but the forger pure and simple, to the detriment of all action. The forger could previously exist in a determinate form, liar or traitor, but he now assumes an unlimited figure which permeates the whole film. He is simultaneously the man of pure descriptions and the maker of the crystal image, the indiscernibility of the real and the imaginary. He passes into the crystal, and makes the direct time image visible, he provokes undecidable alternatives and inexplicable differences between the true and the false, and thereby imposes a power of the false as adequate to time, in contrast to any form of the true which would control time. Burroughs's forgers, who play the parts of criminals, cowboys, and the rest, are like Deleuze's forger in that they all work to produce this indiscernibility of imaginary and real in order to break the control of truth and law over time, to break the determinism of repressive history. In Burroughs's late work, too, the forger replaces the traitor, who predominated in the middle period. As Deleuze defines it, truthful narration is developed organically, according to legal connections in space and chronological connections in time. Erration implies an inquiry or testimonies which connect it to the true, always refers to a system of judgment. Falsifying narration, by contrast, frees itself from this system. It shatters the system of judgments because the power of the false affects the investigator and witness as much as the person presumed guilty. Narration is constantly being completely modified, in each of its episodes, not according to subjective variations, but as a consequence of disconnected places and dechronologized moments. Thus, from the point of view of the false, it is perfectly logical for Sneyd to begin as a private investigator, a servant of the law and seeker after truth, and then to become a forger of the false. Deleuze's analysis also justifies the rapid, montage-like shifts that pervade cities following Sneyd's transformation, and the bulk of its two sequels as well. Burroughs's narrative is disconnected and dechronologized, cutting across the lines that constitute the power network of the transcendent script. Deleuze quotes another of Burroughs's favorite references, proto-Wild Boy Arthur Rimbaud, to demonstrate the crucial difference between the two forms of narration represented by Blake and Sneyd. In truthful narration, the protagonist has a stable, pre-established identity so that action always has a subject, while in forged, falsifying narration, action is impersonal and event UAL because I is another. Accordingly, for Deleuze, there is no unique forger, and, if the forger reveals something, it is the existence behind him of another forger. And the only content of narration will be the presentation of these forgers, their sliding from one to the other, their metamorphoses into each other. Thus, Blake is revealed as a character manipulated by Sneyd, who is himself manipulated by the Iguana twins and by the conspiratorial businessmen Bloom and Krupp before he reveals himself to be an avatar of Audrey Carson's, the protagonist of The Wild Boys, who reprises that role in the Plague City's passages, which alternate with the pirate story and the detective story. Finally, we are left only with Audrey, sitting at a typewriter in his attic room, his back to the audience as the theater in which the novel takes place collapses on him and on the audience. This series of forger writers continues with Kim Carson's, Tom Dark, and William Seward Hall in the place of Dead Rhodes, and with Hall, the Egyptian Neferti, and Joe the Dead in the Western lands. In the second novel, Gunslinger Carson's and daguerreotypist Dark work together to forge historically effective scripts in the 19th century United States, using both words and pictures. They hanged a Mexican kid from that branch, you may have read about it, made quite a stir, federal anti-lynching bill in Congress, and the abolitionists took some northern states. All the papers wanted a picture of the hanging and I gave them one. Fake, of course. I ran into this old lady who is a very rich abolitionist, and the idea comes to me, what is needed to put some teeth into the abolition movement is an incident, and she puts up some front money. Not only is the photograph a fake, but the lynching itself is a fake, designed to forward a political agenda. How did I get away with it? Well, there isn't any limit to what you can get away with in this business. Faked pictures are more convincing than real pictures because you can set them up to look real. Understand this, all pictures are faked. As soon as you have the concept of a picture, there is no limit to falsification. Carson's and Dark each incarnate the warrior as writer-forger, fighting with false images against the image as such. They attempt the impossible, to photograph the present moment which contains the past, the future, in order to transform all of them. Burroughs's novel is populated with simulations of this sort, which are subversive of the very concept of an original. Hall, like Sneyd, an even more self-reflexive writer figure than Carson's or Dark, is described as a corridor, a hall leading to many doors, man of many faces and many pen names, of many times and places. As a writer of popular Western fiction, he is in a position to forge effective knowledge on a huge scale, and with a huge impact. He is a guardian of the knowledge and of those who could use it. So he concealed and revealed the knowledge in fictional form. Hall incarnates the writer-forger as warrior, who will not hesitate to use the sword he is forging, an anti-magnetic artifact that cuts word and image to fragments and that allows him to unplot and unwrite. Oh, it may take a few hundred years before some people find out they have been unwritten and unplotted into random chaos. Hall is constantly on the run, both from human enemies and from abstract conceptual ones, who see his knowledge and his manipulation of fiction as a threat to the hegemony they administer through the law and truth. His contribution to revolutionary change, or the phantasmatic representation of change, is a bit more modest than Sneyd's magical script writing, but even to envisage success on this scale is a victory. A victory from which others may envision further, in an immense relay. The last novel in the trilogy is different in general strategy than the first two. The old writer whose situation begins and ends the Western lands is finally revealed to be Hall, who is of course a surrogate for Burroughs himself, but this new Hall the forger who controls the writer-warrior Joe the Dead and, through Joe, all the recurring characters from the earlier novels, has developed a disgust for his words choked him, and he could no longer bear to look at his words on a piece of paper. Occasionally he sees words which were not his own and which he thinks perhaps could be copied down and made into a book, and then, yes, and then what? His writing has lost whatever efficacy Sneyd's and even his own earlier work had, and can lead to no result, no change in the world. Joe the Dead is blunter about it. He didn't have ideas about rewriting history like Kim did. More of Kim's irresponsible faggotry, he's going to rewrite history while we wait. Kim himself, now dead, learns that his writing did not create the situations he sought, but that he too merely transcribed someone else's writing. Throughout the novel, Hall battles this political and ontological writer's block, this inefficacy of writing, by changing narratives every few pages, from Joe to Kim to other temporary characters and back, until he finally reaches the end of words, the end of what can be done with words. The transition from the initial rewriting of history to this end of words parallels the development of Burroughs's project for the reconstitution of revolutionary allies, which moves from recognizably communitarian fantasies through an apotheosis of the disjointed, schizophrenic self to a concluding silence that, at first glance, looks like defeat. In order to demonstrate that this silence means more than simply defeat, we must follow in detail the development that leads up to it. The two aspects of Burroughs's affirmative reconstitution project, history and community, cannot be strictly separated, but they can be distinguished tendentially and schematically for the purposes of exposition. The Wild Boys' reductive sense of history made them merely utopian as a force, not as literal images of the ideal community. Summarily, we could say that in this trilogy, Burroughs recognizes, for the first time, the real interminism or contingency of Western history, and begins to hatch a plot that will interfere with its linear development. He recognizes that the smooth totality of repressive history, which he so long took for granted, has been produced from untotalizable fragments that can, in principle, be reclaimed, if only through fantasy. The chance was there, he realizes, but the chance was missed. These chance fragments will be the accretion points for his new virtual communities. The negative moment in his work, the violent undoing of the power structures of late capitalism, retains both the undiluted virulence and the narrative form it had in the Wild Boys, but this affirmative moment, the production of phantasmatic communities from the lost fragments of history, transforms the dynamics of his compositional practice. Burroughs's new historical consciousness is evident from the introductory pages of Cities of the Red Night, which describe the establishment of anarchist communes in the Americas during the 17th and early 18th centuries. Like the other novels in the trilogy, this one results from a textual encounter, Burroughs's narrator cites Don C. Seitz's Under the Black Flag as the source of his ideas on historical communes. 5 Such communes, the narrator claims, were based on the then revolutionary ideas of universal suffrage, freedom of religion, the abolition of slavery, and the elimination of capital punishment. The historical communes were wiped out by native attacks and disease, but had they been able to, the history of the world could have been altered. This historical reflection gives rise immediately to the issue of community. Imagine a number of such fortified positions all through South America and the West Indies, stretching from Africa to Madagascar and Malaya and the East Indies, all offering refuge to fugitives from slavery and oppression. Come to us and live under the Articles. At once we have allies in all those who are enslaved and oppressed throughout the world, from the cotton plantations of the American South to the sugar plantations of the West Indies, the whole Indian population of the American continent peonized and degraded by the Spanish into subhuman poverty and ignorance, exterminated by the Americans, infected with their vices and diseases, the natives of Africa and Asia, all these are potential allies. Burroughs's experiential and fictional milieus were always multi-ethnic, but this historical and political vision is something new that will be pursued doggedly throughout the trilogy. What would be the outcome of the victory of such a communal movement? Here Burroughs applies his trademark causal hyperbole to utopian rather than dystopian ends, and the result is a Rousseauistic paradise, a plan of living that later books will complicate. Faced by the actual practice of freedom, the French and American revolutions would be forced to stand by their words. The disastrous results of uncontrolled industrialization would also be curtailed, since factory workers and slum dwellers from the cities would seek refuge in articulated areas. Any man would have the right to settle in any area of his choosing. The land would belong to those who used it. No white man boss, no Pukka Sahib, no patrons, no colonists. The escalation of mass production and concentration of population in urban areas would be halted, for who would work in their factories and buy their products when he could live from the fields and the sea and the lakes and the rivers in areas of unbelievable plenty? And living from the land, he would be motivated to preserve its resources. This retroactive utopia actually could have happened in terms of the techniques and human resources available at that time would have solved every conceivable problem: colonialism, industrialization, urban blight, Fordism, pollution, and resource depletion. Mankind might have stepped free from the deadly impasse of insoluble problems in which we now find ourselves. This fantasy, this chance which was there and was missed and which, in diverse forms, will be one of the main subjects of the trilogy, does not blind Burroughs's narrator to the disheartening historical facts. The principles of the French and American revolutions became windy lies in the mouths of politicians. The liberal revolutions of 1848 created the so-called republics of Central and South America, with a dreary history of dictatorship, oppression, graft, and bureaucracy, thus closing this vast, underpopulated continent to any possibility of communes. In any case, South America will soon be crisscrossed by highways and motels. In England, Western Europe, and America, the overpopulation made possible by the Industrial Revolution leaves scant room for communes, which are commonly subject to state and federal law and frequently harassed by the local inhabitants. Communal living was also a facet of the 60s counterculture, one to which Burroughs paid little attention at the time but which now offers him an escape from his impasse. Only a miracle or a disaster, the narrator insists, can restore this missed chance, so Cities of the Red Night offers a script for both. The novel interweaves at least three separate narrative strands: the miraculous establishment and progress of pirate communes in the Americas during the early 18th century, told by Noah Blake, who participates in them, a perverse contemporary murder mystery that deepens into a conspiracy thriller, told by the detective involved, Clem Snyde, and, for disaster, a fragmentary series of Wild Boy-style routines set in and around the ancient plague cities of the novel's title, many of which center on Audrey Carson's, the protagonist of the Wild Boys. Since this last strand resurrects the narrative techniques and content of the Wild Boys and Port of Saints more or less unchanged, we will not address it in any detail. The second and third narrative strands are linked initially by the plague that gives the cities their group name and Clem Snide his murder case, a disease that turns the patient red and kills him through sexual frenzy. Later in the novel, these two strands collapse into one another. The first strand, concerning the utopian pirate communes, is linked to the Snide plot through the Iguana twins, who appear in both. This strand surfaces with decreasing frequency as the novel progresses, and ultimately collapses into the Plague Cities plot in Book 3. The first strand alone, however, contains Burroughs's first fully articulated affirmative model of revolutionary subjectivity. Noah Blake, the narrator of this strand, is a young gunsmith and diarist from the Great Lakes who signs aboard a disreputable merchant ship in 170Z, only to discover that the ship is secretly in the employ of a communal group of pirates, nominally led by Captains Strobe and Nordenhals and based in Panama. Blake's education in the pirates' communal social order provides the reader with an expository account of that order. The pirates espouse the same articles that Burroughs discusses in the introductory passage quoted above, and they accept all fugitives from the European colonial powers. They live together in communal dwellings, eat in communal kitchens, and train in various martial arts at Port Roger. This narrative strand is driven primarily by the conflict between the communes and the colonial powers, so it is no surprise that Blake puts his weapons design skills at the service of the communes, soon supplying them with breech-loading firearms, grenades, and a number of other minor technical advantages that will give them an edge over the Spanish who control the region. He also passes the techniques on to the natives, since decentralization is a keynote of our strategy and arming the native population is another essential step. The passages that follow, which narrate the defeat of the Spanish and the occupation of Panama City by the pirates, are similar to the battle sequences in The Wild Boys, but the anachronistic science fiction settings of that novel give way in cities to tropical jungles and historically accurate technical descriptions. The real novelty, in terms of Burroughs's compositional practice, appears in the expository passages concerned with representing daily life under the articles. Here, for the first time, Burroughs offers a detailed glimpse of an affirmative society liberated from coercive power, or of what such a liberated society could have looked like in I-7 Oz. To be sure, the members of this society still spend a lot of time engaged in homosexual intercourse. Article 5, which does not appear in the historical list of rights in the introduction, states that no man may interfere with the sexual practices of another or force any sexual act on another against his or her will. But this intercourse is no longer privileged as a potentially revolutionary act, as it often was for the Wild Boys. It is merely a means to personal enlightenment, according to Wilhelm Reich's psychology. One of the chapters concerned with this communal daily life, Mother is the Best Bet, contains two of the most significant scenes in Burroughs's entire body of work. The first is a lengthy and theatrical sequence describing, for the first time in affirmative terms, heterosexual intercourse. The women of the commune, both straight and lesbian, who want to bear children pair up first with the heterosexual men, or husbands. This leaves a number of women unattached, so the homosexual or rabbit men, including the narrator Blake, must perform elaborate theatrical scenes, complete with costumes and props, during which they impregnate the rabbit women. Blake's own routine is, typically, a parodic Maya fertility ritual. The second key scene presents the only affirmative female point of view in Burroughs's entire body of work, and so is worth citing at some length. This sequence quotes the diary of Hirondelle de Met, another writer figure. "I am a sorceress and a warrior. I do not relish being treated as a breeding animal." Would this occur to Skipper Nordenhals? "No force," he says, "has been applied, but I am forced by my circumstances, cast up here without a peso, and by my Indian blood which compels me to side with all enemies of Spain. The child will be brought up a sorcerer or sorceress purportedly issued by a government which ceased to exist 200 years ago." As the other passengers clamor for food and lodging, which they cannot buy with their now worthless money, Blake escapes with another boy. In the next chapter, he rents a shack in an Old West landscape that foreshadows the generic markers of the place of dead roads, At the end of the chapter, Blake is approached by an alien boy from Venus, which makes him wonder what tyranny had led him to leave his native planet and take refuge under the Articles. Thereafter, the pirate characters appear only in the catastrophic Plague Cities strand. Like Cities of the Red Knight, its first sequel, The Place of Dead Roads, opens with an enabling historical reference, this time to the 19th rather than the 18th century. The original title of the novel, the note tells us, was The Johnson Family. Thus, Burroughs attempts to navigate between the Scylla of violent, specular rupture a la the Wild Boys and the Charybdis of idealistic utopianism, which constantly defers conflict and thus abets the status quo. If Cities of the Red Knight uses the conventions of historical and detective fiction to present its historical fictional alternative, The Place of Dead Roads, which comprises only two distinct narrative strands rather than three, does something similar with the Western. Burroughs first mentioned that he intended to write a Western in 1965-7 but gave no indication at that time that his Western would form part of such an ambitious political project. Needless to say, Burroughs's version of the genre bears little resemblance to the works of Zane Grey or Louis L'Amour, beyond the ubiquitous cold revolvers and stereotypical nicknames. It is concerned less with the Zen gunfight that Burroughs discussed in 1965 than with the possibilities for a subversive social order along the lawless American frontier. The book's protagonist is Kim Carsons, who, like Audrey and Blake, is an outcast homosexual from the American Middle West, who refuses the prospect of running away and living on sufferance in a ghetto of urban homosexuals where there's always somebody to spit in his face and call him what the boys called him at school. His name, differing by 2 letters from that of a famous frontiersman, marks his difference from the generic gunfighter. In the first and second books of the novel, Kim works to realize his dream of a takeover by the Johnson family, by those who actually do the work, the creative thinkers and artists and technicians. Like the pirate commune fantasy of Cities, Kim's phantasmatic plan of living has both negative and positive moments. The negative moment contains all of the goals we have come to expect in Burroughs's manifestos since the Wild Boys. We will take every opportunity to weaken the power of the church. We will fight any extension of federal authority and support states' rights. We will resist any attempt to penalize or legislate against the so-called victimless crimes. We will endeavor to halt the Industrial Revolution before it is too late, to regulate populations at a reasonable point, to eventually replace quantitative money with qualitative money, to decentralize, to conserve resources. The Industrial Revolution is primarily a virus revolution, dedicated to controlled proliferation of identical objects and persons. This passage essentially repeats the introductory note to Cities, within the historical context of the 19th century United States. The gunslingers' communal organization practices different tactics than the pirate groups did. However, instead of frontal assault, the Johnson family must go underground. As soon as Kim started organizing the Johnson family, he realized how basically subversive such an organization would appear to the people who run America. So the Johnson family must not appear to these people as an organized unit. He planned towns, areas, communities, owned and occupied by Johnsons, that would appear to outsiders as boringly ordinary or disagreeable, that would leave no questions unanswered. Like Ralph Ellison's invisible narrator, however, the Johnsons do not intend to remain underground. The takeover Kim plans will proceed incrementally, avoiding open hostilities except in cases of self-defense. He will organize the Johnsons in civilian defense units. He will buy a newspaper to push Johnson policy, to oppose any further encroachment of Washington bureaucrats. He intends to strangle the FDA in its cradle, to defeat any legislation aimed at outlawing liquor, drugs, gambling, private sexual behavior or the possession of firearms. He will buy a chemical company, start a small arms factory. The Johnsons will play by the rules of American society until they amass sufficient force to change those rules. This is a dangerous course, constantly threatening to fall into either accommodation with the status quo or reductive neo-fascist libertarianism, like that of contemporary militia movements. The Johnsons neither rely upon nor abjure violent conflict, and their middle way must also evade the dialectic of treason that constantly lays siege to all of Burroughs's characters. The subversive Johnsons represent potential America and therefore must, like the pirate communes, have a second, positive moment to their revolutionary strategy. In places, this moment reverts to the parthenogenetic fantasy of the Wild Boys. We will give all our attention to experiments designed to produce a sexual offspring, to cloning, use of artificial wombs, and transfer operations. In general, women occupy an ambivalent position in the place of dead roads, as both allies. The purpose of this rather cinematic lottery is quite different from the one in Borges's story, however. The Babylon lottery's silent functioning is comparable to that of God, even a non-existent God, and therefore transcendent, while Burroughs's social lottery is intended to show that an organization, and a very effective organization, can run without boss-man dog-eat-dog fear, on the basis of purely immanent, even rhizomatic, relations of production. This anti-hierarchical theme goes even further, to the very structure of the characters. The original Kim Carson's commits suicide, but he lives on in the 10 clones derived from Kim Carson's the founder. The clone Kim is under no pressure to maintain the perimeters of a defensive ego, and this left him free to think the clones exist in a communal mind in which the bodies are at the disposal of all the others, like rotating quarters. The third book of the novel, Queen Es, follows various cloned versions of Kim through subversive Old West adventures as well as ludicrous mafia confrontations. By means of this immanent thematic device, Burroughs attempts to recast his narrative in communal terms. He thus constructs a direct formal alternative to the individualistic focus of the generic Western, as Sergei Eisenstein did with respect to bourgeois narrative film and as Nanni Balestrini did with respect to the Italian proletarian novel. 8 The multiplication of intersecting routines concerning the divergent Kims creates this indirect formal alternative, and embodies Burroughs's principle of non-exclusivity. There is no original or true Kim, therefore, his clones are permitted to do everything. This formal displacement of the narrative demands of genre fiction marks Cities of the Red Night as much as it does The Place of Dead Roads, though in a different way. The final chapter of Cities, an enigmatic return to Port Roger by a narrator who appears to be Noah Blake, closes off the radical potentialities of the pirate commune along with the specular violence of its method. The commune is long deserted, nothing here but the smell of empty years. He reads in the diary of the Spanish defeat at Panama City, and of the deaths of friends. More victories over the Spanish follow, yet he insists that the easiest victories are the most costly in the end. This implies that the victories eventually result in defeat, but how? I have blown a hole in time with a firecracker. Let others step through. Into what bigger and better firecrackers? Better weapons lead to better and better weapons, until the earth is a grenade with the fuse burning. This is Blake's defeat, a defeat similar to the one the Wild Boys suffered, the defeat of specularity, of achieving victory over one's enemies by merely negating them point for point, fighting on their terms and thus conserving their social order. The coincident point that defeats the pirates is the strategy of violent domination they share with the Spanish. It is a dialectical defeat in victory, one that cannot fail to produce new conflicts, new weapons for the next round of the old army game from here to eternity. Like Spain, the narrator laments, "I am bound to the past." This lament applies as much to Blake's truthful form of narration as it does to the specular form of antagonism and destruction he undertakes. Burroughs's own bond to the past, his preservation of narrative individuality according to Character 9, emerges most completely at the end of The Place of Dead Roads, when Kim Carson's and his nemesis, bounty hunter Mike Chase, meet for an abortive gunfight. This scene reprises the newspaper story that opens the novel. Kim pretends to draw, points his index finger at Chase and says, "Bang. You're dead," at which point Chase collapses. Kim feels a slap on the back and turns to remonstrate with his attacker, only to collapse, shot himself. Their killer is not identified, but his presence breaks the dramatic and ethical symmetry of the two-man gunfight that grounds the Western as a genre. In this, the scene resembles the three-way gunfight that concludes Sergio Leone's 1967 film The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. The unidentified killer, the asymmetrical third party, reveals the dialectical complicity between Kim's apparently radical cowboy fantasy and Chase's conformist power lust, even as he destroys them. The mystery left unresolved by the scene grants a Joycean kind of circular closure to the novel, and also reinscribes the place of dead roads alongside Cities of the Red Knight in the detective genre. In putting an end to Kim, his enemies, and the novel itself, this scene finally closes off Burroughs's attempt to constitute a revolutionary subject in recognizably communitarian terms in the Western lands. Community arises only from the schizophrenic splitting of the subject, as it did in Queer. The Western lands does contain the beginnings of another communitarian fantasy, set this time in the contemporary period and in the generic form of a spy novel concerning Margaros Unlimited, a secret service without a country, which pursues a series of modest goals leading to a series of modest achievements which become at some point quite considerable. The dead Kim Carson sometimes reappears in this strand. But whereas the phantasmatic pirates of cities and gunfighters of dead roads occupied and granted narrative continuity to large sections of each respective novel, the agents of Margaros Unlimited appear if anything less frequently than characters from other routines, and are consequently unable to supply any continuity to the disjointed narrative structure of the Western lands. The other routines include those concerning Joe the Dead and his natural outlaws, who are determined to break the so-called natural laws of the universe foisted upon us by physicists, chemists, and, above all, the monumental fraud of cause and effect. These sections reprise much of the biologic quartz material from the Nova trilogy. For Uranian Willie, betrayal was a way to end the interminable dialectic of cops and criminals that was mediated by the form of the law, while for these natural outlaws, the breaking of a natural law is an end in itself, the end of that law. Both of these sets of routines carry on Burroughs's earlier project of reconstituting the revolutionary subject, but the communitarian method on which these fantasies depend is constantly undercut by the writer's block that forces the narrator, Hall, to shift from dead-end routine to dead-end routine, from dream journal to entomological treatise, as he writes about desperately for an escape route out of the philosophical and political impasse that blocked both of the earlier novels. The schizophrenic alternative to this communitarian method, which augments the multiplication of more or less similar subjective routines already used in the place of dead roads, is explicated in the Western lands as early as page 4, again in terms of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, from which the title is taken. The ancient Egyptians postulated 7 souls. Top soul, and first to leave at the moment of death, is Ren, the secret name. This corresponds to my director. He directs the film of your life from conception to death. The secret name is the title of your film. When you die, that's where Ren came in. Second soul, and second one off the sinking ship, is Sikkim, energy, power, light. The director gives the orders, Sikkim pushes the right buttons. Number 3 is Ku, the guardian angel. He, she, or it is third man out, depicted as flying away across a full moon, a bird with luminous wings and a head of light. The Ku is responsible for the subject and can be injured in his defense but not permanently, since the first 3 souls are eternal. They go back to heaven for another vessel. The 4 remaining souls must take their chances with the subject in the land of the dead. Number 4 is Ba, the heart, often treacherous. This is a hawk's body with your face on it, shrunk down to the size of a fist. Many a hero has been brought down, like Samson, by a perfidious Ba. Number 5 is Ka, the double, most closely associated with the subject. The Ka, which usually reaches adolescence at the time of bodily death, is the only reliable guide through the land of the dead to the Western lands. Number 6 is Kabit, the shadow, memory, your whole past conditioning from this and other lives. Number 7 is Siku, the remains. 10. Burroughs first encountered this concept in Norman Mailer's novel Ancient Evenings, which rounds out the trio of textual encounters that granted impetus to Burroughs's trilogy. The subject so conceived is clearly not a unified ego, nor is it simply split into the speaking subject and the grammatical subject of its own statements. Burroughs's ultimate vision of subjectivity presents it as an aggregate of irreconcilable fragments with different and incompatible interests, whose ends are in conflict. The individual personality, the superficial I, is the supernumerary Mr. 8-Ball, who has these souls, but is unable to totalize or unify them. The subject is not a totality or a whole, but is produced, rather, as another part alongside its 7 component parts. Deleuze and Guattari present this formulation as a marker of their distance from modernity. We no longer believe in the myth of the existence of fragments that, like pieces of an antique statue, are merely waiting for the last one to be turned up, so that they may all be glued back together to create a unity that is precisely the same as the original unity. We no longer believe in a primordial totality that once existed, or in a final totality that awaits us at some future date. We believe only in totalities that are peripheral. And if we discover such a totality alongside various separate parts, it is a whole of these particular parts but does not totalize them. It is a unity of all of these particular parts but does not unify them, rather, it is added to them as a new part fabricated separately. The relation of the constituent souls to the subject, then, is immanent rather than hierarchical, and Mr. 8-Ball cannot exert any control over the souls. Thus, when Burroughs invokes the Communist Manifesto again, he no longer directs his slogan at discrete social subjects as he did in Naked Lunch and The Ticket That Exploded, but at the untotalizable part subject, eights of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your dirty rotten vampires. The 7 souls are divided into 2 larger groups, those that are transcendent, or eternal, and that therefore readily abandon the subject after death, and those that must accompany the subject on its precarious and imminent quest for immortality in the Western lands. In Deleuze and Guattari's terms, these are the 2 relations of social desire that characterize, respectively, the subjugated group and the subject group, but they are now transposed from the molar social world into the very structure of the individual subject. There is no contradiction here, of course, either for Burroughs or for Deleuze and Guattari, because for all of them, the unified, thinking/speaking subject is always multiple, its apparent unity an optical illusion produced by molecular multiplication or aggregation, while what is individuated is never a person but always a specific connection of desires, drives, or desiring machines. Each person is ontologically, rather than clinically, schizophrenic, and thus is a community unto him or herself. What Burroughs reveals in the deaths of his subjects or characters is neither the end of their existences nor the failure of their efforts, but the liberation of their component souls from the servitude of despotic subjectivity, and the extension of their revolutionary efforts onto new terrains of struggle. If the impasse that blocked both the pirates of cities and the gunfighters of dead roads was specularity, the dialectical opposition that caused them to preserve and reinscribe the aggregate social and subjective structures of their opponents, then the way out of that impasse will require the abandonment of those structures. Burroughs's refrains throughout the Western lands, every man for himself and sauve qui peut, might appear to mark the end of his revolutionary reconstitutional project, but since every man is already a conglomeration of conflicting souls, they merely mark that project's metamorphosis. As Burroughs writes, there is intrigue among the souls, and treachery. No worse fate can befall a man than to be surrounded by traitor souls. Within the subject there is a fundamental conflict between the mortal and eternal souls, but also between the various mortal souls that must struggle through the land of the dead to reach the Western lands. The first struggle, between the mortal and eternal souls, is between the immanence of material existence and the transcendence of despotic divinity 11 and determines the subject's radical potential. The subject can only enter the land of the dead, can only begin the real struggle, if his mortal souls are strong enough to survive the seductions of despotic and transcendent divinity. These seductions take many forms: the Christian heaven of pearly gates and singing angels, the Muslim paradise of eternal whores and plenty of water, the communist's heaven of the workers' state. To accept any of these seductions is to lose the first struggle, to be abandoned at bodily death to soul death, what the Egyptians called the second and final death, figured throughout the Western lands in the threat of nuclear annihilation. The second struggle is no less important, however, even though it cannot begin until the subject has already achieved a victory of sorts over the eternal souls that would leave it just an animated corpse, a walking siku, like those who have given themselves to the powers of transcendence. The struggle between the mortal souls determines which soul will guide the subject's individual progress toward the Western lands and immortality, and this second struggle accounts for most of the narrative routines contained in the novel. Many parodic sequences, reminiscent of the excesses of Naked Lunch and the Nova trilogy, describe the multifarious ways in which souls can destroy themselves on their journeys through the dangerous land of the dead. The aristocratic Egyptians' dependence on mummies makes them vulnerable to the mummy bashers, who destroy their sikhs, while naive or foolish subjects are either betrayed by their own treacherous and wayward souls or set upon by the demons who guard the various roads through the land of the dead. If the pilgrim succeeds in carving a trail through the dangerous land of the dead, if he can meet and overcome his own death, he reaches the Western lands of Egyptian myth, the promised abode of the immortal souls of the dead. To have come this far, the pilgrim has managed to escape the cliched paradises of transcendence, but he or she is now faced with another potential trap, immortality as self-indulgence. Look at their Western lands. What do they look like? The houses and gardens of a rich man. Is this all the gods can offer? Well, I say then it is time for new gods who do not offer such paltry bribes. Burroughs's image of immortality is not one of bourgeois leisure, which he explicitly lampoons as a sop to the middle classes, to ensure their loyalty to the hierarchical structure of the state. Q-Trade embalmers offer pay-as-you-go plans, so much a month for mummy insurance. If you live 50 years or die tomorrow, your future in the Western lands is assured. Such a vision requires an intact self to be indulged, a self which is unlikely to survive the brutal exigencies of the land of the dead. As he wrote in the prefatory note to The Place of Dead Roads, Burroughs believes instead that immortality is purpose and function, relations that precede the constitution of the subject and survive that subject's demise. To conceive immortality in terms of function instead of subjectivity is to evade the vicious circle of human history. Instead of investing the reactionary, subjugated group fantasy offered by the gods, we can make our own Western lands by creating a radical subject group fantasy that will enable desire to transform the structure of the capitalist socius. We know that the Western lands are made solid by fellahin blood and energy, siphoned off by vampire mummies, just as water is siphoned off to create an oasis. Such an oasis lasts only so long as the water lasts, and the technology for its diversion. However, an oasis that is self-sustaining, recreated by the inhabitants, does not need such an inglorious vampiric lifeline. We can create a land of dreams. Just as the linguistically parasitic Nova mob lived off the energy of its marks, so the Western lands offered by the gods require the stolen life energy and labor power of the great mass of fellahin, or workers. The productive masses already know how to create a realized dreamland in which to live, a fantasy that will end the repressive history of the capitalist world, because, well, that's what art is all about, isn't it? All creative thought, actually. A bid for immortality in functional form. The terms of Burroughs's intervention here death, soul and immortality are ancient, and, as he recognizes, they are solidly embedded in the histories and traditions that he is fighting, though they are by no means uncontested even within those traditions. Perhaps a strategic change of terms will clarify Burroughs's project, provided that those terms do not alter the relations that he identifies. If the struggles between eternal and mortal souls are struggles between transcendence and immanence, between the subjugated group's phantasmatic desire and the subject group's phantasmatic desire, then a more precise anatomy of their differences may clarify the stakes of the second, purely immanent struggle in Burroughs's metamorphosed project. Recall, from our discussion of Sartre, that the series or subjugated group produces or invests fantasies that are offered by and supportive of the status quo, while the subject group's fantasies are hostile to that status quo, even though they may thereafter produce a structurally similar seriality. The measure of any group's revolutionary efficacy is what Deleuze and Guattari call its coefficient of deterritorialization, the logical and structural distance separating its enabling fantasies from those of the already constituted socius, and therefore separating the group's destructive tasks, which are determined by that socius, from its constructive ones, which are logically independent of the socius. Deleuze and Guattari further specify that there are two levels of this phantasmatic desiring production or investment that complicate the determination of the coefficients. They label these two levels the preconscious investment of class or interest and the unconscious investment of desire or group. At the preconscious level, the break between reactionary and revolutionary investments of class or interest is merely between two forms of socius, the second of which is measured according to its capacity to introduce the flows of desire into a new code of interest that may yet preserve the aggregate form of the subject or the subjugated form of the group, as Noah Blake's and Kim Carson's communal utopias do. At the unconscious level, the reactionary-revolutionary break is within the socius itself, in that it has the capacity for causing the flows of desire to circulate following their positive lines of escape from the structure of that subject or subjugated group, in the manner of Burroughs's multiple souls. This split means that the phantasmatic formation of the group, whether subjugated or subject group, is constantly being negotiated within each individual subject as well as in the aggregate social world. In a very singular way, the personal is directly political in Burroughs's novel. Coefficients of deterritorialization, unlike the utopian myths of totality they replace, are ephemeral, or rather variable in the mathematical sense, capable of taking on any value in a given domain. The two levels of investment can combine in four different ways, resulting in four virtual domains into which the coefficients can fall and among which the coefficients can move. A group can be marked by revolutionary preconscious and unconscious desire, or by reactionary preconscious and unconscious desire, or by revolutionary preconscious desire and reactionary unconscious desire, or by reactionary preconscious desire and revolutionary unconscious desire. Only the first combination is thoroughly fused in its revolutionary commitments, and this fusion remains precarious. The topography of desire is unstable. Quarters and streets, squares, markets, and bridges change form, shift location from day to day like traveling carnivals. Comfortable, expensive houses arranged around a neat square. The 50-50 is the most dreaded of all duels, since the factor of skill in combat is ruled out. The symmetry of this situation reveals the fundamental identity of the antagonists, whose superficially distinct personal attributes disappear in the relentless movement of the abstract, specular dialectic of violence. The 50-50 duel cuts through the imaginary, preconscious commitment to violent contradiction and bears the unconscious collaboration between the terms of the opposition, the reactionary form of their shared, subjugated desire. As he interrogates the preconscious and unconscious desires of other exemplary pilgrims, Burroughs also comes to recognize, through the narrator Hall, the instability of his own coefficient of deterritorialization, his own unconscious structure of desire. Throughout this book and those that preceded it, he has invoked Hassan I Sabbah as the embodiment of total aggression, total commitment, and absolute difference that escapes from the specularity of dialectics, but he has often done so in a dangerously reductive way. I realize that my whole approach to his has been faulty. I have put him on a remote pedestal, then, with a carryover of Christian reflexes, have invoked his aid, like some Catholic feeling his saint medal. And when I was defeated I felt betrayed. I did not stop to think that he was also defeated, that he is taking his chances with mayhem. His and his is me. I am not an agent or representative. Point 12. As far back as the Nova trilogy, Burroughs had already imagined his own voice to be that of Hassan I Sabbah, who could rub out the word forever, but he imagined that this was a form of telepathy like any other he had experienced as a writer, and thus that he was merely a coordinate point for his. This meant that his relation to his was representational, so he could not rigorously distinguish revolutionary, subject group desire from the reactionary, subjugated group desire that worked through language and representation. But if and when Burroughs is fully his, then he can distinguish between conflicting forms of desire and glimpse the Western lands. These hard-won visions of escape from history, from language, and from specular symmetry and identity confirm the prophecy that his, through and as William S. Burroughs, first articulated a quarter-century earlier, nothing is true, so everything is permitted. Sure, I know I'm breaking every range law and flight regulation you got. So what? In the writer's paradoxical visions of the Western lands, there are no rules, no series of steps by which one can be in a position to see. Consequently, such visions are the enemy of any dogmatic system. Any dogma must postulate a way, certain steps which will lead to the salvation which the dogma promise, otherwise there is no place for a hierarchical structure that mediates between dogma and man, that dictates the way. To endure in time, any structure must present predictable recurrences. The visions, the glimpses of the Western lands, exist in space, not time, a different medium and a different light, with no temporal coordinates or recurrences. If there are no rules to the visions, there are no rules for the creation of the Western lands. These dreamlands, composed of desire, conform to no dogmatic law, social or physical, that would impose hierarchy and static repetition as conditions of existence. The only order there emerges from the spontaneous improvisations of collective desire, from work and art. Burroughs's conception of the conflicting seven souls and their vicissitudes intensifies and completes his contemporary Book of the Dead by again exemplifying the world, not by offering representative samples of revolutionary desire to be copied, but by revealing the unconscious conflicts within the very form of the subject that can undo whatever revolutionary potential that subject may hold in its preconscious libidinal investments. In Burroughs's novel, as in Deleuze and Guattari's theory, something essential is taking place, something of extreme seriousness, the tracking down of all varieties of fascism, from the enormous ones that surround and crush us to the petty ones that constitute the tyrannical bitterness of our everyday lives. 13. Both works produce topographies of deterritorialization, anatomies of desire, taxonomies of fragmented part subjects that can serve as touchstones for an affirmative reconstitution of desiring production. The current outlook for such an ambitious project is necessarily rather bleak, but not utterly hopeless, as Burroughs's narrator recognizes. During the communal experiments of the 50s and 60s, we were promised transport out of the area, out of time and into space. We were getting messages, making contacts. Everything had meaning. Now, it seems clear that there is no transport out. There isn't any important assignment. It's every man for himself. Like the old bum in the dream said, maybe we lost. And this is what happens when you lose. Still, there were moments of catastrophic defeat, and moments of triumph. The pure killing purpose. You find out what it means to lose. Abject fear and ignominy. Still fighting, without the means to fight. Deserted. Cut off. Still, we wore the dandy uniform, like the dress uniform of a distant planet long gone out. Message from headquarters? What headquarters? Every man for himself if he's got a self left. Not many do. Those who do, the ones who share the dandy uniform of collective revolutionary purpose, are those who have resisted the blandishments of transcendence and are prepared to fight their way through to Western lands of their own devising. Battles are fought to be won, and this is what happens when you lose. However, to be alive at all is a victory. Allies and contacts may evaporate or ossify into a new status quo, as many of the student radicals of the 60s did. Even in the contemporary period, in the absence of such radical contacts, subject groups or revolutionary communities are still accessible, among the multiple souls that make up the disjointed self. Though their victory is not assured, loss is not permanent as long as there is life, subjugation can be deterritorialized again, if it makes or finds the right constitutive fantasy with the right coefficient, because to be alive at all is a victory for the flows of desire, the only victory they need. Burroughs concludes his last Book of the Dead where all such books must end, at the threshold of the Western lands. I want to reach the western lands right in front of you, across the bubbling brook. It's a frozen sewer. It's known as the Duad, remember. All the filth and horror, fear, hate, disease and death of human history flows between you and the western lands. Let it flow. How long does it take a man to learn that he does not, cannot want what he wants? You have to be in hell to see heaven. Glimpses from the land of the dead, flashes of serene timeless joy, a joy as old as suffering and despair. The Christians were right about a few things, even though they got everything else wrong. There is no historical time in the promised land, only space, and so there is no narrative beyond the filled-off human history, only disjunct flashes. If you have to be in hell to see heaven and to speak of heaven, then the last narrative before the border crossing must tell the story of the end of storytelling, a nice dialectical flourish at the Duad, the double edge of dialectical history. This is the tale Burroughs has tried to tell, in various forms, for his entire career. The promised western lands cannot be represented, only made. In reaching the Duad, the old writer Hall, like Burroughs himself, has reached the end of words, of what can be done with words. And then, the open question that rings like a refrain through the novel suggests that we should not assume that, words having reached their limit in this phantasmatic journey toward liberation, nothing else can be done. The Western Lands closes with Burroughs's final quotation and displacement of his philosophical antithesis and fellow St. Louis native, one of the literary models for the cut UPS, T.S. Eliot, "Hurry up please. It's time." Part 2 of Eliot's The Waste Land, a game of chess, cites these same words, the English pub keeper's last call before closing, but to a different end, "Hurry up please it's time," all in uppercase letters and without punctuation, interrupts and draws attention away from the impotent banality of the women's conversation. They speak of desire, its causes, vagaries, and consequences, but the voice of the pub keeper overrules them with the demand that they hurry up and lay these concerns aside in order to better attend the coming revelation, the time of Shanta from the Upanishads that concludes the poem as a whole. But Burroughs's last words 14 do not simply eject us from the desperate, last-minute conviviality of the lively but ultimately sterile public house into some tidy Christian metaphor of death, last judgment, and redemption, as Eliot's do. Instead they put us back out on the street, the contested, underdetermined, liminal space of a modernity, where material revolutions, and not just poetic ones, often start. Soleil paves la plage, we are here to go. 15. Generally, the writing we call literary is an activity carried on in private, in offices, libraries, apartments, and homes. The literary writer works, for the most part, in social, if not imaginary, solitude. The few chances the writer gets to perform in public, before a mass of people, are limited to polite readings at colleges, bookstores, and cultural centers, or critical discussions at more or less academic conferences. If a contemporary literary writer is particularly renowned or influential, she may be the subject of a documentary film shot on a shoestring budget for screening at a few art cinemas in the major cities, or perhaps broadcast on public television. Rarely, a literary writer may sell one or more of her books to movie producers and allow them to create film versions of her writing, but this usually happens only after the writer's death and is negotiated by her estate. In the US, the writer and the other mass media intersect fleetingly, tangentially, because the media have their own privileged aesthetic creators. In smaller cultural markets like France, it has been easier for literary writers to gain wide access to the media, but the audience they reach is also commensurately smaller. This chasm between the writer and the media is both the cause and the result of the mutual hostility with which they often regard one another. The technological media strive to efface the traces of text scripts or lyrics that provide them with narrative motion and closure, while most serious writers refuse to make themselves available to the things that technology is doing too. In light of this near-total separation, what are we to make of William S. Burroughs's ubiquity in the mass media? For if his imperative, in the overture to Nova Express, "To listen to my last words anywhere" once partook of the black irony of a lost revolutionary slogan buried under centuries of ideology. It now appears to be a quite adequate description of a very real cultural conjunction. Burroughs may still be an interloper in the academy, but he has become a crucial figure on the popular scene. Readers familiar with Burroughs's media presence may wish to skip ahead a few pages. The list that follows is intended merely to document the extent of that presence. I have already discussed David Cronenberg's film version of Naked Lunch, released by 20th Century Fox in 1991. Burroughs has been the subject of at least 2 documentary films, Howard Bruckner's 1980 Burroughs and Klaus Meek's 1991 Commissioner of Sewers. He has also acted in narrative films, both successful and unsuccessful, as well as several cult films and videos. Burroughs has also made films himself, in collaboration with the late British director Anthony Balch. They produced 5 important short experimental films in the mid-60s, Towers Open Fire, The Cut UPS, Ghosts at Number 9, Bill and Tony, and William Buys a Parrot, as well as a strange reconstruction of an old Swedish film on witchcraft, Witchcraft Through the Ages. During the same period, Burroughs was also experimenting with the cut-up potential of tape recording, and he subsequently released albums of such experiments. 3 Breakthrough in Grey Room also contains Burroughs's tapes of renowned free jazz saxophonist Ornette Coleman improvising with the master musicians of Hajuka in Morocco during a visit there. Coleman would later provide some of the music for the Naked Lunch film. 4. Like many writers in this century, Burroughs has released sound recordings of his readings, but he has also collaborated with contemporary musicians from a variety of idioms on what we might call text settings, musical compositions built around Burroughs's readings or conversations. His collaborators in these settings constitute a virtual who's who of the contemporary popular avant-garde: Laurie Anderson, Gus Van Sant, Bill Laswell and Material, Hal Wilner, Donald Fagen, John Cale and Sonic Youth, Ministry, Wilner and the Disposable Heroes of Hypocrisy, the late Kurt Cobain of Nirvana, and R.E.M. Burroughs also provided texts for director Robert Wilson and singer Tom Waits to use in their stage version of Der Friskiets. 6 We should also recall Burroughs's contribution of texts and images to a collaboration with the late Keith Haring, as well as his own successful exhibitions of abstract painting, starting with the 1987 show at the Tony Shafraza Gallery in New York and culminating in a major retrospective show at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art in 1996. 7. If we expand our horizon to include popular works directly influenced by Burroughs's ideas or techniques, we can survey an even broader range of artifacts. Gus Van Sant's follow-up to Drugstore Cowboy, the film My Own Private Idaho, was scripted by using the cut-up technique to incorporate scenes from Shakespeare's Henry IV into a Burroughsian drama of young male hustlers. Mick Jagger used similar techniques to write the words to Memo from Turner's. Laurie Anderson has appropriated Burroughs's claim that language is a virus from outer space and turned it into a song. 3 important rock bands of the late 60s and 70s, linked otherwise only by their common reliance on improvisation, are named in homage to Burroughs: Donald Fagen's urbane jazz rock assemblage Steely Dan, named after a memorable series of dildos in Naked Lunch, and Robert Wyatt's 2 art rock ensembles, Soft Machine and Matching Mole, named after the first volume of the Nova trilogy. The almost forgotten Insect Trust and Grant Hart's not yet successful band Nova Mob are also named for villains in that trilogy. Some critics even trace the origin of the term heavy metal, originally a chemical term for radioactive elements but now most often used to describe heavily amplified blues-based rock that generally relies on fantastic or surrealistic imagery, to Burroughs's metaphorical usage of the phrase in the Nova trilogy. 9. Then there are the homages, the testimonials both direct and indirect to Burroughs's influence. The late British filmmaker Derek Jarman made Pirate Tape, a slight, gentle film documenting one of Burroughs's reading trips to England, and The Dream Machine, a strikingly graphic realization of the ideas and techniques of Burroughs and Brian Geeson. Both films feature Burroughs voiceovers. The Velvet Underground's Lou Reed, who said that he had gone out and bought Naked Lunch as soon as it was published and that he felt that Junkie was most important book because of the way it says something that hadn't been said before so straightforwardly, composed the tongue-in-cheek Lonesome Cowboy Bill in Burroughs's honor. 10 While 1000 Maniacs presented a bittersweet homage to Burroughs and Ginsberg as well as Kerouac in their song Hey Jack Kerouac. Bob Dylan has also paid tribute to Burroughs and Ginsberg as two of his own literary antecedents. Clearly, the range of Burroughs's influence is vast, even if we confine ourselves, as we have here, to non-textual media. Is this ubiquity really, as Burroughs ironically suggests, just one of the things that can happen if you live long enough? 11 If he's right, why haven't other old writers, like Saul Bellow, Norman Mailer, or Doris Lessing, benefited from this perk of longevity? On the other hand, could this ubiquity be completely anomalous, something that has accrued to Burroughs by virtue of some singular aspect of his work or public persona? This explanation doesn't appear to be adequate, either, because other writers, like Allen Ginsberg, Ishmael Reed, and Alice Walker, have achieved some degree of presence in the popular media, 12 though not as broad-based a presence as Burroughs has. The schism would appear to be generational if we left Burroughs out of it. In direct opposition to his ironic suggestion, we might guess that older writers, with the exception of Burroughs, have not forged relations to other media, while slightly younger ones have. Stylistic maturity is a better measure, though. Writers who came to prominence from the late 50s through the early 70s have built connections to other media, while writers who matured earlier have remained for the most part tied to the more traditional forms of media intervention. To suggest that Burroughs's career presents a new paradigm for the writer's active, shaping involvement with other mass media would be premature, but to offer a detailed analysis of his own involvement is, if anything, long overdue. A discussion of Burroughs's influence on other artists with whom he has not actually worked is beyond the scope of the present study, as is a comprehensive analysis of the cameo appearances he has made in others' works, but I can consider in detail the media projects that represent active collaborations between Burroughs and his admirers in the two extra-textual domains on which he has focused, film and sound. Collaboration has long served Burroughs as a method of escaping from the tyranny of the individual subject, a way to create a third mind superior to the minds of the collaborators. 13 The considerations that follow will demonstrate that Burroughs's collaborative work in extra-textual forms is not peripheral or tangential to his long-standing literary concerns, but is rather both the necessary condition and the consequence of those concerns. Burroughs's filmic and musical works articulate a radical theory of deixis that remains implicit in his literary works, and in so doing they reveal the non-textual ground of his critiques of language and society at the same time as they carry out the imperatives of those critiques. As I have noted at intervals throughout this study, film has been a controlling concept and metaphor in Burroughs's writing from the very beginning. From the equivocal morphine scripts of Junkie through the reality studio of the Soft Machine to the Wren film director of the Western Lands, Burroughs has relied upon the immense figurative potential of film. Indeed, he wrote two books labeled explicitly as screenplays, The Last Words of Dutch Schultz, a fiction in the form of a film script, and Blade Runner, a movie. 14 Nevertheless, Burroughs's literal ventures into filmmaking have never been given serious consideration by film critics or theorists, even though these films were often shown at the very same festivals that brought the works of other contemporary experimental filmmakers, including lyrical autobiographer Stan Brakhage and hermetic animator Harry Smith, to a relatively wide audience. For example, P. Adam Sitney's classic study Visionary Film contains no reference to or analysis of Burroughs's films, though it does quote Smith, who credits Burroughs with the realization that chance composition, like the cut-up and Smith's own permutational technique, wasn't just chance, something was directing it. 15. Because it was so directed, Burroughs's use of chance in the making of these films was, in his own words, experimental in the sense of being something to do, not something to talk and argue about. 16. The composition of the films was not only directed by the something, but also directed in a different sense. The late English director Anthony Balch directed and photographed all of Burroughs's film collaborations. In the discussions that follow, we will analyze these collaborations in terms of Burroughs's contemporaneous theoretical concerns, rather than in terms of Balch's contributions to the enterprise, for two reasons. First, these films fit quite neatly into the categories and concepts that Burroughs was articulating in his other work, therefore, the Balch films represent a closely convergent or sympathetic collaboration. Second, Balch does not seem to have produced any significant films on his own, beyond the witchcraft reconstruction, which might have allowed us to judge the precise extent of his contribution to the Burroughs films. In short, the following discussion of Burroughs's collaborations with Balch will be necessarily reductive in that it will not be able to account in detail for Balch's contributions beyond the purely technical ones of shooting and editing. Burroughs's precise contributions to the collaborative film projects are therefore somewhat uncertain as well, though some points can be documented with precision. Sidney's omission of Burroughs's and Balch's films from his survey may indicate simply his ignorance of them, but it is more probably the result of the structure of Sidney's argument, drawing on the phenomenological criticism of Paul de Man, Harold Bloom, and Annette Michelson. Sidney explicates the contours of a romantic, mythopoeic American experimental cinema obsessed with self-perception, a cinematic tradition which is quite alien to Burroughs's enterprise, whether in literature or film. Burroughs and Balch are much closer to the objective, non-phenomenological experimental cinema of the Dadaists than to the lyrical subjectivity of Amodern or Brackhag. Indeed, Burroughs credits Zurich Dadaist Tristan Tzara, among others, with the original invention of the cut-up technique. 17 The absurdist juxtapositions and montage effects used by Burroughs and Balch to cut word lines in Tower's Open Fire can be traced directly to Hans Richter's acausal flying derbies and self-serving tea-sets in Vormitig's Puck, and perhaps ultimately to Georges Méliès's original discontinuity effects. Moreover, the permutation and pattern generating techniques that they employ in the cut UPS and Bill and Tony extend arguments on the relation of image to word first explored by Marcel Duchamp, one of Burroughs's acknowledged aesthetic ancestors in his Rous Alien Anemic Cinema. 18. Paradoxically, Burroughs's two last and shortest films with Balch, Bill and Tony and William Buys a Parrot, are actually his simplest exercises in word-image manipulation, and each one constitutes a tidy little experiment with a single aspect of filmic material. The last and shortest, at 90 seconds, is William Buys a Parrot, which is simply a silent encounter between Burroughs and a young man who shows him a caged parrot. The bird becomes agitated because of Burroughs's attention and the intrusion of the camera, at which point the film abruptly ends. There are no titles or credits. The film consists entirely of medium-length fixed camera shots and short, mobile handheld camera shots. The film is in color, which, along with the unobtrusive editing, gives the same impression of natural narrative motion that commercial film and television montage do. The only aspect missing is the sound, which is precisely the point. This is Burroughs's and Balch's only soundless film. Sound, and more specifically speech, is the matized, not only in the silent conversations that advance the action but in the bird's soundless agitation. The parrot is the bird that can speak like a human being. In this way, the film is drained of its expected content. We do not hear Burroughs converse with the parrot. In purely structural terms, the minimal narrative moves along quite well without words, however, as it would, Burroughs claims, with completely unrelated words dubbed in. The greetings and small talk that would move the film along are generic and can easily be provided by the viewer. This silent narrative success depends, however, on the last unspoken words left in the film, the title. Though the title seems descriptive, it is not. Burroughs merely observes the parrot during the brief film, he does not purchase it. No money changes hands, and the parrot's cage remains on the garden table throughout. Its purchase, the purpose, and implied narrative resolution of the film, must be inferred from or perhaps projected onto the film, but cannot be observed in it. William Buys a Parrot demonstrates that even when silence eliminates the specific word, the external word of mundane narrative interaction that is susceptible to technical reproduction and animal mimicry, it leaves intact the generic, internal word, the structural word of addictive subjectivity that allows the viewer to provide her own narration for this film. Bill and Tony demonstrates that deixis offers an even more useful weapon than silence against this tyranny of language. Deixis is a major site of subjectivity in language. Eidetic signs are created in and by an act of enunciation, as they exist only in relation to the here and now of the speaker/writer. Eidetics are double referential, indicating simultaneously the act of enunciation in which they were produced and the designated object, the nature of which can solely be determined within the context of the particular instance of discourse containing the deictic expression. Deictic signs include personal pronouns, demonstratives, adverbs of time, present tense verbs, and even the definite article the 19. Bill and Tony examines deixis just as simply and just as effectively as William Buys a Parrot examines silence, by reducing to a minimum the other aspects of film construction in order to isolate and exhaust the issue under consideration. Bill and Tony is shot in color, but there isn't much of it. Balch, in black turtleneck, and Burroughs, in brown suit alternating with black shirt, stand side by side against a flat black background. Only their heads and shoulders are visible. Neither man moves. Both stare fixedly at the camera while crisply enunciating their lines. After each recital, the film cuts immediately. This extreme restriction of visual images throws speech into high relief, and indeed it is speech that is the object of investigation here, as it was in William Buys a Parrot. The film is the only one by Burroughs and Balch shot in synchronous sound, though the synchronization is inconsistent. The opening shot finds Burroughs and Balch speaking in their own voices but swapping proper names. Bill says I'm Tony, who is in London, while Tony says I'm Bill, who is in a 1920 movie, thereby thematizing the temporal disjunction implicit in representation. The second shot is a close-up on Burroughs's face as he recites, in his own voice, a section of a Church of Scientology training exercise about extricating oneself from one's head. The third shot returns to the two men side by side, who repeat their original greetings but reclaim their own names. Bill claims to be Bill, and Tony claims to be Tony. Shot 4 is a close-up on Balch's face as he recites, in his own voice, a carnival barker's routine about circus freaks. Shot 5 returns to the two men, who this time swap voices and names. Bill claims to be Tony using Tony's dubbed voice, while Tony claims to be Bill using Bill's. The sixth shot returns to the close-up on Burroughs, reciting the same Scientology text, but this time in Balch's dubbed voice. Shot 7 finds the two men again greeting one another, using their own names, but each other's dubbed voices. The final shot returns to the close-up on Balch reciting the same carnival routine, but this time in Burroughs's dubbed voice. The entire film lasts 5 minutes and 20 seconds, and has no titles or credits. Clearly, the film is a combinatory apparatus for permitting its three variable elements to exhaustion: faces, voices, and names. It shares this permutational method, as well as its basic concern with image-word relations, with Duchamp's anemic cinema. In Duchamp's silent film, shots of rotating discs emblazoned with descentator patterns of nested circles are intercut with shots of other discs on which are printed, in spiraling sentences of raised letters, sequences of French puns. These puns themselves are self-similar permutations, descentated linguistic circles doubling the visual ones. For example, the seventh sequence, Avez-vous dit Miss la Molde, Ape dans la pole de l'ami, shifts the consonants within the object noun phrases from mole/ape to pole/amy. Another sequence, Es quivuns les Eskimoses de Eskimo auxiliary mos exquis, contains four permutations of its basic phonetic elements es, ki, and mo. The sounds, which cannot enter the film's silent world, can only be given different physical shapes and changes in word order to produce statements that defy reference. One can treat them as sexual metaphors, as Sidney does, and then read them psychoanalytically, of course, but not all of the permit phrases are as clearly symbolic as our first example. In any case, the unifying or centering element of each sentence, its sound, is excluded from the film just as the apparent visual depth of the other discs is necessarily excluded by the flatness of the screen. The structure of Burroughs's and Balch's film is also double. though in a different way. First, with regard to the formal arrangement of shots, it falls into two parallel halves, each of which is composed of 4 shots, AI by AICI and AZBZAZCZ. AI and AI represent the 2 versions of the 2-man shots in the first half, and AZ the 2 versions in the second half. Each shot is precisely the same length as its counterpart in the other half of the film, so the 2 halves are exactly the same length, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The break into halves is marked by the only singular, unrepeated event in the film, Balch's exaggerated pronunciation of the word cut. At the end of shot CI, which is not repeated when Balch recites the same speech using Burroughs's dubbed voice in CZ. This statement starts the procession of shots over again. The second, superimposed structure arises from the differences between the content of the 2 halves rather than from their formal similarities. In the first half of the film, all of the voices are attached to the right faces, even though the names are swapped in the opening scene. In the second half, all of the voices are swapped and are never associated with the right faces, though again in the final 2-man scene, the names are correctly attributed. This second structure is symmetrical, specular rather than parallel like the first. The first structure is the structure of the face, the visual image of physical identity that remains the same, while the second is the structure of the word, as both voice and proper name, which is subject to displacement through quotation, alias, impersonation, and the editor's cut. Recording technology makes the voice and the proper name as shifting as deictic as the personal pronoun I. In so doing, technology also sets the identity of the face adrift among conflicting names and voices. This is, of course, one of the central themes of Burroughs's writing as well. If Duchamp's films set meaning adrift by positing sound and depth of field as the unrepresentable meanings, the absent grounds of the silent film, then Burroughs and Balch have extended this drift by demonstrating that sound and depth in this case, the voice and the subjective identity guaranteed by the proper name are themselves as shifting and uncertain as words on a page or optical illusions. Now that we understand that the basic issues involved in Burroughs's film collaborations are the same issues involved in his writing, but transposed into a different medium which extends his means of treating those issues, we can turn back to his earlier, more complex, and more ambitious films. Towers Open Fire is Burroughs's and Balch's earliest and best-known film, probably because of all his films it's the closest to a recognizably straightforward narrative. Burroughs composed the script for Towers Open Fire alone, and his circle of friends constituted the entire cast and crew. Balch not only shot the film but appears briefly in it, as do Burroughs's sometime lover Ian Somerville, the writer Alex Trocchi, and Burroughs's first groupie, Michael Portman, who portrays the young man at the conclusion of the film. Though the narrative is obscured in a number of ways, it is an overstatement to claim, as N. Friedberg does, that there is no discernible structure. The shots are spliced together to follow the cut-up strategy of disjunction. 1120 in broad outline, Towers Open Fire is actually a fairly simple story of a commando raid carried out by resistance fighters against the syndicates of verbal and image control. Truly disjunctive cut-ups are used more sparingly than relatively standard montage techniques. After the opening titles and credits, Burroughs's immobile face appears in close-up, as his voice recites a vicious and insinuating proposition, "Kid, what are you doing over there with the niggers and the apes? Why don't you straighten out and act like a white man? After all, they're only human cattle." 21. Burroughs's face does not speak the words, but it is not until the next shot, of Burroughs dressed differently and standing at a conference table surrounded by blank-faced bureaucrats and hieroglyphic books and paintings, that we realize that the first Burroughs, the immobile face, was being addressed by the second, bureaucratic Burroughs. 22 The first Burroughs is the resistance leader, like Hassan I Sabbagh from the Nova trilogy, while the second is the syndicate chief, a version of Uranian. Willie or Mr. Bradley. Mr. Martin, this distinction is unclear during the first part of the film, but emerges at the climax. Syndicate Chief Burroughs describes resistance leader Burroughs as a telepathic medium, in other words, a writer, someone who can escape the prison of his addictive self through telepathic identification with others, as we discovered in Queer. This power allows him to descend into the material substratum of Tower's open fire. The next shot shows Burroughs' hands conjuring over film canisters as his voice intones a spell to lock out the syndicates and send their curse back doubled. More footage of this conjuring is then intercut with shots of Jason's projection of images onto human faces, shots of Balch masturbating, interference and noise bands on TV screens, and finally print pages being cut up as the out-of-sync soundtrack itself begins to break up, shift-cut angle-word lines. Newspaper headlines announcing the R92-9 stock market crash appear, intercut with shots of milling crowds over which Burroughs, briefly seen talking on the phone, orders his minions to sell 50,000 units at arbitrary intervals. This is probably Burroughs the syndicate chief rather than the medium/resistance leader. Shots of Burroughs walking the streets, standing by a river, and visiting a zoo follow, including one shot which fakes a sound sync to the words "dramatic relief from anxiety." As Burroughs' voice claims that anything that can be done chemically can be done in other ways, shots of Jason's dream machines, whirling columns that give off hypnotically shifting patterns of light, appear on screen. The dream machines recur at irregular intervals for the next several minutes, intercut with Burroughs' face and ruined buildings. As resistance leader Burroughs' voiceover insists that "I wrote your fading movie feed in all the words you think developed, pouring in the resistance message, hand-cutting dirty films here." As Burroughs injects himself with heroin on screen, his voice promises to shatter the theater. The oven's your 2-bit narrative line from Walgreens. The climax of the narrative nears as resistance leader Burroughs appears in camouflaged combat fatigues with a radio transmitter to his mouth. Another camouflaged commando who is carrying a toy rifle enters a room in the next shot, where he finds an alcove full of family photos arranged on shelves. The commando fires ping-pong balls from his rifle at the photos, scattering them. A very brief scene of people disappearing out of their clothes, which collapse to the ground, leads back to Burroughs with the transmitter ordering Tower's open fire. Quick shots of microwave relay towers accompanied by laser sound effects follow. The tower's fire shatters the image continuities underlying the film, resulting in a 6-second sequence of high-speed visual cut UPS. After another brief shot of Burroughs with his transmitter and another of TV interference, the conference table surrounded by bureaucrats reappears. One by one, Syndicate Chief Burroughs and his staff members are erased from the scene by interference and noise, leaving their hieroglyphic books and paintings to be blown off the table, out into the street, and into the mud and water by a whistling wind. After a brief moment of blank screen, a street scene appears. A young man dances a quick, goofy Charleston to some old jazz, then sits on the curb to smoke. He looks up and notices that the sky is filled with jagged blotches, hand-painted on the film. Middle Eastern music plays as we get a slow-motion mirror image glimpse of the gun-toting commando. End appears. The total elapsed time is 9 minutes, 48 seconds. Clearly, Tower's Open Fire is a libertarian science fiction movie, a fairly simple morality play complicated by imaginary weapons, terroristic linguistic theories, and the doubling of the protagonist in the villain. Tower's Open Fire is a condensed retelling of the Nova trilogy, in which cut UPS appear only at precise moments, such as the instant when the towers actually open fire. The resistance fighters, breaking bounds by flicker of dream machines rather than by chemical means, appear to prevail, destroying the 2-bit narrative line from Walgreens that creates despotic subjectivity and control, and in the process eliminating the syndicate controllers themselves. The young man dances in the streets in joy after the conflict, but the jagged blotches he sees in the sky imply that the victory may be short-lived. Indeed, the doubling of Burroughs the resistance leader and Burroughs the syndicate chief implied as much from the very beginning. Oppositional forces defined by binary conflict are liable to turn into each other, according to the dialectic of treason. As Bill and Tony demonstrates, the self is a manipulable surface effect of deeper conflicts and control structures, and has no more essential meaning than a deictic pronoun does. The mirrored doubling of the commando at the very end confirms this reversibility. Similarly, the shots of Burroughs conjuring the film canisters and hand-cutting dirty films reflexively reveal the film's central paradox. Towers Open Fire narrates the destruction of narrative as a form of control, but in so doing at least partially restores that defeated and dismembered narrative, as so many of Burroughs's earlier and later fictions do. Burroughs's other two collaborations with Balch attempt to escape from that meta-narrative impasse. Both the cut UPS and Ghosts at Number 9 extend the disjunctive cut-up technique, used sparingly in Towers Open Fire, to the entire film. And Friedberg succinctly describes the principles of the cut UPS construction. Cut UPS has a more precisely planned structure for the cinematic transposition of the cut-up technique. Balch cut the original film into 4 pieces and hired an editor to perform the mechanical task of taking 1 foot of film from each roll. The 1-foot segments were joined in consecutive and repeated 1-2-3-4 fashion. The only variation in shot length occurs when there is a shot change within the foot-long section. The soundtrack, made by Somerville, Geeson, and Burroughs to the 20-minute and 4-second length, consists of 4 phrase units, read at different speeds, but always in the same order. Yes. Hello. Look at this picture. Does it seem to be persisting? Good. Thank you. Point 23. This strict avoidance of planned juxtaposition is very different from standard film montage techniques, which are generally guided at all times by the narrative in which they appear, or at least by recognizable principles of similarity or metonymy. Because of this strict structural approach, the cut UPS has no definable narrative structure. Many micro-narrative strands, such as the recurring scenes of Burroughs packing his bags to leave his apartment, Burroughs as doctor examining a young man, or Geeson producing a hieroglyphic painting, can be followed for a time, but ultimately fail to connect in any simple way either with the shots that are cut up into them or with the shots that follow them. The soundtrack offers us the only direct clue to an understanding of the film's specific details. Like the image track, the soundtrack is quadripartite and arranged in a fixed, repetitive order. 2 voices, Burroughs's and Geeson's, alternate in reciting the short phrases, sometimes so quickly that the recitations almost overlap. This soundtrack is a continuous cyclic address to the viewer. The first phrase of any cycle is the greeting yes. Hello, which signifies a new beginning that is simultaneously a repetition. Likewise, the 4th phrase concludes the 4-phrase structure with an implicit farewell, good. Thank you. As Friedberg notes, these 2 verbal markers, along with the 4-shot cycle of images, define the basic structural unit of the film, although sound and image are in no way synchronized. Each such unit is distinct in the particular content of its visual images and in the precise intonation of its voiceover, even as it is identical to the others in montage and in scripted words. The 2 middle phrases, however, provide us with a single interpretive clue, which, though small, can open up the specific meaning of the cut UPS. The second phrase is the imperative to look at this picture, in which the demonstrative adjective this draws the viewer's attention to the coincident visual image, whatever its specific content, as an image or picture in general. The imperative is followed by the interrogative statement, does it seem to be persisting? In which the pronoun it appears to refer back to the deictic this picture in the previous command. If the imperative has not sufficiently distanced the viewer from the flow of images, the question with its veiled allusion to the persistence of vision that makes cinema possible pushes reflexivity even further in an attempt to make the viewer recognize her own perceptive and associative processes. Any specific answer to a specific instance of this question is more or less irrelevant because the purpose of the question is both diagnostic and didactic. This is why it is a yes/no question, and why it is invariably followed by the phrase good. Thank you, so often used by doctors, teachers, and other people who administer diagnostic tests. Every answer, regardless of its specific content, is a good answer because it reveals something about the test taker, who is in this case the viewer. The question is didactic because it is intended to make the viewer ask, in turn, why a particular picture persists while a different one fails to persist. What causes a particular picture to stay in the mind and influence later perceptions, while other pictures are almost immediately forgotten? In other words, what kinds of connection can be established between randomly juxtaposed images? The whole labor of the cut-up method, the key to its success or failure both in writing and in film, is contained in this question. Meaning does not reside in the images and words themselves, as the infinitely repeatable deictic imperative shows. The viewer must actively participate in the construction of meaning using the raw materials of the index-ical signs provided by Burroughs and Balch. The associations that occur to the viewers, including the cutter himself, will create the meaning of the cut-up artifact spontaneously and idiosyncratically, but most definitely not subjectively. Cut-ups establish new connections between images, and one's range of vision consequently expands. 24. In this, the film differs from the conventional Rorschach ink blot test of subjective associations, to which cut-ups are often compared. It is not a question of revealing a pre-established identification of images, even an unconscious one, but of extending the internal difference revealed by the deixis of voice and word, connecting established associations with other, novel points of view to form a new and disjunct set of perspectives. Cut-ups are objective art. The cut-up is an objective form of what Burroughs called telepathy in Queer, and the cut-ups is a lesson in such telepathy that would be learned by many filmmakers later. Indeed, the entire MTV video aesthetic of rapid, narratively discontinuous cuts synchronized to an apparently unrelated soundtrack is prefigured in Burroughs's and Balch's film, though very few performers seem to recognize this relation. In The Third Mind, the belated manifesto and theorization of the cut-up named for the idea that when you put two minds together, there is always a third mind, as an unseen collaborator, Burroughs claims that cutting and rearranging a page of written words introduces a new dimension into writing, enabling the writer to turn images in cinematic variation. 25. Cinema, conceived in Burroughs's idiosyncratic way, is thus the theoretical foundation of textual cut-ups, rather than the reverse, and as such offers Burroughs an immediately accessible form through which to lead his audience to an understanding of his textual innovations. In 1965, when Conrad Knickerbocker asked Burroughs if he believed that an audience can be eventually trained to respond to cut-ups, Burroughs replied, "Of course, because cut-ups make explicit a psychological process that is going on all the time anyway." 26. The cut-ups, like The Job and the Mayfair Academy essay series of the early 70s, acts as an overtly didactic exercise for such training in the cut-up method, and as such provides a good introduction to Burroughs's literary experiments. Barry Miles claims that ideally one would read the cut-up trilogy with Burroughs's cut-up tapes playing in the background, taking time off occasionally to examine a photo collage or play Towers Open Fire or the cut-ups on the VCR. A brief look at Burroughs's tape recorder experiments, on which he collaborated with Brian Geeson and Ian Somerville at the same time as he was making films with Balch, can serve as a transition from his work in film to his musical collaborations. These experiments have been released on albums entitled Nothing Here Now But the Recordings and Breakthrough in Grey Room, the latter a cut-up phrase that recurs throughout Nova Express. Burroughs offers his own gloss on this phrase in his Paris Review interview. "I see that as very much like the photographic darkroom where the reality photographs are actually produced. Implicit in Nova Express is a theory that what we call reality is actually a movie. It's a film, what I call a biologic film. What has happened is that the underground and also the Nova police have made a breakthrough past the guards and gotten into the darkroom where the films are processed, where they're in a position to expose negatives and prevent events from occurring." 27. This breakthrough takes several forms, including the cut-up method of literary and filmic composition that I have just discussed. Burroughs's tape recorder experiments are given this group title to emphasize their importance in his own breakthrough past the guards to the apparatus of control, the word and image banks of the mass media that pre-program the future according to the past. The experimental tapes are the results of several different techniques: the drop-in method, in which new sounds are recorded-dropped in over sections of an already existing recording, creating new juxtapositions; permutation, in which a phrase composed of discrete words is rearranged to exhaust all the possible orders of terms; inching, in which the tape is moved manually, and thus irregularly, across the head of the recorder while an audible signal is being recorded, and the simultaneous recording of several sources, generally broadcast media. Some of these techniques, like permutation and inching, parallel the contemporary work of electronic music pioneers such as Karlheinz Stockhausen, Luciano Berio, or Milton Babbitt, and of musique concrete composers such as Pierre Schaeffer and Pierre Henry. 28 The first technique, the drop-in, and the last one, overlapping sources, like the cut-up writing method from which they derive, provide an important precursor to the kind of sampling that would become ubiquitous in the 80s and 90s. Silver Smoke of Dreams on Breakthrough in Grey Room shows how the drop-in method can produce quite lyrical effects, similar to that of the children's voices in Stockhausen's Gesang, even though it does not always produce intelligible phrases. Burroughs's and Ian Somerville's voices, reciting imagistic passages from the last pages of The Ticket That Exploded, interrupt each other at short and irregular intervals, often in the middle of words. The interruption usually results in a rapid modulation of timbre as Burroughs's sharp tenor gives way to Somerville's more diffuse one. When the drop-in occurs in the middle of a word, it often creates an unarticulable phonetic sound reminiscent of Dadaist Kurt Schwitter's phonetic symphony, the Ursonate, and of Berio's technically demanding sequenza-4 solo voice. Sound piece, constructed by Somerville with Burroughs's theoretical guidance, makes use of the inching technique to produce a sonic assemblage that also sounds, in places at least, very much like some of the electronic work of Stockhausen and Babbitt. Somerville's manual movement of the tape over the recording head shortens, elongates, and distorts the vocal sounds that are being recorded, at some points shortening or lengthening them beyond recognition. The human voices are transformed into rapid electronic vibratos, quavering up and down in pitch much like Babbitt's Philomel as she turns into an electronic nightingale. Brian Geeson's piece Recalling All Active Agents, produced in the BBC's London studios, runs through all the intelligible permutations of the order of its 5 component words, calling all reactive agents, calling all active reagents, calling all active agents, and so on. Though it does not attempt to blur the distinction between speech, song, and electronic tone as Berio's thema does, Geeson's piece does work from the same principles of permit repetition. Burroughs's objectives in his collaborative sound experiments are quite different from the objectives of the post-serial composers, however, and closer to those of at least some of the guerrilla samplers brought to prominence in the wake of rap music's accession to the mainstream. Both Stockhausen and Babbitt found in the use of electronically generated and manipulated sounds a way for the composer to exert total control over his sonic material, to achieve a level of precision in the generation of tonal intervals and rhythmic patterns that would have been impossible to reach with human players. From this point of view, electronic composition was an extension of the experiments in total serialism undertaken by Olivier Messiaen, Pierre Boulez, Babbitt, and others in the 40s that sought to bring all the aspects of music under the direct control of the composer. Likewise, Henry and other advocates of musique concrete sought to reconstitute, on the basis of recorded natural sounds that could be manipulated electronically, the timbral variety and tonal harmony of the traditional human ensemble. 29 Even Berio's work, which relies much more on the resources of traditional tonal constraints, calls for great virtuosity and technical control on the part of the performer. Burroughs, on the other hand, was working with the potential of tape recording to minimize or even eliminate conscious control over his material, as well as to prove that cut-ups are for everyone. 30. His work is thus much closer to John Cage's Zen-inspired attempts to eliminate personality and intention from music by reducing the composition to a set of parameters that could be permuted in a large number of ways according to the whim of the performer. Indeed, Burroughs claims that John Cage and Earl Brown have carried the cut-up method much further in music than I have in writing. He differs from Cage primarily in his belief that the elimination of conscious intention gives access to unconscious knowledge and intent, the things that we don't consciously know that we know, rather than the total elimination of the I or we. 31. The I is a deictic term, without essential meaning but given momentary meaning by its context, thus, it floats on a vast multiplicity of meanings contained within the words. These momentary meanings are freed by cut UPS and drop-ins. Burroughs's method is a fragmentation, extension, or multiplication, rather than a suppression, of the self. This fragmentation/extension is quite clear in the extended tape cut up K9 was in combat with the alien mind screens, the first track on Breakthrough in Grey Room. With Somerville's help, Burroughs recorded himself reading and also taped several radio and television news broadcasts and cut them into each other at random, producing in the process juxtapositions that have the continuous rhythm of actual sentences but which refer to events that never took place. An example that Burroughs often quotes elsewhere is the following, spoken in the generic voice of a television announcer: Johnson, addressing a meeting of editorial cartoonists at the White House, held 3 maids at gunpoint, and proceeded to ransack the apartment. This sentence is the result of the chance juxtaposition of 2 separate source sentences, one of which provided the Johnson White House phrase and the other of which provided the held apartment phrase, yet thanks to the intentionally generic quality of the announcers' voices, the parts flow together perfectly to form a new sentence that was never actually spoken. Moreover, the new sentence is not simply a neutral description but, as Burroughs insists, a prediction or prophecy. If you cut into the present, the future leaks out 32. Since the future lies in the present, control over time and events maintained by the mass media, cutting the present media word line will reveal the future. In this case, Lyndon Johnson's responsibility for the imperialist violence of the Vietnam War appears figured in his acts of robbery and the taking of working-class hostages. Similar effects dominate most of the other pieces on Breakthrough in Grey Room, especially present-time exercises and working with the popular forces. According to Deleuze and Guattari, this pre-programmed, mediatic future is in the subject but more than the subject, in other words, constitutive of the subject but beyond that subject's control. In trying to reveal this future, Burroughs's work becomes relevant to discussions of the metaphysics of sampling in dub, rap, and other forms of urban dance music of the late 20th century. Burroughs's and Somerville's sound piece not only harkens back to the electronic works of Stockhausen and Babbitt, but also looks forward to the scratch techniques popularized by hip-hop DJs and rap technicians in the 80s. These techniques called for the DJ to spin records manually on turntables to repeat or scratch the sound, often so quickly that the original recorded sound became unrecognizable. This produces almost exactly the same effect that inching does, though the latter lacks the noise of record grooves that gives the former its name. Likewise, the drop-in technique used in K9 and elsewhere anticipates the practice of digital sampling and permutation that has become ubiquitous in rap production. When Burroughs advises artists to steal freely because words, colors, light, sounds, stone, wood, bronze, belong to anyone who can use them, he denounces not only private property but the romantic ideal of the artist as a creator of something original, whose genius cannot be alienated. The artist has always been a thief, a bricoler, and never a creator ex nihilo. Burroughs practices such theft himself, in his writing and especially in his tape experiments, just as contemporary musicians practice sampling. Sampling dramatizes the highly unstable nature of cultural production in the present period, the system of copyrights and royalty payments that both supports and constrains the composer/musician is fundamentally threatened by the advent of sampling technology that allows others to cite and use the composer/musician's performance directly from any recording of that performance. This system is caught in a double bind, in that it depends on the mass reproduction of performances to extract profit, but it must restrict this constitutive reproducibility in order to protect that profit. This is the same situation Deleuze denounced in Platonism, the judgment in favor of the pious copy and against the simulacrum such as the sample. Reproduction must be legitimate, copies must clearly pay their respects to the original. Perhaps the clearest statement of this central issue has been made by the rap group Public Enemy in their piece entitled Caught, Can We Get a Witness? 33. The conceit, inspired by the group's run-ins with producers and performers whose works the group sampled, is that Public Enemy's leader Chuck D has been caught, now in court 'cause I stole a beat. Accused of violating copyright, DS partner Flavor Flav insists that beats, that is, sampled sounds, are natural resources, not subject to private ownership, just as Burroughs claimed that artistic materials belong to anyone who can use them. I found this mineral that I call a beat / I paid $0. The rappers recognize that this conflict, between their sampling and the fundamental property rights of other performers, calls into question the very existence of the court that claims to judge them. Of course, the very concept of private property, over which the court claims jurisdiction, is one of the court's own conditions of existence, as Chuck D says, thus the court can do nothing but uphold that concept against the rapper's challenge. The situation is what Deleuze would call a paradox, or what Jean-François Lyotard would call a differend, and thus the court is biased, not by virtue of any individual corruption but because of its founding premises. Point 3. The court's decision is necessarily premised, not on rational argument, but on the violence of private appropriation. Public Enemy's practice of sampling demands a total rejection of this conception, and thus of the legal system premised upon it, as the group realizes. The issue here is not the dialectical transgression of theft, which would simply reinscribe the conception of property underlying American copyright law. Rather, Public Enemy suggests that theft exists as such only within that dialectical horizon, so if the concept of property could be abolished, so would its transgression. They could actually blow up the bench and judge the courtroom. One steals food in order to eat, not to reinforce the concept of private property. Likewise, one steals words or beats in order to write or sing, not to replace another's ownership by one's own. Burroughs foresaw this development and its political ramifications 30 years ago, and would certainly endorse Public Enemy's perspective. Conversely, Public Enemy would probably endorse the threat implicit in Burroughs's claim that sound can act as a painkiller. To date we do not have music sufficiently powerful to act as a practical weapon. 36 This deficiency is not for want of trying, at least on Burroughs's part. Like film, music has often been a controlling figure in Burroughs's most powerful and aggressive writing. Port of Saints, in particular, is structured like a musical composition. In fact, there are musical leads for every chapter. As befits an avant-gardist at the tail end of this most eclectic of centuries, Burroughs uses all types of music as figures in his writing, from the American national anthem through Jelly Roll Morton's Dead Man Blues to the Sex Pistols' God Save the Queen. Moreover, he has also performed and collaborated with musicians from every progressive idiom. Without hoping to do full justice to all these collaborations, I will now outline the most significant features of Burroughs's forays into musical creation, as they relate to his overriding concerns. Like most writers of his generation, Burroughs was exposed simultaneously to the established tradition of European concert music, the centrist popular songs of the early days of radio, and the culturally marginal improvisations of jazz during his years at Harvard in the early 30s. Indeed, jazz figures in many of Burroughs's works as the accompaniment to his attacks on authority, while snatches of popular song as well as parodies thereof occupy the much less stable, ironic position of mediators between reversible social roles. Nevertheless, Burroughs does not seem to have had a profound experience of or relation to music until the late 50s, when Brian Geeson introduced him to the music of the master musicians of Hajuka, who would become the musical counterparts to the Wild Boys of Burroughs's literary mythology. I first heard the music of the master musicians of Hajuka in Tangier in Brian Geeson's restaurant, the IOOI Nights, in late 1957. Just as I did not at first appreciate Brian's extraordinary personality, the music of Hajuka was lost on me at first hearing, in 1957. But in Paris a year later, Brian played me his tapes of the music and explained Westermarck's theory that the annual festival at Hajuka coinciding with the Muslim lunar calendar feast of Eid el-Kabir was in fact a reenactment of the ancient Roman rites of Pan, the Lupercalia, ensuring fertility and maintaining the age-old balance of power between men and women. And then at last I could hear the music, and understand. The master musicians are members of a special caste exempt from farm work who trace their lineage back thousands of years. 37 Their music unrolls like an irregularly knotted rope of overlapping harmonies, dissonances, and rhythms, improvised on native wind, string, and percussion instruments. It conforms to no structure given in advance, but only to the momentary impulses of the performers. This freely structured music sounds utterly unlike most music of European descent, and its immediate use value in the fertility rituals of Bujalaud marks its difference from generic, commodified Western musical forms. For Burroughs, it was a confirmation of his belief that order and form could arise spontaneously from the articulation of aesthetic material rather than being imposed on the material preemptively. In other words, that cut-ups could be a way of living for common people rather than just another class marker for a hermetic group of aesthetes. Thus, he often invokes the master musicians in contexts of revolutionary change, as he does in Apocalypse, for example. Not only did the master musicians provide Burroughs with an image of music freed from the binarism of European art music and African American folk music, and therefore with a conception of a culture freed from the parallel binarisms of control and dogmatic verbal systems, but they also provided him with the opportunity to make contact with some of the most influential musicians of his day. In 1997, O'Brien Geeson took Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones to hear the master musicians. Jones returned to record them shortly before his death, and Burroughs provided the liner notes to the resulting record. Later, in 1973, free jazz saxophonist Ornette Coleman traveled to Morocco to study with the master musicians during the Festival of Bujalaud, in the same year that Burroughs accepted a magazine assignment to cover the festival. Burroughs taped many of the performances and used them, as he had used Geeson's earlier recordings, in his own tape experiments. Fragments of these original recordings included on Coleman's album Dancing in Your Head 38 and on Burroughs's album Breakthrough in Grey Room demonstrate that Coleman's music, harmonic free jazz, is one of the few Western musical forms that bears a close resemblance to the master musician's work. As John Litweiler notes, Ornette's sound fits the context perfectly, and his lines appear to be a broken commentary on the writer's melodies. The effect is of constant movement, and, on Ornette's part, continual response to the master musicians. Coleman's performance with the master musicians seemed to Burroughs like as a year-old rock and roll band. When the two forms met, this music from Punic times and modern jazz, it created a new frontier of sound, if not quite a practical weapon. Coleman's innovations in jazz are analogous to Burroughs's innovations in writing, and occurred during the same period, the Cold War 50s. While Burroughs was challenging the parallel control structures of the state and syntax as well as the essentialist logic of the verb to be with discontinuous routines and cut-ups, Coleman was quietly but openly dismantling the rules of tonal harmony and chord changes that had dictated the entire prior development of jazz, from Scott Joplin's ragtime to Charlie Parker's bebop. In this, Coleman was playing the same role as Arnold Schoenberg played in the history of European concert music, though without retreating from his own insight, as Schoenberg had, to the ossified forms of that tradition. 39 Echoing Burroughs's claim that nothing is true, everything is permitted, Coleman claims that there is a law in what I'm playing, but that law is a law that when you get tired of it you can change it. 40. Coleman's work in free jazz corresponds to Schoenberg's period of free atonality preceding his discovery of 12-tone composition. Out of this radical dismantling arose Coleman's own compositional principle, harmonics, succinctly described by Coleman's longtime colleague Don Cherry as a profound system based on developing your ear along with your technical proficiency on your instrument. We have to know the chord structure perfectly, all the possible intervals, and then play around it. If I play a C and have it in my mind as the tonic, that's what it will become. If I want it to be a minor third or a major seventh that had a tendency to resolve upward, then the quality of the note will change. Each musician plays his own unconstrained, constantly mutating line, but in relation to the lines of the other players. Free jazz is not formless, rather, it generates many instantaneous forms, but none of these forms existed before their relation to each other. Harmonics, then, is a way for musicians and listeners to escape the restrictive demands of musical orthodoxy while remaining part of a performing and listening community, just as Burroughs's cut-ups are a way for readers and writers to escape from linguistic control into a shared radical fantasy. And just as Burroughs considered cut UPS a psychological process that is going on all the time anyway, Coleman insists that harmonics is not supposed to be a secret, it's supposed to be something that anyone should be able to do. The master musicians of Hajuka and Ornette Coleman are relevant to the study for other reasons than just because they provide suggestive analogies to Burroughs's literary work, however. The new frontier of sound evident in their music also forms the basis, at least indirectly, of the music on Burroughs's first collaborative musical recording. Before his work with Bill Laswell and Laswell's group Material, all of Burroughs's recordings were either unaccompanied readings of written texts or private tape recorder experiments. Seven Souls, his first album with Material, represents his first full performance collaboration with musicians of any sort. 41 The album's music is a particularly aggressive example of an increasingly popular style called, rather imprecisely, world music. World music is the frontier of sound, the bridge between European and non-European, especially Middle Eastern, African, and Latin American musical forms, prefigured in Ornette Coleman's performances with the master musicians of Hajuka, among others. Indeed, Laswell returned to Hajuka in 1991 to re-record the master musicians for a sequel to the Brian Jones project. Combining European song structures and ensemble dynamics with Middle Eastern modal harmonies and instrumentation, Material's music provides an appropriate multicultural context for Burroughs's words. The album consists of 7 tracks, of which 5 contain vocals by Burroughs drawn from his 1987 novel The Western Lands. Admittedly, Burroughs does not sing, attempt spreek gesang, or even chant the words. Nevertheless, his inimitable voice, reminiscent of both Jack Webb's affectless drone and George Bush's strained whinny, gives the songs a good part of their power, and he is given songwriter credit on the 5 tracks. The album's overture, in effect, begins with a wailing vocal in the Middle Eastern style and scales of the master musicians, followed by Burroughs's lament that we do not have music sufficiently powerful to act as a practical weapon. Both vocal parts are supported by a heavy bass beat that is interrupted by sitars and electric guitars. Burroughs speaks of a revolutionary musical intelligence operating in secret around the world as the song fades into the title track, a series of minimalist bass and percussion lines alternating with synthesized fortissimo polyrhythms. Soul Killers, the 3rd track, is composed of string, keyboard, and wind discords sounding in irregular rhythms behind Burroughs's ominous warnings against nuclear weapons and the state. Only those who can leave behind everything they have ever believed in can hope to escape this impasse. Against this image of despair, the mid-tempo track The Western Lands offers an image of hope, of the gift that supersedes all other gifts, immortality, tempered with the warning that the road to the Western Lands is by definition the most dangerous road in the world. This song unites passages from all parts of Burroughs's novel, from this early warning to the penultimate flashes of serene timeless joy, a joy as old as suffering and despair, and is followed by the aggressive African chant Deliver, sung by Fode Musa Suso of Gambia. The hypermetallic equation, juxtaposing cut-up news reports on the Palestinian Intifada with American fundamentalist broadcasts and rap, leads into The End of Words, the album's conclusion. The End of Words combines Middle Eastern scales and overdubbed chants, which gradually fade as Burroughs recites the closing words of The Western Lands, which cite and displace T.S. Eliot. The old writer couldn't write any more because he had reached the end of words, of what can be done with words. And then? Hurry up please, it's time. Since this initial musical effort, recordings of Burroughs in collaboration with contemporary musicians have flooded the market. There have been so many that Burroughs has launched his own music publishing company, Nova Lark Music, to handle the copyrights. Unfortunately, most of these collaborations are less effective than Seven Souls, primarily because the musical structures they contain are conceived simply as text settings and thus efface themselves as music rather than engaging with Burroughs's vocal performances on more equal terms. This is true of both of Burroughs's solo albums, Dead City Radio and Spare Ass Annie. Nonetheless, they contain some wonderful performances by Burroughs, including his reading of Thanksgiving Prayer, which Gus Van Sant has made into a short film. Burroughs does actually sing a rather hammy and off-key version of Ich bin von Kopf bis Fuß auf Liebe ingestalt, the German translation of Falling in Love Again, at the conclusion of Dead City Radio. The two albums do demonstrate the wide variety of musicians who have been attracted to Burroughs's work recently, from Hollywood producer/arranger Hal Wilner, who sets Burroughs's performances to orchestral music from the NBC Symphony Archives, to Michael Franti and Rono Tsa of the Disposable Heroes of Hypocrisy, who set Burroughs against rumbling scratch beats. The industrial rock band Ministry, whose leader, Alon Jurgensen, has clearly taken Burroughs as a role model in a number of questionable ways, provides a much more aggressive and interactive musical setting for Burroughs's words than Wilner or the Disposable Heroes do. But Jurgensen, like many of the performers in all media who refer to Burroughs, ultimately values the writer primarily as an agent provocateur. On the Just One Fix CD single, Burroughs's demand to smash the control structures, smash the control machine leads into an extended remix of the song that includes other Burroughs voiceovers. In the Just One Fix video, which resurrects many of the images used in Burroughs's films with Balch, Burroughs appears as a withdrawal vision, an apocalyptic figure surrounded by tornadoes, who blasts signs that read control, history, language and reality with a double-barrel shotgun. These elements, no doubt, explain why this video was featured prominently in the tornado episode of the obnoxious but amusing MTV animated program Beavis and Butt-Head in 1993. Impressed by the metallic, industrial sound of the band and convinced that tornadoes are cool, the spectacularly inarticulate protagonists predictably decide that even the old dude is cool. Quick Fix, the second track on the single, however, appears to be an original though typically apocalyptic Burroughs text, and its musical arrangement compares favorably with those on the Material album, although it is by no means a world music setting. The minimalist approach of the single-track CD The Priest They Called Him, recorded in collaboration with Nirvana's late guitarist Kurt Cobain, is also more successful in its spare and lyrical presentation of an otherwise quite ironic narrative variation on a well-known short story by Zero. Henry, a junkie priest, having scored for heroin on Christmas Eve, gives the drug instead to a young man with kidney stones and is rewarded with the immaculate fix of death. Cobain improvises freely on the chords to Silent Night, providing an eerie, distortion-laced backdrop to Burroughs's deadpan narration. The penultimate piece of evidence in the case for Burroughs's media presence does not fit precisely into any of the categories we have investigated so far. His collaboration with director Robert Wilson and singer/songwriter Tom Waits on a stage piece entitled The Black Rider, the casting of the Magic Bullets, which is based on the German folk tale Der Frischkiez. The Black Rider premiered at the Thalia Theater in Hamburg in 1990 and has been staged in several other cities. An album of Tom Waits songs from the production, 3 of them co-written with Burroughs along with a classic vaudeville song from the 30s, TNT No Sin, sung by Burroughs, was released in 1993. Burroughs's exact contribution to this project is unclear, at least on the basis of the album. He is credited with texts, and Waits writes that Burroughs's cut-up text and open process of finding a language for the story became a river of words for me to draw from in the lyrics for the songs. He brought a wisdom and a voice to the piece that is woven throughout. 42 If Waits' description is accurate, then Burroughs has simply put his cut-up procedures in another writer's service, and we should be leery of making any detailed claims of continuity with his other, more personally involved works. Some points seem clear enough, however. The show's theme, a version of The Devil's Bargain, has clear affinities with Burroughs's constant preoccupation, the reversibility of oppositional social relations like the junkie narcotics agent, criminal cop, or revolutionary capitalist binarisms, and the metaphor of the devil's bullets must surely appeal to Burroughs's long-standing mania for firearms. While harder to insert into my critical narrative of the elaboration of his theory of deixis, Burroughs's musical collaborations do illuminate that aspect of his work in a number of indirect ways. The settings have the potential to extend the range of meanings available to his texts, just as the cut UPS revealed new dimensions within his very writing. The active collaborations, the Wilson/Waite stage show and the material records go further in desubjectifying Burroughs's work through collaboration and the concomitant production of ever more third minds between subjects. Most importantly, in entering the media of mechanical reproduction, Burroughs's work becomes available for citation, for sampling, read in his own voice and accompanied by his own face. As he and Balch showed in Bill and Tony, the voice and face themselves, in their reproducibility, are deictic signs that can move from context to context without ever exhausting their potential for new meaning. Likewise, Burroughs's recordings give the new generations of samplers an inexhaustible resource for the creation of indirectly collaborative works, that is, collaborations between the present and the future. In July of 1994, Nike, the Seattle-based manufacturer of sports shoes, began to run a series of television, billboard, and print advertisements around the entire U.S. to promote its new Air Max 2 shoe line. The television ads contain much of the standard imagery that has come to be associated with sports-related advertising: muscular athletes, mostly African American males, dressed in form-fitting workout gear, funky rhythm and blues musical accompaniment, rapid, MTV-style editing, and semi-reflexive images of television screens within television screens. But they also contain something quite alien to the clichés of sports ads: the face and voice of William S. Burroughs. Burroughs speaks the advertising slogans written by Gene Rode, the copywriter for the campaign. The purpose of technology is not to confuse the mind but to serve the body. The basic unit of technology is not the bit but the body, and what is technology but mind pushing the limits of muscle? This is one of the first television ads to use a literary figure for purposes of promotion, and as such is worth investigating. Generally, of course, such ads use media or sports figures, who do not normally have antagonistic perspectives on the media and on corporate control, as Burroughs does. So why Burroughs? The ads were designed and constructed by the Whedon and Kennedy Agency of Portland in order to exploit precisely those factors of defamiliarization that Burroughs would embody. For one thing, as an elderly white man, he is symbolically antithetical to the young black and Latino athletes who otherwise populate the ads, and thus he would catch the attention of viewers tired of advertising clichés, even viewers who do not recognize Burroughs. This antithesis is reinforced by the contrasting presentations of Burroughs, who appears as an artificial pixelated image on video screens in the manner of Max Headroom, and of the athletes, who appear realistically in both grainy pseudo-documentary footage and artistic picture postcard landscape shots. In addition, Burroughs's growing presence in other media as an icon of authentic rebellion and subversion grants a hip legitimacy to the commercial art of television advertising design and to the company for whom he agrees to work. These ads represent the apotheosis of Burroughs's iconic cameo appearances. Burroughs has come to symbolize a certain popular avant-garde, if such a concept can be thought without self-contradiction to the hip audience that can recognize him. These are probably Nike's intended meanings for the series of ads. But are these the only meanings they can have? Let's consider the erotics of sports advertising, to which Nike has contributed many tropes over the last decade. The television ads present Burroughs both as a source of privileged information about Nike's commodities and as a spectator of the young athletes in the ads. Several shots show Burroughs on his own screen reacting to movements the athletes make on other screens. What would William S. Burroughs, queer revolutionary and literary innovator, see in the montage of sweating, semi-nude, mostly male bodies that fill each ad? It seems unlikely that he would see the athletes as successful role models or heroes, as perhaps many innocent middle-class urban/suburban boys and even some adults would. Rather, Burroughs would probably see the bodies of these athletes as objects of erotic fantasy, and see their exertions and perspiration as emblems of the physicality simultaneously offered and foreclosed by the medium of television. He would see it as a kind of elaborately choreographed softcore pornography. This is not a new development, as Horkheimer and Adorno already knew in the 40s. All sports ads, like virtually all ads tout court, rely on such scarcely concealed, perpetually unconsummated eroticism. What is novel here is the fact that this is an overtly homosexual eroticism, a male gaze unabashedly objectifying male bodies. Through this parallel voyeurism, Burroughs becomes a stand-in or metonymy for the audience, a situation which retrospectively reveals the homosocial desire underpinning even the supposedly innocent, that is, acceptably competitive and heterosexual adoration middle-class boys have for sports stars. Burroughs's perspective on and in the ads brings to the surface the disavowed desire from which sports industries profit even as they and many of their customers deny it. Burroughs, as a spectator of and commentator on the athletes within the ads, is offered thus as a new trope, a reflexive figure for the viewing audience itself. He begins several of the ads, however, with a direct address to the viewer: "Hey, I'm talking to you." This specification of roles serves to establish his authority, to give notice of his privileged knowledge of both the products and the consumer desires they are intended to fulfill. "What we have done," Burroughs later says, referring to the corporate first-person plural made up of himself as speaker and Nike as institutional agent, "is square the air." The process of pluralization or schizophrenization appears even more clearly in the print/billboard ads, which juxtapose the left half of Burroughs's face with the right halves of several African American athletes' faces, all within larger images of the Air Max shoes. The structure of this schizoid verbal and visual incorporation brings to mind Burroughs's description of the controlling Nova mobsters and their modus operandi controlling the human coordinate points, as well as the benign form of pluralization Burroughs calls the third mind, but it is also a dramatization of the issue of deixis around which Burroughs's other media interventions cluster. The commercial situation of endorsement replicates the shifting subjectivities of the film Bill and Tony. In a single statement with multiple implications, Burroughs, the subject or speaker of the enunciation, says "we," but actually refers to the faceless corporation, the subject of the statement, and, by extension, to its otherwise unmentioned workers, the ones who have actually squared the air if anybody has. In parallel fashion, Burroughs both embodies his own subjective viewpoint as spectator and also offers the mass audience an explicitly queer perspective to adopt or admit as its own. By permutation he occupies and renders ambiguous all subject positions. We might be tempted to ask, as a follow-up to this analysis of the ads, if Nike would endorse such an extended reading. If I am right that they chose Burroughs in part because of his iconic status, then perhaps they did so under the impression that in order to become an icon one must be neutralized, separated from the specifics of one's own history and works, as Michael Jackson has allowed himself, in large measure, to be neutralized through choice of material, cosmetic surgery, and personal secrecy. Spokespeople for large corporations must generally avoid even the appearance of impropriety, they must appear neutral, without desires or drives that deviate from the popular norm, in order to remain iconic. Jackson has recently failed to maintain such an appearance, but he may be able to reneutralize himself as he has in the past. Burroughs, on the other hand, has never attempted to neutralize himself or his work. He has been so open for so long about his addictions, his shooting of his wife, his political radicalism, and his homosexuality that no unauthorized biography or media expose could possibly reveal anything negative about him that hasn't been known for decades already. Indeed, most members of Burroughs's audience, whether casual or committed, know far more about the extraordinary events of his life than they do about its normal side. Since he hides nothing, he has no secrets which can be revealed, no confidences which can be betrayed, he knows those dialectics too well. It may be, however, that Nike executives had hoped that Burroughs's unneutralized position would generate controversy and publicity when its significance was perceived by the watchdogs of media morality. If that had happened, what appeared at first to be Burroughs's accession to the American cultural mainstream might have turned out to be his most influential subversive act. Surprisingly or not, the only controversy the Nike ads generated concerned Burroughs's apparent opportunism, his willingness to take money from the very corporations and media he had spent so many years satirizing, which troubled readers who failed to appreciate the paradoxical nature of his celebrity. Burroughs himself has acknowledged the irony of his situation, in which there's no contradiction to subverting something and profiting from it at the same time, since the subversion has not been compromised in order to get at the profits. 43. At the conclusion of the Western Lands, Burroughs offered an apparently elegiac farewell to writing. The old writer couldn't write any more because he had reached the end of words, of what can be done with words. And then, it should be clear that, in reaching the end of words, that is, the end of writing himself, Burroughs has not necessarily reached the end of art, of the world, or of living, as critics who overemphasize his ironic allusions to T.S. Eliot might be tempted to think. The matter of this chapter has, I hope, gone some way toward proving that point by showing how, exactly, Burroughs has managed to go beyond that ambiguous open question in the collaborative media works that both precede and succeed his last novel to date. If one were to object, justly, that this beyond still seems to contain a surprisingly large number of words, and thus appears to consign itself to interminable deconstruction, I can only reply that if it still contains words, it also contains far more than that: mobile visual images, signifying sounds, musical tones and rhythms, and even abstract patterns of color. Moreover, this beyond exists outside William S. Burroughs the subject, outside Burroughs the author or agent provocateur or eminence grise, and even outside Burroughs the text and commodity, in a space and a time that have imperceptibly become coterminous with our media culture. This is the final implication of Burroughs's radical extension of deixis, not merely an intertextuality that escapes covertly from the constraints of fully self-present meaning, but an explosive intermediation or scrambling of all the codes faster than capital, subjectivity, or language can resituate them. In this way Burroughs's work is nomadological, or schizoanalytic. Deleuze and Guattari would say that Burroughs is no longer just the name of an author, a celebrity, or an artist, it is the name, rather, of a set of potentials, an effect that propagates itself from medium to medium by the force of its difference, bringing into contact incompatible functions, incommensurable concepts, and unrelated materials. Point 44. Even when Burroughs is no longer able to serve as the focus for this force, it will continue to reverberate, indefatigably sounding its critical imperative: listen to my last words everywhere.